Chapter 1, Divine Level Talent. What the hell is the use of this thing? Lin Bai stared at the cage in front of him, utterly speechless, his composure completely shattered. Inside the cage was a small, furry creature, about 2 to 3 centimeters long. Its body is entirely white, with a pair of delicate little ears that twitch slightly. It's nibbling on a sunflower seed. Looks just like a chipmunk. Wrong. This thing is just a chipmunk. Damn it. Am I supposed to take this thing to the final exam? Everyone else has tall and fierce battle beasts, or genetically modified creatures. At the very least, they have venomous snakes or man-eating flowers. Why am I just a flower squirrel? This is terrible. I don't want to be cannon fodder. Lin Bai rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat hopeless. As a transmigrator who had just arrived in this world, Lin Bai was still very excited. This world was just like the various mutation and evolution novels. It was a world after the Great Catastrophe. All kinds of mutated beasts roamed freely. Humans tame mutated beasts, turning them into their own combat forces. Those who master this art are known as beastmasters. The top-tier beastmasters stand at the pinnacle of the world. Wealth, beauties, power, they have it all. Every beastmaster awakens something called an original spirit beast when they turn 18 years old. The stronger the original spirit beast, the higher their innate starting point compared to other low-level beastmasters, the greater their advantage. Most people's original spirit beasts are various mutated creatures, with a small portion being ferocious plants, such as man-eating flowers, beast-catching vines, and so on. As for the chipmunk, it's hard to imagine how a thumb-sized chipmunk could possibly kill an entry-level spirit beast that weighs nearly 10 tons and can flatten an armored vehicle with a single punch. Even a mentally ill person couldn't possibly envision such a scenario, right? Ding dong, the infinite cultivation system has been activated. Congratulations, host, you have awakened your first original spirit beast, a baby chipmunk. A series of mechanical sounds rang out. Then, a transparent pop-up window appeared in front of Lin Bai. Host, Lin Bai. Level, 0. Bloodline, human. Talent, infinite cultivation. Original spirit beast, juvenile chipmunk. It really is a chipmunk. This thing, even the system can't save it, can it? Lin Bai felt even more of a headache coming on. Ding. Infinite cultivation talent activated. Please choose the cultivation path for your original spirit beast. 1. Star Devourer. When cultivated to the extreme, it can swallow suns, moons, and stars with a single gulp. 2. World Beast. When cultivated to the extreme, it can create an entire world. 3. Chaos Beast. Can synchronously enhance the host's physical fitness. Cultivated to the extreme, the body becomes sacred, immortal and indestructible. The system notification sounded again. Seeing the image displayed by the system, Lin Bai couldn't help but rub his eyes. Star Devourer. Capable of consuming the sun, moon, and stars. World Beast. Spawn an entire world. Primordial Chaos Beast. Achieve sainthood through physical cultivation. Wow. These three are all god-tier paths. In an instant, Lin Bai felt like he'd won $100 million lottery. Dizzy and disoriented. But soon, he calmed down. 3 directions how to choose is a big problem. The world beast is out of the question first. Just by looking, you can tell it's weak in the early stages. I can't even gather the resources. A star devourer might be incredibly powerful, but if it can't empower its beast master in return, no matter how strong it is, if I get killed, it's all useless. I'd still choose the primordial chaos beast. External strength is ultimately just that, external. My own strength is what matters most in the end. Worst case, I'll just fight the enemy's beast head on myself. Almost instantly, Lin Bai made his decision without hesitation. He directly chose the primordial beast as his cultivation path. Ding! Selection complete. Cultivation path activated. Chipmunk, transforming into chaos beast. Buzz! Almost instantly, inside the cage, the originally thumb-sized chipmunk. It seems to have grown just a tiny bit. It has turned nearly snow-white, as if carved from jade. A faint golden glow appears on its surface, with countless tiny runes flickering. It seems to be undergoing some kind of evolution. Once all this is done, a powerful force began to nourish Lin Bai in return. Boom! An incredibly vigorous vitality erupted. In an instant, Lin Bai felt as if time around him had stopped. At the same time, he noticed his skin and flesh were turning transparent. He could even see the pale white bones beneath. And, the desk under those bones, countless muscles and blood vessels began to melt away. New flesh was being born. Throughout the entire process, Lin Bai felt no pain whatsoever. Even the concept of time became somewhat blurred. Finally, the enhancement was complete. Lin Bai's skin began to recover, no longer transparent. However, his complexion had visibly lightened a lot. When a beast companion advances in rank, it feeds back to the beastmaster, enhancing their physical abilities. I wonder how much stronger I've become. Lin Bai's expression turned peculiar. He didn't notice anything unusual. He reached out to pick up the mouse, intending to wake the computer screen to check the time. Slap! Almost as soon as he picked up the mouse, Lin Bai barely felt any effort. The entire mouse instantly turned into a pile of powder. It slowly fell from Lin Bai's hand. Hiss! Lin Bai stared at the mouse in his hand, utterly shocked. To adapt to the physical demands of a beast master, the mice in this world are made of high-strength carbon fiber, with durability surpassing even steel, and he crushed it with just one hand? Just how strong is he now? Wait, calm down first. All the electronics on this desk of mine aren't cheap, and this house too. Lin Bai's body stiffened, not daring to move. He was afraid that if he lost control of his strength, he'd tear the house apart. In the end, he proceeded with extreme caution. He reached out, placed his hand on the doorknob, intending to open the door and step outside. Boom! Lin Bai merely exerted a slight force. The entire steel security door, along with its frame, was ripped right off by him. Holy cow! This is a disaster. The landlord is gonna kill me. Lin Bai stared at the security door in his hands, somewhat amused and exasperated. However, after several hours of adaptation, Lin Bai became familiar with his physical strength. If his estimation was correct, his current single-arm strength was around 1,000 kilograms, 20 times that of an average person's physical capability, almost at the level of a zero-tier beast tamer. Phew! Truly worthy of being a divine-tier primal beast, the primordial chaos beast. The effects are simply heaven-defying. Next up is nurturing this primordial chaos beast. Lin Bai stroked his chin and glanced at the primordial chaos beast in the cage. According to the system's introduction, this thing is quite easy to raise and isn't picky about food. As long as it's energy-rich material, it'll do. It can even dig out leftovers from the trash to replenish itself. Ahem, calling it kitchen waste is going too far. Better go check out the beast market. That place should have suitable nourishment for the primordial beast's evolution. Thinking of this, Lin Bai picked up the primordial beast and left his residence. Chapter 2, Your pet beast is so adorable. The beast market wasn't very far from Lin Bai's place, just a short walk away. Soon, Lin Bai arrived at the market. By now, it was already afternoon. The market could hardly be called lively. With only a sparse scattering of people, almost no one came by. At this point in time, the good stuff had already been picked over in the morning and early afternoon. The rest are just scraps. Selling at low prices and clearing stock at a loss are very common practices. The fish are all dead. The vegetables aren't fresh either. All wilted and limp. Ugh, all these are just piles of junk materials. Someone is even selling lymph meat. That's utterly inhumane. Lin Bai scanned through the lines rapidly with a single glance. Absolutely speechless. It seems he arrived a bit late. Wow, Lin Bai, you're here. A clear and sweet girl's voice rang out. Lin Bai turned his head. Beside him was a pure and adorable young girl. Her skin was delicate, and her features were exquisite. Wearing a white long dress, she smiled and greeted him. Lin Bai knew this girl. Her name is Han Shui, his neighbor, who attends the same school but is in a different class. The two are very familiar with each other. Ha, you've awakened your original spirit beast. What's inside? Let me see. Han Shui noticed the cage Lin Bai was carrying. In this world, an original spirit beast emits a life aura identical to its master, making it easily distinguishable. This thing is very dangerous. Lin Bai glanced at the cage covered with a cloth, too embarrassed to lift it. Although this thing is a primordial beast, but in appearance, it's just a baby chipmunk. In terms of looks, it's really not intimidating at all. However, Han Shui acted swiftly. She had already lifted the cloth covering the cage. She saw the chipmunk inside the cage, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This is a chipmunk? So cute." Ahem. Lin Bai coughed lightly twice and said with a serious expression, "This isn't a chipmunk. It's a primordial chaos beast. Extremely ferocious. Believe it or not, it could swallow you whole in one bite." Han Shui looked at the chipmunk, which wasn't even as big as her fingertip. For a moment, there was a brief silence. She didn't know what else to say. Awakening such an original spirit beast means the path of a beastmaster is already ruined. After hesitating for a long time, Han Shui comforted him. "You're quite optimistic. Actually, not being able to become a beastmaster isn't a big deal. If you ever run into trouble, I'll protect you. This really is the primordial chaos beast." Lin Bai dangled the cage and gave it a shake. He said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "These days, why doesn't anyone believe the truth? Fine then, let's just call it the primordial beast. Can I hug your chaos beast? It's so adorable." Han Shui rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I don't mind letting you play with it for a while." Lin Bai handed the cage to Han Shui. "Thank you." Han Shui carefully took the cage. "There's no need to be so careful." Lin Bai was speechless. Although this thing looked like a baby chipmunk, its divine-level bloodline was no joke. Whether it was strength or speed, it was far stronger than Lin Bai at the moment. "It just looks weak on the outside." "Ha ha ha, Truly a bizarre tale under heaven. A mere chipmunk dares to call itself a primordial beast. Lin Bai, have you suffered too much shock and gone mad? A convertible sports car pulled over by the roadside. A young man sat in the passenger seat, chin raised and nostrils flaring, mocking Lin Bai, a look of schadenfreude on his face. Lu Kai? Lin Bai frowned. It was actually that detestable guy, relying on his family's wealth. He loved acting recklessly and often bullied other students. However, Lin Bai didn't back down at all. He stepped forward, grabbed Lu Kai by the collar, and yanked him straight off the car. Lifting Lu Kai up with one hand, he said fiercely, "Lu Kai, are you blind? Only know how to look down on people? Lin Bai, you. Lu Kai's eyes suddenly became much clearer. His calves were trembling. He had been beaten by Lin Bai more than once, secretly cursing himself for being so foolish. Why the sarcastic mouth? Provoking Lin Bai? What you? Seeing that I awakened a chipmunk. Bah, a primordial beast. Are you gloating?" Lin Bai grabbed Lu Kai by the collar, narrowing his eyes slightly. "And no, I wouldn't dare." Lu Kai instantly backed down. Among the entire school, no other student dared to hit him, but Lin Bai was truly willing to beat him up. Only Lin Bai's beatings were real, each time landing him in the hospital for days. The barefooted ones aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. Lin Bai was all alone, an orphan who grew up on federal subsidies. Compensation or whatnot doesn't exist. No money, just my life. Lin Bai was as poor as a church mouse. How could he possibly afford the medical expenses? "If you don't dare, then scram." What bad luck. A perfectly good day ruined the moment I saw you. Ugh. Lin Bai threw Lu Kai into the car, feeling it was bad luck. "Lin Bai, just you wait. Once I awaken my original spirit beast, I'll definitely take you down." The moment Lu Kai got into the car, he instantly came back to life. He threw out a couple of threats, stepped on the gas, and tried to flee. Crash. The sports car hit a streetlight and was totaled on the spot. Damn it, what bad luck. Lu Kai cursed under his breath, not even caring about the car anymore as he jumped out and fled in a panic, terrified of getting beaten up again. Put. Han Shui, holding the cage, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What's wrong?" Lin Bai was somewhat surprised and couldn't figure out why Han Shui was so cheerful. "It's nothing. It's just the first time I've seen that bastard Lu Kai in such a sorry state." Han Shui shook her head, her expression turning serious as she said with concern, "Lin Bai, you need to be careful. After Lu Kai awakens his original spirit beast, he will definitely seek revenge on you." "It's fine. I'm not afraid." Lin Bai didn't care at all. With his chaos beast in hand, all he needed was to nurture it. Someone like Lu Kai was nothing. After glancing around, Lin Bai sighed and muttered, "Forget it, nothing's fresh. I'll just buy a couple of dead fish to make do." "Ha? You're going to feed the chipmunk dead fish?" "No, it'll die." Han Shui pouted, and with a flick of her hand, a small pouch appeared in her grasp. She handed the bag to Lin Bai and said, "These are some ingredients I bought for feeding spirit beasts. Give them to the chipmunk." "What is this? Mutant king crab? You're feeding this to a spirit beast?" Lin Bai gasped in shock. This small packet cost over 1,000, equivalent to a month's worth of his food expenses. "Alright, take it to feed your spirit beast. Once you earn some money, you can just pay me back." Han Shui returned the chipmunk to Lin Bai, waved her hand, and said, "I'll take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to." Thank you." Lin Bai kept this favor in mind. He was well aware that this portion of mutated king crab meat was specially prepared for him by Han Shui. Chapter 3, Ancient Aberration. The world isn't that coincidental. Just happened to meet Han Shui at the beast market. In Han Shui's hand was a fresh piece of mutated king crab flesh. This mutated king crab meat was clearly a little gift prepared by Han Shui for him. Afraid he might feel awkward, just finding an excuse to give it to him. "Alright, the ingredients are now in hand. It's time to go back." Lin Bai returned to his residence with the chipmunk. He cut off a small piece of mutated king crab meat and tossed it to the chipmunk. The piece was about the same size as the chipmunk itself. It should theoretically be about right. Snap! The chipmunk's head instantly enlarged, swallowing the chunk of flesh that was about the same size as itself in one gulp. And then, that was it. The little creature stared at Lin Bai with eager eyes, waiting for him to continue feeding it. "So fierce?" Lin Bai was startled but overjoyed. It seems, this primordial chaos beast is even more outrageous than he had imagined. In the end, Lin Bai placed a whole piece of mutated king crab meat weighing 2 to 3 kilograms in front of the chipmunk, curious to see just how much it could eat. Boom! The chipmunk's head swelled up once more. It grew to the size of a basketball and swallowed the 2 to 3 kilograms of mutated king crab meat in one gulp. TSK. Lin Bai immediately gasped in shock. This chunk of flesh was at least 100 times the weight of this chipmunk. Is this thing a bottomless pit inside? However, after devouring a mutated king crab, the chipmunk was finally full. It curled up into a ball and fell fast asleep. making it hard to associate this little creature with the one that swallowed several kilograms of monster in one gulp. Ding dong. At that moment, a pop-up window appeared. Host, Lin Bai. Level, 0. Bloodline, human. Talent, infinite cultivation. Original spirit beast, primordial chaos beast. Evolution points, 1 out of 100. Primordial beast. Level, 0. Evolution points required for level up, 100. Primordial beast, 100 evolution points. Lin Bai stroked his chin. Based on the calculation that 2 kilograms of mutated king crab flesh yields 1 evolution point, to cultivate this little creature to level 1, it would require 200 kilograms of mutated king crab flesh, costing roughly over 100,000 TSK. This consumption is quite terrifying. Where am I supposed to get over 100,000 federal dollars? Lin Bai took a sharp breath and rubbed his temples, somewhat amused and exasperated. To be fair, the resources consumed by the primordial beast aren't much, just the equivalent of a first-tier spirit beast's meal. But for him right now, it truly is an astronomical figure. Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's sleep first, we'll figure out the money issue tomorrow. Lin Bai stretched lazily. He was quite open-minded about it after all. He had plenty of time. Just take your time to figure it out. Time flies by in a flash. The next day, Lin Bai rode his small electric scooter to Jinwu High School. People were coming and going all around. They are all a group of young people. In this world, after the Great Cataclysm, only a few super federations remain, united to fight against the ferocious beasts, to sustain human civilization. Meanwhile, education has completely shifted from traditional culture to martial arts. All newborns are eligible for free martial arts education. Among them, those with exceptional potential will receive focused training from the Federation. Hey, Lin Bai, you're here so early? A young man ran over and greeted warmly. Chen Hu, did you eat some miracle grow or something? Lin Bai looked up at Chen Hu in shock. To be honest, Lin Bai himself was 1.78 meters tall, which wasn't particularly short. However, Chen Hu stood nearly 1.95 meters tall, a full 20 centimeters taller than his peers, and after just one summer vacation, this guy had shot up to around 2 meters. He towered over normal people by 2 heads. His physique was excessively robust, with arms thicker than an average person's thighs. I've awakened my original spirit beast and suddenly grew taller. Chen Hu curled his lips in disdain. With a wave of his hand, a black kitten appeared in his palm, fluffy and very cute. Wow, my original spirit beast is the primordial chaos beast, and yours is a cat? It's just, why are this thing's legs so short? Lin Bai stroked his chin, looking somewhat puzzled. Get lost. This is a royal level beast cub, the black fiend tiger. Its evolutionary potential is at least royal level. Let me tell you, among the entire school, my original beast can easily rank in the top 50. Chen Hu was acting quite smug, constantly showing off king-tier quality. Lin Bai was somewhat surprised. In the Federation, the grades of spirit beasts are generally classified as low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, top-tier, and above that, there are king-tier spirit beasts. King-level spirit beasts are extremely rare. Chen Hu's estimate of top 50 was actually quite conservative. Breaking into the top 10, or even the top 5, wouldn't be a problem. No wonder Chen Hu is showing off like this. By the way, Lin Bai, take out the primordial beast and let's have a look. Chen Hu reached out and poked Lin Bai. He was very curious, daring to call it the primordial beast. It must not be an ordinary tamed beast. Lin Bai pulled out the sleeping chipmunk from his pocket, placed it in the palm of his hand. This thing is a chipmunk? Chen Hu's face stiffened, falling into momentary silence. The Beastmaster system heavily depends on the innate strength of one's original spirit beast. If it's something like a chipmunk, then the growth limit in the future, just an adult version of a chipmunk. That's all. 0-level Beastmaster range, good for nothing but being a pet. This is a primordial beast. Lin Bai felt somewhat helpless. He looked at the sleeping chipmunk in his hand, no bigger than the tip of a finger. This thing, whatever, better not explain it. Alright, let's call it the primordial beast then. Chen Hu patted Lin Bai's shoulder and said earnestly, don't worry, bro, from now on, if anyone dares to bully you, we'll beat them up together. Ahem, we're civilized people, let's not fight. Lin Bai coughed lightly. He spoke up to correct. Roar roar. At this moment, the black fiend tiger cub let out a low growl, trembling all over. Its eyes were fixed intently on the chipmunk in Lin Bai's hand. It seemed utterly terrified. What's going on? Chen Hu was somewhat surprised. He lifted the black fiend tiger and muttered, could it be hungry? Oh, it's nothing. Maybe it's afraid of the primordial beast in my hand. Lin Bai coughed lightly. Put the chaos beast back in the pocket. I feel like Xiao Hei wants to eat your chaos beast. But, why is this thing scared? Chen Hu muttered. He was also puzzled. not knowing why his original spirit beast was feeling fear. Stop overthinking it. Let's go. Lin Bai kicked Chen Hu and said, today is the day for class reassignment. All classes with awakened spirit beasts will be redistributed. Oh, seeing this, Chen Hu put away his black-themed tiger cub, followed Lin Bai to a square. By now, the square was already packed with a huge crowd. Chapter 4, Martial artists are also powerful. Most beast masters awaken their original spirit beasts around the age of 18. Once the original spirit beast is awakened, they are then assigned to classes based on their aptitude and innate potential. The strongest batch will enter the elite class, receiving the best resources for cultivation. As for those with trash tier talent, they will be thrown into the worst class. After muddling through for 2 or 3 years, they will graduate, and then have nothing to do with the school. Most people whose original spirit beasts don't meet the standards, they leave directly and enter society 2 or 3 years early. They won't idle away their time at school, wasting their days. Munch munch. At this moment, Lin Bai was eating fried dough sticks and drinking soy milk, eating breakfast while standing in line. You sure aren't in a hurry. Han Shui arrived at this moment as well. Seeing Lin Bai's carefree expression, they were instantly speechless. She muttered, that chaos beast of yours. Never mind. Don't worry. I have a way. Beside them, Chen Hu grinned and said cheerfully, leave it to me. You? Han Shui was taken aback, somewhat surprised. That's right. Chen Hu took out his black-themed tiger cub and waved it in front of Han Shui. Hiss. King Tier. Han Shui immediately gasped, finally understanding what Chen Hu's plan was. Hey, Lin Bai, you're dead today. At that moment, Lu Kai appeared out of nowhere. Behind him followed 7 or 8 lackeys. All were hoodlums, their heads dyed in multicolored hair. 7 or 8 people somehow managed to combine over a dozen different colors, clutching a beast resembling a duck in his arms. He snarled, this is a high-grade beast, the Blackfeather Crow. This time, I will definitely get into the elite class, then become a first-tier beast master in the shortest time possible. And then, you're dead. Oh, the privilege to kill as a first-tier beast master? Is that all you aspire to? Lin Bai crossed his arms, his face full of disdain. That's right, as long as I become a first-level beast tamer. If you dare provoke me, I can kill you and at most just pay compensation. Ha ha ha. Scared now, aren't you? Kneel and apologize now, and there might still be time. Lu Kai felt a surge of triumphant satisfaction at this moment. After being beaten up by Lin Bai so many times, today he finally got his revenge. This guy is simply scum. Lin Bai, he's just trying to intimidate you. Killing as a first-level beastmaster is also a serious crime. Han Shui frowned slightly. I know. Lin Bai stepped forward and threw a punch directly. Bang! This punch landed squarely on Lu Kai's face. Lu Kai felt as if he had been hit by a train. His entire body was sent flying sideways, rolled on the ground several times, continuously convulsing. Half of his face was swollen. The person was completely dazed from the beating. The other underlings stepped back 2 paces, startled, and began trembling as well. Lin Bai didn't just beat up Lu Kai, he also beat them up. Lu Kai, if you want to take me down, come anytime. I'm ready anytime. Lin Bai spoke in a flat tone, looking at Lu Kai with disdain. He didn't take Lu Kai seriously at all. A wise man knows when to retreat. Let's go. Lu Kai felt that staying here any longer would result in another beating from Lin Bai. He turned around and left. Bro, you've offended this scumbag. Things will get tough for you in the future. A cold glint flashed in Chen Hu's eyes as he spoke. How about I take him out? Enough. It's not worth risking yourself over such trash. Lin Bai gave Chen Hu a light punch and said, let's go. It's our turn. Next up, Lin Bai, bring out your original spirit beast. The teacher in charge of the test had an expressionless face, looking utterly exhausted. However, when he saw the primordial beast in Lin Bai's hand, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. After a long silence, he finally managed to utter a sentence. It's been a long time since I've seen such a top-tier spirit beast. What's its name? Lin Bai had anticipated this. He shrugged and replied, Primordial Beast. Primordial Beast? That's quite an imposing name. The test instructor couldn't hold back his reaction. He said bluntly, you're not cut out to be a beastmaster. Consider other paths, like martial arts. After awakening your origin, your physique will undergo a marrow-cleansing transformation. Perhaps, you might even become a martial arts genius. Hey, don't throw trash over here. The martial arts teacher nearby rolled his eyes, clearly looking down on Lin Bai. Hearing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh, said with great disdain, martial arts? I have no interest in that trash. No interest. I want to be a beast tamer. Kid, watch your mouth. The martial arts instructor nearby wasn't happy. He sprang to his feet angrily and said, we martial artists aren't like those beast masters who only rely on their pets. At the peak of cultivation, no matter what beast you have, we can cut it down with a single strike. In today's world, the The strongest martial god can even withstand a nuclear bomb with his bare body, standing unscathed at the epicenter of the explosion. Even the most powerful beastmaster wouldn't dare show the slightest disrespect in front of the martial god. And you dare look down on martial arts? What the hell is this? The beastmaster in charge of testing was even more displeased. He glared at the martial arts instructor nearby and shouted angrily, "Are martial artists so impressive? Come on, let's spar and see if you can beat my tamed beast. You think I'm afraid of you?" The martial arts instructor nearby also grew furious. The two locked eyes, assuming a stance ready to spar. Lin Bai was speechless at this moment. After the Great Cataclysm, two systems emerged. One was the Beastmasters, who controlled ferocious beasts in battle, and the other was the warriors, who absorbed primal energy to strengthen themselves. In the eyes of warriors, Beastmasters are such fragile beings. Without their beasts, they could be killed with a single slash. Meanwhile, Beastmasters view warriors as those who must engage in life-and-death battles with beasts, far less safe than staying in the rear. The two systems have always looked down on each other, up until now. Whenever the topic of which system is superior comes up, it always ends in chaos. It might even lead to a fight. Now, it seems he unintentionally started a fight. What's going on? Two teachers got into a fight in front of a group of students. How disgraceful. Do they still want their year-end bonuses and performance bonuses? A middle-aged man walked over. His expression turned serious. The two teachers instantly backed down, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. They quickly said, "Vice Principal, we didn't throw a punch. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I feel that martial artists are very strong, charging into battle, fearless and unmatched. Beast masters are not bad either, strategizing and deciding victory from 1,000 miles away." The two teachers were mutually flattering each other. The previous tension had completely dissipated. Clearly, performance bonuses pack quite a punch. That's more like it. The vice principal didn't press the matter further. He casually glanced at Lin Bai and said, "Lin Bai, there's no need for you to be a beast tamer with that rat of yours. Just leave the school and find a job." Your physique. The vice principal couldn't help but blurt out a curse. His face was filled with astonishment. Chapter 5, Innate Martial Saint Body. What's wrong? The martial arts instructor nearby was stunned and instinctively glanced at Lin Bai, then blurted out a curse. Damn. This can't be possible, right? What's going on? An innate martial arts sacred physique? The same constitution as that martial god? Damn. I must have had too much fake alcohol? This is too ridiculous. For a moment, the martial arts teacher was dumbfounded. It felt like questioning the meaning of life. TSK. The vice principal pinched his thigh hard. A sharp pain surged through him. After confirming it wasn't an illusion, he looked at Lin Bai, rubbed his hands together, and said kindly, "Lin Bai, you're not cut out to be a beastmaster. How about switching to become a martial artist instead?" "But I want to be a beast tamer." Lin Bai spread his hands, his tone extremely sincere. The hybrid beast in his hands needed nurturing, and without the identity of a beast tamer, he wouldn't have access to certain classified materials, as well as systematically learning the knowledge of a beast tamer. It will be troublesome to obtain it in the future. Being a beast tamer is no different from having children with a man. You don't have the ability, you know? The martial arts teacher nearby got anxious. He stepped forward, grabbed Lin Bai's shoulders, and said loudly, "With your talent, even slacking off could get you close to the level of a martial god. You'd be second only to the top martial god. By then, capturing a bunch of king or emperor level spirit beasts and raising them for fun would be a piece of cake. Why bother being a beast tamer?" "But I still want to be a beast tamer." Lin Bai shrugged, his attitude resolute. But the martial arts teacher was very unwilling, still wanted to persuade. "Forget it, Lin Bai can practice both systems together." The vice principal proposed a solution. "Two systems? That can't be possible. Martial artists inherently plunder the essence of their original spirit beasts. The stronger they become, the weaker their original spirit beasts grow. The two systems are fundamentally incompatible. I think I finally understand why this kid's original spirit beast is so weak. Turns out, all its essence has been siphoned off by him. The original spirit beast is naturally pathetically weak." The martial arts teacher's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Exactly. His feeble original spirit beast couldn't possibly compete with him for the origin. Or rather, it simply couldn't seize it at all. As long as he practices martial arts, that little mouse can only be a pet at best. The vice principal patted Lin Bai on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Alright, Lin Bai, you can become a beast tamer, and you'll be assigned to the elite class. In exchange, you need to practice martial arts." "No problem." The corners of Lin Bai's mouth curled slightly, and he did not refuse, because the vice principal's analysis seemed reasonable, but in reality, it was wrong. The most terrifying aspect of the primordial beast is not its combat power, but rather, its infinite source energy. The reason he possesses the innate martial saint body is also because the primordial beast replenished him with vast amounts of source energy. It transformed him completely, elevating his talent to a terrifying level. He practiced martial arts without the usual drawbacks of competing with his original spirit beast for primal energy. In other words, he could walk two paths simultaneously, with no interference between them. Of course, Lin Bai wouldn't say these words to the vice principal. He planned to keep the Chaos Beast as his trump card, to give those who underestimated the Chaos Beast a big surprise. Ha ha ha, Lin Bai, I always knew you were a genius. Chen Hu was very excited. He raised his hand and patted Lin Bai on the shoulder. Your spirit beast, an ancient variant, the Black Fiend Tiger, quality, Peak King tier. You'll also join the elite class for focused training. The vice principal gasped, feeling a toothache coming on. Are royal tier spirit beasts really that common these days? Yes, thank you, principal. Chen Hu grinned and said cheerfully, Lin Bai, looks like we're in the same class now. Wait a moment, vice principal, I have a request. Lin Bai looked at the vice principal, as if remembering something. Speak freely. The vice principal was in a rather good mood at the moment. Lin Bai pointed to Han Shui beside him and said with a serious, earnest expression, I want Han Shui to join the elite class together. Han Shui beside him froze, her pupils slightly contracting. Elite class. This is no ordinary class. It receives massive resources from the entire school for cultivation, along with the best teachers imparting knowledge. Even a pig could soar straight to the top here. It's just that exaggerated. Her, a mid-level origin beastmaster. Probably not. The academy has rules. The vice principal frowned slightly, looking somewhat troubled. Rules? Then forget it. Chen Hu, let's go. We'll check out other schools. Lin Bai turned around and pulled Chen Hu to leave. Wait. Cold sweat covered the vice principal's forehead. If the school board found out he let go of an innate martial arts prodigy, plus a future king-level beast tamer, then it would be time for him to graduate. No, he might even end up in a coffin, never having to worry about unemployment again in this lifetime. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he said earnestly, I agree. Han Shui can join the elite class. That's more like it. I knew you were a reasonable person. Vice principal. Lin Bai grinned, turned to Han Shui and winked, saying cheerfully, now we're classmates. Thank you. Han Shui was deeply moved in her heart. The spots in Jinwu High School's elite class are invaluable, aside from getting in through sheer talent. At the very least, one must donate 10 billion to Jinwu Academy. Just managed to get an audit qualification, but Lin Bai directly pulled her in. One could say, it's quite generous. Hey, what's our relationship? Saying thank you is too formal. Lin Bai shrugged and said with a smile, it was just a small favor. Han Shui nodded. Ahem. The vice principal turned his head and said, alright, classes officially start tomorrow, don't be late. I understand, principal. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief. If he could get into the elite class, at the very least, the Chaos Beast's food supply would be guaranteed. Time flew by in a flash. The news of the birth of the innate martial arts saint body shocked the entire True Martial Academy, and just a few hours later, inside the board meeting room of the True Martial Academy, all of you, get out of the way. I'm definitely taking Lin Bai as my disciple. Get lost. Lin Bai is definitely going to be my disciple. Since no one can convince the other, let's settle it with a fight. That's right. Let's throw down. Bring it on. In literature, there's no absolute first. In martial arts, no second, so it's only natural for the strongest to take Lin Bai as their disciple. A group of elderly martial arts practitioners were arguing fiercely, their faces red and necks thick with tension. Many rolled up their sleeves, ready to settle things with their fists. At this moment, the vice principal sat stiffly like a young girl, legs pressed together, sweating profusely on his forehead. Every old man in front of me is a martial king. A full-force strike could shatter a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier. Extremely terrifying. If a real fight breaks out, half the city might be destroyed. Where's that old geezer of a principal? Come over and break up the fight. As the vice principal, he really can't control the situation. Chapter 6, The Martial God's Phone Call. Silence. You're all over 100 years old, yet you still fight at the drop of a hat, acting like children. Everyone, sit down properly now. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in, moving with the majesty of a dragon and the vigor of a tiger, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Quite imposing. Principal, you finally arrived. The vice principal was immediately overjoyed. This principal, Long Jian, is the strongest beast master in the entire school, possessing peak king-level strength. Extremely terrifying. At this moment, most of the old men in the group fell silent. A small portion, however, remained unafraid, still unyielding. He spoke up, Long Jian, this matter is none of your concern. When it comes to taking disciples, it's not your place to interfere. But, Lin Bai is my student. This matter, I really must intervene. Long Jian stood with his hands behind his back, not giving an inch. Wait, why is a beastmaster like you joining in the fun? Exactly. Lin Bai's beastmaster talent isn't even that great. The old men were quite puzzled, absolutely speechless. Seeing this, Long Jian smiled and explained, Professors, you've misunderstood. I have no interest in taking disciples. What I mean is, you might not be able to take any disciples either. Why? On what grounds? Who dares to steal a disciple from me? I'll fight them to the death. Exactly. Long Jian. Who is that person? Just watch me smash their head in. Damn it, can't take this anymore. A group of old men with fiery tempers. They're all martial artists who've been through many life and death battles. They'd start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Not afraid at all. I told you, that person, you can't afford to provoke him. Principal Long Jian shrugged helplessly and said, that person is none other than the current martial god. He called me and told me to keep the person here. If any of you want to challenge him, go ahead, I won't stop you. Ahem. So it's the martial god himself. Then it's no big deal. Which bastard leaked the news? Who knows? But don't let me find out who leaked the information. A group of old men were very frustrated. A born martial arts prodigy. Throughout the ages, it is almost the most powerful constitution. Achievements are limitless. Becoming such a person's master would undoubtedly leave a profound mark in history. Is the martial god impressive? Hey, I am the martial god's master. And now, their chance to show off has been taken away by the martial god. No one dares to take Lin Bai as a disciple anymore. Just kidding. Which martial god has a fiery temper and is truly not to be trifled with? Alright, since that's the case, let's all calm down. Although you can't take disciples, however, you can still pass on martial arts teachings. Get familiar early, and the future benefits will be endless. Long Jian curled his lips and turned to leave. The other old men's eyes lit up. That's right, getting familiar with each other isn't a bad idea either. Immediately, they all vanished from the spot, preparing some welcome gifts. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Lin Bai, carrying the Chaos Beast, arrived at school with a heavy heart. This Chaos Beast is way too gluttonous. It devoured a full 3,000 gene of mutated king crab flesh in one night. Every last bit of Lin Bai's savings could barely cover its appetite for a single day. TSK, I'm so poor, still need to find a way to make money. Can't just sit and eat through my savings. Lin Bai muttered to himself. Arriving in the classroom, Chen Hu and Han Shui had already arrived by then. Among them, Chen Hu's original spirit beast had grown significantly larger. From the size of a palm, it grew to a foot long. If yesterday it was still a short-legged cat, now there's a hint of the king of beasts about it. The crimson pupils give off an intensely dangerous vibe. Roar! The moment the black shadow tiger saw Lin Bai, its muscles tensed up in an instant. It sensed the aura of the primordial beast. It was extremely unwilling. What's going on? Chen Hu was even more confused. Can't understand why the black fiend tiger is so nervous. Squeak squeak squeak. At this moment, the primordial chaos beast was sleeping soundly but was startled awake by the black fiend tiger's roar. It jumped out of Lin Bai's pocket, walked towards the black fiend tiger, woke up in a very bad mood. Roar! The black fiend tiger was furious. A frenzied roar, yet the body slowly retreated. The primordial chaos beast took a step forward, and the black shadow tiger retreated step by step. The original roar. More like a threat that's strong on the outside but weak within. Squeak squeak squeak. The chaos beast grew even more furious. It stood up directly and waved its tiny, delicate mouse paws, assuming a posture ready to take action. Snap! The black fiend tiger instantly flattened itself on the table, unable to move a muscle, looking utterly terrified. Chen Hu, is your black fiend tiger a bit too timid? Han Shui carefully picked up the chipmunk, her expression odd as she said, even a little thing like this can scare it so much. Squeak squeak squeak. The primordial beast rolled its eyes, not wanting to deal with this human woman. He. This little thing can even roll its eyes. So cute. Han Shui became even more excited. Probably too young. After all, it's just a cub. Chen Hu was also somewhat puzzled. This black-striped tiger was quite aggressive. No one knew why it feared a mere chipmunk. At that moment, a teacher walked in. She was a stunning woman in her 30s, with a voluptuous figure and an alluring charm. For a group of young boys, the impact was overwhelming. The moment she entered, the boys couldn't take their eyes off her. Ahem. The beautiful teacher seemed unfazed, as if she was used to it, and calmly tapped the blackboard with her hand. Thud thud thud. Everyone, my name is Song Lan, your homeroom teacher, a 4th-level beast master. Those who can make it to this elite class are all top-tier geniuses, the future hope of the Federation. But, a genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. I hope everyone won't be arrogant. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. I will give you hellish training. I'll let you know what true hell really is. Hiss, demon mentor. Song Lan, it's actually this living king of hell. Below, a group of students looked at Song Lan and simultaneously gasped in shock. Most of those who could enter the elite class were far from being novices. Song Lan, the homeroom teacher known by the infamous title of Demon Instructor, was no stranger to him. In the hands of this person, it was truly a fate worse than death this time. He was really going to suffer. Silence. Song Lan's fingers lightly tapped on the table. She said indifferently, the grade of a beast is just a reference. The beastmaster themselves is also crucial. A cowardly beastmaster is useless even with the most talented spirit beast. Next, all of you will undergo an assessment. Last 5 minutes under my command. The difficulty is the same. Those who can endure it prove to be geniuses. Chapter 7, The Hell Instructor. What can't withstand the test doesn't deserve to be called ace talent. Get out of the ace class. I don't take in trash. The moment these words were spoken, the entire class erupted in uproar. Who is Song Lan? A 4th level beastmaster may not sound impressive, but it already places one in the upper middle echelons of beastmasters. For those who have just awakened their beast taming abilities a few days ago, it's a dimensional downgrade attack. After all, no matter how powerful an original spirit beast is, it's still a youngling that hasn't grown to its full potential. Just like a tiger cub, if it's just been born, being eaten by a rat would be perfectly normal. If Song Lan were to truly go all out, in the entire class, no one could last more than 5 minutes against her. Quiet. I've already said I'll control the intensity, so there's no need for you to worry about that. Song Lan remained calm. She turned and walked to the classroom door, then commanded the students inside. Don't just sit there dumbfounded. Follow me to the training ground. Those who don't come are assumed to lack the courage to take the test and will be eliminated by default. With that, Song Lan turned and left the classroom without looking back. The remaining students exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to follow. This demon instructor certainly has a unique personality. Lin Bai stroked his chin, somewhat surprised. Don't even mention personality or anything. Bro, we're screwed this time. That Song Lan is the principal's daughter. She can expel people just like that. If you can't pass the challenge, you'll really get kicked out of the class. Chen, who wore a bitter expression, looking deeply worried. It doesn't matter. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Come on, let's go over there. Lin Bai gave Chen Hu a light punch and turned to walk toward the training room. Soon, the group arrived at a massive hall. The walls all around were made of steel, and in the center stood a field of plum blossom stakes, with a deep pool of water beneath. No way, it's actually a plum blossom stake arena? This difficulty is on another level, hellish. This is outrageous. Chen Hu gasped in shock. This is life-threatening. Han Shui was also astonished and said, in such a scenario, the requirements for the Beastmaster are extremely high. After all, you can't just dodge randomly, it requires specific training. I have a feeling, this time, half of the people won't make it. Lin Bai rubbed his chin, looking puzzled. Bang! At that moment, Song Lan leaped onto the plum blossom stake. With a wave of her hand, a giant wolf clad in golden fur appeared midair. The massive wolf stood suspended in midair, all 4 paws off the ground, majestic and awe-inspiring. It let out a long howl, a woof. The howl of the wolf made many people turn pale and their scalps tingle. This one is my original spirit beast, the Wolverine. It's a 4th-tier creature, with claws capable of tearing through steel and easily destroying tanks. Its top speed can reach 600 kilometers per hour, making it extremely powerful. I will keep the Wolverine's strength at the level it was when it first awakened. If you can last for 5 minutes, consider it cleared. After speaking, Song Lan raised his hand and wiped. In an instant, Wolverine's body rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it was only 1 foot tall and 2 feet long. Looked so adorable. Hard to connect it with the terrifying beast from earlier. Wow, so cute. I really want to pick it up and play with it. Han Shui's eyes sparkled brightly. I think Teacher Song wouldn't agree. Lin Bai curled his lips, feeling that Han Shui's heart was unusually bold. Alright, who wants to challenge Wolverine first? Han Shui crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze sweeping over the group of geniuses. The crowd looked at each other, hesitant and uncertain. No one was willing to be the first to step forward. It would be a disadvantage, because the first person to step forward had no idea just how strong the juvenile Steelclaw wolf really was. Essentially, they were acting as a mine detector for those who followed. Only a little cutie would volunteer to go first. What? No one wants to be the first to step up? Then I'll just pick one randomly. Song Lan raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept across, and wherever it landed, many students lowered their heads one by one, afraid of being chosen by Song Lan. Only Lin Bai stood fearlessly against Song Lan, a stance completely devoid of fear. So it's this guy. Noticing Lin Bai, Song Lan's face revealed a look of surprise. Innate martial arts saintly body. Instead of practicing martial arts, he came to the elite Beastmaster class to become a Beastmaster. Rumor has it that his beast is incredibly powerful. It seems to be called the Primordial Chaos Beast. We can spar a bit. Thinking of this, Song Lan looked at Lin Bai and said, Lin Bai, it's your turn, come up. Lin Bai was speechless. However, he didn't say anything and strode forward fearlessly, walking towards the plum blossom stake. Is that Lin Bai? That freak with the innate martial arts holy body? Exactly. A martial arts genius who came to play as a beast tamer. You can't say that. It's said that his spirit beast, the Primordial Chaos Beast, is incredibly powerful. Really, Primordial Chaos Beast? That name sounds quite domineering. True, if his original spirit beast wasn't strong, he wouldn't have given up martial arts to become a beast tamer. Discussions erupted in a flurry. Most people just hear things through the grapevine and add their own imagination. The message has already been distorted beyond recognition. It's all severely distorted. Lin Bai ignored the people who were buzzing with discussion. He took a step forward, leaped directly onto the plum blossom stake, and said to Song Lan, Teacher Song, we can begin. Alright. Song Lan gave a slight nod and waved his hand. The alarm clock timer began counting down. She looked at Lin Bai and said, Lin Bai, release your chaos beast. I've heard it's incredibly powerful. Lin Bai froze, his expression turning peculiar. This teacher Song must have heard quite a few false rumors. However, he didn't deliberately hide it either. He pulled out the sleeping flower squirrel. Plop! The little thing flipped over in Lin Bai's hand. It looked like it was dead asleep. This is a primordial beast? A genius at naming. What a talent. I thought it was some terrifying primal spirit beast. How did this guy sneak into the elite class? The students below were speechless. Everyone felt the chipmunk in Lin Bai's hand was just too bizarre. Ahem. At this moment, Song Lan was utterly stunned into silence. She looked at the squirrel with an expression of speechlessness. After a long silence, she finally said, I've taught students for so many years and seen countless spirit beasts, but your squirrel is the most outrageous one I've ever encountered. Put it away. Don't accidentally kill it later. Then do I still need to continue the battle? Lin Bai looked at Song Lan and said earnestly, let me make this clear first. I won't give up. That's for sure. A beastmaster is inherently one with their primal spirit beast. As long as you can last 5 minutes against me. Chapter 8, The Humanoid Beast Lin Bai, even if you pass. Song Lan smiled faintly and suddenly waved his hand, saying, Go, Wolverine! Whoosh! Wolverine moved at an incredible speed, transforming into a golden blur in midair, charging straight towards Lin Bai. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 afterimages of Wolverine appeared across the entire arena. But in reality, there was only one. The remaining ones were merely illusions created by its incredible speed. Only Lin Bai remained extremely composed. He stood atop a wooden stake, his gaze tracking the movements of the Wolverine. Because of the primordial beast, Lin Bai's body underwent a transformation comparable to marrow cleansing and rebirth. Although Wolverine was fast, however, in Lin Bai's eyes, still as slow as a snail. However, Lin Bai didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. Keep a few trump cards hidden. At a critical moment, they might just save his life. Bang! Wolverine moved at lightning speed, exerting sudden force. With a single leap, he pounced towards Lin Bai. Whoosh! Lindbergh slightly sidestepped and dodged Wolverine's attack. At the same time, he raised his hand and lifted the Wolverine by the skin on the back of its neck with one hand. Ow! This Wolverine instantly did not have the slightest ability to resist. It was honestly grasped in Lin Bai's hands. Teacher Song, it looks like I caught your Imperial Beast. Lindbergh grabbed Wolverine and shook him. I know, you kid, are simply a ferocious beast in human form. Song Lan instantly had a black line on her face, but at the same time, she felt extremely shocked. This nerve reaction speed of Lin Bai was too amazing. In addition, the power is incredible. Mind you, Wolverine's power is equally terrifying. If there's not enough power, even if they were to lower their power and suppress it to a juvenile Wolverine, there was absolutely no way for the average person to lift the entire Imperial Beast with one hand on the back of his neck. So I'm considered over the hill? Well, test passed. Song Lan nodded, then said, release my Imperial Beast, or else, I'll have to lift the restriction. Oh, Lin Bai immediately let go of Golden Wolf. Boom! In just an instant, Wolverine returned to his original 2-story tall, like a heavy truck size. It lowered its head and stuck out its tongue, licked Lindbergh in a rather friendly gesture. Oh oi, come back, I'm the one who owns you. Song Lan's face darkened and he hastily summoned Wolverine back, resuppressed to the juvenile Imperial Beast state, and then said, alright, Lin Bai is the first to pass. Who wants to come up in the second? When these words came out, the scene was silent. Forget it, I'll do it. Song Lan didn't make a fuss either. Raising her hand and pointing at a teenager, she spoke, it's you, come up here. Me? The teenager was startled. He also had to walk to the ring with a bitter face. Release your own origin Imperial Beast. Sasha. This teenager's origin Imperial Beast was a black vine with countless fine poisonous thorns above it. Extremely menacing. If you are not careful, you can die if you are poisoned. Black Knight Poisonous Thorn Vine. It's okay. Song Lan nodded slightly. She snapped her fingers, and without saying a word, she catalyzed Wolverine and launched a direct attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wolverine is extremely fast, leaving a trail of stumps in its place. Block me. The teenager was startled and immediately urged the Black Knight Poisonous Thorn Vine in his hand to extend thousands of branches, forming a network that surrounded himself. Form a defensive stance. Too little real-world experience. The narrow way is the way to go. When you go all out on defense and give up on offense, you've already lost. Song Lan shook his head. Stab. Above the wide wolf paws of Wolverine's forelimbs, 5 sharp energy claws extended out. A few light scratches. The Black Knight Poisonous Thorn Vine in front of them was directly torn apart, revealing a giant opening. Wolverine didn't hesitate for a second. Breaking through the Black Knight Poisonous Thorn Vine, he came to that teenager and opened his mouth to bite that teenager. Throw it hard. Bang! That teenager was thrown straight out. It landed heavily in the middle of the pool. It lasted 40 seconds, too weak to pass. Song Lan was indifferent and announced the result directly. At this moment, a group of freshmen finally came back to their senses. The way Lin Bai grabbed Wolverine just now seemed simple, but in reality, it was not at all something that an ordinary person could achieve. Most people would actually be like this one teenager, unable to fight back. He was blown away and eliminated straight away. Next, Song Lan didn't hesitate and called up a freshman again. Beginning of the appraisal. This freshman had obviously gone through a period of special training and had much stronger combat experience. Keep pulling away and stalling. In the end, it was a hard delay of 5 whole minutes. The rest of the students, more than anything else, followed suit. What's more, the 8 immortals began to show off their skills. An afternoon passes. Almost half of the entire faculty was eliminated. Next, Tiger Chen. Song Lan's gaze fell on Shen Hu. If anything, Lindbergh was beyond the upper limit of the entire city and wasn't in the same dimension as ordinary people. Chen Hu is the strongest newcomer in this session. There isn't one. An adult body Black Fury Tiger at the peak of the King grade was almost close to an Imperial Royal Beast just in terms of strength. Even in its juvenile form, it was an existence that crushed Wolverine. However, Song Lan has tons of combat experience. But I'm not afraid. Ow! Wolverine was the first to attack, charging towards the Black Fury Tiger. Ow! The Black Fury Tiger let out a roar. Without dodging, he opened his mouth and bit towards Wolverine. Strength and speed are both far above Wolverine's. It's just that Wolverine is so experienced in dry humping, easily dodging the Black Fiend Tiger's attack. He opened his mouth and directly bit the Black Fiend Tiger's neck and threw it with force, to throw the Black Fury Tiger off. Right at this moment, black lines emerged above the surface of the Black Fiend Tiger's body. Its torso shook, easily dodging the strikes from Wolverine and biting back. Toward Wolverine's neck he bit. This is a favorite feline lockjaw. Once bitten in the throat, a lethal part of the body, the juvenile form of Wolverine is completely powerless of breaking free of this bondage. Whoosh! As soon as Wolverine saw that Black Fury Tiger was going to counterattack, without saying a word, he withdrew his attack and turned to run. Ka-ching! The Black Fury Tiger's attack fell short. It waited with its eyes, dead set on Wolverine, looking for its next opportunity to attack. Worthy of being an ancient fae, this talent is truly amazing. Song Lan looked at Chen Hu's Black Fury Tiger. It's shocking. Apart from Lin Bai, the humanoid beast, there was only one other Imperial beast that could suppress Wolverine. A force of 10. The experience pulling crotch doesn't work, and the attacks mostly fall short, but it can be brutally dominant, because the same young beasts that had just awakened. The rank of the King's Pen was far stronger than that of a top-grade Imperial beast like the Wolverine. The two are not in the same class of existence. Chapter 9, An Unreasonable Talent. Boom! Wolverine and Black Fury Tiger went back and forth, tangling for most of the day. 5 minutes passed. No one can help anyone. Phew! Chun Hu, you passed. Song Lan looked at Chun Hu with a satisfied smile on his face. Ha ha! Chun Hu was happy and let loose with a big smile. This Black Fury Tiger surprised him so much that he directly stalemated with Wolverine for 5 minutes. It doesn't even fall short. It's really amazing. Time rushes by. Another couple hours passed and the whole test was over. Most of the students were eliminated. Throw out the ace class. The rest of the students, that is, 50 or so, the elimination rate, so to speak, is quite staggering. Well, that's it for today. Next, is the cultivation of the Imperial Beasts. Song Lan swept his gaze around. Her face was serious and she said earnestly, all of you listen to me. The origin Imperial Beasts everyone knows. All remember the origin Imperial Beasts. It is related to the upper limit of your growth in the future, what heights you can reach. Therefore, at the very beginning, it is necessary to cultivate carefully and lay a good foundation. The information on cultivating imperial beasts is in your desk drawers. Go through it yourselves. Let's watch it first. Get out of school. And if you don't understand anything, ask me tomorrow. As the words fell, the remaining students were stunned. This is the end of school? Mind you, it's also 2 or 3 p.m. time. It was far from time for school to end. Kind of. Is it for students to learn and progress themselves? After all, the master leads the way, and the teacher is just laying the foundation. The road ahead is still yours. A hint of realization rose in Lin Bai's heart. He picked up the material in the middle of the drawer and casually glanced through it twice. The tops are all very basic, almost sort of a common sense range. There's nothing to say. Lindbergh, come with me, the principal is looking for you. Son Lan's voice rang out. Oh, Lindbergh put down his textbook. Rather, he didn't say anything. He had guessed that the principal would definitely be looking for him. Immediately followed Song Lan, coming above a huge martial arts arena. On top of the martial arts field, there are a dozen old men standing, each with a pale appearance and white hair, but spirited, eyes gleaming, as sharp as a hawk. Lindbergh just arrived. There were cries of alarm. Asterisk 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 asterisk, he damn well really is an innate martial arts Dao Saint body. Holy crap, first time I've seen that in all my years of living. You can only watch, you can't apprentice, and it's a real firecracker. Don't mention it. If this brat can become my disciple, I can even laugh in the grave. A bunch of old men were excited. However, it didn't dare to take Lin Bai as a disciple. After all, it had already been internalized by the martial god. Lindbergh, you're here. Principal Long Jian revealed a smile. He spoke. Remember the agreement between you and the vice principal. There is still a need to practice martial arts. Aha! Lin Bai nodded and replied. I don't know anything about martial arts. I don't know where to start. It's simple. An old man stood out, and he said with a smile, the martial path of a martial artist is about refining the energy between heaven and earth and converting it into one's own true chi. And in this process one needs to visualize. After saying that, a three-dimensional holographic projection appeared in the old man's hand. In the middle of the projection was a strange lotus flower. Above the lotus flower, there were countless strange patterns that looked amazing. This lotus, Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly, feeling a roar in his head. An esoteric feeling struck. Trance. Lin Bai seemed to see that above this lotus flower stood a small golden-colored man. Within the villain's body, 12 meridians were intertwined with each other. It's running according to some strange law. Boom! The villain suddenly moved, performing a set of punches that, in a trance, seemed to carry some special rules and rhythms. Boom! It seems to be some kind of instinct. Lin Bai subconsciously followed that villain's actions and began to imitate that set of punches. Just for a moment, the surrounding heaven and earth yuan chi was as if it had materialized, accompanied by Lindbergh's movements. Thunderous sounds erupted and surged into Lin Bai's body, being refined into true chi. Woj, that's not scientific. The old man who had released the lotus projection was dumbfounded at the moment, couldn't help but burst out. The rest of the group of old men, at this moment, each one of them was also jaw-dropped, calling out outrageous. Just by looking at it, you were able to comprehend the green lotus chi practicing decree contained within this lotus flower? There's no heavenly reason. It took me a month back then, and I've only just scratched the surface. A month? It took me 2 months. It's too heaven-defying. He's refining the surrounding heaven and earth yuan chi in, to form a vortex of true chi. I couldn't finish it for most of that year. Is this the talent of the innate martial saint body? Really scary. Worthy of being a physique on the same level as the martial god. It's unreasonably strong. At this point, the surrounding people were dumbfounded, and at that moment, Lin Bai followed the villain's movements and finished a set of punches. Refreshing. The true chi in his body formed a vortex, and in his meridians, there was also light green-colored true chi flowing. This caused Lindbergh to drift a bit. He subconsciously swung his fist. Boom! A layer of light green-colored true chi wrapped around his fist, takes him beyond the speed of sound. A cloud of white air spread, and a dull sonic boom rang out in the middle of the empty martial arts arena. Bang! In front of Lindbergh, a few meters away, the standing pile made of ironwood directly burst into pieces, rustling down. Hiss! What a powerful might! It was only at this moment that Lin Bai came back to his senses. He clenched his fists and muttered, "This is true chi? It seems to be called the Green Lotus Chi Practicing Decree. Well, I remember. It seems to be the strongest foundation building technique. I actually memorized all of it. You kid, are so jealous. Just half an hour. The Green Lotus Chi Practicing Decree. It's already made its way to the top. In 2 or 3 years at most, it should surpass us. This talent might be able to match or even surpass the martial god." A bunch of old men were shocked. Ha ha ha, well, good enough. Principal Long Jian was blossoming with joy at this point. The stronger Lindbergh is, the better. After all, Lin Bai was a student of the true martial academy, and in the future, as long as Lin Bai became a martial god, then, the entire true martial academy would follow suit. For a moment, Lin Bai was somewhat helpless. He was too engrossed in that subtle martial state just now, forgetting the existence of the people around him. Otherwise, he's definitely going to have to hide some of it. There will be no such shocking situation as the one that exists now. Alright, Lindbergh. The principal looked at Lin Bai, his face suddenly serious. Chapter 10, Indecent Development. He said seriously, Lin Bai, above history, there are 20 to 30 recorded innate martial arts saint bodies, but only one of them has reached the martial god realm. Do you know why? Because geniuses die young? Lin Bai's heart fluttered as he thought of the answer to his question. Exactly. Genius dies young. The principal nodded. He had a serious look on his face as he continued. Above this world, there are people who can't see the good in others. They will move to strangle geniuses. Among those 30 or so innate martial Dao saint bodies, a large portion of them were strangled, while the rest were too proud and died in the traps of ferocious beasts or also rivals. So, you should understand what I'm going to say, right? Muffled? Lindbergh stroked his chin in thought. Nice. Indecent development. Wait until you become a martial god and make waves any way you want. But now, you have to hide yourself. I'll put out the word that your physique was incorrectly tested, and that it's not the legendary innate martial saint body. It's kind of a protection for you. Principal Long Jian had a serious face and spoke earnestly. I'll remember that, Principal. Lin Bai agreed with Long Jian's statement. A genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. It's kind of the most basic common sense in this world. Aha! The principal was even more satisfied with Lin Bai. When he saw how low-key he was, in regards to Lin Bai, he looked at Lin Bai and spoke. By the way, Lin Bai, you shouldn't have much money in your hand, right? Is indeed poor. I am fretting. How to get tons of money for my consumption. Lindbergh frowned. As the saying goes, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Practicing martial arts requires the consumption of resources. It can be said to be terribly high. Top martial artists. The resources they needed to consume in a day were tens of millions of dollars worth of blood and flesh of top imperial beasts. Beastmasters are even more terrifying when it comes to consumption. Most imperial beastmasters, with the exception of the origin imperial beast, and a bunch of other imperial beasts, an imperial beastmaster of the same level would need to consume resources that were often several times that of a martial artist. And Lindbergh belongs to two simultaneous practices. The resources needed for this are, to say the least, vast. No worries. I have a spell here that will allow you to quickly obtain a large amount of resources. Principal Long Jian had a strange smile on his face. What doorway? Lindbergh was instantly interested. He believed that the principal should have no reason to harm him, or he could have done it by now. The seemingly affable principal, but the number one expert of the true martial academy, Peak King Grade Imperial Beastmaster. This lucrative spell is the underground gladiatorial arena. Long Jian spread his hands and said with a smile, not far from the entire city, in a valley where ferocious beasts hung is rampant, there is an underground gladiatorial arena. There are martial artists and imperial beastmasters, who fight to the death in that place, with the winner being the king and the loser being the enemy. If you win, you can leave with a heavenly amount of wealth, and if you lose you can only be hung on the wall to become one of the countless photographs. What? I don't agree. Song Lan stepped forward at this time. She was decisive and spoke. There's no way I'd let my students go to a dangerous place like that. Long Jian frowned and opened his mouth. The sword is sharpened. Top martial arts powerhouses are never between life and death, killing each other. It's not in the middle of a training ground, practicing fancy fists, that you can become a top-tier powerhouse. That kind of Philistine, a real battle of life and death. As long as it's a battle at the same realm, it's certain death, but it's just too dangerous for Lin Bai to go to that place alone. Song Lan frowned, somewhat unconvincing. Mr. Song, I appreciate your kindness. However, this underground gladiatorial arena, it's possible to go there instead. Lin Bai took the initiative to stand out at this time. He said seriously, I don't think the principal has any reason to harm me. The principal dares to let me go. There must be certainty, right principal? Ha, Lindbergh, you kid is quite smart. The principal chuckled. He patted Lin Bai's shoulder and said seriously, this entering the underground black market, no one leads the way. You won't even be able to enter the entrance. I'll take you there. Phew. Next time, you finish your sentence. I'm fine with that. Song Lan sighed in relief. She was well aware of Headmaster Long Jian's strength, a king-grade royal beastmaster. A mere underground gladiator arena couldn't possibly be a threat. Very good. Lindbergh, come with me. I'll take you around the gladiatorial arena. Long Jian put his hands behind his back, toward the outside of the martial arts arena. Seeing this, Lin Bai did not hesitate and directly followed. Time rushes by. The distance of the underground gladiatorial arena is not very far to talk about. It's just a couple hours drive. Soon, Lindbergh stopped before a deserted building. The whole building is very run down. Originally, it would have been some sort of large open-air building, and at this point, most of the area has collapsed. The core, however, remains intact. Put the mask on. In this place, remember, do not reveal your identity. Otherwise, even if you can win tons of prizes, you'll be in endless trouble. Principal Long Jian handed a mask to Lindbergh. I understand, Headmaster. Lindbergh was indifferent. He picked up the mask and brought it to his face, following the principal into the middle of the underground gladiatorial arena. Kill and attack him halfway down. The eyes are the real focus. It's over. The arm is broken. It's going to lose. Too weak. Within the huge underground gladiatorial arena, clamorous voices rose to the sky. The scene was unbelievably lively. Many people, one by one, had faces filled with frenzy, shouting madly. It's like madness. In the middle of the giant gladiatorial arena, two martial artists were about to split the victory. One of them had broken an arm. The wound was bleeding profusely, and Han could die outright at any time due to blood loss. The other wasn't much better, blinded and bleeding from one eye. The intense pain irritated the other two martial artists. With each other, the blows were harder. What's the point of fighting for your life on top of the martial arts arena for some prize money? Lin Bai looked at the two martial artists, somewhat taken aback. Both martial artists were of the third rank. In the outside world, to find a random job, a month's salary that would be sky high, the average person wouldn't be able to spend it in most of their lives. There's really no need to play for money. Most of them aren't here for the prize money. After all, no amount of prize money is going to help when people are dead. Long Jian shook his head. Not for money? Then what was it for? Lin Bai looked at Long Jian with a surprised face. Upon hearing this, Long Jian smiled and explained. That's naturally for the pursuit of martial arts. As the saying goes, when you're on the road, you can die at night. Chapter 11, Amazing Talent. The only pursuit of most martial artists is to become stronger. To become stronger. For this reason, they will come into the midst of the gladiatorial arena and fight to the death. Find inspiration for a breakthrough between life and death. Many strong people, who have broken through because of this, have put their lives at risk and gone further. But more than that, died on top of the gladiatorial arena. Principal Long Jian smiled slightly, seriously admonished, but the good thing is, the gladiatorial arena allows to admit defeat. If you cannot top, admit defeat is, the first time on the field can adhere to 10 minutes, even if it can be, after all, your opponents can be after the killing. Sharpen the will of the existence of the, I see. Lin Bai clenched his fists, a little excited in his heart. To be honest, he didn't have a bottom in his heart at the moment. However, as a martial artist, sooner or later, the battle of life and death will have to be experienced, and this cannot be avoided. Therefore, Lin Bai touched his mask and said to the principal, Principal, I'm going in. Aha! Principal Long Jian nodded slightly. He did not leave, but came above the audience and chose to watch the battle. One wanted to see how Lindbergh's will was. Between life and death, the most fundamental character of a person can be expressed. Another was the fear that Lindbergh would really be killed. Gladiators are not treats. In a life and death situation, the narrow road is won by the brave. Examples abound of strong people who don't dare to play hard to get, being killed by much weaker opponents, backfiring. Not to mention, Lindbergh was nothing more than an opponent who hadn't experienced combat. Time rushes by. Lindbergh finished registering, and after waiting for a while, it was his turn to go on. Next out of the factory, White Phosphorus versus Black Hands. Above the ring, the referee gives the order to announce the list. White Phosphorus, naturally, is Lin Bai's name pronounced backwards, a random code name. After all, the masks are on. It is impossible to use your real name. At this time, the one codenamed Black Hand was a quasi-martial artist, nearly 2 meters tall. All over his body, his muscles exploded like a devilish sinewy man. Its strength, moreover, had reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. It was only one step away from being a first-order martial artist. Hey, kid, I'm gonna tear you apart. The Black Hand looked at Lindbergh, who was not considered to be tall in stature, and did not have much of a dangerous true chi aura. A grimace spread across his face. Try it then. Lindbergh's muscles tensed, ready to fight. 2. Life and death are commonplace in the gladiatorial arena. There's no need to talk about winning. If you feel that you are not an opponent, admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, you deserve to be killed. There are no rules for the bout. Swords may be used, but no hot weapons. Okay, rules explained. And now, the game begins. The referee finished the rules and with a flash of his body, he left the ring and appeared on top of a high platform. Phew! Lin Bai let out a breath as he tensed his muscles and prepared for battle. Kid, wait to be torn apart by me, the Black Hand grimaced. Above the calf, muscles exploded and incomparably terrifying power burst forth. His body was like a swimming dragon. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Lin Bai. Probing out his hands, he was ready to grab Lin Bai's shoulders and tear him apart directly. So slow. At this moment, Lin Bai's heart was a bit strange. His body's nerve reaction speed, after being strengthened by the hybrid beast, was incredibly fast. Also, talent and enlightenment. It's also ridiculously high. He glanced over and was able to see it clearly. Within the Black Hand's body, energy was in the meridians, slowly flowing and converging towards his hands. In a trance, Lindbergh realized, one seems to have mastered this martial art. Black Jade Hand. The Black Hand's hands snapped to black as his strength and speed skyrocketed. If grabbed by these hands, it was the Imperial Beast, which was still a strong beast, that would be crushed to the bone. If it was a human being, it would be torn apart by the terrifying power. Directly. Buzz. Lin Bai raised his hand, and one hand had already turned black, but not all black. In the midst of the blackness, there was a metallic sheen that had an ebony-like feel to it. How? My martial art, Black Jade Hand. How could this guy? Black Hand was, for a moment, blindsided. By the time he reacted, Lindbergh had already slammed his fist down. Bang! Heavy as a mountain of punches to the stomach of Black Hand. Straight away, the Black Hand spat blood from his mouth. The entire person's face turned snow white and flew out horizontally like a cannonball, and then it impacted on top of the energy shield. Once again, it fell to the ground. In a moment, the originally powerful Black Hand. At this moment, the bones in his body burst into pieces and he was completely wasted. Even if he could be cured, there was no hope for martial arts in the future. Not. This gives seconds? Lin Bai was a little confused as he looked at the palm wrapped in a dark light. You, cough. That's impossible. Why do you have my unspoken secret, the Black Jade Hand? When did you steal my secret book? Black Hand slumped to the ground and let out a long whistle of unbridled rage. He held it down with one hand. The broken bones in his body clicked and clacked. It was actually put together hard in a short period of time. Rumble. Inside the Black Hand, the breath of life erupted. The shattered bones were actually healing rapidly, while the Black Hand gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. It's actually starting to heal. This is the recovery speed of a martial artist. Lin Bai looked at all of this with a look of surprise on his face. It's still a quasi-martial artist. It will be able to renew broken bones, forcefully heal some of them, and maintain combat. And the case within a case is described in the textbook. A top martial artist can even manage to revive a severed limb, or even a drop of blood to be reborn. It was thought to be fake. Now it seems screwed up. There is really this kind of possibility. Looking at the Black Hand, Lin Bai spread his hands and spoke. This martial skill of yours, you still need a secret book? Isn't it just a matter of looking at it? You're full of. I started practicing Black Jade Hands when I was 6 years old, and after 30 years of practice, I haven't even reached your level. Kid, if you want to say that you don't have the secret manual in your hands, who would believe it? Black Hand stared viciously at Lin Bai and said angrily, regardless of how you learned it, it doesn't matter, you're bound to die. I definitely won't let that you leak out your martial arts skills. I'd forgotten. This is the gladiatorial arena. Lindbergh's face also went cold. Right now it's a battle of life and death. There's no turning back. It's really about human life, dividing life and death. He raised his hand, ready to fight, and said coldly, then, only one of the two of us will walk out of the ring alive. That man. It must be me. Black Jade Hand. With a growl, Black Hand slammed his fist down again. Boom! The surface of the Black Hand's fist was covered with a layer of ebony light. Under the activation of strong true chi, one could greatly increase strength and speed. Chapter 12, Lifting the Hand in Seconds. This is the Black Jade Hand? It doesn't feel very smooth. A few changes are needed. Lin Bai looked at the fist flying towards him, and in a trance, he once again entered a state of epiphany. In this state, the understanding of the martial way would increase to an extremely terrifying degree. Boom! In just an instant, Lin Bai changed the trajectory of his Black Jade Hand under the epiphany. The true chi on his hands was no longer black. Instead, it is the color of pure gold. The power didn't just not weaken, but on the contrary, it strengthened several times. Turned gold? How is this possible? The Black Hand was even more baffled. Lin Bai, on the other hand, didn't give him time to react to the daze. A punch down. It directly pierced through the Black Hand's abdomen, leaving a front and back translucent bloody hole above the Black Hand's abdomen. You die. Black Hand was, at this point, also surprisingly angry. He could feel it. His vitality, at all times, was falling. With such heavy injuries, His life had come to an end. I can't believe it's so brittle. No, it's not that he's vulnerable. Rather, I got stronger. Lindbergh reacted instantly. All along, he had underestimated his own power. As a matter of fact, his power at this moment had only reached the level of a first-ranked martial artist. Go down together. The Black Hand was furious and put his best foot forward, squeezing his hands towards Lindbergh's throat, to strangle Lindbergh. Death. Lindbergh was naturally not a vegetarian. His gaze went cold as he raised his hand and flung it away. A heavy force exploded as it directly blasted the Black Hand out. The Black Hand was in pieces in midair, completely dead in the water. Bang! The Black Hand's body fell to the ground, and Lindbergh's hands trembled slightly, his heart beating a little faster. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever taken out an opponent. There was no sense of nausea or fear in the mind as expected. Even some exuberance. No? Do I like killing? No. Maybe it's the human body's instinctive response in an extreme state. A trace of doubt arose in Lin Bai's heart, and at that moment, the referee can barely react. He glanced at the bodies on the floor and announced loudly, "Winner, White Phosphorus. Let's congratulate White Phosphorus for winning this life and death battle." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Black Hand actually lost, being suppressed from all sides. This mysterious masked youth, is he a first-rank martial artist? How can it be a first-rank martial artist? That's right, a normal first-ranked martial artist killed Black Hand in one move. There's a world of difference between the quasi-first rank and the first rank. It should be this masked youth, who grasps the same martial arts secrets as Black Hand and understands Black Hand's shortcomings. The audience around the room was talking and the discussion was quite heated. This kid, he's really scary. Above this world, it is truly possessing martial arts geniuses. At this moment, the principal of True Martial Academy, Long Jian, had a shocked look on his face. To be honest, he was genuinely shocked. Others were not clear, but Long Jian was clear. Lin Bai had practiced martial arts for just a few hours, much less knowing the Black Jade Hand martial art. In other words, Lin Bai, in just a few seconds, based on the martial arts techniques his opponent had performed, imitated out, and is more powerful than its rivals. Improvements were made to the Black Jade Hand. This one talent is truly heaven-defying. Phew! At this moment, Lindbergh calmed down, died in battle on top of the gladiator ring. No one will be held accountable. That's the cardinal rule. Against this rule, it will be retaliated against and punished by all forces. Therefore, Lin Bai wasn't worried. He came backstage, approached the staff, and claimed his reward. White Phosphorus, right? One win. $50,000 in prize money. I hope you'll pick up where you left off. The staff took out a stack of cash and put it in front of Lindbergh. Great guy. Give 50,000 for winning a fight. That's still the minimum bonus. Lin Bai looked at the prize money on the table and sucked in a breath of cold air. In the midst of the league, $50,000 is a great deal of wealth. A normal person's year is income, which is about $30,000 to $50,000. It's a sum of money that would take a normal person a year of hard work to save up. However, even though the heart was as excited as it could be, Lindbergh was still calm. Without saying anything, he picked up the immortal gold on the table and left the gladiatorial arena. Ha ha ha, Lindbergh, good performance. Long Jian raised his hand and hammered Lindbergh, his entire body extraordinarily excited. There was Lin Bai, a supreme genius. As long as he makes a small investment now, he is sure to reap amazing rewards in the future. Of course, the premise was that Lindbergh could grow up and wouldn't die young. Headmaster, it's okay. Lindbergh smiled and humbled himself. That's not okay for you. Long Jian bristled as he glanced at the gladiatorial arena and asked, do you want another hand? No need, and I'm going to train the imperial beasts. Lindbergh shook his head. He had $50,000, enough to purchase a large batch of ingredients and cultivate hybrid beasts. It was imperative to raise the hybrid beast to the first rank. By then, whether it's a hybrid beast, or himself, there will be a qualitative change. This enhancement was definitely no less than the enhancement of Lin Bai's first awakening of the hybrid beast. Alright, I don't know much about martial arts, but I also know that if you want to go fast, you can't go fast. It's all about gradual progress. By the way, there's one more important thing. Long Jian seemed to remember something. His face turned serious as he spoke. You killed Black Hand. Be careful of the retaliation from the family behind him. Didn't you say that the rules of the gladiator arena are so? Life and death do not matter. Will not be pursued? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. Ha ha, you really believe that? Long Jian smiled. He said seriously, you remember that in the entire Federation, 3 grades exist. The first one is the commoner's area, which is fair and equitable and has the best rules. The second is the world of martial artists and imperial beast masters. The more advanced the imperial beast master or martial artist, the less bound they are. but still bound by the laws and rules of the Federation. However, when it comes to the top level of existence, such as the martial god, that's the third level, the entire Federation has to follow the will of the martial god, and do things according to the orders of the martial god, because the martial god is strong, so strong that even if you gather the power of the entire Federation, you can only fight against the martial god. At this level, there's basically nothing tied up. So, Blackhand's family is powerful? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. It's very powerful. The family behind the Black Hand has a king-level expert in attendance. If you really retaliate, the gladiator ring can't stop it. But the reason they retaliated wasn't because you killed the Black Hand. Rather, Black Jade Hands. Chapter 13, Amazing Talent. Long Jian looked at Lin Bai and said seriously, the Black Jade Hand is the Black family's untransmitted martial arts mastery. Extremely powerful. If you master this martial arts mastery, the Black family will definitely kill you to silence you. So, Lin Bai raised his hand and touched his chin, muttering, this might be more troublesome. You kids actually aren't afraid? Long Jian was stunned and extremely surprised. What good will fear do? It's not like the Black family is going to give up hunting me. This isn't going to help after all. Lin Bai spread his hands and said calmly, as a matter of urgency, I need to improve my strength. Very well. I'm satisfied that you have this intention. Long Jian patted Lin Bai's shoulder and said seriously, don't worry, within the city, even if the Black family is arrogant, they won't dare to touch you. But, out of the city, school can't protect you. Remember, before leaving the city, either have a strong person accompany you, or remember to change your identity and don't tell anyone about your whereabouts. I see. Lin Bai's face had a solemn expression. Alright, no more talking about the rest. Let's go back. Long Jian nodded slightly and led Lin Bai back to the city. Back in the city, Lindbergh was in no hurry to go home. Instead, he was once again in the middle of a store. This was a ferocious beast blood and meat store, and the interior was filled with all sorts of high-quality ferocious beast blood and meat. In the time after the cataclysm, the food for the Blue Stars, for the most part, began to shift to ferocious beasts, because there are too many ferocious beasts, and rich in amazing energy. A kilogram of the weakest level 0 fierce beast mutant boar blood meat had 10 times the energy density of normal food. It can make a normal person for 10 days and only need to eat once. In addition, it allows for the constant strengthening of human flesh. As a result, the higher end the blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts, the price naturally rose. Mutant boar, $500 a kilo. Mutant two-headed wolf meat, $1,000 a kilo. Mutant shark meat, $2,000 a kilo. 100 years of Ganoderma lucidum, $20,000 a gram. Looking at the store, there was a wide array of goods. Lin Bai only had one thought at this time. The goods within this store are really expensive. I thought I had a huge $50,000 under my hand to splurge on. You can actually get just 2 or 3 grams of Centennial Rasher. For a moment, Lindbergh realized that he was still too poor. This guest, I wonder what you want to buy. A very pretty waitress came over and asked Lindbergh with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's gaze swept above the blood and flesh of these ferocious beasts. For the average imperial beast, the higher the grade of flesh and blood, the better, because it takes time to digest all that flesh and blood. Moreover, the interior of the blood and flesh of low-grade ferocious beasts contain toxins and impurities that would be deposited within the origin imperial beasts, affecting the evolution of the origin imperial beasts. Naturally, the higher the grade of the imperial beast, the exponential surge in blood and flesh would also occur. 100 kilograms of mutated boar meat, for example, contained energy that was close to the level of 80 kilograms of mutated two-headed wolf meat, but actually, 100 kilograms of mutated boar meat, the price is 50,000, and for 80 kilograms of mutant two-headed wolf meat, the price is 80,000, and the energy of both, it's exactly the same. Think about it. Lin Bai pointed at the mutated boar meat and spoke. I want 100 kilograms of mutated boar meat. Okay, you wait a moment. The waitress nodded slightly, not looking particularly surprised. For the whole store, 50,000 is really only a paltry little order. Squeak! At this point, the chipmunk awakens. It saw huge quantities of blood and flesh everywhere in the middle of the store. Eyes snapped up. Straight away, I was ready to rush out and feast. Pop! Lindbergh's quick eyes and hands pinched the chipmunk. Above his forehead, cold sweat flowed. With the devouring ability of the chipmunk, if he really let this guy rush out, the entire store, in the blink of an eye, would be devoured. By the time, that sky-high bill, it can definitely make any person spit blood. More importantly, of course, this will expose the chipmunk's peculiarities. This was something Lindbergh didn't want to see. He was going to use the chipmunk as a base card. It won't be easy to hit out and expose, especially since he's weak right now. if he remembered correctly. In the Federation, the technology of depriving other people of their origin imperial beasts and transplanting them into his own body existed. A divine-grade imperial beast like the mixed beast was enough to drive any person crazy. Squeak! The chipmunks kept struggling to get to their food. However, it was suppressed back by Lindbergh. Sir, here's your mutant boar blood. The waitress smiled as she lifted 100 kilograms of mutated boar meat with one hand and handed it to Lin Bai. Oh, thanks. Lin Bai nodded slightly and subconsciously glanced more at the waitress. The other side looked unassuming. In truth, is a strong man. However, he didn't say anything and turned away. Welcome to the next visit. The waitress service was spot on. With a big smile on her face, back to the residence. Lin Bai took out the mutated boar blood meat from his hand and placed it on the table. Then removed the chipmunks. Open your mouth and say, all right, this is your food for the last 2 days. You can eat now. Chipmunks don't pick fights. Its head rapidly grew larger. From the original peanut size, directly skyrocketing to the size of a table. Directly 100 kilograms of mutant boar flesh and blood. Devour them all. Hiccup. Chipmunk burped. Narrowing his eyes, he jumped back into Lindbergh's pocket and continued to slumber. Boom! Almost instantly, a power that could be considered terrifying once again surged into Lin Bai's body. Lin Bai's bones and meridians erupted with crackling sounds. It actually began to morph again. This kind of metamorphosis is scary because it's not an increase in strength. Instead, they just pull up the talent. In other words, at the end of this metamorphosis, Lin Bai's talent would, in all likelihood, surpass that one of the Alliance's martial gods who was claimed to be the most powerful. Hiss! It kinda hurts. Lindbergh sucked in a breath of cool air. For once, he realized he was no longer senseless. One could clearly feel that painful sensation of bones bursting and blood being reborn. Still, he gritted his teeth. Soon, the red blood in his body was replaced. The newborn blood was crystal clear and had a crystal-like quality. In the blood, there were countless golden points of light flickering. There are so many of them that they are like stars. After the bones were remodeled, there were even many more light golden lines out of thin air. Extremely gorgeous. Rumble. In an instant, powerful air currents erupted around them. Countless energies converged towards Lin Bai's body. The chi whirlpool within Lin Bai's body, in a flash, expanded rapidly and formed a materialized lotus flower. Chapter 14, Magic Alteration Technique. It was continuously absorbing the surrounding energy and refining it into true chi. Phew! This is the lotus flower chi practicing decree, forming the true chi seed. In other words, I reached the quasi-martial artist realm. Lindbergh was incomparably surprised. One must know that for an average person to reach the quasi-martial artist realm, they would need at least 10 years of hard training. Just individual geniuses. Don't even think about reaching it without 3 or 5 years. Only a demon at the level of a martial god would be able to reach the quasi-martial artist realm within a month. And it took Lindbergh only a few hours. It could be imagined that after 2 metamorphoses, Lin Bai's talent had reached an extremely terrifying level. Hiss! Hybrid beast hasn't reached the first rank yet. By the time I reach the first rank, I'll have another metamorphosis. So it's really something to look forward to. Lindbergh's heart thumped. Soon, though, he calmed down. Start absorbing energy and impacting the martial realm. Rumble. The surrounding energy was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, converging towards Lin Bai's body. The Green Lotus Chi practicing decree was no less than the strongest technique for building a foundation. Under Lindbergh's prodding, the efficiency is extremely impressive. After a short night's work, the lotus flower form of the true chi seed was rooted in the dantian, almost materialized. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Bai entered a marvelous state. This was a state of epiphany that countless martial artists could only dream of. In this state, enlightenment would be astonishingly improved, and countless powerful feats were created by top powerhouses. In a state of epiphany, and this one state, it can be a bit of a hit or miss. At this moment, Lin Bai could clearly feel that the Green Lotus Chi practicing decree had a twisted feeling. Almost instinctively, Lin Bai began to adjust the Green Lotus Chi practicing decree towards the mode of operation that he found most comfortable. This kind of adjustment, if other martial artists were to see it, it can be absolutely terrifying. Because of unauthorized changes in the operation of true chi, the light case of meridians burst, direct heavy damage, the probability of going into the devil, serious cases, directly hiccup, even if they were super strong, that would be prudent and cautious. A little tweak, it definitely wouldn't be like Lin Bai, who had just started cultivating, just start adjusting straight away. Buzz, almost the instant Lindbergh adjusted. The true chi in Lin Bai's body was silky smooth and fluid all of a sudden. The speed of refining true chi increased by more than 10 times. The color, too, is no longer cyan. Instead, it turned into a pure gold-colored true chi. Even within the dantian, the green-colored Green Lotus true chi seed had turned into a pure golden color. The number of petals, from the original 12, increased to 24. The amount of true chi that was accommodated was nearly doubled. In this state, even though Lin Bai was only a quasi-martial artist, his actual battle power could already rival that of a first-ranked full-fledged martial artist. It could even touch the quasi-second-order martial artist realm. Phew! One practice completed. Lindbergh opened his eyes. He clenched his fists, a look of shock on his face. His fleshly body, after being strengthened twice by the hybrid beast, his pure physical strength, had reached around 2,000 kilograms, and the power that comes with true chi, it's straight up 10 times the flesh. It reached a staggering 2 million kilograms. What kind of concept is that? It meant that Lindbergh could easily lift heavy trucks when he was at full strength. A single kick can topple an ordinary building. Small caliber heat weapons no longer pose any threat to him. This was the power of a first-rank martial artist. Theoretically speaking, when one reaches the first rank of martial artist, one can earn the right to become a mercenary who hunts ferocious beasts. Joining a mercenary group and going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Should I try to get out of town? Lindbergh stroked his chin. He gave up after careful thought. The wilderness was simply too dangerous, not just for the ferocious beasts, but more dangerous actually for the mercenaries who were their companions, because of a more precious treasure. Examples of killing each other and taking out their companions abound. Furthermore, he was not familiar with the entire wilderness. Various conditions are superimposed. To just venture into the territory of the ferocious beasts was an act of seeking death. Forget it. It won't be long before the school has a teacher leading a team to hunt the ferocious beasts. This is the practical training that students must undergo. Almost 3 days later, with a teacher leading the team, even if we encounter a king-level ferocious beast, we're not afraid. It's not too late to hunt the ferocious beasts then. Now, better check out the school. Lindbergh quickly calmed down. He brought along the hybrid beast, which was still sleeping and digesting the blood and flesh of the mutated boar, and headed to the school. Just entered the class. Lindbergh then sensed that something was wrong. Chen, who didn't know why, with a bruised nose and a tissue to cover it. The injuries were not considered heavy, but it's enough to drink. The few remaining students who were more powerful were all bruised and swollen. It seems to have been beaten up. Chen Hu, what happened? Who beat you up? Lin Bai frowned and a murderous aura involuntarily appeared on his body. It's nothing, just lost a fight with the next class. Normal cut. There's nothing to be gained by being less skillful. I'll fight back. Asshole. Chen Hu gritted his teeth, and it was evident that he was not generally annoyed. Normal cut? I think it's to pick a fight. The expression on Lin Bai's face didn't change much, and his brows furrowed. In the middle of the true martial academy, there are 3 ace classes, Class 1, Class 2 and Class 3 respectively. The class that Lin Bai was in was Class 1. Schools have limited resources and, in order to mobilize motivation, the resources for the 3 classes are not equally distributed. Rather, that one class is stronger and will skew more resources. Therefore, the classes are cut from one another, comparing strengths and weaknesses. That's just normal. Boom! Just then, the door to the class was kicked in. A few teenagers walked into the middle of the class with their heads held high and an air of invincibility. A few youths Lindbergh didn't recognize. However, behind a few people, a familiar face could be seen. That's Lu Kai. Seeing Lu Kai, Lin Bai was instantly happy and mocked. Lu Kai, how did you get into the ace class? It can't be by spending money. You. Lu Kai's face turned red and he was in a hurry. Angrily, he said, Lin Bai, cut the crap. You'll definitely get a beating today. After saying that, Lu Kai came in front of the teenager in the lead and said in a low voice, somewhat flattering, Boss, this one is Lin Bai, that punk, soon to be kicked out of the ace class. Waste? Lin Bai froze. He was at least an innate martial saint body. How was he a waste? But the next second, Lin Bai then reacted that this should be a smokescreen put out by Principal Long Jian. Hide the fact that he's genius-level talent, and that's exactly why. Only then did Lu Kai dare to come out and pick a fight. Otherwise, but anyone with normal intelligence wouldn't dare to easily offend an innate martial Dao Saint body. Chapter 15, Storming Hui Yunfeng. Thinking about this, Lin Bai was also happy. He looked at Lu Kai and said with a smile, Lu Kai, you really remember to eat but not remember to fight. Humph, Lin Bai, don't talk tough, you're dead. Lu Kai skimmed his mouth and said to the youth next to him, Boss, that kid looked down on you. If we don't teach him a lesson once, there's no way for us to mix in school. That's true. The youth narrowed his eyes, looked at Lin Bai, and said seriously, Lin Bai, my name is Hui Yunfeng. Now, honestly hold your head and squat down. I'll only beat you up. Otherwise, you might have to be carried out of the school gate sideways. Let me carry it out? Lindbergh was instantly happy. He stretched out his hand, raised his middle finger, and said seriously, Hui Yunfeng, you Yakuza, come, let me see how you'll let me carry you out. You seek death. Hui Yunfeng's face was hot and painful. Lin by this was still heavy on completely ignoring his attitude, leaving him with his dignity in tatters. This is if we don't Lindbergh over. How are you going to subdue a bunch of minions? Immediately, Hui Yunfeng's face turned red as he said angrily, fine, Lin Bai. You'll be forced to do it until you're forced to do it. Come out, Earth Dragon Beast. Boom! Almost instantly, a huge lizard, close to the size of a school desk, appeared in the middle of the classroom. Above the surface of the giant lizard's body, covered in blood-red scales, the mouth was full of white hideous fangs and the dark red eyes were extremely hideous, with an aura of bloodthirsty killing. Earth Dragon Beast, an ancient fae, with true dragon blood flowing in its body. It's considered to be one of the true dragon descendants, only it's very thin. It's barely considered to be a king-level origin royal beast. Next to her, Han Shue's face was shocked. She opened her mouth and reminded, Lin Bai, you have to be careful. The Earth Dragon Beast is different from normal origin royal beasts. It is extremely powerful at a young age. It has a strength close to that of a first-ranked royal beast. Ha 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 yes. Hui Yunfeng was very pleased with himself as he crossed his arms and looked at Lin Bai, mocking, Lin Bai, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Go to the martial arts arena? You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Bai was also happy. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, calm and composed, mocking, I'm afraid you'll cry if you get beaten up. Good. After so many years, you're the first one who dares to be so wild with me. Hui Yunfeng was shivering with anger at this point. Without hesitation, he turned around and headed towards the martial arts arena. Naturally, Lin Bai didn't wait for falsehoods and directly followed. Seeing this, Han Shui was worried that something had happened to Lindbergh. Naturally, he followed suit. Soon, Lin Bai arrived at the martial arts arena and stood in the center of the entire arena. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked at Hui Yunfeng as he leisurely said, Hui Yunfeng, ready for a beating? Lindbergh, do you know that this arrogant attitude of yours makes people furious? Hui Yunfeng was instantly enraged. He gritted his teeth, his eyes staring at Lin Bai with a deadly glare, and said angrily, Earth Dragon Beast, get on me, beat him up. Ow! The size of the Earth Dragon Beast in its juvenile state was just 1 meter, but the sense of oppression was extremely striking. He was extremely fast, turning into black lightning in the blink of an eye. He had already crossed a distance of almost a meter and opened his mouth to bite at Lin Bai's throat. Boom! Lin Bai slightly sidestepped and easily dodged this Earth Dragon Beast's attack. A backhanded punch, slamming into the belly of the Earth Dragon Beast, directly smashing this one Earth Dragon Beast. It flew out. Bang! The Earth Dragon Beast flew dozens of meters sideways and rolled several times on top of the ground before getting up in a sorry state. However, this thing is worthy of being a swift fae. The defense is amazing. This punch of Lindbergh's had a strength of 20,000 kilograms. Any quasi-martial artist can be killed with one punch. The Geoduck remained alive and unharmed. This can't be right. Hui Yunfeng was directly confused. He was a bit incredulous and exclaimed, blasting away a first-rank imperial beast with one punch. This guy Lin Bai, could it be a first-rank martial artist? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Hui Yunfeng, I told you, I'll kick your ass. Lin Bai walked towards Hu Yunfeng as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Ow ho! At this time, above the ground, the Earth Dragon Beast came back from its daze with a growl. The speed was like lightning, killing towards Lin Bai. Bang! Lindbergh was even faster. He raised his leg and stomped on top of the Earth Dragon Beast's tail, and then slammed his fist on the Earth Dragon Beast's brain. Dang! A dull voice rang out. 20,000 kilograms of power is extremely frightening. The Earth Dragon Beast's head was directly smashed into the dirt by Lindbergh's punch. Ow! The Earth Dragon Beast was giddy at this point, still trying to resist. Lindbergh slammed his fist down again. In an instant, the Earth Dragon Beast's head was once again smashed into a large pit in the ground. Boom! 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 Lindbergh threw punch after punch, striking out furiously. And even if the Earth Dragon Beast had a high defense, it couldn't carry it at the moment, being hit with no counterattack. Keep this up, he would even be killed directly by Lindbergh. Lindbergh, stop! At this moment, Hui Yunfeng was directly anxious. This King Great Earth Dragon Beast that was his origin royal beast, seen as more important than his lifeblood, to really be killed by Lindbergh. He, the master, is wasted. The fire is almost ready. Lin Bai looked at the fainted Earth Dragon Beast and didn't kill it. This place is in the middle of a school. Beating up Hui Yunfeng is at most a matter of writing a review. But if you kill the Hui Yunfeng origin Imperial Beast, then it's really time to get fired. Even, it would violate the laws of the Federation, either squatting in jail, or escaping to the ferocious beast forests, with all kinds of top-level ferocious beasts as companions. However, it was still possible to scare Hui Yunfeng. Lin Bai turned around and looked at Hui Yunfeng. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he spoke. Hui Yunfeng, if I stop when you tell me to, won't I lose face? What do you want? Hui Yunfeng was truly flustered at this point. The Origin Imperial Beast was in Lin Bai's hands. Even if he knew that Lin Bai didn't dare to kill, he didn't dare to gamble. After all, Lindbergh was a notorious hobnailer. Dare to beat up anyone. All sorts of out of the ordinary things that were done. His head was so hot that he lost his mind and really killed his Origin Imperial Beast. Then it's over. Well, didn't think about it. I just don't know if the Geoduck beasts are any good. Lin Bai looked at the Earth Dragon beast on the ground, grabbed this Imperial beast by its tail, and single-handedly lifted it up. Don't do it. I'll pay for it. I can give you a huge sum of money if you leave my Geoducks alone. Hui Yunfeng was completely flustered. He was, after all, a 17 or 18-year-old teenager, and couldn't be compared to an old greaseball like Lin Bai who had lived 2 lifetimes. The mind is not honed and is fragile. Compensation? I'm not an extortionist. Lindbergh shook his head. He said seriously, I don't want your money, but you have to give my friends, each and every one of them, $500,000 as compensation. Chapter 16, Can't afford to play. Can you? For a penny less. I can only kill this Origin Imperial Beast and replenish my friends' bodies. $500,000 a person? Hui Yunfeng was on the verge of vomiting blood at this point. The entire class of 50 or so. A person of $500,000. That's more than $25 million. Close to 30 million. Where did he get that kind of money? Boss, don't worry. I'll pay for this. At this time, Lu Kai, a rich second generation, came forward. He directly pulled out a card and pointed it at Lin Bai, saying angrily, Lin Bai, there's $30 million in this card. It should be enough. So let go of my boss's Earth Dragon Beast. Good. Worthy of being my little brother. Hui Yunfeng was relieved. He picked up the bank card and said to Lin Bai, hand over the money in one hand and the object in the other. You give me the Origin Imperial Beast, and I'll give you the money. How? You're full of crap. Lindbergh was indifferent. He carried the Earth Dragon Beast and leapt deep, easily spanning a distance of over 30 meters. He arrived in front of Hui Yunfeng. Boom! The moment Lin Bai approached, Hui Yunfeng's face turned pale. At this distance, with Lin Bai's physical quality, killing him was just a thought. Simpler than crushing an ant. Snap! Lin Bai threw the Origin Imperial Beast on the ground. He pulls the bank card from Hui Yunfeng's hand and puts it in his hand to play with it. At the same time, lamenting, $30 million Lu Kai, you kid is really rich. How about you become my godson? I don't ask for much. Just honor me with 100 million every month. Lin Bai, you asshole. Above Lu Kai's forehead, veins were straight, lungs were bursting with anger, his eyes were red, and he wanted to fight Lin Bai to the death. But on second thought, forget it. After all, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to do much good besides getting a beating. Lindbergh is poor. Hell knows how many medical bills he owes him. Can't lose a dime. Whoosh! At this moment, Hui Yunfeng immediately put away the Earth Dragon Beast, turn around and walk away. Instead, he didn't want to continue fighting with Lindbergh. He was really scared of the fight. The killing aura on Lindbergh's body was very real. That's the scent of someone who's actually killed someone. Hui Yunfeng had only felt this kind of aura on his own family's elders. Boss, wait for me. At this point, Lu Kai also wimped out. Without Hui Yunfeng, he really didn't have the backbone to continue provoking Lin Bai. Wait! Lin Bai called out to Hui Yunfeng and said indifferently, have you forgotten something? What? Hui Yunfeng was stunned and turned around violently. Boom! At this moment, Lin Bai raised his hand and slammed his fist on Hui Yunfeng's face, sending him flying. I told you to kick your ass. Speaking of which, Lin Bai looked at Hui Yunfeng, who was lying on the ground, and his tone was icy cold. Ahem! At this moment, Hui Yunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lin Bai dead in the face and said angrily, Lin Bai, just you wait. I'll keep this account. If you want revenge, I'll be there anytime. Lin Bai inserted both hands into his pockets and mocked very plainly, as long as you're not afraid of getting beaten up, let's go. Hui Yunfeng clenched his teeth. Without continuing to tussle with Lindbergh, he got up from the ground, turned around and left. Ha ha ha, it can be. Chen Hu was pleasantly surprised as he raised his hand and hammered Lin Bai, saying with some surprise, I didn't expect that you really beat up Hui Yunfeng. Phew, finally, I'm out of a bad mood. Han Shui was happy too. She looked at Lin Bai and asked with some surprise, Lin Bai, the speed at which your strength has grown is too terrifying, isn't it? It has actually reached the level of a first-rank martial artist. No, it's just a quasi-martial artist. Lin Bai smiled. He handed the bank card to Han Shui and spoke. I'll take half of the money inside this card, and distribute the rest to the other students. Ha? You, ready to split it? Han Shui was a little surprised. $30 million, half of that left, and $15 million. The whole class. Every one of them gets at least $200,000 or $300,000. That's a pretty huge amount of money already. After all, not everyone is as rich as that rich second generation like Lu Kai. Ha ha. We share the same blessings, and we share the same hardships. Lindbergh revealed a mysterious smile. Naturally, he could not share the money for nothing. Dividing the money among a whole class is like bringing the whole class together into one. The future impact of an ace class is just terrifying. No one would offend a bunch of future geniuses for a mere $30 million. However, Lindbergh didn't explain. He smiled and replied, "That's for sure, and as I said, this is for the medical bills you're asking for." Well, then, seeing this, Han Shui didn't continue to persuade Lindbergh. "Well done." At this moment, Song Lan walked in. She glanced at Lin Bai and said with a look of admiration, "You dared to beat up Hui Yunfeng. You've gotten into big trouble." "How? Hui Yunfeng comes from a big place?" Lin Bai was stunned and somewhat surprised. "That's for sure. The Hui family is a top-tier beastmaster family." Song Lan skimmed his mouth, game disdainfully saying, "This family is all about revenge, hitting the little ones and coming for the old ones. It's very unplayable. You watch. Hui Yunfeng just needs to go back and complain. The top powerhouses within the Hui family will definitely come to find you in trouble. This is too much fun." Lin Bai was speechless and finally understood why Song Lan despised this family. "Don't worry, you're my student. I'll take care of the Hui family, but, in exchange, you have to do me a favor." Song Lan patted Lindbergh on the shoulder and revealed a satisfied smile. "A favor? What favor?" Lin Bai was stunned and somewhat surprised. Seeing this, Song Lan explained, 3 days later, it will be the freshman trials, and the school has already chosen the location. However, it's hard to guarantee that there aren't still some top-tier ferocious beasts hiding in the shadows. Therefore, I need your help to act as bait to fish out those powerful ferocious beasts that may exist. Are you kidding me? With this small body of mine, any second-rank Imperial beast can easily kill me. I won't do it." Lin Bai didn't hesitate and directly refused. "Don't worry, you have thick skin. You won't die that easily." Song Lan followed the good advice and spoke. "Think about it. Would the school put you in a position of certain death? Surrounded by a group of top-tier powerhouses. Within that area, the strongest Imperial beasts are no more than third order, and for a second-rank Imperial beast, it would take a lot of effort to kill you. It's enough for us to take action. Then why does it have to be me?" Lindbergh had a black face. "Because your breath is so weak, it's barely perceptible. It's almost the same as an ordinary person." Song Lan spread his hands and said with a helpless face, "The ferocious beasts that can pass through the school's strongest people and strangle them layer by layer are not stupid, able to distinguish the scent of a strong person." Chapter 17, The Class President's Position. Hiss. Lindbergh sucked in a breath of cool air. He pondered a little, looked at Song Lan, and spoke. "This is okay. When will we leave?" "Ha ha, I knew you had guts." Song Lan laughed, satisfied. She patted Lin Bai's shoulder and said seriously, "Let's leave tomorrow. By the way, don't go out of the city. Be careful of the Hui family." "Yes." Lindbergh nodded. "It's okay, Lindbergh." At this moment, Chen Hu walked over with a smile on his face. He said cheerfully, "Lindbergh, I didn't expect it. When did you become so strong?" "I don't know, just randomly practicing, that's all." Lin Bai spread his hands with a flat face. "Bah, it's so pretentious. Casual practice. What kind of person can reach a first-rank martial artist with casual practice?" The rest of the students rolled their eyes. To know the difference between a first-order martial artist and a quasi-martial artist, that's a big difference. The standard parameter for a first-order martial artist is a 100-meter sprint of 3 seconds, with a strength that can reach 10,000 kilograms and a nerve reflex speed that far exceeds that of an ordinary human. Theoretically, normal handguns could no longer pose a threat to first-order martial artists. Put it before the age of cataclysm. These types of people can be called superhuman. You can fight the ferocious beasts head-on, hunt them down, and guard the safety of the city. The status is extremely high. Of course, the number of first-order martial artists was also extremely rare. In the entire Federation, the proportion of first-order martial artists to the total population, that's 1 in 1,000 up and down. Unless one is a genius, most people cultivate for a lifetime. It also stops at quasi-martial artists, unable to become a first-order martial artist. That's as simple as just practicing. Only Song Lan, who was next to him, knew that Lin Bai was telling the truth. This is the innate martial arts holy body. The talent is strong beyond reason. In a few days, you can reach heights that a normal person would never reach in a lifetime. Cut. Even I envy you for this level of pretending. Chen Hu skimmed his mouth and muttered, "Surely the principal gave you a small meal and ate something good. That really isn't there." Lindbergh was speechless. The students next to him, however, all had a look of realization on their faces. It's a small kitchen. The principal is a king's royal beastmaster. Give something good. Understandable. Alright, Lindbergh, there's one more thing. Song Lan glanced at Lin Bai and asked, I don't know if you're willing to become the class leader of Class 1, the Ace class? Squad leader? Lin Bai was stunned, not realizing that Song Lan was actually preparing to make him the class president of the Ace class. This is not an easy position. You know, in the middle of a class, it's almost the whole city, the most gifted of the millions of students. The future, as long as it doesn't die young, that's a strong party. The status of squad leader may not seem useful. In the future it could be extremely useful networking power. The benefits are numerous. However, Lin Bai shook his head and refused without hesitation. Teacher Song, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of being this class president. Song Lan was a bit surprised, not expecting Lin Bai to actually refuse. However, she didn't say anything, turning his head to the group of students, asked, in that case, the position of squad leader, you guys discuss it, tomorrow, amount, day after tomorrow tell me. Understood, teacher. The eyes of a group of students gleamed. Many minds floated, pondering how to seek the position of class president. Quite a few people started throwing out favors, ganging up. Let people vote for themselves. Lindbergh, why aren't you class president? Next to him, Chen, who was a bit puzzled. Too much trouble. I prefer the freedom of being alone. Managing so many people, things is too much. Lindbergh smiled. He's telling the truth. For him, there was no point in fighting for power or anything else. Might as well take advantage of this time. Boosting strength. With the fastest speed possible, upgrade the hybrid beast to god level. After all, in this world, strength is the most important thing. Time rushes by. In the middle of the class, a group of students argued for the rest of the day. Lindbergh had been listening quietly, systematically learned there about the imperial beasts. These are important. Relates to the situation of fighting the imperial beasts in the future. The question of whether or not Lindbergh himself will survive. Phew. One day over. Lindbergh let out a breath as he packed up his things. There's no rush to get back. Instead, he once again headed to the Imperial Beast Material Store, ready to buy some flesh and blood. Feed the hybrid beasts. Welcome. It was still the same waitress with the sweet smile. The other party recognized Lindbergh. A look of surprise appeared on his face. One must know that Lin Bai had just purchased 100 kilograms of mutated boar blood meat yesterday. Is it hard to believe that was consumed in one day? Hello, I want 10,000 kilograms of mutant boar blood meat. Lindbergh didn't say much. It was 10,000 kilograms at the drop of a hat. Hiss. The waitress sucked in her breath. Then, with a bitter smile on her face, she said somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry, the amount of 10,000 kilograms is just too big. Our existing reserve is only 2,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms? That's enough. Lindbergh didn't care. He nodded slightly and spoke. Then bring them all over. Just a moment. The waitress saw it, turned around and went into the cooler. 10 seconds later, she carried a mutant boar that was nearly half the size of a small car and dropped it on the ground. The boar was green-faced and tusked. Extremely hideous. There's a big hole in the head that should have been blown right through by some kind of large-caliber sniper rifle. The insides were hollowed out and had been roughly some of the more valuable materials. Naturally, it didn't exist and was taken in its entirety. And then said with a smile, this is a quasi-first-order mutated boar, weighing 2,500 kilograms, and after removing the bones and whatnot, it's just under 2,000 kilograms. Do you need me to help you break it down? Well, no need. Lindbergh shook his head. He looked at the mutated boar's blood and flesh on the ground and felt that it wasn't appropriate to carry it back directly. Remove the boar. He has 12 million left in his hand. It's possible to get a space storage device instead. So, turn your head and look at the waitress. Asked, this place of yours, do you have any space equipment? Space gear? The waitress's eyes lit up. With a surprised face, he looked at Lin Bai. This one doesn't look too old. He's a big client. Immediately, the waitress nodded slightly and said, spatial equipment. Naturally, you will wait a moment. After saying that, the waitress turned around and went into the middle of the room. From the middle of the room, remove a silver white metal box. After entering a complex series of passwords, the silver white metal safe opens. The waitress removed a tray from among the metal safes. On top of the tray, several pendants, necklaces, rings, bracelets, etc. were placed. Chapter 18, Rapid Progress. Each one of them was emitting a metallic luster. It gives a sense of wonder and ethereality. These are space gear? Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked at the wide array of spatial equipment. There was some ecstasy in his heart. He had wanted a space kit for a long time. It's just a shame that they are so expensive. Can't afford it at all. Not bad. These are all the space equipment in the store. Although the forms are different, the space inside is the same. 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters, a total of 1,000 cubic feet of space. The waitress smiled slightly and said seriously, please pick one. That's it. Lindbergh looked at a pendant. This pendant can be hung from your belt and is very secure while being discreet, easily unnoticeable. Yes, $13 million in all, counting the boar meat from earlier. That's $14 million. The waitress smiled faintly and handed the pendant in her hand to Lin-Bai. Once Lindbergh heard the price, there was a sharp intake of breath. This stuff can be ridiculously expensive. He looked at the waitress, and after a moment of silence, he said, it's a bit expensive. Can we get a discount? How about 50% off? $7 million? Ahem. The waitress coughed twice. She said somewhat breathlessly, this gentleman, it's better not to joke around. This store of mine, the profit is very meager. It can't carry this dragon slayer sword of yours. At most 1 million off. 13 million. The wild boar meat will be considered as my gift. Any more than that and you really can't get a discount. Lin-Bai looked at the waitress with a speechless face. He stroked his chin and asked, how about this? $15 million, and for the extra 3 million, how about giving me a caddy of 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum powder? 100 years of Ganoderma lucidum? 5 million a caddy. 2 million. Give you half a caddy at most. The waitress had a black face. She felt that Lin-Bai's Dragonslayer knife slashed a little too hard. Alright, half a pound then. Lindbergh didn't continue to haggle either. He knew that by continuing to haggle, he could certainly squeeze some more profit out of it. But there's no point. He was, at this point, already at first-rank martial artist strength. These are astronomical sums of money for the average person. But in reality, a quasi-first-order mutant boar was worth around $2 to $3 million. Lin-Bai's current strength. One could easily hunt a ferocious beast of this level. There are big opportunities to make money. There's no point in caring about the chump change. Okay, Your Excellency, wait. The waitress gave a sweet smile. This deal is done. She'll get at least a 10% commission, or almost $1.5 million. This has been her month. Biggest revenue yet. Immediately, the waitress loaded the goods in her hands. Stow it in the space pendant. Hand it to Lindbergh. With a smile on his face, he said, welcome to the next visit. Aha, right. One last question. Lindbergh thought of something else. He looked at the waitress and asked, your place, do you accept Imperial Beast materials? Imperial Beast materials? That's naturally collected. The waitress nodded slightly. She spoke, we give a fair price item. If you have any materials, just give them to us. So I see. Lin-Bai nodded slightly. He didn't say anything, turned away and came back to the residence. Phew. Lindbergh exhaled. He took out that whole mutated boar's bloody meat. Turning to the chipmunk, he said, nah, here's your dinner. Squeak. The chipmunk rolled his eyes and didn't eat. Instead, he eyed Lin-Bai's space pendant. Lindbergh froze, not understanding what this chipmunk meant. He subconsciously glanced at the storage space. Remove the half kilogram of Ganoderma lucidum powder inside. This half a kilogram of powder was held in a transparent glass bottle, a light green color, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Just a little induction. One can just feel the amazing power contained within. This thing deserves $10,000 a gram. It is indeed worth every penny. Lindbergh was pleasantly surprised. Whoosh! At this point, the chipmunk's head skyrocketed. With his mouth open, he bit toward the glass. Ka-ching! The glass bottle burst. The entire glass bottle with half a kilogram of Ganoderma lucidum powder was directly swallowed raw by the chipmunk. Lindbergh was startled. Finally, I understand why this chipmunk doesn't eat mutated boar meat. Ed up. This little thing has its eye on something more advanced like Ganoderma lucidum powder. Can't even look at wild pork. Boom! After the chipmunk swallowed the Ganoderma lucidum powder, there's no stopping. The head expanded rapidly and swallowed the 2,000 kilogram, small car-sized mutant boar in one gulp. Hiccup! The little thing burped. On the tiny head, a humanized expression actually appeared. A look of satisfaction. $3 to $4 million worth of Imperial Beast materials, swallowed in one bite. Lindbergh sucked in a breath of cool air. This little thing can really eat. Boom! A powerful aura erupted. The chipmunks began to digest this batch of Imperial Beast materials. An unprecedented power surged into Lin-Bai's body. Crackle! Lin-Bai's bones exploded and quickly remodeled. The flesh and blood glowed slightly. Within the blood, there were a lot more light golden particles, and his power, once again, skyrocketed. It reached a terrifying 30,000 kilograms, almost touching the edge of the second-ranked martial artist. It was quite close to the second-ranked martial artist. Hiss! In just 3 days, I've almost reached the level of a second-ranked martial artist. Is this the hybrid beast? Worthy of being a god-level origin Imperial Beast? Lindbergh sucked in a breath of cool air. To be honest, this time he was really scared. He knew the hybrid beasts were strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. That's outrageous. Tomorrow we'll be traveling to the fierce beast forest. I don't know what level of strength I can reach after the hybrid beasts have been replenished by a large number of ferocious beasts. It's really something to look forward to. Lindbergh lamented twice. Sit down cross-legged and start practicing. The hybrid beast fed him a large amount of energy. Only a small portion is converted to power. Most of the rest, it was all deposited in his body. He needed time to refine. At this moment, the other side, Hua Yunfeng suffered a big loss. The whole thing is quite angry and is slamming tables and kicking benches. Inside the room, it was a mess, and the whole thing was extremely grumpy. What happened? A white-haired old man walked in, coldly glancing at Hua Yunfeng. Grandpa, I've been beaten up. You have to avenge me. Hua Yunfeng saw the white-haired old man. There was an overwhelming complaint of aggravation. To be honest, Hua Yunfeng had never suffered this kind of aggravation in his long life. It's never him who beats up the others. It was the first time I had been beaten up so badly. Chapter 19, the door was torn down again. The white-haired old man glanced at Hua Yunfeng and saw that his nose was blue and swollen. It was a miserable beating. The white-haired old man, who had always been extremely protective, was instantly enraged. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "Someone actually dared to bully my grandson. Who is that person? What's the name?" Hua Yunfeng's heart rejoiced when he saw that the old man was angry. "Can't wait. His name is Lindbergh. True Martial Academy Ace Class 1 students. This one is wild. Grandpa, you must help me teach this kid a hard lesson." Poof. The white-haired old man let out a cold snort. He said coldly, "Don't worry, offending my Hua family. This brat, Lin Bai, will definitely pay the price." "Hey, Lindbergh, you're dead." Hua Yunfeng took a look at the old man and agreed to help take care of Lin Bai. The heart was in ecstasy. He believed that as long as his grandfather stepped in and settled Lindbergh, that's absolutely trivial. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Bai's residence, Lin Bai opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of white mist. After a night of practicing, the power that the mixed beast had fed back to him, he had only refined a minuscule fraction of it. However, the rewards are extremely impressive. His true chi strength, which reached around 30,000 kilograms, was basically considered to be the best amongst first-rank martial artists. Physical strength, on the other hand, was maintained at around 30,000 to 40,000 kilograms. The two are superimposed. Lindbergh's normal strength, alone, was 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms. It's pretty scary. It was already at the level of a proper second-order martial artist. Phew, with my current strength, acting as a ferocious beast bait, as long as I don't run into a fourth-ranked ferocious beast, I definitely won't have any safety issues. Third-ranked ferocious beasts, I can't beat them, but escaping should be no problem. As for the second-order ferocious beasts, the ones who escape should be these ferocious beasts, not me. Lindbergh muttered twice. Bang. At this time, the door to Lindbergh's room took off and smashed directly out. Lindbergh's eyes were quick. Raising his hand to catch the flying stainless steel door, he turned his head to see that it was actually Chen Hu. Speechless, he spat. "I thought Hua Yunfeng had brought the Hua family to find me in trouble. How come it's you? What are you kicking my door for?" "Air." Chen Hu scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, "So what, Lin Bai? It was an accident. I just, lost some control of my power. So you smashed my door panel off." "Ha?" Lindbergh had a black face. It was a door that he had worked so hard on, and just after he fixed it, it was smashed off. "I just touched it lightly. Who knew this thing flew straight up? I promise, it was really just a light tap." "Aha, definitely, not hard." Chen Hu patted his chest in a sincere manner. "Forget it." Lindbergh didn't continue to count. Any Imperial Beast Master would experience a spike in power after awakening the Origin Imperial Beast, though not as sick as the martial artist kind that moves tens of thousands of kilograms, but a few hundred kilograms are still there. A security door cast in steel, under this level of power. It's really just like paper mache. Had 1. Give me the door panel and I'll see if I can fix it. Chen Hu stepped away and prepared to enter within the room. "Come on, you stand still and don't tear my house apart." Lin Bai was quick to stop Chen Hu. He admonished, "I still want a place to sleep at night." "Okay." Seeing this, Chen Hu spread his hands. He did have some difficulty adapting to the surge of power now, especially a Taiku Fei like the Black Fiend Tiger, bringing about the strengthening of the flesh. It's almost up to 2 or 3,000 kilograms up and down. Although it was far inferior to Lin Bai, this physical quality was already at the level of a quasi-martial artist. No 2 or 3 days, can't adapt at all. "By the way, what did you want to see me about?" Lin Bai looked at Chen Hu and asked somewhat strangely. "At this time, you should be in class, right? I applied and am going to go with you to act as bait." Getting used to the power by the way, Chen Hu spread his hands and explained seriously. Cut. Lin Bai, as Chen Hu's childhood friend, saw that Chen Hu was lying. Very nonchalantly, he said, cut the crap, Chen Hu, you definitely didn't tell the truth. What is the real reason? I knew I wasn't good at lying. Seeing this, Chen Hu was somewhat helpless and explained, my black fury tiger was in the middle of the classroom and underwent an awakening. It erupted with a strong power, although no one was injured, but the classroom was demolished. Plus I haven't adapted to the power of a quasi-first order imperial beast master. Teacher Son Lan let me go with you to act as a decoy, and adapt to the power in the meantime, or else, staying in the middle of the school, without being able to control the power, it will be easy to injure others. That's true. In that case, let's go. Lindbergh didn't say anything. He installed the security door that had been removed twice and glued on whitewash. Take Chen Hu, travel to the appointed place. The appointed place, an exit from a walled city. The entire city wall was extremely majestic, reaching a height of more than 300 meters, completely cast from high-strength alloys, and above it, was an energy shield constructed from pure energy, which could resist the attacks of king-level ferocious beasts. This wall, it's really big. Lin Bai looked at the city walls with some emotion. The memory drifted a bit for a moment. After the age of cataclysm, humans built shelters and struggled to survive. After thousands of years of expansion, the city is already extremely large, and guarding the safety of the entire city, the most important line of release. Naturally it is the walls. This kind of contraption, which had disappeared long before the cataclysm, was in turn added back again after the cataclysm. For any city, the walls are just the last line of defense. Beyond the city walls was the fierce beast forest. However, it is divided into many zones. Within 300 kilometers from the city walls, there was nothing powerful about the monsters. This part is considered a buffer. Once a powerful monster entered the buffer zone, it would be patrolled by the hunting martial artists, who would simply finish it off. However, there are occasional omissions. Strong monsters will be found within the buffer zone, but the probability is minuscule. It doesn't come up more than a couple times a year. Lindbergh, you're late. Song Lan walked towards Lin Bai and said with a serious face, so, dinner is on you tonight. Give me a break. I'm poor now. Lin Bai spread his hands and was speechless. He's telling the truth. After purchasing mutant beast blood and flesh and space storage equipment, he is now penniless. Pockets are cleaner than even faces. Cut. Do you think I'll believe that? Song Lan skimmed his lips. Alright, it's on me then. Lindbergh didn't continue to dwell on it. Chapter 20, Hui Yinshan's Threat. This time, when they went out to hunt ferocious beasts, casually killing one or two of them could be exchanged for a large amount of money. A few meals are expensive for a martial artist. Insignificant. Ms. Song Lan, when do we leave? Chen Hu was rather excited. A look of impatience. Wait a little longer. There's someone else who hasn't come yet. Song Lan was very calm. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and said in a very calm manner, this time, those who acted as decoys, 2 people from Class 1, 2 people from both Class 2 and Class 3 as well, a total of 6 people. All of them are top-notch geniuses. It's considered to be the strongest combination of 6 people among the school. You guys have to get along harmoniously. There's more to this? Lindbergh was stunned and surprised. It was something that he really didn't know about. Of course, genius. It's natural to see blood in advance. Song Lan blinked and said with a smile, staying in the middle of the school won't raise a top-notch imperial beast master. Is that so? Lindbergh was stunned and pondered. Ha ha ha. Song Lan, you're here so early? At that moment, another middle-aged teacher arrived. The other side is special. With a beard and 7 or 8 scars on his face, he was extremely tough. Shut up, Gua Hao. You're the one who's late. Song Lan rolled her eyes. She looked around and asked with some curiosity. Where are your students? Can't come. Gua Hao hemmed and hawed and said with a very dejected, even somewhat showy smile, these 2 students of mine, they just broke through to the first rank of Beast Master, and are consolidating their cultivation at this moment. Wait a little longer. Are you showing off? Song Lan's face instantly darkened. Keep in mind that most of the people who can join the class now are freshmen. The time of awakening, that is, 3 or 5 days. It was possible to reach the level of a first-ranked Beast Master within 3 to 5 days. Either the family has a strong background and can get powerful resources, either that, or terribly strong. It was at least a king-level origin imperial beast that could perform like this. Hey, no, really no. Gua Hao laughed. He turned his head to look at Chen Hu and said with a smile, this is Lin Bai, right? Not bad, not bad. Good boy. More than 2 meters tall. This physical quality is not bad. Worthy of being a humanoid ferocious beast. I'm Tiger Chen. At this moment, Chen Hu had a black line on his face. He pointed at Lin Bai and said, this is the one who is Lin Bai. Gua Gua Hao was indifferent. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Bai and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. You boy. Gua Hao's face instantly became grave. What's wrong, Mr. Gua? Lin Bai frowned slightly. His heart fell in shock. His body was very special, especially after several evolutions. A large amount of life energy, locked up in his flesh and blood. Life breath spillage is actually super low. At a glance, it's just the level of an average student, even at the level of the average person. And this Gua Hao could not see through him? Nothing. Gua Hao shook his head, raised his hand on Lin Bai's shoulder and said with a smile, Lin Bai, why don't you come to my class? I'll give you that. There are a lot of beautiful women in our class. There's a wide range of all styles. It's much better than the first class. When you say it like that, it reminds me. It's true that there are a lot of girls in the third class, all here to catch a golden boy. I think there's another schoolgirl. What's her name? Lindbergh stroked his chin in thought. Not one, but three. Gua Hao smugly and proudly said, if you follow me, I will introduce all of them. The words were not finished. An attack came, and Song Lan controlled Wolverine, launching an attack towards Gua Hao. Gua Hao was startled. The green Luan had emerged beside him, holding up an energy shield to block the blow. And Gua Hao was very dissatisfied, glaring angrily at Song Lan and speaking, Song Lan, what are you doing? Gua Hao, you abducted my student in front of me? Song Lan had a murderous look on her face and said through clenched teeth, do you believe I'll tell the principal so he can come and help solve the problem? Don't. I was wrong. Gua Hao was silky smooth and slid to his knees at light speed, straight up low. At the same time there was some chagrin in his heart that he had forgotten. Song Lan, that's Principal Long Jian's own granddaughter. Get the principal to step in? There's no telling how crooked that ass is going to be. Next to him, Lin Bai was a bit stunned. How did this Gua Hao guy do it? Look all righteous and upright, and then bow his head and slide to his knees? This is too abstract. However, the strength of this one Mr. Gua was truly unfathomable. That strike by Wolverine was a solid 4th rank Imperial Beast attack, and this Gua Hao actually raised his hand to easily block it. Definitely a 6th order start. Hasn't the people arrived yet? At that moment, a teacher arrived. He had gray hair and looked to be in his early to mid-60s. Above the forehead, it was full of wrinkles and had grim eyes. He glanced at Lin Bai, his tone deep and cold, and spoke, you are Lin Bai? That's right. Which one of you? Lindbergh was a bit surprised. This is my third uncle, Hua Yenshan. Hua Yinfeng jumped out, his face still bruised and swollen, and looked at Lin Bai proudly, arrogantly saying, Lin Bai, this time, he, the battle between us definitely needs to be counted. Oh, Lin Bai glanced at Hua Yenshan. The heart poured out. This Hua Yenshan's strength is not simple. It was at least a 5th order Imperial Beast Master. Extremely powerful. With his current strength, far from being a match for this Hua Yenshan. However, Lindbergh wasn't vain. He glanced at Hua Yenshan and said in a cold voice, Hua Yenshan, oh, Mr. Hua, are you prepared to give your nephew a head start? That naturally wouldn't be. Hua Yenshan glanced at Lin Bai and said in a conspiratorial manner, but right, geniuses are well. It doesn't have to be immortal either. I just hope you don't have any accidents and can grow up. Oh, Lin Bai grinned and said with a smile, Teacher Hua, then I definitely won't let you down and become the strongest person above the world. Hua Yenshan. At this moment, Song Lan stepped forward. She was not polite, directly disliked, and said angrily, you listen to me well. I don't care what you are planning to do, but as long as something happens to Lin Bai, then your Hua family's young generation, every single one of them will have an accident. Understand? Song Lan, it's just too overbearing to blame my Hua family for any accidents that happen to Lin Bai, isn't it? Hua Yenshan frowned, his face instantly cold. However, he was extremely calm, because he knows it well. Song Lan he really couldn't afford to mess with. Bully? Let me know you're laying down the dirty tricks, and it won't be as simple as bullying. Song Lan was not the least bit vain. She threatened, try it if you don't believe me. Poof. Hua Yenshan let out a cold snort of defiance. Chapter 21, Killing the Black Armored Bear. Hua Yenshan, I've sort of met Lin Bai at first sight. I don't want to see any problems with him. At this moment, Hua Hao also stood out. He patted Hua Yenshan's shoulder and said with a smirk, I know that you Hua family members can't afford to play around. However, if you dare to make a move against the students of the academy, that old Deng Longjian will definitely come after you. Think about whether you can withstand the wrath of a king-level Imperial Beast Master first. You. Hua Yenshan's face suddenly changed, becoming ugly all of a sudden. Indeed, the Hua family is strong, but it certainly couldn't afford to mess with the king-level Royal Beast Master Longjian. Not to mention, Longjian still had a bunch of brothers and sisters, plus a bunch of king-level warriors from the True Martial Academy. If Long Jian really wanted to protect Lindbergh, he didn't really dare to do it. However, Hua Yinshan didn't want to show weakness as he said with some suffocation, "Don't worry, I'm not going to go to war over these trivial matters. It better be." Song Lan skimmed her mouth and turned her head to look at Guahao, saying irritably, "Your two students haven't come yet? It definitely takes a while to consolidate something like cultivation." Guahao spread his hands and said with a smile, "Besides, why is the fire so big these 2 days? Is it?" Hiss. Song Lan frowned and prepared to strike. Whoosh! Guahao's body flickered and disappeared in place. "Just leave a sentence." "So what? I'll go check it out. You two teams go over first. I'll follow. This one, Mr. Guahao, is somewhat interesting." Lindbergh stroked his chin. Tao didn't say anything. Following Song Lan out of the city, he entered the fierce beast forest. Boom! The moment he left the city, Lin Baijiu sensed that something was wrong. It was his first time out of the city, traveling to a dangerous area like the fierce beast forest. There was dense jungle all around, and there were no more than a few meters visible as far as the eye could see. In the air, filled with the smell of rotting wood and blood. Apparently, this place, the danger zone, isn't called that for nothing. This place, it's the fierce beast forest. Song Lan looked around and said with some emotion, "Lin Bai, Chen Hu, you two remember, in the middle of the fierce beasts forest, it's not that if you're strong, you'll always be safe and sound. Fierce beasts are extremely cunning beasts that will choose a person's weakness to attack. Even for a second-rank martial artist, there have been instances where they have been killed by a first-rank fierce beast under carelessness. What's more, compared to ferocious beasts, poisonous insects, snakes and ants are even more deadly. You guys remember, but whenever you are bitten, immediately send a distress signal. With your physical qualities, the toxins can't kill you for a while, but if you are strong, then it's another matter. 1 inch. I understand, Mr. Song." Lin Bai nodded slightly. He looked at Song Lan and asked with some curiosity, "Then how do we go next? Should we move separately, or should we form a group?" "Neither. I'll take you all, turn around, and kill a ferocious beast for practice." Song Lan smiled. She turned her head and spoke, "Well, there's a ferocious beast coming over." "What?" Lin Bai was stunned. His muscles tensed, and in a flash, he prepared for battle. He held his breath. The surroundings became, for a moment, three-dimensional. Within a radius of 200 to 300 meters, a small insect gently twitching its wings could hardly escape Lindbergh's perception. Sasha. The slight movement caught Lindbergh's attention. An esoteric and mysterious feeling struck him, and in a trance, Lin Bai was able to clearly perceive it. A huge beast, at least 7 or 8 meters in size, was creeping forward. The movement was slight. The speed, however, was extremely fast, almost to the point of a 100-meter sprint for an adult. "Is this the breath?" Lin Bai's heart stirred and thought of a guess. There is indeed something. Chen Hu's reaction was half a beat slower, at a distance of about 50 meters from the behemoth. The other's breath was also felt. Where did the beast come from? At this moment, Hua Yunfeng looked left and right and said with some disdain, "Teacher Song, you're not scaring me, are you? Prepare for battle." Hua Yinshan's face turned blue and he slapped Hua Yunfeng, and Lindbergh proportionally. Hua Yunfeng was just too inferior. Boom! At that moment, the bush shook violently. A huge black shadow scurried straight out, followed by the characteristic fishy odor of a ferocious beast. Boom! The behemoth was huge, clad in black scale armor. The appearance looked somewhat like a black bear. The 2 pairs of front claws were extremely sharp, glittering and can easily tear through hard rock. Hiss! Be careful, it's a black armored bear. First-ranked ferocious beasts, slightly slower, but defense and attack power, both at the top level. Lin Bai reminded Chen Hu, "Black Fury Tiger, come out." Chen Hu did not hesitate for a second, directly summoned the Black Fury Tiger. Ow! With a roar, the Black Fiend Tiger appeared above the clearing. Compare that to the state of the pups, which were only the size of a palm, a few days ago. At this moment, the Black Fiend Tiger reached a staggering height of 3 meters and a body length of about 4 meters. This thing grows that fast? Really, cubs? Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the Black Fiend Tiger. This thing was so big that it was already on the verge of catching up with Song Lan's Wolverine. And then, it was only a cub that had just been born 4 or 5 days ago. "I don't know." Chen Hu's face was serious as he spoke. "Cut the crap and deal with it carefully. This thing feels dangerous to me." Ow! The black armored bear let out a roar, and its blood-red eyes fixed on the Black Fury Tiger at once. Only, it wasn't ferocity in the eyes. Rather, it's fear. As a king-level cub, the Black Fiend Tiger innately had a suppressive effect on the black armored bear. Ow! The Black Fury Tiger let out a roar, in deterring black armored bears, and the black armored bear's body trembled, and instead of fleeing, it chose to attack the most vulnerable Lin Bai. "Look out!" Chen Hu was startled. In his opinion, Lin Bai was no match for a peak first-rank imperial beast like the Black Armored Bear. Boom! The Black Armored Bear slapped his paw down. Calm and collected, Lindbergh dodged the blow with a sidestep. Raise your hand and punch. Running his black jade hand, he slammed his fist into the chest of the Black Armored Bear. Ka-ching! At this moment, Lin Bai was not using his full strength. Only about 20,000 kilograms of force was used. However, the might of the black jade hand was extremely terrifying. One punch, the Black Armored Bear's scales crumbled, and after that, his huge body, which weighed tens of thousands of pounds, was directly blasted out. It smashed a couple of big trees. When Shenhu saw Lin Bai's performance, he sucked in a breath of cool air and muttered, "What a pervert! A humanoid ferocious beast." Ow! The Black Armored Bear took a punch from Lindbergh and only suffered a superficial wound and did not die. It has not been cowed. Instead, he fell into some kind of berserk state. With a roar, the scales on his body surface, all of a sudden, turned blood red. The breath soared. Chapter 22, Open like growth rate, speed and strength, both skyrocketed. Boom! The Black Armored Bear pounced towards Lin Bai, waving a pair of front paws, to tear Lindbergh apart. Die for me! Lin Bai wasn't going to spoil this one Black Armored Bear. With a flash of his body, he dodged the Black Armored Bear's attack and kicked it in the body, directly kicked the Black Armored Bear out, and then Lin Bai quickly caught up, landing punch after punch on top of the Black Armored Bear's body. For a moment, blood splattered. Every punch that Lin Bai slammed down didn't just cause the Black Armored Bear to suffer superficial injuries. At the same time, the true chi blasted directly into the Black Armored Bear's flesh and blood, and then it detonates, causing lethal damage. 10 short minutes passed. The Black Armored Bear's body was already bruised and battered. The blood is flowing. His pace was weak and his reaction time dropped drastically. It was almost impossible to make a counterattack. Boom! Lindbergh landed another punch. This time, he used 40,000 kilograms of doubled force. That amazing punch. It directly caused the Black Armored Bear's skull to burst and its brain to collapse. Instant death. Rumble. The body of the Black Armored Bear fell to the ground, still twitching slightly. Phew! Solved. Lin Bai stood on top of the Black Armored Bear's massive corpse. A long exhale. At the same time, that was quite a surprise in his mind. The Black Armored Bear that was a first-rank imperial beast, the energy contained in its flesh and blood was 5 times that of a mutated boar. The prices are even more outrageous. A kilogram would cost 5,000, and this one Black Armored Bear, at least 40,000 to 50,000 kilograms, or 200,000 to 300,000 dollars. It's just too exciting. It's incredible. Pure strength of flesh and true chi killed a Black Armored Bear all the way. And it was still killed without any weapon. Lin Bai's strength. Odds are that it has reached the first-rank martial artist degree. Song Lan was extremely shocked. To be honest, originally she had thought that the innate martial saint body was just like that, but now it seems, this kind of physique was simply ridiculously strong. Almost as strong as being enlightened. The magnitude of improvement in just a few days. The equivalent of decades and centuries of progress for the average person. It's almost as if it's on. Phew! At this moment, Lin Bai slowly exhaled a breath. He looked at the Black Armored Bear at his feet, touched his chin, and muttered, "It always feels like something is missing. It's a weapon." Song Lan approached. A long black blade appeared in her hand and handed it to Lin Bai. Speaking, "The principal asked me to give you this blade. It's said to be the weapon of a certain rival he had killed in the past. As a royal beast master, he didn't have much use for keeping it, so he asked me to give it to you. Make do with it." Thanks. Lin Bai didn't say anything, just kept this favor in his heart. Who is Principal Long Jian? A king-level imperial beast master. Throughout the entire federation, that was considered a top combatant. His collection of weapons may not be the best, but certainly not bad. Okay, try it. Song Lan urged Lindbergh. Yes. Lin Bai grabbed the black long knife and just as he entered his hand shook and the black long knife almost didn't fall to the ground. This thing is too heavy, isn't it? Within Lin Bai's eyes, a horrified look emerged. The black long knife was roughly 1.5 meters in length, palm wide, and was covered in black metal, but with fine blood-colored lines. If it's unusual steel, holding out for a few dozen kilograms, and this knife, at least 20,000 kilograms up or down. If it wasn't for Lin Bai's single-arm strength of 70,000 to 80,000 pounds, can't really hold this thing. You kid, can. Song Lan was even more surprised. She was well aware of the weight of this long black blade. A normal first-rank martial artist who could grab and lift it with 2 hands would be considered very strong, at least a second-order martial artist. Only then can you easily pick it up and use it freely. And Lindbergh was able to lift it up with 1 hand. seemingly with ease. Suffice it to say, it was both possible that Lin Bai had already reached the peak of the first rank, or even the early stage of the second rank. This rate of progress is just unbelievable. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's a cool knife. Play for me. Next to him, Chen Hu followed suit. He reached for the long black blade and was about to pick it up and swing it around. Lin Bai stopped Chen Hu and spoke. You can't hold this thing. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. No? Chen Hu was a bit skeptical, but by association, Lin Bai barely even picked it up, and Lindbergh's single arm strength was at least 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms. Lindbergh shouldn't have lied to him. Cut. Cheap is cheap. You can't hold it. At this moment, Hui Yunfeng skimmed his mouth. Very disdainfully, he said, a broken knife, like it's so valuable. Oh, Lindbergh was instantly happy. He picked up the long black blade with one hand and swung it around, easily dancing a blade pattern. And then he spoke. Hui Yunfeng, you're very unconvinced? How about this? Dare you bet? What's the bet? Hui Yunfeng became even more disdainful. In his opinion, Lin Bai's strength was only 10,000 to 20,000 pounds, and he could easily pick up the long black sword with one hand. With the weight of the black blade, 1,000 pounds would be the limit. Said it couldn't hold it. Just simply don't want to share. And don't play much. Lin Bai pointed to the black armored bear on the ground and spoke. Let's use this one prey I shot as a bet. If you can pick up this black knife, this black armored bear is yours. If you can't pick it up, you'll get this black armored bear back at 10 times the price. 50,000 kilograms. Not too expensive. 3 billion. How's that? Hiss. Hui Yunfeng immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. He was a little timid for a moment. You know, that's $3 billion. For him, it was all astronomical. Humph. Seeing some hesitation on Hui Yunfeng's part, Hui Yenshan took the initiative to open his mouth and said, it's only $3 billion. It's a bet. Cool. Lin Bai squinted his eyes and smiled. Picked up 3 billion for nothing. It's so comfortable. Lin Bai, you're too crazy. It hasn't even started yet. And you think, you're sure to win? Hui Yunfeng was upset. Try it then. Lindbergh didn't say anything. Raise your hand and throw it. Boom. The 20,000 kilograms heavy black long sword fell above the ground. The whole ground was shaking. Hiss. Hui Yenshan saw the huge movement of the long black blade falling to the ground. He knew. It was over. One is going to lose. The weight of this black long knife is at least 10,000 pounds. Humph. Hui Yunfeng hadn't yet meant the seriousness of the problem. He came in front of the long black blade and said nonchalantly, it's just a broken blade. I can pick it up with one hand. With that, Hui Yunfeng grabbed the hilt of the blade with one hand, with all your strength, trying to lift the long black blade, but the effort was half-hearted. The long black blade did not move. Hui Yunfeng's cold sweat came down. He grabbed the hilt with both hands and tried to forcefully lift the long black blade, but it's simply useless. The entire long blade seemed like a mountain. No matter how hard he tries, the whole knife was motionless. Chapter 23, you're not going to be unable to hold it, are you? Save it. This blade is called the bloodstained blackrock blade. It was the weapon of the bloodstained blade king back then. It weighs 23,000 kilograms. How could you possibly pick it up? It's at least the physical quality of a late first-order martial artist, or a third-order imperial beast master, to be able to pick it up. Song Lan skimmed his mouth, and his tone was filled with contempt, a look of disdain. Boy, 23,000 kilograms. Chen Hu was first stunned. Then he sucked in a breath of cool air. His current physical strength, when he put his best foot forward, was only 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. There was no way to shake this bloodstained black rock blade in the slightest. Well, Hui Yunfeng, can you pick it up? No way? You're not going to be unable to hold it, are you? So weak. Lin Bai stuck both hands in his pockets and mocked with a smirk. He's on fire. It directly caused Hui Yunfeng to almost vomit blood in anger. Being taunted by Lindbergh with his face plastered on his face made him feel as if he was eating a shang. But the bias can't be refuted. After all, with his current power, even if it increased tenfold, it's also unlikely that this one knife will be picked up. Lin Bai, don't you get cocky. Hui Yunfeng's face turned red as he stammered. Alright. Hui Yenshan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. This time, it wasn't just Hui Yunfeng who was disgraced. He was also disgraced along with him. Immediately, he raised his hand and flung it. A black crystal flight Lindbergh. Pop. Lin Bai raised his hand to catch the black crystal, glanced at it, and said with some surprise, Teacher Hua, you're really generous. Giving a black crystal directly. This thing isn't cheap. One is worth at least $10 billion. Do I have to find you $7 billion backwards? No. Yunfeng, let's go. Hui Yenshan darkened his face, not wanting to stay here. Grabbing Hui Yunfeng's collar, he turned away. Ha, that was awesome. I've long looked at that old thing Hui Yinshan in a bad light. Lindbergh, you're really talented. Well done. Song Lan gave a thumbs up with a smile on her face. Ha, it's just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. Lindbergh smiled. He raised his hand and grabbed the blood-stained black rock blade on the ground, took another look at it and marveled. What exactly is this thing cast from? It's actually so heavy? I don't know. It's said to be a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron that fell together from the middle of space during the cataclysmic era. The bloodstained Blade King seeks someone to cast as a weapon. Quite tough and almost unbreakable. As for the rest, I don't know. Song Lan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know as much as she seemed to. Doesn't matter. It'll work as a weapon. Lindbergh was not fussy. He looked at Song Lan and asked with some curiosity. By the way, MS. Song, what are we doing next? I was going to familiarize you with it first. Now it looks like it won't be necessary. Your battle power is already enough to deal with the surroundings. Even if you run into a second-ranked ferocious beast, I don't think you'll have much of a problem. Song Lan stroked his chin, considered for a moment, and then said, how about this? I'll take Shanhu and familiarize myself with fighting with ferocious beasts. As for you, just skulk around and see if there are any third-order ferocious beasts. No problem. Lin Bai shouldered his bloodline black rock blade, waved his hand, and said, Teacher Song, farewell. Aha! Song Lan didn't say anything either. Taking Chen Hu, he went to hunt other first-ranked ferocious beasts. Uncle San, I'm so upset. Lindbergh the bastard. I must get him killed. There has never been anyone who could make me so ashamed. Hui Yunfeng slammed his fist into the tree. His eyes were red and his whole body was going crazy with anger. This Lin Bai brat. I'll straighten him out without you having to do anything. This kid made me so humiliated in front of Song Lan. It's really an unforgivable sin. You must die. Hui Yinshan was also extremely angry. How many years? No one had ever dared to provoke him like that. Lindbergh, that was the first. If he didn't get Lindbergh killed, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. He glanced at Hui Yunfeng and spoke. Yunfeng, I'll feed you some of my power in a moment so that you can briefly erupt with the power of the third rank. So look for an opportunity and kill Lin Bai. But, Gua Hao, and the principal, it's not appropriate to do it directly, is it? Hui Yunfeng was stunned and directly shook his head. He's not stupid. Killing Lindbergh was seen and it was him who died. Hui Yinshan won't have any problems. This uncle of his really thinks he's a little cutie. Do you? Stupid. This place is a forest of ferocious beasts. It's not unusual for people to die. As long as we throw his corpse to the ferocious beasts, the King of Heaven will come and not be able to find even half a shred of evidence. What does it matter to us if he, Lin Bai, dies at the hands of a ferocious beast? Hui Yinshan's face was disdainful and his eyes were full of smugness. Obviously this kind of thing. It's not the first time he's done it. Once Hui Yunfeng thought about it, he felt that Hui Yinshan didn't have to harm him, so with a clench of his teeth, he said, Good, Uncle San. I'll do it. That's right. Hui Yinshan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, revealing a smile. With the brief contact just now, he had already gotten a clear picture of Lin Bai's strength. Peak of the first order, close to quasi-second order, but definitely not at second order level, and that strength. Facing a third-ranked martial artist, he couldn't even catch a single move. Certain death. Time rushes by. Several hours passed as Lindbergh kept loitering in the danger zone. There was dense jungle everywhere around. Occasionally you can see poisonous insects, snakes and ants, but I don't know why. When these poisonous insects, snakes and ants saw Lindbergh, they scattered and fled. Don't even dare to come close. It can't be because of the hybrid beast. If I remember correctly, high-level imperial beasts, for low-level imperial beasts, have an extremely terrifying suppression effect. These poisonous insects, snakes, and ants are probably sensing the aura of the mixed beast, and thus, don't dare to approach. Lindbergh muttered something in a low voice. However, there really weren't many ferocious beasts around. Lindbergh searched for half a day. There were also only a few quasi-first-order mutant boars that were hunted, and the rest of the first-order ferocious beasts were almost invisible. Apparently, it was all cleared out by the True Martial Academy. After all, as a freshman test, most of them were rookie newcomers who were not even in the quasi-first order. First-order imperial beasts were enough to kill indiscriminately, enough to cause a sea of casualties. How boring. Lin Bai sighed with emotion as he carried the blood-stained black rock blade. Stop where you are. Sasha. Almost instantly, an imperceptible movement came. Lindbergh was violently stunned, somewhat surprised. He muttered, No way. There's something? Wait a minute. This breath. It's a bit outrageous. Lin Bai's face suddenly changed, becoming grave all of a sudden. After a series of battles, at this moment, he was no longer a rookie. It could be easily distinguished. Chapter 24, The Terrifying Strength of a Hybrid Beast. the relationship between life breath and strength fluctuations, and not far from him, there was a faintly unnoticeable aura looming, but the breath was fading. Quality-wise, it's also extremely scary. That thing definitely exceeded the first order and reached the second order. What to do? Run or die? Lin Bai frowned and hesitated a little, and it was this momentary hesitation that aura had approached within 10 meters of him. Boom! A giant wolf with mixed up and down body and gray fur jumped out of the jungle. This giant wolf couldn't talk about much in terms of size. It was also just 2 meters tall, with a body length of 4 meters or so. The eyes were blood red, the fangs were cold and glittering, and all over his body, he exuded an amazing killing aura. Above the forehead of this giant wolf, a red unicorn horn grew. Extremely peculiar. Sure enough, a second-rank ferocious beast. Unicorn giant wolf. Lin Bai's face instantly became grave. Among the divisions of the Imperial Beast Master's ranks, the difference between each rank, that was quite large. The paper parameters are just too far apart. Take Lindbergh for example. His strength was about 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms at the moment, barely reaching the level of a quasi-second stage, and a random second-order ferocious beast. The force can then reach over 100,000 kilograms. This was still the weakest early second-stage ferocious beast. Crossing the ranks to challenge was almost impossible. It's as outrageous as a newborn baby dry-humping the world boxing champion with one punch. Ow! The one-horned giant wolf let out a long whistle. Direct attack. He raised his front paws, sharp nails popping out, each one a foot long and short. Extremely sharp. It could easily tear a person to pieces. Stab. Lin Bai, on the other hand, moved extremely quickly. He carried the bloodstained black rock blade in his hand and easily dodged the unicorn giant wolf's attack. Swinging the bloodstained black rock blade in his hand, he slashed straight through. Stab. The bloodstained black rock blade was extremely sharp, easily breaking through the defense of the unicorn giant wolf, leaving a deep and visible wound on top of the other party's skin. Hiss. Lin Bai looked at the wound and recoiled in shock. This bloodstained black rock blade was worthy of being a king's weapon. It's just too sharp. It was important to know that the skin on the surface of the unicorn giant wolf was extremely tough. It could easily block large-caliber thermal weapons, or at least a tank's main gun, in order to blast through the defenses of this one-horned giant wolf. And the bloodstained black rock blade actually tore through it with ease. The sharpness is just sick. Ow! At this moment, the unicorn giant wolf fell furious. He let out a long whistle. The unicorn horn above his head suddenly glowed, coalescing out a basketball-sized, blood-red ball of energy thunder. This sphere is bright and uncertain, with extremely amazing energy. Bad. Energy attack. Lin Bai's face was grave, and without any hesitation, he carried the bloodline black rock blade, straight up. It was necessary to finish off the opponent before the unicorn giant wolf's energy attack was ready. Otherwise, that could be a problem. Boom! The one-horned giant wolf didn't give Lindbergh any time to react. It launched a direct attack. The blood-red energy ball, like a cannonball, smashed over towards Lin Bai. Boom! Lin Bai didn't say anything, and the true chi in his body surged out. Above the surface of his body, the light golden true chi formed a shield, and at the same time, directly threw out the bloodline black rock blade and smashed it directly on top of the blood-red energy ball. Boom! The blood-red energy ball exploded. The terrifying energy overflowed in all directions, no less than a heavy artillery shell. Lin Bai's entire body, directly blown out. It smashed on top of the tree, and above the surface of the body. The true chi weakened most of the energy impact, but there are still quite a few places. A number of minor wounds appeared and blood flowed out. It stained Lindbergh's clothes red. It made him look a bit of a mess. Hiss! Lindbergh sucked in a breath of cool air. This second-ranked ferocious beast was really not something that could be dealt with by ordinary people. The strength is indeed terrifying. If it wasn't for his quick eyes and hands, he used the bloodline black rock blade to block the attack. Really, if you get hit, if you don't die, you're going to be badly crippled. Ow! At this moment, the unicorn giant wolf landed a blow. With red eyes, he charged towards Lin Bai with a furious rage. It's extremely fast, with an amazing sense of oppression. And at this moment, Lin Bai had already lost his bloodline black rock blade. The knife had been blown away over 100 meters, and it was definitely too late to pick it up now. No way! Don't sleep, hybrid beast! Without hesitation, Lin Bai directly pulled out the chipmunk. Squeak! Chipmunks look like they're in a sleepy daze. It shook its head, spirited little eyes, staring at the one-horned giant wolf. Boom! In just an instant, the unicorn giant wolf's body stopped. It let out a wail. It seems to have seen a particularly frightening presence. Turn and run. Whoosh! At this time, in Lin Bai's hands, the hybrid beast disappeared silently and with extreme speed. It was almost impossible even for Lindbergh to perceive it. Hiss! The speed of this thing, it's outrageous. isn't it? Lindbergh sucked in a breath of cool air. Almost instantly, the hybrid beast caught up with the unicorn giant wolf and came above the other party. Ow! Above the head of the one-horned giant wolf, a blood-red ball of energy flashed, trying to launch an attack. Look out! Lindbergh was startled. That energy ball could not be underestimated, and its killing power was extremely terrifying. Boom! The hybrid beast didn't even put the unicorn giant wolf's attack in its eyes. Its head expanded rapidly. It went from the size of a walnut right up to the size of a room, and then opened his mouth and swallowed. Directly swallowed the one-horned giant wolf. Alive! Hiccup! The hybrid beast's head returned to its original form and burped with immense satisfaction. This, directly to swallow? Lin Bai was dumbfounded, completely stunned by the powerful strength of the hybrid beast. You know, the hybrid beasts now, like him, it was a quasi-first order. But to be able to swallow a second-ranked unicorn giant wolf in one bite was just too perverse. It was worthy of being a god-level origin imperial beast. Rumble! Almost instantly, the hybrid beast began to digest the energy of the unicorn giant wolf. A large amount of life force surged madly into Lin Bai's body. The injuries on Lin Bai's body surface all healed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, his muscles and bones crackled under this powerful wash of life force, and the bones turned completely purple. It was as crystal clear as an amethyst, and the marrow within the bones began to liquefy. It turned into a purple liquid that was as brilliant as chalcedony. After a few moments, the power of the reflexes disappeared. Lindbergh could feel that he was refreshed. Strength has taken a substantial leap forward. Crackle! Lindbergh gently clenched his fists. His face showed a shocked color. He could feel that his strength, only, has come to 50,000 kilograms. And that's scary, because, this is not true chi power, but, pure flesh power. Chapter 25, Riches and Wealth. In the martial artist system, the stronger the strength of the physical body, it meant that the more terrifying the true chi that could be carried within the same realm. For example, although Lin Bai was quasi-first rank at the moment, flesh strength of 50,000 kilograms meant that his true chi reserves could reach 100,000 kilograms, or even 200,000 kilograms, if he breaks through the first order, become a full-fledged martial artist. This power gap, it's always going to be there. This was the benefit of having a strong physical body. It was just that, because of this, boosting the strength of the physical body seemed incredibly difficult. Compare it to the real power. Physical body strength required massive piles of resources in exchange for a minuscule increase. The resources consumed by raising the strength of the physical body by 1 kilogram were enough to raise the strength of the true chi by 10 kilograms, or even 100 kilograms. The further back you go, the more exaggerated the resources you need to consume. Most martial artists, in the early stages, are resource poor. There were simply no resources that were used to enhance the physical body, and most of them were decisively stacked with true chi cultivation. Phew! With my current power, I'm only able to slightly touch a third-ranked martial artist. Lindbergh clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body. Some excitement. Soon, though, he calmed down. After leveling up, his perception ability leapt substantially. Between the blurs, it seemed to be able to sense the presence of a hidden aura in the surroundings. The aura was faint, but yes, it does exist. This, life fluctuation. Third order? Lin Bai's face suddenly changed and he sucked in a breath of cool air. To be honest, his strength had risen greatly now, but it was only comparable to the weakest third rank. Call it second order invincibility. Third order, that might be able to resist a few moves. The difference between the two is just too great. Well, is calling Mr. Song, or maybe I should go over there first? For a moment, Lindbergh was a bit hesitant, but then he made up his mind. Go over there first. As the saying goes, life and death are not important. Let's see what's really going on before we make a decision. One thought to this. Lindbergh's body moved carefully through the bushes, approaching in the direction the scent came from. With proximity, that aura also became more and more terrifying. Even so, it gave Lindbergh a feeling that he couldn't breathe. Hiss, this is definitely not a normal third rank. Rather, the peak of the third order. Lindbergh sucked in a breath of cool air. Suddenly, an odor of blood came. Lindbergh carefully turned his head and pushed aside the bushes. In the distance, a shadowy sinkhole. It's almost hard to see from the outside. Within the sinkhole were densely packed dozens of corpses of ferocious beasts. Most of the flesh and blood on them had been eaten clean. Remnants of flesh and blood, spoiled and putrid. It makes the whole sinkhole stink. And the closest thing to Lin Bai was a two-headed giant wolf. It's already half eaten. The remaining half of the blood and flesh was still fresh and smelled pungently of blood. Two-headed giant wolf. Early third stage. Extremely dangerous. It's just going to die in one bite. Lindbergh's scalp went numb. It feels like I shouldn't explore any further. Inside the sinkhole, there is also a cave. Inside, An extremely ghastly fluctuation of life could be perceived faintly. It was at least the peak of the third order, or even close to the fourth order level. To be sure, the terrifying creatures inside are definitely not to be messed with. Go! Lindbergh didn't hesitate in the slightest. He knew that he had to leave. And just then, the chipmunk awoke, and it rubbed its eyes in a daze. Seems to sense something. The body instantly disappeared in Lindbergh's eyes and rushed into that cave. Come back! Lindbergh was startled. Within this cave, that was the existence of extremely terrifying peak third stage creatures. Chipmunks are powerful again. It's not necessarily a rival either. After all, this was just a quasi-first order cub. However, the chipmunks were extremely fast. The moment Lin Bai had just given the order, have entered the cave. Can't hear it at all. Spell it out. Lin Bai clenched his teeth and jumped into the pit, ready to bring the chipmunk out. That was his original imperial beast. It is extremely important that nothing goes wrong. Ow! Almost the instant Lin Bai had just jumped into the cave. Within the cave, a hysterical roar erupted, deafening like muffled thunder. It seemed that some terrible beast had been enraged. Seeing this, Lindbergh had no choice. Stiffen up and get ready to go hard. Unexpectedly, in just the blink of an eye, the chipmunk transformed into a residual shadow and came into Lin Bai's hands. In the chipmunk's hand, there was also a huge blood-red flower trailing. Is this the blood spirit flower? Lin Bai couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw that blood-red flower. This flower is a third-order herb. The effect was extremely powerful and could enhance a martial artist's true chi cultivation. At the same time, it can also promote the evolution of imperial beasts. The energy contained within was extremely strong. This hybrid beast of his own, he actually took food from the tiger's mouth and forced one of these blood spirit flowers out. Ow! Rumble! Dull footsteps sounded. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching, already less than 200 meters away from Lin Bai. Run! Lindbergh did not hesitate. Putting the chipmunks and blood spirit flowers in his pocket, he turned and ran. He went all out. The speed is as fast as it can be. Rumble! Almost instantly, a giant crocodile with a huge body size and above the surface of its body, full of blood-red scales, rushed out. His eyes are blood-red, with epileptic killing intent. It seemed extremely angry. How many years? No one had ever dared to provoke him like that. It also took away the herbs that he had worked so hard, guarding for decades. This one's an abomination. This time, it must die. In a flash, the blood-red crocodile was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had pulled in to a distance of 50 meters with Lin Bai. Lindbergh was startled. I didn't expect this red phosphorus giant crocodile to be so terrifyingly fast. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before he gets caught. Squeak! At this moment, the chipmunk body appeared on Lin Bai's shoulder. The surface of its body began to glow. A power surged into Lin Bai's body, seemingly adding a lot of bonuses to him. One moment, Lin Bai felt his body was incredibly light. The speed increased steeply by several times, easily leaving the red phosphorus giant crocodile behind. Ow! The red phosphorus giant crocodile let out a roar, extremely unwilling. In the end, however, he chose to go back. It couldn't be helped. There were still quite a few things he had to guard in the lair. It's just a blood spirit flower. It wasn't enough to make him give up guarding the nest and chase after Lin Bai at all costs. Bang! At this moment, Lin Bai's body slammed heavily onto the ground, heart thumping. On his forehead and back, he was already covered in cold sweat. Truth be told, if it wasn't for the chipmunks this time, he might have hung up. Chapter 26, I can't pitch you to death. Thinking of this, Lin Bai pinched the chipmunk and said viciously, do you know that I almost lost it? Bastard! Squeak! The chipmunk rolled his eyes humanely. It opened its mouth and swallowed. The large half of the blood spirit flower was then swallowed. You foodie! You saved some for me. Lin Bai's eyes were quick and he raised his hand to grab it. Unfortunately, the speed was ultimately half a beat full, and only a small piece of petal was salvaged. Woj. Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air and was completely speechless. What's all this about? Hiccup. The chipmunk didn't look at the small piece of petal in Lin Bai's hand. It's very satisfying. Transferred to the middle of Lindbergh's pocket, he continued to sleep. Rumble. The familiar counterpower surged madly within Lin Bai's body. Only, this time, compared to devouring that one-horned giant wolf's regurgitated power, although the Sunna quantity is more than twice as strong, the reinforcing effect, however, appears minimal. It just made Lin Bai's blood chi boil and increased his strength by 3,000 kilograms or so. Sure enough, it gets tougher as we go on. It's said that the theoretical limit of a quasi-martial artist's physical strength is 100,000 kilograms. I wonder if I can reach that level. I guess, is hard. In the martial god quasi-martial artist era, It looks like it's just able to reach around 60,000 kilograms. Lindbergh clenched his fists. The heart is actually not in the right place. He looked at the small half-piece of blood spirit flower petal in his hand and raised his hand, ready to swallow the whole petal. Just then, Hui Yunfeng's gloomy laughter rang out. Lin Bai. Ah, Lin Bai, I've finally found you. Ha ha ha. Hui Yunfeng, you really are a ghost. Lindbergh was speechless. He turned around and raised an eyebrow when he saw Hui Yunfeng step out from among the bushes. Within Hui Yunfeng's body, an extremely strong force exists, estimated to be around the third order. Obviously, this wasn't Hui Yunfeng's power, but came from Hui Yenshan. Boom! Hui Yunfeng activated this power. A big increase in speed. A fist smashed towards Lindbergh. Obviously, it's an Imperial Beast Master. The strength and speed that erupted from his body was not inferior to that of a third-ranked martial artist. The technique is terrible. Lin Bai saw Hui Yunfeng's weakness at a glance. Empty and powerful, but will not apply it at all and will only break the game with violence. With 10% of a third-ranked martial artist's strength, Hui Yunfeng would be lucky if he could exert 2 or 3%. Whoosh! Lin Bai's body flickered and dodged Hui Yunfeng's strike. Mockingly, he said, Hui Yunfeng, you sneak attacked me, didn't you? Where did you get that much power? From your third uncle? Humph. Lin Bai, you cut the crap. Today is the day you die. Go to hell. Hui Yunfeng hated Lin Bai. With a thought, he was about to use the power given to him by Hui Yenshan to finish off Lin Bai. Wait. Hold your horses for a moment. Lin Bai looked at Hui Yunfeng and his heart stirred. He wasn't really afraid of Hui Yunfeng's power. Up and down the early third stage, it wasn't yet Hui Yunfeng's own power, and the killing power it could inflict was very limited. However, if it's used for something else, that's a different story. Hui Yunfeng's third-order power was solid. It's probably pretty resistant to beatings. Looking at Hui Yunfeng, Lin Bai grinned and said with a smile, Hui Yunfeng, why don't we make a deal? What's the deal? Hui Yunfeng froze, his hand movements subconsciously stopping. Look at this. A flower petal appeared in Lin Bai's hand. This one petal is also the size of a finger belly, yet it exudes an amazing amount of energy. Even Hui Yunfeng couldn't help but lose his voice when he saw this piece of petal. Blood spirit flower? A petal fragment? Where did you find that? Not far away. Naturally. Lin Bai looked at Hui Yunfeng, smiled and said seriously, how about this? I'll take you there. How about you let me off the hook? Humph. How do I know if that place is a place of death? Hui Yunfeng wasn't stupid. There are a lot of small minds. Seeing this, Lin Bai smiled and said, it's very simple. Think about it. Your current strength, that's a third rank. Where are the third-ranked beasts around here? They were all killed by the academy teachers a long time ago. Besides, the third rank can't kill you. You have to be at least fourth rank to do that. That's true. Hui Yunfeng was instantly relieved. He narrowed his eyes and sneered in his mind. It feels like Lindbergh is a sizable cutie. When Lin Bai brought him to the blood spirit flower, he immediately slaughtered Lin Bai. However, Hui Yunfeng wouldn't tell the truth. He wore a look of utter hypocrisy. Hypocritically, he said, ha ha ha, Lin Bai, don't worry, as long as you bring me to the blood spirit flower, our previous accounts will be written off. Great, then let's go. And at that moment, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly. In his heart, he muttered, Hui Yunfeng, right? Let's see if I don't pit you to death. And so it was that the two men, with their hearts in the right place, once again headed toward the cave. Soon, Lin Bai brought Hui Yunfeng, came before the cave. At this moment, before the cave, a large number of corpses of ferocious beasts were still piled up. Above the ground, there are still a large number of footprints. Hiss! Hui Yunfeng's face paled a few points. He took 2 steps backward and spoke. The aura of a peak third-stage Imperial Beast. Lin Bai, do you want to die? Are you kidding me? That Imperial Beast has been killed. Otherwise you think I could survive the hands of a peak third-stage ferocious beast? Besides, there are ferocious beasts inside. If I take you in, I won't die together? You chicken out or get out. Lindbergh skimmed his mouth and continued to snub. He didn't want such an excellent sandbag as Hui Yunfeng to be scared away. That's true, too. With your waist-like strength, it is indeed impossible to come out alive. Hui Yunfeng's face was filled with a cold smile. The heart murmured, Lindbergh, let you be arrogant for a little while longer. When you see the blood spirit flower, you'll die for sure. Lin Bai still didn't know Hui Yunfeng's small mind, but he didn't care. Instead, he strutted in and said to Hui Yunfeng, if you're timid, stay here. I'll bring you back the blood spirit flower. Humph, who says I'm afraid? Hui Yunfeng let out a cold snort. He now completely put aside the doubts in his mind. Instead, he was worried that Lin Bai would pick all of the blood spirit flowers and eat them to break through his cultivation, or use them to threaten him in exchange for a way out, or he followed it himself. As soon as he saw the blood spirit flower, he immediately killed Lin Bai. Ha ha! Sure enough, I'm following you. Hui Yunfeng, I can't pick you to death this time. Lindbergh hemmed and hawed, walked right in. Boom! At this time, deep in the cave, the red phosphorus giant crocodile that was slumbering violently opened its eyes, and within its eyes, it was filled with bearish fury. That asshole came. How dare you come? And with a helper. Chapter 27, You Don't Keep Your Word. Provocation. This is a serious provocation. The human must be killed. It immediately held its breath and hid all its scent. Prepare to wait until the two Lindberghs arrive. Suddenly attacked and killed both of them. Collectively. Ta-da-da. Droplets of water dripping down. Clearly visible. There was dead silence in the empty cave. This in turn made Hui Yunfeng even more excited. If there was a third-ranked ferocious beast, then by now, it must have rushed out to attack him. It's not done yet. Well, there's only one possibility. That is, the ferocious beast has been killed. Hey! Hui Yunfeng looked at Lin Bai wistfully at this moment. A powerful force brewed within his body, already prepared to kill Lindbergh. And just then, Lin Bai stopped at an open area. In front of him was a huge hollow. Above was a mass of stalactites, hideous and ghastly, and below, an unfathomable pool of water. In the center of the pool, the blood lotus grew. Each one is budding and carries an amazing amount of energy. You can smell the faint fragrance from a long way away. 7 blood spirit flowers. Ah ha ha ha, this is rich. Hui Yunfeng was excited. He turned around violently, his eyes staring at Lin Bai with a deadly glare as he said angrily, He, Lin Bai, this time, you're dead. Hui Yunfeng, you don't keep your word. A trace of dismay appeared on Lindbergh's face, and he seemed to be extremely angry. Ah ha 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 ha, Lin Bai, you're really stupid to think that I keep my word. Go to hell. Hui Yunfeng was afraid of a long night. Without any hesitation, a fist blasted towards Lin Bai. Boom! A punch from a third-ranked martial artist could probably have a force of more than 100,000 kilograms. Under the augmentation of such terrifying power, the air around them burst into pieces. A sharp, ear-piercing pop was emitted. Seeing this, Lin Bai's heart moved and he raised his hand to confront Hui Yunfeng. Bang! A heavy force erupted. Lin Bai operated his black jade hand and dissolved most of the force. Even so, his arm tingled slightly for a split second. What amazing power! Is this a third-ranked martial artist? Lin Bai was surprised in his heart. Acting, though, is still a bit of an act. He could feel it. In the middle of the pool, the red phosphorus giant crocodile was lurking, looking for a chance to strike. Obviously, not entering the pool to pick the blood lotus. This insidious red phosphorus giant crocodile would not make a move to hunt. He had to create opportunities for Hui Yunfeng to do so. Bang! Lin Bai wasted away, his body hitting the stone wall. For a moment, debris flew. Lindbergh was buried under a pile of rubble and lost his movement. Ah ha 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 ha, Lindbergh, you're finally dead. This is what happens when you go against me. Ha ha ha. Hui Yunfeng was excited. Under extreme excitement, he had even forgotten to check on Lin Bai's life and death. Of course, in his opinion, Lin Bai was struck by the power of a third-ranked martial artist. He would surely die. There was no hurry to examine him later. It was better to get the blood spirit flower first. Think about it. Hui Yunfeng turned around and took an arrow step, treading water, very bumpy X towards the blood spirit flower. Wanted to pick this spirit medicine to hand extremely elegantly. Of course, joyful. Boom! The pool exploded and the water splashed high into the air. The red phosphorus giant crocodile appeared, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Hui Yunfeng. Lindbergh, you pit me. Hui Yunfeng's face paled and he cursed in anger. He could feel it. This red phosphorus giant crocodile, that was the peak of the third rank. Just this one little chicken of his. Bullying a second-order martial artist was fine, but if you ran into a peak third order, you would surely die. Boom! In an instant, Hui Yunfeng woefully dodged the blow and rolled on the ground. Hurriedly, he climbed to his feet and fled in terror. The blood spirit flower couldn't even care less. Boom! The red phosphorus giant crocodile was also furious at this moment. It climbed straight up, locked onto Hui Yunfeng's aura. Strength and speed erupted as he chased towards Hui Yunfeng. Boom! The red phosphorus giant crocodile let out a roar. Open your mouth and spit. The blood-red energy ball flew out and heavily smashed into Hui Yunfeng. Hui Yunfeng desperately fought back with the help of his third uncle, Hui Yenshan. Bang! The blood-red energy ball exploded. Hui Yunfeng was instantly hit hard, most of the skin on his body surface turning into charcoal as he spat out blood and slammed heavily onto the ground. Such a heavy injury. An ordinary person would have been incapacitated long ago, but for martial artists, only minor injuries. And Hui Yunfeng was already scared out of his wits at this point, turned and fled frantically. Ow ho! The red phosphorus giant crocodile let out a roar as it turned around and chased towards Hui Yunfeng. Between a chase and an escape, the cave regained its tranquility. Bang! At that moment, the rubble pile exploded. Lindbergh got out of the rubble and patted the dust on his body. Murmuring, he said, "This sandbag, Hui Yunfeng, is really resistant to being beaten up. However, it shouldn't be able to resist for long. Gotta hurry up." Thinking of this, Lindbergh did not hesitate. Go deeper into the pool. With a lift of his hand, he plucked all 7 mature blood spirit flowers, put it in a metal box and seal it, and then it was included in the carry-on space. Whoosh! Finishing these, Lindbergh was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he rushed into the pool in search of another treasure, the blood spirit stone. This kind of stone was usually the root of the blood spirit flower, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to form, and the degree of preciousness was no less than that of the blood spirit flower. However, the effect is completely different. The effect of this kind of stone was mainly that it could be directly absorbed and used to increase the cultivation of true qi. For the current Lin Bai, it belonged to the top treasures. Soon, Lin Bai dived into the bottom of the pool and saw at the root of the blood spirit flower, 5 blood spirit stones were suspended. Each piece was the size of a man's head, emitting a blood-red light that was extremely brilliant. Snap! Lindbergh did not hesitate. Raising his hand, he put away all of these blood spirit stones, just about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a human corpse not far away. It's been dead for I don't know how many years. All that's left are rotting bones. A corpse? That's... Lin Bai was stunned and noticed the presence of a silver-white bracelet next to the corpse. Exactly. Space bracelet. Honestly, Lin Bai had seen quite a few space bracelets. Judging from this one space bracelet in front of me, it's worth its weight in gold. It belongs to his advanced space equipment. The treasures inside are estimated to far exceed the blood spirit flower. I didn't expect to pick up this kind of treasure. Lindbergh didn't hesitate in the slightest. A dive took away the stored gear next to the body, and another careful search was made. Another dark gold longsword was found. A few strange names were seals engraved on it, and it's sunk in. The weight can be over 10,000 pounds, slightly inferior to the blood-stained black rock blade. However, it was definitely not a simple weapon. Forget it, take it all together. Even if you can't use it, you can still sell it for resources. Chapter 28, Hui Yunfeng is a good person. Lin Bai's mind moved. Throw the dark gold long sword into the storage space. Turn around and leave the pool. Wow! Lin Bai rushed out of the pool and landed on top of the ground. And at this time, the battle in the outside world was still intense. The ground shook, and Hui Yunfeng's miserable screams rang out from time to time. Clearly, having been beaten up badly. Ha ha! This Hui Yunfeng guy, he's quite resistant to beatings. I can't believe I carried it hard for a minute. Lindbergh was a bit surprised. He gathered his breath. With speed as fast as it could go, he rushed towards the outside of the cave. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. It is better to take the 36th plan and leave. Whoosh! Lin Bai rushed out of the cave, leaving a residual shadow in its place as he fled towards the distance. Lindbergh, you didn't die? Hui Yunfeng's eyes were completely red at this moment. Lindbergh didn't die. That blood spirit flower, it must be on Lin Bai. He felt like a little cutie, being brushed around by Lindbergh. He was beaten half to death by the red phosphorus giant crocodile. Instead, Lindbergh was allowed to pick the peach. Puff! Hui Yunfeng spat out blood in anger and roared. Lin Bai, you bastard! Just wait, I'll kill you for sure. Cut! Lin Bai didn't take Hui Yunfeng's threat seriously at all. He was extremely fast, moving away from the melee battlefield. Ow ho! At this moment, the red phosphorus giant crocodile discovered the blood spirit flower scent on Lin Bai's body. The eyes were red. This thief, stealing one wasn't enough. He actually took all of the blood spirit flowers. All of them must die. In an instant, the red phosphorus giant crocodile abandoned Hui Yunfeng and charged towards Lin Bai. It was extremely fast and obviously moved with shock and fury, to screw Lindbergh to death. Ha ha ha. Lindbergh, you're dead. Let you kid be smart. Do you think you can get that blood spirit flower? Hui Yunfeng was delighted. Seeing Lin Bai's bad luck was like eating a big mouthful of ice cream in the middle of summer. Just feel refreshed and out of breath hard. But the next second, he was green in the face. At this moment, Lin Bai saw the chipmunk fall into a deep sleep, and with his strength, he couldn't get rid of the red phosphorus giant crocodile. Simply a U-turn. Turning around, he charged towards Hui Yunfeng. Lindbergh, you, stay back. Hui Yunfeng was like a frightened rabbit at the moment. Turn around and run. It's just a shame. His speed, after all, was a bit slower than Lin Bai's, and a stone appeared in Lindbergh's hand. Throw it out with all your might. Whoosh! The stone flew towards Hui Yunfeng. Hui Yunfeng thought that he had encountered some kind of danger, some kind of weapon from Lin Bai. Stopping in his tracks, he raised his hand to block. This pause, he was quickly overtaken by Lindbergh, and at that moment, the stone was also caught by Hui Yunfeng with one hand and easily crushed. Lindbergh, you tricked me. Above Hui Yunfeng's forehead, veins streaked straight up. Ow ho! The red phosphorus giant crocodile was killing Red Eyes at this time. Open your mouth and spit. The blood-red energy ball then flew towards Hui Yunfeng. Not one this time, but 10. Block for me. Hui Yunfeng was terrified, rolling around, resisting and dodging attacks at the same time. But he had too little control over his own power. Basically 10 shots in a row. Each shot blasted Hui Yunfeng out. It made the injuries on his body heavier. 10 rounds over. Hui Yunfeng had become like an evil spirit at this moment. Hideous. Lindbergh, I'm going to kill you, Hui Yunfeng wailed. While fleeing, he chased after Lindbergh. Behind him, the red phosphorus giant crocodile chased after him furiously. Completely frantic, any trees in his way along the way, all were easily crushed, turned into pieces. The whole thing looked as if they wouldn't stop until they killed Lin Bai. Hiss, this thing doesn't look like it has a normal amount of fire in it. Lin Bai looked at the red phosphorus giant crocodile behind him that kept chasing after him, poured out a cool breath. It felt like this was going to be real trouble. There's Hui Yunfeng patting back. No worries for now, but Hui Yunfeng is in poor shape and won't be a sandbag for long. Think about it. Lindbergh raised his hand and shook the chipmunk, trying to wake the little thing up. It's just a shame. This thing seemed to have entered some sort of evolution after eating the blood spirit flower. It was impossible to wake up for a while anyway. Lindbergh was helpless, only to be hardened and continue to run away. The direction he fled, however, was the direction of the city. The closer the distance, the greater the probability of encountering a patrol. In addition, Lindbergh turned on the distress signal. Ask Song Lan for help. At this point, the other side, above Song Lan's wrist, the pager went off. Teacher Song, peak third order fierce beast, red phosphorus giant crocodile. Come on, I can't top it. Late, I'll be gone. Aha! Among the caller, Lindbergh's voice was heard. There was also the sound of Hui Yunfeng screaming miserably in the middle. So clearly, the situation was bad, not good. Song Lan's face suddenly changed. She was genuinely surprised to be in an area so close to the city. There are still third-order ferocious beasts surviving. Immediately, with a deep leap, he rushed towards Lin Bai's coordinates. Wait for me. Seeing this, Chen Hu rode onto the back of the black fiend tiger. Follow Song Lan's lead, towards the location of the red phosphorus giant crocodile. He rushed over. Rumble. At this moment, the red phosphorus giant crocodile was still chasing furiously behind Lin Bai. Hui Yunfeng really couldn't top it. He was blasted away again. The power of Hui Yenshan in his body dissipated, and he didn't even have the strength to climb up and escape. No, Hui Yunfeng was beyond desperate. He thought he was going to die here. Ow. Just then, the sound of Wolverine's long whistle rang out. The sound was deafening and carried an incomparably terrifying aura. Compared to the state of the cubs that Lindbergh had seen, it's simply not in the same league. Boom. Wolverine is oppressive. He was close to as tall as a 3-story building, and his body fur was golden with a dazzling golden light. Extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already less than 100 meters away from the red phosphorus giant crocodile. Whoosh! The red phosphorus giant crocodile turned and ran. There was no more of the majestic dominance from earlier. Just, the difference between a third-order fierce beast and a fourth-order fierce beast was too great. Bang! Wolverine easily caught up with the red phosphorus giant crocodile. A clawed hand, slapping the red phosphorus giant crocodile in a daze, and then opened his mouth and bit. The sharp fangs easily tore through the outer armor of the red phosphorus giant crocodile, twisted the spine of the red phosphorus giant crocodile, killed this peak third-stage imperial beast. Hiss! Is this the power of a fourth-rank imperial beast? Lindbergh was a bit shocked. It was hard for him to speak of this Wolverine in relation to the wolf cub he had encountered in the freshman test. Lindbergh, you have a great life. Song Lan appeared next to Lindbergh. When he saw Lin Bai's body, all over, intact, he suddenly had a strange look on his face. With Hui Yunfeng helping to block the red phosphorus beast, I'm not too injured. Lin Bai pointed at Hui Yunfeng next to him, his face filled with a bright smile. Put! Hui Yunfeng spat blood from his mouth, his lungs almost exploding with anger as he rolled his eyes. Chapter 29, break your teeth and swallow them in your stomach. Protecting Lindbergh? Are you kidding me? He almost didn't get pitched by Lindbergh. In an instant, Hui Yunfeng's eyes widened, eager to retort. However, when he noticed Lin Bai, there was a jolt. He realized there was no way to explain it. He's here to kill Lindbergh. If this comes out, he's finished. Principal Long Jian will definitely not let him off the hook. Even the Hua family can't protect him. The only option is to break your teeth and swallow them in your stomach. Among other things, there is no other way. Oh, Hui Yunfeng protects you. Song Lan glanced at Hui Yunfeng, his face odd. She didn't believe a single bit of Lin Bai's words. After all, Lin Bai and Hui Yunfeng were considered mortal enemies. However, she noted, within Hui Yunfeng's body, there existed a powerful force that could reach the level of a third-stage martial artist. Without a doubt, That was Hui Yinshan's power. Then everything is solved. Hui Yunfeng had come to kill Lin Bai, and it wasn't hard to explain why Lin Bai hadn't revealed Hui Yunfeng. It's not necessary. Now that Lindbergh's wings are not full, it's not the time to fall out. Or maybe, can't tear his face off for a while. Thinking of this, Song Lan understood and said tacitly, "TSK, Hui Yunfeng, you're not bad, actually sacrificing your life to protect your classmates." Holy, put. Hui Yunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, his eyes rolling, fainted straight away. Whoosh! At this moment, Hui Yinshan silently appeared in place. He saw Hui Yunfeng, who had fallen to the ground. The face was grim. To be honest, he never expected it. Hui Yunfeng is actually such a waste. With the strength of a third-ranked martial artist, he was actually able to be fooled by Lin Bai. Froze and didn't kill Lindbergh. Instead, it had fulfilled Lin Bai, giving him, for no reason at all, an extra pair of windfalls. I didn't expect that in this place. There are actually residual third-rank Imperial beasts. Luckily, my nephew has my power inside him, temporarily blocking the Imperial beasts. Saved a life. Hui Yinshan spoke to himself. It wasn't talking to himself, but explaining to Song Lan where the power came from. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Song Lan narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "Hui Yinshan, since this is the case, then, I'll give Lin Bai the power of a fourth-ranked martial artist. There shouldn't be any problem in defending yourself, right?" Hui Yinshan's face stiffened. The face is hard to see. Giving Lindbergh the power of a fourth-ranked martial artist? That means Hui Yunfeng is dead. One must know that he was well aware of what Hui Yunfeng's true purpose was. Buzz! In Song Lan's hand, a crystal appeared. She handed the crystal to Lin Bai and said with a smile, "Lin Bai, within this crystal, there is a power of mine sealed, which can reach the fourth rank. You take it and consider it. Defense." "Thanks, Mr. Song." Lindbergh didn't rub it in. Raising his hand, he took the crystal that sealed Song Lan's power. Then, in his hand, a blood spirit flower emerged. And then, he handed the blood spirit flower to Song Lan and said with a smile, "Teacher Song, this blood spirit flower, I found it in the middle of the red phosphorus giant crocodile's cave. I'm giving it to you as a gift. As the saying goes, a gift for a gift, you boy." Song Lan was instantly surprised. Blood spirit flower. This kind of spirit medicine was extremely rare, close to a fourth-order spirit medicine purely in terms of value. For the Imperial Beast Master, it would be even more precious. It was one of the few materials that strengthened the physical body. At the same time, it can replenish the power of the origin. Therefore, blood spirit flowers usually had a price without a market, and when they could be brought out for sale, it was basically a sky-high price. It was even more expensive than most fourth-order elixirs. You can say, this is definitely a heavy gift. When Lin Bai saw Song Lan freeze, he smiled and said, "Teacher Song doesn't need to worry. I still have several more in my hand. This one, take it as a token of my appreciation." "Take it. That's good. Thanks a lot." Song Lan didn't continue to postpone, and accepted the blood spirit flower graciously, and then he raised his hand and flung it, throwing the red phosphorus giant crocodile to Lin Bai. He said with a smile, "Lin Bai, this imperial beast is for you. Keep it to feed." "Oh, you're chipmunk. That little thing shouldn't be able to eat much, right?" Lin Bai took a glance at the red phosphorus giant crocodile's massive body, stroked his chin, and said, "It's hard to say. It's better to put it away first." With that, Lin Bai raised his hand and put away the red phosphorus giant crocodile. Blood spirit flower. Hui Yinshan's eyes were filled with greed. This flower would be of great use to him, and might be used to make a breakthrough and gain more power and a longer lifespan. If Song Lan wasn't here, he did it a long time ago. He looked deeply at Lin Bai and said lightly, "Lin Bai, you've performed well this time, but, be safe. Geniuses, but they can die young. Don't worry, Teacher Hua, I will definitely live even longer than you." Lindbergh grinned, smiling broadly. Hui Yinshan let out a cold snort and grabbed Hui Yunfeng on the ground. "Turn around and walk away. This old thing, it's very sinister. You have to be more careful. Going forward, the odds are that this old thing is going to lay down the law." Song Lan clasped both hands in front of her chest, her eyes narrowing slightly. I understand. There was no need for Song Lan to remind him. Lin Bai also knew that in the future, Hui Yinshan would definitely retaliate. But, if he is strong enough, Hui Yinshan's so-called revenge, it will soon become a joke. "Lindbergh, are you alright?" At this moment, Chen Hu came dry from a distance. The whole person was very fast, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Obviously, he was nervous, worried that something had happened to Lindbergh. He put his best foot forward and rushed over. "It's okay." Lindbergh shook his head. A blood spirit flower appeared in his hand and handed it to Chen Hu, saying, "Chen Hu, take this. It's good for the evolution of the black fiend tiger." "I can't have this thing." Chen Hu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It's too precious, take it. I still have several more in my hand. With this stuff, taking one has the strongest effect, and taking a second one, it won't have much effect." Lin Bai smiled and then said, "You're at the starting stage now, and the blood spirit flower belongs to the category of being the strongest foundation establishment spirit medicine. It's very suitable. Good, I'll take it." Chen Hu sniffed and was not polite. Raising his hand under the blood spirit flower, he prepared to find an opportunity and take it slowly. Ahem. At this moment, Song Lan coughed twice lightly and spoke. "It's almost time. Lin Bai, you continue to wander around. See if there are any other powerful ferocious beasts." "I know. No problem." Lindbergh didn't make a fuss. Waving his hand, he turned around and entered the middle of the ferocious beast forest and continued to start patrolling. Time rushes by. A day passed. Lin Bai wandered around for over 100 kilometers in the middle of the ferocious beast forest, skimming over most of the area. Second-ranked ferocious beasts were seen quite a bit, but third-ranked ferocious beasts, that's not even a single one to be seen. Chapter 30, Dangerous Mercenary. Obviously, the red phosphorus giant crocodile belonged to the category of being a rather rare example, almost impossible to reproduce. After all, this was an area the True Martial Academy would clean up almost every year, as a testing site for freshmen. It was nothing short of a miracle that even the red phosphorus giant crocodile had survived until now. Nightfall. Lin Bai didn't go back, but found a cave, light the bonfire, cut off a few pieces of the red phosphorus giant crocodile's blood and meat and put them on top of the campfire to grill. In the meantime, don't forget to sprinkle the cumin sprinkles. Soon the pungent aroma came. Just then, footsteps sounded. It smells so good. It's the smell of grilled meat. Hey, I'm hungry. Go over there. I don't know what's roasting. Scattered footsteps sounded as a group of people walked towards Lin Bai's position. Human? Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly, and his face instantly became grave. In the middle of the ferocious beast forest, the most dangerous thing is not the ferocious beasts, but the humans. After all, most powerful ferocious beasts had their own territories and, once they were full, would not continue to kill. And humans are different. Examples of internecine warfare abound. There were examples of fathers and sons fighting each other over a ferocious beast, a spirit medicine, or a certain treasure. Because of this, in the middle of the ferocious beast forest, the last thing Lin Bai wanted to run into was humans. Wow! A dozen mercenaries entered the cave. On these mercenaries, they were wearing the most advanced alloy battle armor, carrying a large sword in his hand. Many of them were still stained with the blood of ferocious beasts and their pugnacity. Obviously, this group of mercenaries was not simple, absolutely ruthless. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, with a sturdy figure of 1 meter 9. The face bore several hideous scars. It looks like a fierce and tough flavor. He was stunned when he saw that Lin Bai was the only one. These days, one dares to enter the fierce beast forest alone. Not a cutie. That's just mean. And when he saw the roasted meat on top of the bonfire, his pupils shrunk. Third-ranked ferocious beast blood and flesh. A kilogram is less hundreds of thousands of dollars. Call it a sky-high price. Those who could afford to eat this were at least third-order, or even fourth-order powerhouses. In an instant, the mercenary captain collected his killing aura. Hospitably, he said, "This brother, my name is Zhou Chen, head of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Regiment. It's late. I wonder if I can stay in the cave for a while." The Blood Wolf mercenaries? Lin Bai looked Zhou Chen up and down. The other party looked fierce and covered in murderous aura though. However, the scars on top of the armor were all left by ferocious beasts. There were no traces of humans left behind. Obviously, the other party hadn't fought many humans, and shouldn't be underground mercenaries specializing in killing and taking treasures. However, Lindbergh still retained his wariness. He said indifferently, "The cave is full. A few people. Change to another place." "Oh oi, kid, you're too bossy." "It is. It's not like you own this cave. We're just borrowing it for a while. No offense." A group of mercenaries were disgruntled. Zhou frowned and was a little upset in his heart. He didn't expect Lin Bai to be so disrespectful. However, he was extremely cautious. He didn't dare to make a move with Lindbergh easily. After all, if you win the fight, it's just more caves. If you lose the fight, then your little life is gone. Gambling your life for this little thing, it's not worth it. Immediately, Zhou Chen turned to his team and said indifferently, "Let's go, Captain. We're just leaving?" "Yeah, this is too wimpy, isn't it? We can't just let it go." The group of mercenaries were disgruntled, feeling that Zhou Chen was just too much of a wimp. "Are you the captains, or am I?" Zhou Chen frowned. He said coldly, "I said, let's go." "Yes, I know, Sabo." So depressing. A group of mercenaries were upset. However, it could only follow Zhou Chen's orders and leave the cave. Kind of funny. Lin Bai glanced at Zhou Chen, His perception ability was extremely sharp now, and he could clearly feel it. Zhou Chen for a brief moment, there was a hint of murderous intent leaking out, wanting to kill him, but eventually gave up. Obviously, this one, Zhou Chen, wasn't any good either. Zip, zip, zip. At this moment, on top of the bonfire, the roasted meat was moist with oil and already cooked through. Lindbergh picked it up and took a bite, full of flavor. At the same time, a powerful force surged into Lin Bai's body. This is the power contained in flesh and blood. Extremely amazing. Just a mouthful of blood and flesh made Lin Bai's day's exhaustion sweep away. Back to top form. This red phosphorus giant crocodile is worthy of being a third-ranked ferocious beast. Its blood and flesh is truly a delicacy on Earth. Extremely energetic too. Lindbergh was surprised. With a flutter in his heart, he knew that he would have to stock up on the blood and flesh of some high-grade ferocious beasts next. Maybe in a pinch, can save his own life. But it's time to leave. The group of mercenaries were all composed of first-rank martial artists, and Lin Bai wasn't afraid of them in single combat. But if the other party was in a group and used hot weapons, it is not yet known who was going to die. The group was bluffed just now, so I don't know if they'll kill one back. Playing with this, it's not worth it. Think about it. Lin Bai got up and quickly left the cave, silently disappearing into the dark night. At this point, the other side, Zhou Chen had just left not too far away when he stopped in his tracks, his face grim, and said coldly, "Everyone, we've been tricked." "Tricked? Captain, what do you mean?" "Yeah, what's going on? Could it be that there's something wrong with that guy just now?" The rest of the team was quite taken aback, and at this moment, Zhou Chen's face was gloomy as he spoke. "I originally thought that he was a strong person, but now it seems that there are many doubts. The first thing is that the other party shouldn't appear here. This place is a safe zone. There aren't many powerful ferocious beasts at all. It's unlikely for a third-ranked martial artist to stay here. The only possibility is that the kid isn't strong, not strong, yet possessing third-order ferocious beast blood and flesh. This kid is a fat sheep. Yeah, what do we do? What else can we do? Kill back. That's right. To be able to eat the blood and flesh of a third-ranked ferocious beast as a meal, there must be quite a lot of treasures in that kid's body." A few short seconds, the mindset of the mercenaries of the Blood Wolf mercenaries began to change, become incredibly greedy. The feral beast forest and within the city are two completely different sets of rules. This place is weak. The strong eat everything. Even if they were taken out, no one would come after them. The beast will erase all traces, even if death wants to track it down, and absolutely nothing can be found out. The beast will erase all traces. Let's go back. At this moment, Zhou Chen's greed exploded. He said coldly, "This kid, I must make him pay." Chapter 31, Extreme Counter Kill. "That's right, Captain. We must get that kid killed. Go, let's go back." "Yeah, it's late. That kid might have run away. Be fast." The group of mercenaries' thoughts came alive. It was all a feeling that Lindbergh was a big fat sheep. It's worth slaughtering. In that case, let's go. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps captain let out a cold snort. He immediately took a group of mercenaries and started walking back. Almost as soon as Lin Bai had left, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had already arrived. A group of people stood in the middle of the cave, looking at the empty cave. For a moment, he was directly frozen. This kid is a fast runner. The campfire's still out, so he must not have gotten far. Crap, we've only just been gone for a total of 15 minutes. Go, follow the direction Lin Bai left. Let's catch up. The remaining mercenary squad members were excited. Didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Only the captain, Zhou Chen, frowned slightly, feeling a bit surprised. Theoretically speaking, it was unlikely that a newcomer like Lin Bai would be able to leave so skillfully. This kind of operation is either intellectually superior, either the other party is a veteran, in the middle of the ferocious beast forest, mixing for many years, regardless of the outcome of that one. All proved that Lindbergh wasn't to be messed with. However, associating it with the pile of treasures on Lin Bai's body, in the end, greed in his heart overpowered his reason. Zhou Chen clenched his teeth and followed Lin Bai's footsteps, catching up. Tick-tock. At this moment, thousands of meters away, the alarm above Lin Bai's wrist rang. He looked down at his wrist and muttered, "It's really catching up. Well, it's the Blood Wolf Mercenary Squad. It's still about 5 kilometers away from me." Lindbergh wasn't the least bit flustered. Now he has two choices. The first is to shake the man and send a signal to Son Lan. With Son Lan's strength, it was enough to level the entire Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. The second is to take out this mercenary group, no doubt about it. Lin Bai chose the second one, getting this mercenary squad killed. Calm down, let's see, what's the best thing to do? Lindbergh frowned. Honestly, this was his first time fighting a mercenary group. He didn't know much about mercenary groups, but it was also known that the other party would certainly not choose a fair duel. Use whatever means you have. All sorts of insidious and poisonous tactics are coming out of the woodwork. Quite a few examples of the strong being countered by the weak. Above the whole world, that abounds. It is not in the least bit prudent to be more careful with mercenaries. Phew, Lin Bai exhaled, and in his hand, a sniper rifle appeared. The gun came from one of that skeleton's weapons, a very old model, in the middle of the red phosphorus crocodile's lair. However, stored in space gear, no air or oxygen, under vacuum preservation, even after a couple hundred years, it still shines like new. And the power hasn't really changed much from the latest models of weapons now. All are gunpowder-powered weapons. This stuff has been around for thousands of years and hasn't changed much. However, with the power of this gun, killing a martial artist below the third rank was still very simple. Take the sniper rifle. Lindbergh found a spot and hit himself silently. Asterisk. This kid is a fast runner. Yes, it's too slippery. It's us who are too slow. This kid left very few traces. It's almost indistinguishable. Too tender after all. Can't fool us veterans. That is, judging from these techniques, this kid is at most a newcomer level who has just joined the industry for 1 or 2 years. Cut the crap and go after them. They'll be far away in a minute. Not a moment too soon. A group of mercenaries arrived, led by Zhou Chen. He was in charge of the guard, with his eyes and ears, and no danger could be concealed from his eyes and ears. And at this moment, Lin Bai looked at the group of mercenaries that had entered within the range of the attack. A slight frown. To be honest, he didn't really know which one to attack first. After all, he didn't have much real-world experience. This was the first time he'd done battle with a mercenary squad. Tackle the thief first? Taking out Zhou Chen? No. Zhou Chen's strength is close to the second rank. The sniper rifle doesn't seem to be able to kill him. Rather, choose that most experienced mercenary. He tracks extremely well. That's it. Lindbergh calmly analyzed it. Sniper rifle in hand, using the scope, aimed at the experienced mercenary. For him now, there was no need to practice marksmanship because his mental power was strong enough to easily accomplish precisighting and calculations. Not to mention his physical body, with a strength of tens of thousands of kilograms. The recoil of firearms, for him, didn't exist at all. Boom! In just the blink of an eye, Lindbergh aimed and fired in one fell swoop. The flames lit up. The warhead flew at several times the speed of sound, towards the experienced mercenary. In danger. Almost instantly, Zhou Chen reacted. He couldn't hear the sound, but he could feel a flash of fire. He raised his hand, using his greatsword to block in front of him, guarding the vitals. The expected attack, however, did not appear. Instead, he flew to his companion next to him. Bang! A mercenary's head exploded like a watermelon, killing him instantly. Old Mo is dead. Sniper rifle. Take cover. Look for obstacles. Go. Take cover. Asshole. This guy actually has a gun in his hand. A gunpowder weapon that was eliminated long ago. Why would he have this? The group of mercenaries reacted quickly and quickly completed their concealment. Though they were strong and far more physically fit than normal, but faced the guns. It's still going to die. Phew. At this moment, Lin Bai let out a breath. The mood was stable, and there wasn't the panicked feeling that comes with killing someone. He's very clear. This squad of mercenaries had come over to kill him after looking at the treasures he was carrying. If he is merciful, then the person who died was himself. However, Zhou Chen's strength had shocked Lin Bai somewhat. The opponent's reaction time was too fast. In an instant, the defense was ready. If he had aimed that shot at Zhou Chen, he really wouldn't have been able to kill the other party. This kid is a veteran. At this moment, Zhou Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, his face became ugly all of a sudden. Generally speaking, most newbies choose to tackle, but this way is stupid, because the ones who can lead are usually the strongest. It's hard to kill on the first hit. Therefore, if you are a veteran, you will choose to kill your opponent's teammates when they are about the same strength. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Even a top beast like a lion and tiger could easily kill a lone wolf in seconds. However, in the face of wolves, one would also choose to hold off. Same thing. A mercenary squad of first-ranked martial artists. Chapter 32, in hot pursuit. With proper coordination, there were precedents that existed for killing second-ranked martial artists, or even taking out third-ranked martial artists. Captain, what do we do? The other side is a tough one, or we'll retreat. Old Mo is already dead. If we run away like this, we won't be able to mix in the fierce beast forest in the future. That kid is definitely not strong. That old gunpowder weapon was phased out over 100 years ago. Where did he get this kind of antique from? The hell knows. However, this also proves that this kid isn't as powerful as we thought he was. A group of mercenaries after a brief panic. The response was quickly negotiated. For them, The simplest and crudest way is naturally to swarm them, using numbers to suppress Lindbergh, but there are sure to be a few unlucky ones that die along the way. There is only one life. The big guys don't want to waste it. I'll get his attention. You guys figure it out and go around. Zhou Chen was decisive. With a deep leap, he carried his long sword and charged towards Lin Bai's position. Interesting. Ready to play with me? The corners of Lindbergh's mouth rose slightly. He put away his weapon, turned and ran as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, just disappear into place. What's the situation? Zhou Chen rushed over 200 meters without seeing Lin Bai launch an attack. Instead, he was afraid to move on. Instead, he stopped, his face hard. When things go wrong, they go wrong. There are questions. Boom! Almost the instant Zhou Chen had just stopped, a terrifying explosion erupted. A mercenary instantly burst into pieces, blown to pieces by this terrifying force. Mines. Numb nuts. Where the hell did this kid get this? Careful. Don't move. The faces of the group of mercenaries turned red, but they really didn't dare to move, in case a mine is triggered. Well, the mercenary who was blown to pieces is the perfect example. Asshole. Turn on the detectors. Start demoning. Zhou Chen's face turned blue. Things like landmines are long outdated for the technology of this day and age. The detector is extremely easy to clear. It's been obsolete for over 100 years. As a result, most people don't even think about the existence of this stuff. I just buried a real one. Hey, it really blew up. In the distance, the corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly when he heard the explosion. That road belonged to the one that was necessary to sneak up on him, so he planted the only mine. As expected, a lucky mercenary was sent away directly at random. As for the rest of the place, it was just a few broken pieces of iron that Lin Bai had casually thrown. He's very clear. In the modern detector purple haze, high numbers don't help. As soon as the first one blows up, all the rest are null and void. There's no need to bury so many. His most important purpose was to delay the group's advance. Tick-tock. At this moment, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps resorted to probes. Easily find all the mines. Just one is real. Zhou Chen looked at the pile of metal fragments in front of him, and above his forehead, veins streaked straight up. He responded immediately. Lin Bai was trying to stall for time and slow down their pursuit. Yet, there was nothing they could do at all. After all, even if 1,000 of them are fake, as long as one is real, that's what it takes to pay for human life. As a price, what do we do? Captain, do we continue the chase? At this point, the rest of the mercenaries also wimped out. They realized that Lin Bai that was really not to be messed with. If this continued, whether they could finish off Lindbergh or not was not to be said. They might have to lose a few more lives. At this time, Zhou Chen was also extremely regretful. Know that you shouldn't because of greed, sending your own people to die for nothing. But, as things stood, he had no choice. Either get Lindbergh killed and go back with the loot. It's either that or dead end. Having killed 2 of his teammates, the Blood Wolf mercenaries would not let him go. Think about it. Zhou Chen clenched his teeth and spoke. This kid just put one in, proving that he doesn't have much on him either. Perhaps only this one. Let's keep chasing. Go. I hope so. The rest of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps members saw this. He also had no choice but to quickly chase towards Lin Bai's position. Only, this time, they were much slower. And, like a bird of prey, one by one, nerves were tense, best prepared for battle. Ding! Just then, a metallic trill sounded. Something seems to have been triggered. Run! Get down! The entire Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps mercenaries were startled. Thought the mines were triggered. One by one, they're on the ground. Only, after waiting for half a day, I didn't see any explosion. Asshole! At this moment, Zhou Chen did find the source of the sound. It's a walkie-talkie, playing the sound of a mine triggering. Ha ha ha! Scared! Ha! At this moment, among the walkie-talkies, Lin Bai's voice came. Don't get cocky, you kid! I will kill you. Zhou Chen instantly rose in anger and threatened viciously. Cut! At this moment, Lin Bai in the distance was not the least bit surprised. He narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Zhou Chen, it's not too late for you to get lost. If you continue to pursue, you're dead. Humph, kid, I'll kill you for sure. Zhou Chen didn't take Lindbergh's threat to heart. Raise your hand and squeeze. The entire walkie-talkie was instantly reduced to pieces. Zip, zip, zip. Lindbergh looked at the busy signal above the intercom in his hand. Throw it casually into the carry-on space. And then, he muttered, it's not good anymore. This team of mercenaries, the level of alert is too high. It's hard to kill this group with a sniper rifle. Thinking about this, Lin Bai frowned slightly. Suddenly, a new idea rose in his mind. Perhaps, thinking of this, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly. He thought of a good idea. Perhaps it's possible to screw Zhou Chen. Whoosh! Lin Bai instantly disappeared from his spot and ran in a direction. Soon, he came to the front of a valley. This place is mediocre. In the middle of the valley was a swampy area with some white mist emanating from it. Whoosh! Lin Bai took a step and entered the swamp. In an instant, countless poisonous insects, snakes and ants surfaced, not to attack Lin Bai, but to flee in all directions. For these poisonous insects, snakes and ants, Lindbergh talks about no danger, but the aura of the hybrid beast was extremely terrifying, not daring to approach at all, but simply fleeing. However, if an ordinary martial artist entered it, that would be the end of it. These poisonous insects, snakes and ants are extremely toxic. A martial artist of the 3rd rank and below, once poisoned, without an antidote serum, you're not far from death. Hey, hey, hey! Lin Bai grinned and swaggered into the depths of the valley. Chapter 33, Swamp of Death. Within the valley, the range was quite large, and for most of the area, it was filled with miasma, and sight was severely obstructed. This also made it incredibly easy for Lindbergh to hide. He found a spot and hid. Even more, he was sweet enough to leave a series of footprints, prove that there is no danger around. It had to be said that Zhou Chen and the mercenaries of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were quite fast. Lindbergh just hit it. Zhou Chen had already arrived with a group of people. He looked at the miasma-filled swamp around him, frowned, and spoke. It's actually this place. Captain, is this area famous? Could there be any danger? Yeah, why don't we go back? A group of mercenaries had begun to beat a retreat at this moment. They're not Zhou Chen. Not having to be responsible for the deaths of your teammates, leaving in turn saves a life. Zhou Chen saw a group of teammates beating a retreat when the words came out of his mouth. Swallowed the reminder straight away. Opened his mouth. There's nothing special about this area. There's just more poisonous insects, snakes and ants. Look at that kid's footprints. They were unimpeded all the way. They obviously haven't been attacked much, but junkies are no joke. Look out everyone. The rest of the mercenaries were relieved when they heard this. They did, however, prick up their ears and cautiously began to take precautions. What a death wish! Lin Bai hid in the shadows and watched as a group of mercenaries entered the swamp. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This swamp, with its poisonous insects, snakes and ants, was more than just a little dangerous. A little inattention is really going to kill people. Wow! A group of mercenaries followed Lindbergh's footsteps and entered the depths of the swamp. Walked most of the way. Not a single bug appeared. This was mainly because the effects of the hybrid beast had not dissipated yet, and these bugs did not have the guts to come out. However, with time, the aura left behind by the hybrid beast dissipated. The swamp, which was originally dead silent, began to become lively. Rustle, the sound of venomous insects, snakes and ants crawling rang out. This sound made a group of mercenaries instantly alert. What's the commotion? It seems to be bugs. No, it's not one. It's a swarm. The faces of the group of mercenaries suddenly changed. In the next second, countless centipedes as black as ink surfaced and surged towards the group of mercenaries. These centipedes were densely packed. The numbers were in the thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, dabbing and stacking, like a tidal wave coming in. It's black blood centipede. Oh my god, so many. One of these can poison a 3rd-ranked martial artist. Come on, this place isn't even a swamp. It's a place of death. No wonder there isn't any information on this area. Those who entered it are all dead. A group of mercenaries yelled in horror. Quite a few people are freaking out. Just then, a mercenary was bitten by the black blood centipede. In an instant, the surface of his body blackened, and then it festered, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The body fell into the muddy water and quickly melted. In the blink of an eye, it had been reduced to a puddle of pus. There wasn't even a crumb left. The whole process was just a matter of seconds. Go! Zhou Chen's face also changed abruptly. He could easily crush a black blood centipede, but once he was wrapped up in hundreds of thousands of black blood centipedes, he is also bound to die. It's just that, now that it's in, trying to escape was out of the question. In all directions, countless poisonous insects, snakes and ants gathered. Among these bugs, except for the black blood centipede, there are also scorpions, toads, centipedes, some tiny venomous snakes, spiders with weird patterns, and so on. Each one is highly toxic. As long as you are bitten, that is, in an instant, you will be turned into a puddle of pus. No, run. This place is a place of death. Help me. I don't want to die. No, don't abandon me. The group of mercenaries were beyond terrified, going crazy and attacking the poisonous insects, snakes and ants all around. But it was ultimately futile. Not only are these poisonous insects, snakes and ants poisonous, but even the miasma is highly poisonous. Except for the likes of Lin Bai, who had a strong physique, it can be purified right off with a strong body. These mercenaries, when they entered the swamp, were already in a state of chronic poisoning, even without these poisonous insects. After a moment, these mercenaries were also bound to die, and there was no longer a chance to get out of the swamp alive. Sasha. Just then, the situation changed abruptly. The surrounding poisonous insects suddenly faded away like a tidal wave. All around, it seemed that some kind of dangerous presence had appeared. Squeak! The chipmunks, who were in the middle of a deep sleep, suddenly awoke. Above the surface of the body, runes glowed. It is not spreading the breath outward. Instead, these runes were hiding the scent. Hiding Lin Bai and the chipmunk scent completely in the shadows. Hiss! What in the world is the contraption that can startle a hybrid beast? Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat surprised to know the mixed beast was a divine beast class. Even in its cub state, it was not afraid of the sky or the earth. There's actually something that scares the hybrid beast? At this moment, a group of mercenaries also realized that something was wrong, and they all screamed in terror. Jesus, what happened? Why are these poisonous insects retreating rapidly? It's like something terrible is coming out. Run! Life and death have their destiny. Wealth and honor. Go! Move! A bunch of people are freaking out, turned around and ran, not daring to remain where he was at all. However, trying to escape at this point. Then it's too late. Stab! A fiery red light flashed. A splash of blood rose above a mercenary's brow. His head exploded. A small blood-red snake emerged. In no time at all, he sucked the brains out of this mercenary. Blood Demon King Snake. We are dead. Zhou Chen's face was pale, and within his eyes, there was despair. Among the king-level ferocious beasts, one of the top 10 strange poisons, a terrifying monster that can be easily poisoned even by a king-level imperial beast. How did this place get this? Isn't this a safe zone? Why isn't there a single word about this place? Oh, is there anyone who can come in and get out alive? A group of Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps mercenaries were all pale and completely desperate. If one were to run into the Black Blood Centipede, one could still barely scrape by, put up a fight, and perhaps kill their way out. Bumping into the Blood Demon King Snake, that's a dead end. There are no exceptions. This kind of poisonous snake can kill king-level imperial beasts, and they are just desserts. Hisses! The Blood Demon King Snake quickly devoured the first mercenary's brain. Its body flashed. In the next second, another mercenary's head exploded. Run! Go! The rest of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps members were instantly grossed out. Chapter 34, King-Class Poisonous Insects. Frantically fleeing. Only, unfortunately, it's no use at all. The speed of the Blood Demon King Snake was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it hunted down this group of mercenaries. All of them. The whole thing took less than a second. Above the ground, there was already only a field of corpses left. This is a king-level ferocious beast. Lindbergh was shocked. To be honest, he had never expected that there was a king-level ferocious beast hidden in the middle of this safe zone. It's definitely any mercenary's nightmare. Unless a king-level imperial beast master or martial artist came to this swamp. Otherwise, king-level for a bit. Anyone who comes here has to die. The result is the same. Hiss. Lin Bai took a deep breath and pondered on how to escape. No kidding. It was that the hybrid beast quality level was even higher. I was afraid that it would not be a match for this Blood Demon King Snake. After all, the thing was just a few days old, also known as infancy. It was unlikely to fight against a king-level Blood Demon King Snake. Wow! Right about this time, the Blood Demon King Snake had eaten almost as much as it could. It flicked its tail and walked towards the depths of the valley. Lindbergh pondered a little. Choose to actively follow them there instead of going back the way they came. He had remembered the general extent of this swamp on top of the map. In the deepest part of the valley was a cliff. For ordinary people, it is an insurmountable rift. For Lindbergh, it was not to say that it was like a walk in the park, but it's not much of an obstacle. Thus, Lin Bai took the risk and cautiously approached the depths of the valley. Sasha. Lindbergh moved rather slowly. He takes 2 steps and stops for pancreatic cancer. Soon he came to the end of the valley. Ahead of him, there was still a filthy swamp. Just, in the middle of the swamp, several small, blood-red trees grew, and above them, fruit congealed. It contains an amazing amount of life force. Hiss. Marrow-washing fruit. Lin Bai looked at the small tree. His pupils shrunk slightly, and he sucked in a breath of cool air. Marrow-cleansing fruit. King-grade elixir. The effect is extremely powerful. It could make a loser with ordinary roots and bones directly leap into a genius. It is a super rare herb. Among the various top-tier powers, only the first-line heirs were qualified to take this kind of thing. Each one is sky-high. Or, no one would even choose to sell such treasures. There are a total of 11 marrow-washing fruit trees. Ripe marrow-washing fruits. There are 70 to 80 up and down. The stuff is good. It's a shame. Couldn't get their hands on it. Lindbergh was calm. That Blood Demon King Snake was just too terrifying. It was impossible to fight against his power alone. even more so. Not to mention him. Song Lan came and had to die. TCH. Not so good. Lin Bai looked at the marrow-cleansing fruit and was quite greedy. But for a moment, there was nothing good to do. Boom! At this moment, powerful aura fluctuations erupted. Lindbergh was a bit surprised. He turned around, only to see a few strong men flying directly over in a big way. Flying through the air? A king-level expert? No, the life fluctuations are much worse. They have wings on their backs that are condensed from true chi. Some sort of flying technique? Lin Bai was a little surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. Someone is coming. Maybe can muddle through. This is the place. Zhou Chen's signal disappeared from this place. The entire mercenary group was reunited half an hour ago. What the hell happened? Everyone be careful. These miasmas are poisonous. It's really strange. In the database, there's absolutely no information about this area. Whatever. Go into the depths and see. A few strong people were extremely confident and even a bit reckless. It's not surprising, though. This place was a safe zone, after all, and it was just over 100 kilometers from the city. First-ranked ferocious beasts that were rare species, not to mention the king-level ferocious beasts, an almost impossible existence. Only this time, the group was going to be out of luck. Soon, the group came to the depths of the swamp, and the moment they saw the marrow-cleansing fruit tree, they went crazy. Geez, the marrow-washing fruit? So much. Getting rich. This place actually has so many marrow-washing fruits? Ahahaha. Go! Be quick and pick these marrow-washing fruits immediately. Not bad. This is a heavenly treasure. A group of strong people were overjoyed. They immediately put Zhou Chen's death investigation behind them, towards the marrow-cleansing fruit. He rushed. Each one was giddy and had a smile on his face. And right now, Lindbergh crouched in place, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He knew that the mercenaries were going to be in bad luck. Stab! Almost instantly, the Blood Demon King snake surfaced. Open mouth bites a strong man. Ah, what is it? That strong man was a bit alarmed and raised his hand to grab the Blood Demon King snake. And the Blood Demon King snake was extremely fast. He instantly dodged away and reappeared next to the marrow-cleansing fruit tree. Almost a second don't. The body of the person bitten becomes blood red and the skin falls off. The whole thing quickly melted and died. Blood Demon King snake? It's over. We're dead. How can this thing show up in a safe zone and not be noticed? It's simple. Everyone who saw this thing died. Run. Go. This place cannot stay for long. The moment a group of powerhouses saw the Blood Demon King snake, they turned and ran. One was pale. The marrow-cleansing fruit that was even more completely unconcerned. Hisses. The Blood Demon King snake was calm and unhurried. The graceful pursuit past it. It was in no hurry to kill all of them. Instead, we're going to let the group die in despair. Whoosh! It was almost as if the Blood Demon King snake had left before his feet. Lindbergh immediately made his move. He quickly came before the marrow-cleansing fruit tree and picked the marrow-cleansing fruit on it as fast as he could. Use metal coolers for sealing the whole thing, in one fell swoop. Ah! At this moment, in the distance, the last miserable scream rang out, meaning that almost all of that group of powerful people are dead. Time is running out. At this time, Lin Bai had finished picking all of the marrow-cleansing fruits. He raised his hand and grabbed it. Pick up some of the most expensive space storage devices from amongst the swamp mud. These were left behind by the powerful people who had died here before. Finish these. Lindbergh could even feel it. Not far away, the sound of the Blood Demon King snake swimming. There must be even more precious treasures in the Blood Demon King snake's lair. But, time is running out. Got to get out. Whoosh! Lindbergh twisted his head and ran. He was so fast and incredibly light that he climbed up the cliff and, without hesitation, ran in the direction of the city. It's the only way to live. The Blood Demon King snake was extremely intelligent and didn't dare to get too close to the human city. If running towards the rest, then, the probability of being caught up by the Blood Demon King snake was extremely high. No, it should be 100%. Chapter 35, Escape from Death. The Blood Demon King snake's sense of smell was extremely sharp. Once it locked onto Lin Bai's scent, there's no way to hide. Hisses. Almost as if Lin Bai had just run off with his front foot, the Blood Demon King snake had already returned. It was extremely angry, letting out a sharp roar. An endless killing aura erupted in an instant. Countless poisonous insects, snakes, and ants shivered throughout the swamp. Don't dare move. Bang! The Blood Demon King snake's true speed exploded, turning into a blood shadow. He chased towards Lin Bai. The speed is as fast as it can be. Rumble! Under the terrifying speed of the Blood Demon King snake, the air around them was torn apart with sharp pops. At this point, its speed had easily surpassed the speed of sound, reaching 2 or 3 times the speed of sound. At this terrifying speed, the speed of the Blood Demon King snake was even faster than a bullet. Taking action is more than a voice. Before a sound could be heard hissing, he had already been caught up by this one terrifying behemoth. Phew! At this moment, Lin Bai slowly exhaled a breath. Although he couldn't hear the voice, he could feel the powerful aura that was rapidly approaching. 2 or 3 seconds at the most, he'd be caught up, and by then, he'd be dead for sure. However, since Lin Bai dared to rob the marrow cleansing fruit, then there must be a certainty of escape. 2 or 3 times the speed of sound? Well, let's see if you can outrun the flying machine. In Lin Bai's hand, a flying machine emerged. It's an older model from over 100 years ago that can reach speeds up to 3 times the speed of sound. Long gone. Being eliminated doesn't mean the thing is weak, though. Triple the speed of sound. It was enough to get rid of the Blood Demon King snake. Rumble. The craft engines were started. Lin Bai kicked the throttle, and in an instant, the entire engine of the flying machine spewed out blue hot flames. The speed skyrocketed, flying towards the city. Boom! At this moment, the Blood Demon King snake caught up, and Lin Bai was even able to go above the radar. Seeing the terrifying speed as well as the value of the Blood Demon King snake, hiss! This Blood Demon King serpent's base combat power actually reached 15,000? Lindbergh was a bit shocked. Base values, a foundation for the Alliance to classify martial artists and Imperial Beastmasters as powerful. After all, the higher the level of the Imperial Beastmaster, there was no longer any way to adequately express the might of a martial artist with pure physical strength. Thus, the synthesis of various parameters and the finalized combat power was born. Generally speaking, the average person is also 0.6, not quite 1. The battle of a first-order martial artist is not more than 10. The second order is also more than 30 points, and the third order can only reach 100, all the way up to the 10th order, to barely break 1,000 just. The biggest advantage of the Blood Demon King snake to reach the king rank was its extremely strong toxicity, but the physical quality is quite average, compared to the king-level Imperial beasts of the same level. It's usually just 500 or 600, and to get to 700 or 800 is pretty powerful, and the Blood Demon King snake in front of me can actually reach 15,000, which is really a bit outrageous. However, this stuff should only be used as a reference. If you hide your breath, you can reach the point of interfering with such detectors. For example, at this moment, Lindbergh is on top of the detector. The battle is won, and in reality, Lin Bai's combat power could at least reach around 30. It's no match for the king's class. However, considering that Lin Bai hadn't practiced for more than 10 days in total, that one speed has been quite intimidating. Boom! The Blood Demon King snake saw Lindbergh take off. Without hesitation, he similarly made a deep leap and rushed high into the air, chasing towards Lin Bai. Its tiny eyes were filled with anger and resentment. To do whatever it takes, kill this abominable human, Lin Bai, and take back what belongs to you. Rumble! The craft's engines roared. This centuries-old antique, in the midst of the storage space, had almost no passage of time, and the materials are solid, leathery and durable. Lindbergh forced the entire engine to run at triple power, increasing the speed to 5 times the speed of sound again. It's amazing how stable this thing is. TSK. It's amazing that modern creations can't even compare to ancient creations from hundreds of years ago. This is really. Lin Bai was speechless at the moment, but that's normal. This old vintage flying machine, back in the day, sold for a price that, if converted to the present day, almost hundreds of billions. Truly heavenly. 1,000 modern flying machines with little difference in performance can be purchased. Hisses. The Blood Demon King snake was furious at the moment, but it's going to be hopeless. The speed difference is too great. 5 times the speed of sound is beyond its terminal velocity. A short 10 seconds or so, it, and Lindbergh, had pulled away by 10 kilometers. Keep this up. Meanwhile, the two sides had spanned dozens of kilometers, approaching the true urban areas of humanity. In this part of the world, it's a warforce made up of city guards. There are also huge amounts of firepower systems like EM guns and missiles. King-level ferocious beasts, under this level of firepower, nor can it be resisted at all. It will be strangled instantly. Therefore, even though the Blood Demon King snake was no longer unwilling, and they can only turn around and run, not daring to go near the city. Boom! At this moment, Lin Bai stopped, a long sigh of relief. To be honest, this was definitely the closest he'd come to death, ever. This time but one slip up and you're dead. Well, the adventure was worth it. More than 70 marrow cleansing fruits, and some spatial equipment, all of which are configured for top-tier powerhouses. Hey, get rich! Lin Bai was happy in his heart, and for a moment, he was in a good mood. Looked at the time. This cleanup is over. It's time to go back. Thinking of this, Lindbergh piloted the flying machine, came straight to the appointed place, landed on the fringe of the crowd and jumped out of the craft. Lindbergh, where did you get this thing from? Song Lan looked at the bulky flying machine, a little surprised, and couldn't help but spit out. This thing, is older than my grandfather's grandfather. Lin Bai spread his hands and said, picked it up. It looks like it can still be driven. TSK. This thing can be picked up, put it in the antique market. It can be sold for billions of dollars, to say the least. Shenhu walked over with a surprised look on his face. Ha, I can't sell this thing. Lindbergh grinned. He now holds a large amount of resources in his hands. Billions don't look too good anymore. And this one flying machine is the one that could save his life in a pinch. This ancient customized version, even after centuries, it still crushes modern cheap production versions. Of course, this has to do with the near stagnation of Alliance technology. Not as fast as the amazing speed of the Big Bang era of technology. A few hundred years and there is little difference in the construction of the vehicles, and the performance can't be pulled apart. Lindbergh, you actually survived. At this moment, Hua Yunfeng arrived. He stared at Lin Bai with red eyes and gritted teeth. Chapter 36, Inviting the Pill King to make pills. It appeared extremely resentful. Nonsense, I won't die if you die. Lindbergh rolled his eyes and skimmed his mouth. Ha, Hua Yunfeng, you're still injured. Shenhu also had a mocking smile on his face as he stared at Hua Yunfeng and said with a smirk, a bruised nose and swollen face, TSK, how miserable. Shenhu, above Hua Yunfeng's forehead, veins streaked straight up. The whole mind is a little fried. To be honest, he wanted to directly finish off Shenhu, but he didn't dare. Song Lan is watching next to him. He'll be finished first if he does it himself. Alright, let's go. Hua Yanshan's face was icy cold as he glanced at Lin Bai with a cold snort. Didn't say anything. Taking Hua Yunfeng with him, he directly raised his head and left. This old man, he's dangerous. At this moment, Song Lan narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, this bastard, he definitely won't die. Don't worry, Mr. Song, nothing will happen. Lin Bai had both hands in his pockets, a confident look on his face. You're quite confident. Song Lan stroked his chin and suddenly remembered something. She looked at Lin Bai and asked with a smile, by the way, Lin Bai, you haven't taken the blood spirit flower in your hand yet, right? Not yet. Why? Lin Bai was a bit surprised, not understanding why Song Lan suddenly asked this question. That would be great. Song Lan snapped his fingers and said with a smile, the blood spirit flower is indeed effective when taken directly, but it can't maximize the effect. On the contrary, if it is refined into an elixir, it's a different story. Let's go. I'll take you to meet someone. Alchemy? Lin Bai was startled and reacted instantly. He'd forgotten about that. Above the entire world, there also existed a profession called a pharmacist. It can melt all kinds of elixirs, manufactured as various potions or elixirs. These elixirs can often amplify the effects to several times the effect of taking them directly. Take for example the blood spirit flower. If refined into an elixir, the effect could be increased fivefold. Extremely tough. Thinking about this, Lindbergh was also a bit curious. Who was that pill refiner that Song Lan was talking about? Soon, Lin Bai followed Song Lan and arrived in an extremely luxurious building. The entire building was gilded in splendor, and above it was a big golden word, Pill King Pavilion. Step into it. All around were all kinds of precious gems, randomly set into the pillars. It looks extremely gorgeous. Well, is this place gorgeous enough? Song Lan staggered. Lindbergh rubbed his chin and spat. Gorgeous is gorgeous and gives off a thuggish vibe. You said what I was afraid to say. Song Lan nodded for a and muttered, this decoration is indeed tasteless. Spitting on my lack of taste in my place? An old man walked out. He was dressed in magnificent clothes, golden, with gold and precious stones everywhere. Lindbergh glanced at it, straight up speechless. This old man is really a thuggish virtue. Come on, I can't really respect your aesthetics. Song Lan skimmed his mouth and spoke. Old man, I have something in my hand that I want you to refine. I wonder if I'm interested. No time. The old man raised his hand and pointed at the door, saying, you can go back. Oh, this herb of mine is extremely precious. Don't you regret it? Song Lan revealed a smile. The old man froze, then proudly said, in my life, what kind of drugs haven't I seen before? If you don't have time, you don't have time. Go away. Don't mess with me here. Song Lan sighed and said to Lin Bai, alright, I didn't realize that this old man wasn't even interested in the blood spirit flower. Lin Bai, let's go. Find someone else to refine it. Wait a minute? The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. He was incomparably excited for an instant and couldn't help but exclaim, blood spirit flower? Are you talking about the blood spirit flower? Or what? Song Lan clasped her hands in front of her chest and said with a smile, it's not even one. It's 3 whole ones. How about that? I've said it all. You'll definitely regret it. Phew. The blood spirit flower is worth the old man's hand. Give me the herb. This time, I'm personally going to help you guys refine pills with only one request. I want a blood spirit flower as payment. How? The old man had a serious look on his face. without his previous hangdog appearance. I agree. Song Lan nodded slightly and directly agreed to the old man's request. Ha ha ha, great. The old man rubbed his hands together and asked with a smile, where is the blood spirit flower? Give it to me quickly. You're in too much of a hurry. Song Lan was speechless. Taking out the blood spirit flower that had been prepared long ago, he handed it to the old man. Hiss. The old man sucked in a cool breath. He glanced at the blood spirit flower and immediately said, I'm going to refine the pills. Excuse me. After saying that, the old man instantly disappeared. The speed was so fast that even Lin Bai hadn't caught the other party's movements. This old man is so strong? Lin Bai was extremely surprised. Song Lan glanced at Lin Bai and smiled. That's for sure. That old man is the strongest pill refiner in the entire city, the Pill King. If other people want to ask him to refine a pill once, they would have to pay a heavenly price. It's actually the Pill King. Lin Bai inhaled deeply, shocked once again. He didn't realize that Song Lan's connections were actually so extensive. Who is the Medicine King? If a small family asked a Pill King to refine an elixir once, then basically a year's worth of family income would have to go into it. It's a big family of Hua's size. That too, one would have to hold the realization of losing half a year's income in order to invite the Medicine King. And the higher the cost, the gains, naturally, are higher. The pills refined by the Pill King were incredibly effective, and the side effects were even lower. The success rate, naturally, is incredibly high. Take the blood spirit flower for example. The average pill refiner, with normal play, could achieve 3 times the effect and it would already be very good. 5 times that would be almost impossible. There were still a bunch of impurities in the refined elixir. It will have an effect on the future of martial arts. And if it's refined by a Medicine King, the effects basically start tenfold. It could easily be of perfect quality, maybe with impurities, but basically just negligible. It can be metabolized by the body naturally. So much for that. Even if it's the same blood spirit pill, the price of a blood spirit pill refined by a Pill King was at least hundreds, if not thousands, of times that of an ordinary alchemist. It could be said that the Pill King had only accepted a blood spirit flower as payment. It's basically like helping to make pills for free. In Lindbergh's perception, the Medicine King that's basically a character you hardly ever see. I didn't realize it was actually a thuggish old man. Seeing Lin Bai's silence, Song Lan spoke. Alright, wait patiently. The Pill King alchemizes pills very quickly. I'm not worried about that. Lindbergh bristled. Chapter 37, Making a Bet. He found a place to sit and waited patiently. Meanwhile, he was mulling over something else. That's what to do with the marrow washing fruit. Eat it directly, or refine it into an elixir? The marrow cleansing fruit was not a blood spirit flower, which was more expensive and rare, and likewise, the vibrations that were triggered were even more massive. Lin Bai was well aware of his current strength. If you take the marrow washing fruit out, you are only afraid of killing your body. Thinking of this, Lindbergh made a decision. Let's not take out the marrow cleansing fruit first, and leave it to be disposed of slowly later. Now, it's better to get the blood spirit pills first. Time rushes by. In the blink of an eye, it was evening and the day had passed. Click! The crisp rattle of a metal machine bracket excitation rang out. The metal door of the alchemy room opened. The Pill King stepped out from within the alchemy room and looked at Song Lan with a smile on his face, saying, Phew, old me was lucky this time, succeeding twice in a row. This is 20 blood spirit pills. The two of you keep them. 20? Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat surprised. One should know that the effect of a blood spirit pill was 10 times that of a blood spirit flower. And one blood spirit flower could actually refine 10 blood spirit pills? Ahem. That's because this old man is strong. Song Lan lightly coughed twice and said faintly, if it were an ordinary alchemist, a furnace would only be 1 or 2, and with luck it could go up to 3. And if you want to reach 10, the requirements for the technique are not generally high. Is it really that hard? Lin Bai was stunned and somewhat surprised. That's natural. The Pill King looked smug. He was proud and dejected. If you don't believe me, you can try. Kid, do you know how to make pills or not? It won't, but I'm interested. Lindbergh stroked his chin. To be honest, the marrow cleansing fruit in his hand was definitely going to be refined into a marrow cleansing pill. Might as well take advantage of it. Learn a couple of things with the King of Medicine. Oh, you want to try? Young people really don't know the heights of heaven. The Pill King shook his head with a helpless look. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly and said, in the middle of the school, there is a course on refining pills, and I still have some basic knowledge. How about this? I'll refine a furnace and try it? Alright, I see you're not going back until you hit the wall either. When the Pill King saw this, he didn't stop it. He wanted to see Lindbergh get defeated and grimace. Immediately, with a lift of his hand, he threw out a Dan furnace from within his carry-on space. Knock! The Dan furnace was extremely heavy, reaching over 30,000 kilograms. nearly 3 meters in height and 2 to 3 meters in diameter. The body was purple and seemed to be forged from some kind of strange alloy. The density is not normally high. Kid, this Dan furnace is called the purple gold furnace. It's worth a lot of money, and it can withstand the refining of a king-grade pill. I don't ask for much. The most basic recovery pill, a first-order elixir, among the major schools, should be among the basics. If you can refine 3 of them, I'll help you refine pills 3 times for free. If you can refine 6 of them, this one Dan furnace is yours. If you can refine 10 of them, humph, I'll give you a king's pill. The pill king stood with his arms folded in an extremely confident stance. However, it wasn't that he was looking down on Lin Bai. A student with only a basic school education could still barely concoct a yuan recovery pill under dead reckoning. But 3, that's extremely tough. Probably the difference between a full course pass and a full course score. And 3 on top of that. Even if a second-order alchemist came, he might not be able to handle it. I'll try. Lindbergh didn't rub it in. In fact, he didn't have a bottom in his heart, holding the attitude that he wouldn't suffer if he tried. Prepare to let go. Buzz. Lin Bai's mind moved and a crimson flame appeared in his hand. This is a flame condensed from true qi, belonging to any quasi-first-order martial artist. The power was weak, but it was still more than enough to be used to refine pills. Snap. In Lin Bai's hands, textbooks emerged. As he flipped through the book, he muttered, "Let's see, this time Yuan Dan's refining technique. Well, found. Can this guy really pull it off?" The medicine king had a black face. Honestly, it's odd to read a book and make a potion at the same time. It was the first time he had seen it. Then why ask? Song Lan rolled her eyes as she muttered. It would be a miracle to succeed in this situation. Unless it's a genius who can refine a potion just by looking at it. That's not realistic. It's impossible for such a heaven-defying talent to exist. The Pill King didn't even think about it and directly denied it. Buzz. Just then, the situation changed abruptly. The chipmunk suddenly awakened, and it curiously glanced at the recovery pill material. Open your mouth and spit. A ball of light fell onto Lindbergh. Boom. In an instant, Lindbergh felt like the entire world had become three-dimensional and clear. Everything is incredibly real. Even the originally complex step of alchemy that was like a ball of thread. The moment was also clear. Is this the added effect of the hybrid beast? This thing doesn't just increase speed, it also increases alchemy? Lin Bai was stunned and sucked in a breath of cool air. He couldn't help but lament. A divine beast is a divine beast. It's truly extraordinary. Boom. With the chipmunks adding to his strength, Lin Bai began to refine the pills. He raised his hand and swept it. The pile of materials on top of the desktop was swept away by him and fell into the Dan furnace. The fire of the word rises. The crimson flame instantly caused the temperature within the entire Dan furnace to reach thousands of degrees. However, the herbs in turn did not fly into oblivion. Instead, it sinks in the flames. It actually began to slowly melt, turning into a mass of colorful droplets. Impurities within these droplets. Under the heat, it began to evaporate. The entire process, which was done in a single breath, was like flowing clouds in water, carrying a strange rhythm and beauty. That's impossible. The Pill King's eyes were glazed over. He had a horrified look on his face, a look of living hell. What? Isn't it just refining pills together? Newbie. It's no surprise that the oven will blow up if you do this. A shock. Song Lan froze, a little strange, feeling that the Pill King had overreacted. That's not a novice. The Pill King's tone trembled a little. He was incomparably excited and couldn't help but confirm once again. Song Lan, are you sure? This teenager is a student from your school? That's for sure. From elementary school to now high school. I grew up in True Martial Arts Academy. What's wrong? Song Lan finally noticed that there seemed to be some uncertainty about the Pill King's state. Big problem. The Medicine King took a deep breath. He narrowed his eyes and spoke. This kid's alchemy talent is unrivaled in the world. If one specializes in alchemy together, one can easily surpass me. Chapter 38, Monster Talent. No, it's the whole league. He opens a new era of alchemists. The Pill King was extremely excited, and even then, when he saw the blood spirit flower, he wasn't that excited. No, it's that much of a stretch? Song Lan will be skeptical. Boom. At this very moment, within the Dan furnace, a ray of light rose up to the sky, carrying a shocking energy fluctuation. Dozens of herbs have been purified internally. The crystal clear herb essences were suspended within the Dan furnace, as bright as pearls. This, Song Lan was momentarily dumbfounded. She didn't know anything about alchemy though, but the most basic common sense is still known. The first step in refining pills was to purify the herbs. This step is extremely critical. If the first step was not qualified, down the road, refining the elixir, even if it could be made, that's just a waste of pills. It's even highly toxic. In turn, as long as the first step was strong enough, down the road the elixir would take shape. Generally speaking, A lifting purity of 90% is considered qualified. 95%. That would be considered extremely good. 99%. Basically comparable to the Pill King, belonging to the top tier of pill refiners. The level of Lin Bai's purification, on the other hand, is infinitely close to 100%. This is no longer the realm of the alchemist. One could almost call it a miracle. That's outrageous. The Pill King inhaled deeply, his face a little stiff. Song Lan was silent. She muttered, "This guy is outrageous as always." Boom. At this moment, Lin Bai controlled the medicine drops. The fusion has begun. He didn't think deliberately during the whole process. Rather, it is entirely by virtue of a metaphysical feeling. Boom. Within the medicinal drops, because there are no more impurities. As a result, fusion is fairly simple, almost to the point of being watertight. In the blink of an eye, these drops of medicine fused together. It formed a fist-sized clump. Points. With a thought, Lin Bai divided the medicinal liquid into 10 portions. Use a flame for constant roasting. It caused it to slowly solidify, eventually turning into 10 pills the size of a dragon's eye. Above each one, a strange golden mist filled the air. It looks rather bizarre. Bang! Lindbergh raised his hand and clapped. 10 pills flew out and fell into the jade pill bottle next to them. This stuff. Lin Bai looked at the golden Dan cloud and froze slightly, muttering, "It can't be a failure, right? How does this thing have a light golden mist?" Sure enough, I am not up to par with this technique. It's just by feeling. It still doesn't work. Fail? At this moment, the Pill King walked over and looked at the bottle of pills, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He marveled. This is not a failed product. Rather, it is. Dan Yun, your brat, is truly heaven-defying. The first time you refined it, this thing appeared. Dan Yun? Sounds a little familiar. Lin Bai stroked his chin with a confused expression. Got lost in class, didn't you? Song Lan walked over, pinched his brow, and said somewhat breathlessly, Dan clouds, which usually only appear on top of extremely high-quality pills, have a probability of appearing only if their purity reaches at least 99%. And this level of purity is almost impossible to achieve, which means that the impurities cannot exceed 1 in 10,000. Thus, refining an elixir cloud is entirely a matter of a blind cat catching a dead mouse, and the probability is about the same as winning the lottery. That outrageous? Lindbergh froze, somewhat surprised. That's for sure. The Pill King next to him let out a cold snort as he said coldly, I once spent a year refining 20,000 furnaces of yuan return pills, a whole 200,000 yuan return pills, and never saw a single one with a Dan cloud. I thought for a while that this stuff was just bull ***** and didn't exist. I didn't expect to actually exist. Also 10 appeared in one furnace. What the hell kind of monster are you, kid? Lin Bai was stunned and also sucked in a breath of cool air. He finally remembered. Dan Yun, for alchemists, was a lifelong pursuit. It's probably similar to a martial artist getting a title of being the best in the world. Nothing of value in and of itself. Dan pills with Dan clouds were just 2 or 3 times as effective as normal pills, plus there were just no side effects. However, if an alchemist refined pills that possessed Dan clouds, well, within the whole league, not to say that he was the #1 alchemist, but he was definitely a superb person. After all, the Pill King had refined 20,000 furnaces of recovery pills and over 200,000 pills. None of the Dan clouds appeared in the rash. Goes to show how hard it is to give birth to this stuff. However, in the next second, Lindbergh immediately reacted. He's in danger. If this talent of his is exposed, it is true that he will not die but also have to take off layers of skin. It was expected that those forces would go crazy to capture Lindbergh, and then into a small dark room, let him have to refine pills for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Lin Bai shivered, knowing that the situation was not good. Reacting? The Pill King glanced at Lin Bai and said, your kid's talent is frighteningly strong and your brain is smart enough. Don't worry, as long as you promise me a request, I'll put out the word that this yuan recovery pill with the Dan cloud was refined by me. What are the conditions? Lindbergh froze, somewhat surprised. It's simple, worship me. The Pill King clasped his hands in front of his chest and said proudly, if you become my disciple, all sorts of resources will be everywhere, at your fingertips, and, in the entire city, no one will dare to touch you? For a moment, Lindbergh was somewhat moved. Ahem. At this moment, Song Lan stepped forward. She glanced at the Pill King and spoke. I'm afraid this won't work. Why? The Pill King was not happy, and he said angrily, does it mean that there is still someone who dares to snatch a disciple from me? Kinda. And that's someone you can't afford to mess with. Song Lan spread his hands and said somewhat helplessly, Look at Lin Bai's martial arts qualifications. Guess why he doesn't have a master yet? Martial arts qualifications? The Medicine King froze. He took a closer look at Lin Bai and said with some confusion, "Isn't this just an ordinary waist physique? Where did the martial arts qualification come from?" "Oh, I forgot." Song Lan patted his head and said to Lin Bai, "There's no need to suppress your breath. Just turn on your full breath." "I know, Mr. Song." Lindbergh didn't hesitate for a second. He gave up suppressing his life breath and chose to release some of it. Out. Rumble. Within Lin Bai's body, monstrous life force roared, and on the surface of Lin Bai's body, a crimson flame formed. And at this moment, Lin Bai's aura was incomparably terrifying. It was like a ferocious beast in human skin. No, even scarier than the ferocious beasts. This is the innate martial Dao Saint body? Chapter 39, The Pill King's Gift. The Pill King's scalp tingled. He sucked in a breath of cold air, somewhat irritated, and muttered, "Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Did I not sleep well? It's not an illusion. It's reality." Song Lan laughed as she smiled and said, "Old man, you definitely can't snatch a disciple from someone. Give it up. If you force a disciple, you'll be in deep when the time comes." Ahem. The Pill King instantly understood, and he coughed lightly twice, glancing at Lin Bai. He spoke. "Forget it. The matter of accepting a disciple can be put off for a while. However, the other matter can't be put off." "What is it?" Lin Bai glanced at the Pill King, somewhat surprised. To accept or not to accept an apprentice is just a name. It doesn't matter. "But, your kid's talent is here. It would be a waste not to learn to refine pills." The Pill King exhaled slowly. A strange ancient book emerged in his hand. Handing the ancient book in his hand over to Lin Bai, the Pill King continued, "On top of this book, there are a large number of alchemy techniques recorded, so take it back and study it slowly." "Oh." Lin Bai received the ancient book and picked it up to casually look at it twice. Then it froze straight away. Above the ancient book, there were densely written words everywhere. The texts are quite small, the size of a sesame seed. The bottom line is this. Lin Bai didn't recognize any of these words. Each text has a corresponding picture, extremely complex, and, with some special regularity, it's still slowly changing. These words seem to have a great pressure on the mental power. If it wasn't for Lin Bai's huge spiritual power, gaze directly at the words, "May, in a moment, pass out." This is. Lin Bai looked at the words, frowned, and spoke. "It's not the Federation's script, nor any known script. I can't read it at all. It's the Book of Heaven." Song Lan, who was next to him, glanced at Lin Bai and explained, "This book itself is the power of the cataclysm, directly derived from it. Similar to this there are various top-level feats that were directly born. Comes with special text. This kind of text is quite advanced. You need to slowly comprehend it. This thing depends on enlightenment. Some people can't read it in their entire lives. Some people only need a few short days to master the words on it. So it is." Lindbergh suddenly realized. He glanced at the Pill King next to him and asked with some curiosity, "That's right, Senior Pill King. I wonder how much you've mastered." "Ha ha ha. Not much. It's only 1%. The Pill King was all smiles, with an extremely dejected look. "Only 1%? Lin Bai skimmed his mouth, somewhat speechless. "Humph, kid, you're unaware." The Pill King skimmed his mouth as he said dejectedly, "This book, if you can master 1,000th of it, you can walk sideways throughout the entire city. If you can read 1%, you can reach my level. As for further up, the entire Federation, the strongest alchemists, wouldn't dare to say that they can read a tenth of this book. If you can master 1/10 of it, you can call yourself the Alliance's #1 alchemist. No, with your kid's talent, might actually be able to read them all." Speaking of this, a look of longing appeared on the Pill King's face. He muttered, "I wonder how this book will fare when it is all read and translated." "Read it all?" Lin Bai glanced at the ancient book in his hand. In a trance, he seemed to be able to perceive a strange kind of information that flooded into his mind. These things are esoteric. There's almost no way to put it into words or phrases. It's more like an instinct. It's like eating and drinking. It is almost impossible to describe the process in detail in words. Buzz. The ancient book glowed with golden ripples. The upper text seemed to come to life, pulsing around Lindbergh. Wow! Above the ancient book, the pages flipped gently. Word after word was illuminated and became like the sun. The whole thing lasted half an hour. Eventually, a feeling of weakness came. Lin Bai couldn't help but rub his brow and muttered to himself with a confused face, "What's wrong with me? It's nothing. Reading ancient books requires amazing mental strength. Your spiritual power is too weak." The Medicine King shook his head. He glanced at the ancient book in Lin Bai's hand with a shocked look on his face. He muttered, "It's really human to die. In just half an hour's time, you actually managed to read 1,000th of it. Unbelievable." It's only 1 in 1,000. Lin Bai was speechless as he asked curiously, Senior Pill King, what level is 1,000th considered? Ha ha! You should know the ranks of alchemists, right? The Pill King hemmed and hawed and explained. In the Federation, alchemists are categorized into a total of 10 ranks, and above the 10th rank is the King rank, which is my level. Reading 1,000th of an ancient book, you have already reached the category of the 7th order. Half an hour. 7th order pharmacist. Your kid is really perverted. Ahem. Lin Bai coughed lightly twice, his heart incomparably shaken. He didn't know much about the profession of pill refiner. However, it was also known that 7th order pill refiners were extremely rare existences in the entire city. It's only 1 or 2 out of 100,000 people. A casual refining of pills would charge millions or even tens of millions of dollars, making money faster than even a robbery. However, wanting to refine the marrow cleansing pill was not enough. This thing is a king's quality elixir. To refine it, one would need to be at least at the level of a king's grade alchemist, and would also need some king's grade auxiliary herbs. As dispensing, this is how one can refine the marrow cleansing pill. However, for the current Lin Bai, the blood spirit pill was already enough. There is no hurry for the time being for the marrow cleansing elixir. Okay, I have one more thing. The Pill King looked at Lin Bai as he said seriously, Lin Bai, I wonder if you can give me 2 or 3 of that yuan recovery pills with the Dan Cloud? This thing is very valuable for me to practice the way of alchemy. Senior has helped me so much. It's just a few yuan recovery pills. Give it all to Elder whatever. Lin Bai smiled and didn't care about such small things. Can't use that many. 3 is enough. The Medicine King smiled. He put away the 3 yuan recovery pills and then urged, by the way, remember, don't reveal your alchemy talent, or else. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Lindbergh rolled his eyes. He turned around, raised his hand and knocked on top of the violet gold furnace, and said with a smile, Senior Pill King, this violet gold furnace, I can take it. Hiss. The Pill King's face was fleshed out as he waved his hand and said somewhat glumly, forget it, forget it. Chapter 40, Dan Spirit, willing to gamble, you will lose. This purple gold furnace, you take it away. Why would I take this out? Hey, old man, let's get you a new Dan furnace and show it off. There goes the Dan furnace. Song Lan taunted from the side with a gloating look. Humph, gloating. Ha, next time you find old man to make pills, triple the price. The Pill King frowned with a look of displeasure. Cut, careful with your eyes. Lindbergh, let's go back. Song Lan didn't take the Pill King's threat to heart. She waved her hand, signaling for Lin Bai to follow. Seeing this, Lin Bai said to the Pill King, Senior Pill King, farewell. Aha. The Pill King nodded and didn't say anything. He sent Lin Bai so many treasures, which is naturally considered a kind of investment. Innate martial saint body. As long as he didn't die, it would be another martial god rising. These investments he's making now, it can basically be said to be insignificant compared to what might be gained in return. For a veteran like the Medicine King, at a glance, Lin Bai's talent was powerful, but he wasn't proud of it, and his character was considered quite good. This kind of person is still worth investing a handful of dollars in. He wins the bet, he makes a bloody fortune. There's really nothing to lose when you lose a bet. It's natural to place a bet on a sure thing. Lin Bai didn't care what the Pill King intended to do. As far as he was concerned, he was just keeping the Pill King's favor in his heart at the moment. It's a sure way to pay it back when you get the chance later. There are favors to be repaid and revenge to be taken. This was sort of Lindbergh's bottom line. Returning to his residence, Lin Bai's mind moved and the blood spirit pill appeared in his hand. Wow! This blood spirit pill was roughly the size of a dragon's eye and was reddish in color, with a soft haze. Looking at this blood spirit pill, Lin Bai was in no hurry to take it. Generally speaking, the blood spirit pill could only be taken once in a person's lifetime. Any more than that and you get resistance. The second dose is much less effective. By the third time, basically nothing worked. Therefore, since you are going to take it, you definitely want to take the best. Knock. Lin Bai's mind moved and he directly took out the violet gold furnace. Prepare to refine a blood spirit pill yourself. If you can refine a blood spirit pill with a Dan Cloud, then, the effect would be about 3 times that of an ordinary blood spirit pill. And the blood spirit pill was only a 4th grade elixir. It wasn't something difficult for Lindbergh at this moment. Boom! Within the purple gold furnace, the fire rose. The temperature instantly soared, quickly reaching thousands of degrees. Lindbergh was organized. He threw one material plus the blood spirit flower into the violet gold furnace. In an instant, within the entire Dan furnace, dozens of medicinal herbs began to rapidly melt, their internal impurities being removed cleanly. Fusion. Lin Bai's mind moved. Within the purple gold pill furnace, medicinal liquids that looked like the sky was full of stars began to merge. Eventually, a reddish golden medicinal liquid was formed. Wow, this reddish-golden medicinal liquid quickly fused. Eventually, it becomes incredibly pure. Separat. Lin Bai's mind moved, and these medicinal liquids were cut into 10 portions. Each portion formed a reddish-golden elixir on its own. With constant warmth, the elixir took a new turn. In a trance, a blood-red phosphorus giant crocodile slowly formed and hovered inside the elixir, with an air of ferocity. This is Danling? Lin Bai looked at the virtual shadow within the pill with a stunned expression. Honestly, Danon was exaggerating enough. However, throughout the entire alliance, there were at least top-tier alchemists that were truly capable of refining pills with Dan clouds and Dan spirit. That's the metaphysical question. Totally random. It was possible that a first-ranked alchemist could refine, with a Dan spirit, an elixir, and the alliance's top alchemists used the strongest materials with the top techniques. There was also absolutely no way to refine the Dan spirit. There was no complete theory in the entire alliance to explain what the hell a Dan spirit was. However, the effect of the Dan spirit was exaggeratedly strong. It can easily increase the potency of the medicine tenfold, and even more dramatic, a dramatic reduction in resistance. For example, if an ordinary blood spirit pill was taken by an average person, it was basically the limit. Taking a second one had minimal effect. However, if it was a blood spirit pill with a Dan spirit, it would still be effective, and would still be 10 times as effective as a blood spirit pill. It's even more exaggerated. After taking one, taking a second one will still achieve 70% to 80% of the effect. It can be said that the elixir with the Dan spirit, the value was not at all on the same level as that of an elixir without an elixir spirit. Boom! A crimson aura rose to the sky. Within the purple gold furnace, 10 blood spirit pills were completely formed. Each one was the color of red gold, carrying an extremely powerful breath of life. The effect was even 10 times that of the blood spirit pill refined by the Pill King. Just one. It would be able to make a royal beast master with ordinary root and bone qualifications, transform his body, and his physical quality and native royal beast grade, produce a qualitative leap. Its value, almost immeasurably. Lin Bai flexed his fingers. Within the violet gold furnace, the blood spirit pill flew out and landed in the medicinal bottle, sealing it up. Phew! I didn't expect to actually refine a blood spirit pill with a Dan spirit. Lin Bai exhaled a breath, his heart extremely shocked. He glanced at the 10 blood spirit pills refined by the Pill King. In the presence of the Danling blood spirit pill, this ordinary blood spirit pill had no value in taking it. Instead, it will be within the body, leaving impurities behind. It takes time and is a pain in the ass to remove out slowly. The boost it brings is also small. Without hesitation, the thing was thrown directly into the space equipment. Then, Lindbergh did not hesitate. Picking up the pill bottle, he directly swallowed a blood spirit pill with a Dan spirit. Buzz. The moment the elixir went down, a searing power flowed into Lin Bai's limbs and bones. Crackle! Lin Bai's tendons, bones, and flesh exploded. The bones in his body burst into pieces. However, it was not an injury. Rather, it's a transformative metamorphosis. The burst bones quickly regenerated and became stronger, and the flesh and blood became whiter under the blood spirit pill wash. Even the meridians were turning a dark gold color, become tougher and whiter. If Lin Bai's meridians before, they were ordinary goat paths. It's a wide road at the moment. Even though there wasn't much change in the true chi cultivation, however, a qualitative leap had been produced. Boom! Eventually, the metamorphosis was complete. The life force within Lin Bai's body roared, and the blood flowed through his veins with a slight thunderous sound. Unprecedentedly powerful sensations struck. Lin Bai took a deep breath, squeezed his fist, and muttered, "My current strength has reached 70,000 kilograms. It's unbelievable. Pure physical strength. Even a third-ranked martial artist is no more than that." Chapter 41, The One Looking for Trouble is Here. It was important to realize that at this moment, Lin Bai's true realm was still at the quasi-martial artist level. It's possible to have this performance. Not to say it's the next best thing, but the previous best thing is for sure. Easily the highest record in the league. But, that's fine. I can hide some of my strength and catch those who want to turn against me off guard. Then, I still have 3 blood spirit flowers left, so let's try again. Lindbergh adapted to the power. Sitting down with his legs crossed, he began to refine the elixir once again. Soon, another furnace of blood spirit pills took shape. Only, this time, it wasn't as lucky as the first furnace. 10 blood spirit pills, although each one carried a Dan cloud, but only 7 or 8 of them carry the Dan spirit. Coincidence? Or maybe the first furnace was just my luck? Lindbergh muttered. With a thought, he continued to try. Time rushes by. Most of the day passed, and the third furnace of blood spirit pills took shape. Similar to the second furnace, there were a total of 9 with Dan spirits, and the remaining one only had Dan clouds, and the Dan spirit had not been formed. Phew, seems like quite the coincidence. with my current strength, there's no way to make all the pills carry the dance spirit. Still, there's enough to go around, Lindbergh muttered. With a thought, he put away the violet gold furnace and moved his arms and legs, and then pushed the door open and headed toward the school. At this very moment, a day had passed since Lin-Bai had returned from the outside world. The entire True Martial Academy was quite lively. The annual freshman test is about to begin, and a large number of freshmen will be sent to the safe zone, hunting ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were of average strength. Most of them were less than first rank, just right as a freshman grinder. And at this moment, amongst the group of freshmen, Hui Yunfeng's face was ugly. Not far from him, a few students were whispering, have you guys heard about it? In the middle of the academy, except for a few super geniuses, that's not true. It's said that the strongest is the innate martial Dao Saint body from Class 1, who directly beat up Class 2's Hui Yunfeng as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Very strong. Hey, you're behind the times. Lin-Bai isn't an innate martial arts saint body. He just has stronger martial arts qualifications. Really? I told you, how could an innate martial saint body be born so easily? I'm not optimistic about Lin-Bai. Chen Hu from Class 1 might be stronger. The Black Fury Tiger in his hands. That's a king-level origin royal beast. No surprise. In the future, it can easily grow to the level of a king-level royal beast master. It's said, but there are also two geniuses with perverse talent in Class 3 who have already reached the level of a first-ranked imperial beast master. Just a few days after awakening the imperial beasts. You've reached the first order imperial beast master? It's rumored that comes with a lot of money. In that case, it seems that this ace class, and only the second class, is the most wasteful. Isn't that right? Hui Yunfeng is just a bit too humiliating. Listening to a group of students gossiping, Hui Yunfeng's face was blue and his body was trembling slightly. It couldn't be helped that his humiliating defeat had already spread throughout the True Martial Academy. Among the schools, the ace class itself is the top stream, and Hui Yunfeng is the ace second class bearer, being beaten up by Lin-Bai and chipped by Chen, who had already been called a disgrace. If there's no way to get back, in the next several years, in the entire True Martial Academy, one would only be unable to raise one's head. Don't worry, Yunfeng, Manhwa family, is not that easy to bully. I'll get this scene back for you. A young man's face was cold. He had a powerful aura, and the blood chi in his body was monstrous, giving off an amazing sense of oppression. Thanks, cousin. Hui Yunfeng's face was gloomy. He was furious and said through gritted teeth, this time, I will make sure that Lin-Bai pays the price. Don't worry, although I can't abolish him, I can still do it by making him make a fool of himself and become the laughingstock of the entire academy. Hui Yunfeng's cousin was extremely confident. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and just stood in the doorway, waiting for Lin-Bai to arrive. And at that moment, Lindbergh was also stepping on the spot, came to the school gates. As soon as he got close, he immediately sensed that a powerful aura had locked onto him. He snapped his head around to look at the scent. A look of surprise appeared on his face. At the entrance of the school, the youth standing there was actually a second-ranked martial artist, distinguished by the intensity of the breath. It seemed to be at the beginning of the second order. The other party was wearing the attire of the True Martial Academy, and his age looked to be in his 20s. Apparently, it should be a senior, and next to that youth, standing there, was none other than Hui Yunfeng. At that moment, was looking at him with a smug look of hatred. Did Hui Yunfeng find help? Interesting. Lindbergh was indifferent. For him at this moment, a mere second-ranked martial artist was no longer in his eyes. Cousin, that's him, he's Lindbergh. Hui Yunfeng jumped out, pointing at Lin-Bai, and said loudly, this bastard is really abominable. You must stand up for me. Don't worry. The youth was calm and collected. He and that were able to sense that the aura on Lin-Bai wasn't very strong. That is, it was a little stronger than an ordinary person. It was only Hui Yunfeng, a waste of space. Who couldn't beat it? He came in front of Lindbergh. With a condescending look, he arrogantly said, Lin-Bai, right? My name is Hui Yunhao, Hui Yunfeng's cousin. Kneel down, apologize to my cousin, and this matter will be understood. Otherwise, you will pay the price. I'll kneel down and apologize to Hui Yunfeng? Pay the price? You're not awake, are you? Lin-Bai laughed dumbly with a disdainful expression, not putting Hui Yunhao in his eyes at all. Good. Toast. Hui Yunhao's face suddenly turned cold. He stretched out a hand and grabbed it towards Lin-Bai's neck, to pick up Lin-Bai's neck and lift him up. Boom! Hui Yunhao was extremely fast. As a second-ranked martial artist, he just casually waved his arm. The speed just broke the speed of sound, and Lindbergh's reaction speed was even faster. He slightly sidestepped and dodged Hui Yunhao's arm. With a backhanded punch, he slammed into Hui Yunhao's small stomach. Bang! With his punch, Lindbergh did not use his full strength. It was only like 10, 000 to 20,000 kilograms, which was nothing to a second-rank martial artist. But, caught off guard, Hua Yunhao immediately suffered a great loss. He let out a muffled sound as his body flew out horizontally and hit the ground hard. It tumbled and cut out hundreds of meters away. It's a fight. It's actually a fight. It's Lindbergh and Senior Hua Yunhao. My god, Hua Yunhao should be a second-ranked martial artist, right? Just smashed away with a single punch? Too scary. Is Lindbergh really a freshman? The surrounding students turned their heads and watched from afar. Chapter 42, You're expelled. Seeing Hua Yunhao being smashed away with a single punch, one was dumbfounded. It's all speechless. And at that moment, Hua Yunhao rose from the ground. He was covered in dust, and his school uniform had become a basket of clothes and tatters. The whole person looked extremely wretched, like a beggar. However, he was not too seriously injured. It didn't even break the skin a bit, except for feeling a slight unsteady breath. Everything's fine. Worthy of being a second-ranked martial artist, this strength, it is indeed very strong. Lin Bai looked at Hua Yunhao, a look of surprise on his face. The power of his punch was a whopping 20,000 kilograms. Could smash a truck with one punch. Such a terrifying punch. If it was a first-rank martial artist, if you don't die, you're going to be badly crippled. And Hua Yunhao actually didn't have a single thing to do, alive and kicking. Suffice it to say, the defense of this second-ranked martial artist was really exaggeratedly strong. Lindbergh, you're dead. I'll kill you. Hua Yunhao instantly entered a state of fury. The true chi in his body boiled and his body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards Lin Bai. The strength of a second-order martial artist can reach 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms. Under the urging of such terrifying power, the ground crumbled under Hua Yunhao's step, and around his body, white air waves appeared. It's just like reaching subsonic speeds. Boom! The distance of hundreds of meters was but a second. Hua Yunhao slammed his fist down in a fit of rage. Whoosh! Lindbergh took 2 steps backwards and easily dodged the punch. Boom! Hua Yunhao throws a punch that misses. The violent fist wind tore through the air and landed on top of the ground. On top of the ground, it left a huge crater with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. Boom! Smoke and dust. In a flash, Hua Yunhao rushed out of the smoke. Swinging his fist again, he chased towards Lin Bai. In a fit of rage, he barely held back and went all out to get Lin Bai killed. Phew! Seeing this, Lin Bai did not panic. With a sideways turn, he once again dodged Hua Yunhao's strike, and at the same time, a large-caliber sniper rifle surfaced in his hand. Guns? Hua Yunhao was startled, and his movements couldn't help but slow down by half a beat. Bang! Without any hesitation, Lindbergh shot directly. A dull voice rang out. In just an instant, a flower of blood splattered high on Hua Yunhao's shoulder. Even if it is a second-order martial artist, there is still no way to completely defend yourself against large-caliber firearms. Asshole! Hua Yunhao's eyes turned bloodshot for a moment. Over his shoulder, the wound left by the bullet healed quickly and the bullet was ejected easily by the muscle. The wound scabbed over quickly. For a short second or two, it's already back to an almost unhindered level. What an amazing recovery speed. No, it's some kind of secret method that squeezes the life force and recovers from injuries. Lindbergh was a bit surprised. The gap between a second-ranked martial artist and a first-ranked martial artist was really too great. That shot if replaced by a first-rank martial artist, half the body is shattered, and a second-ranked martial artist only just grazed the skin. If it is replaced with a third-order martial artist, I am only afraid that hot weapons are no longer of much use. You can catch bullets with your empty hand. Lin Bai, you die for me. Hua Yunfeng was furious. He hissed and charged towards Lin Bai. At this moment, Lin Bai did not panic and pulled the trigger, firing 5 shots in a row. Bang, 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 bang. 5 bullets flew towards Hua Yunhao, and Hua Yunhao didn't dodge, crossing his arms and blocking his eyes. Let the bullets bombard your body, though a series of blood splatters. However, they were all flesh wounds that didn't affect movement at all. He hardened his head and charged towards where Lin Bai was, wanting to tear him apart. And just then, Hua Yunhao's feet suddenly went limp, and he felt as if something had gone wrong with his body. The entire person slammed straight down to the ground. It was as if the body's strength had been drained, and there was no strength left to even stand up. No, no way. Why? I can't move? Hua Yunhao's entire body was completely dumbfounded. Forgot to tell you, I added a little toxin to the bullet. Lin Bai carried his sniper rifle and smiled as he came to Hua Yunhao, lifted his foot, and kicked Hua Yunhao's head. Aha! Lindbergh, you despicable bastard. Hua Yunhao directly exploded with anger. He knew that he had been careless and had not flashed. A moment of inadvertence and a dry run by Lindbergh. Even, in full view of everyone, Lin Bai stepped on his head with his foot. It's an absolute disgrace that, hey, this Hua Yunhao can't do it either. It's so humiliating, that performance of Lin Bai, holding up a first-ranked martial artist, being a second-ranked martial artist, he was actually taken down by a first-ranked martial artist. What a genius! A waste, a silver spearhead and a wax pole, a good looker but not good enough for the job. Many of the surrounding students had been bullied by Hui Yunhao at one time or another. Seize the opportunity at this moment. One can be mocked vigorously. Hearing the mockery of the people around him, Hui Yunhao almost didn't pass out from anger. Defeated by someone who was stronger than you, nothing to be ashamed of. But to have his head stomped on by a freshman who was not even a first-level martial artist, that would be an unmitigated insult. For a moment, Hui Yunhao's eyes were bloodshot. He hissed angrily, "Lin Bai, either you kill me now or else, I will definitely retaliate? You think I wouldn't dare?" Lin Bai held a sniper rifle and aimed it at Hui Yunfeng's head. Gently pull the trigger. Click. The sound of a metal firing pin rang out. A dull voice erupted. The bullet instantly discharged. In the absence of true chi protection, that shot could really blow Hui Yunhao's head off. Stop. At this moment, Principal Long Jian arrived silently. Raise your hand and grab it. The bullet was caught in his one hand. Phew. At this moment, Hui Yunhao's back was already drenched in cold sweat. He never expected it. Lindbergh actually dared to really kill. If it wasn't for Headmaster Long Jian's arrival, his head, at the moment, had exploded like a watermelon. Lindbergh. Long Jian looked at Lin Bai, took a deep breath, and said, "We're all classmates. There's no need for a killer." However, this time it was Hui Yunhao who made the first move, so I won't bother with you. I know, Principal. Lindbergh didn't say anything. Hui Yunhao was at least a student of the True Martial Academy. Long Jian as the principal. It was impossible to watch a student die in front of him, and since Long Jian was pretty good to him, that face still had to be given. Principal, that's not fair. At this moment, Hui Yunhao was incomparably stifled and roared angrily. On what grounds? You should know that Lin Bai tried to kill me just now. Oof, you're an upperclassman and you take a shot at an underclassman. In itself, it's against school rules. Long Jian glanced at Hui Yunhao on the ground and said indifferently, "What's even more humiliating is that it hasn't even been fought yet. It's simply a disgrace to the True Martial Academy. Hui Yunhao, you're expelled. Roll up and get out." Chapter 43, Not Giving Any Face at All. Principal Long, this isn't appropriate, is it? Just then, Hui Yenshan appeared behind Long Jian. His face was grim as he spoke. Kids playing around, a little skirmish is all. No need for expulsion, right? Little kids playing around? Where are the little kids in their 20s? Hui Yenshan, do you really think your Hua family's face is good? When I say fire, I fire. It's useless for anyone to come. Long Jian glanced coldly at Hui Yenshan and continued. In addition, the Hua family needs to pay compensation to Lin Bai. Make amends and apologize. If not, I will personally pay a visit. You. Hua Yenshan's face suddenly changed. Never would I have thought that Long Jian would be so overbearing, not even giving face to the Hua family. The words have come down to this point, and it's completely off the table. Hui Yunhao must be fired. Otherwise, Long Jian wouldn't have to mix in True Martial Academy in the future. What? You're not convinced? Long Jian's tone was icy cold. He stood with his armrests, stared at Hui Yenshan, and said coldly, Hui Yenshan, immediately take your people, make amends and apologize, and then get lost. Don't force me to make a move. You're being unreasonable. Hui Yenshan instantly wimped out. Don't look at Long Jian's usual nothing rowdy, a kindly look, but Long Jian that was a proper king-level imperial beast master. Throughout the city, there are only a few that can reach the king level. The Hua family only has one king-level royal beast master. If Long Jian didn't give face, then the Hua family really had no choice but to endure. Principal, I'm not convinced. At this moment, Hui Yunhao was lying on the ground as he roared. I'm going to fight a duel to the death with Lin Bai. Lin Bai, do you dare? Oh, a duel? Lindbergh narrowed his eyes. In the middle of the alliance, other than in the middle of the ferocious beast forest, God didn't know how to take out the other party. The alternative is a duel to the death. This was one of the privileges of martial artists and beast royalty. After all, even if it wasn't allowed, if the two of them got their heads together and fought on the spot, it was highly likely that innocent ordinary people would be affected. Might as well settle it in the ring. Of course, in the face of a duel, one can also refuse. There's no shame in that. Hui Yunhao's realm was 2 orders higher than Lin Bai's, and for an ordinary person, it was almost impossible to win. What? You don't dare? Clowns who only sneak up on people. Hui Yunhao was very unwilling, and his heart was extremely stifled. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Lin Bai quenching poison on the bullets, he couldn't have been knocked over. Lindbergh, don't be impulsive. Next to him, Long Jian looked at Lin Bai and reminded, the true strength of a second-ranked martial artist is even more terrifying than you expected. I know, Don't worry, Principal. Lindbergh stroked his chin, mulled it over. To be honest, don't look at him as a quasi-first order now, not even a first order yet. The strength is actually close to over 100,000 kilograms. A third-ranked martial artist. It might be a bit of a struggle for Lin-Bai to fight, but if it's second order, that would be easy to rub on the ground. The key is whether it's worth exposing yourself. Obviously, dueling with Hui Yunhao, there was no benefit for Lindbergh. Thinking of this, Lin-Bai glanced at Hui Yunhao on the ground and spoke. Hui Yunhao, trash like you. It's not worth me wasting my energy and dueling with you. Get lost and don't bother me, asshole. You wouldn't dare. You sure wouldn't. Hui Yunhao was impotently furious. However, the body was paralyzed by the toxin and could not move. One can only hiss in anger. His eyes were red, and above his neck, his veins were throbbing, just like an evil ghost in purgatory. TSK, 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 you stand up first, punk. Lindbergh bristled. Hui Yunhao's low-level agitation was useless to him. No good can come of it. He's definitely not doing it. Ahem, good job. Long Jian patted Lin Bai's shoulder with an appreciative look and said, let's go. No need to take care of this kind of person. Go to class. Cackle. Hui Yunhao's teeth were about to break. He knew that his life was completely over. As a second-order martial artist, being knocked over by a quasi-first-ranked martial artist was definitely a negative material that could go into the textbooks in the future. It's not just being laughed at now. It is expected to be laughed at for hundreds of years to come, if not thousands of years. He's going down in history. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't think that Lindbergh could really win. That's outrageous. A paramartial martial artist defeating a second-order martial artist. I wonder what kind of toxin is on the bullet. Ghost knows. There are so many toxins in the entire world. There are ones that can poison a king-level martial artist, not to mention a mere second-rank martial artist. Lin Bai is really merciful. If it was replaced with a deadly toxin, Hui Yunhao would be dead. You can't say that. Killing Hui Yunhao. The Hua family's group of people who can't afford to play around won't want to do it. That's true. The Hua family is notorious for not being able to play. The voices of the students around them murmured. The way most people looked at Hui Yunhao had turned into something like looking at a clown. Put. Hui Yunhao's eyes rolled back in anger. Fainted straight away. At this moment, next to him, Hui Yenshan's face was grim. His fists clenched in death. It's not the first time I've gotten a bad taste in my mouth. Every time he ran into Lin Bai, he had to lose face. For a moment, Hui Yenshan was enraged and determined in his heart. Definitely want to get Lindbergh killed. And the next freshman field test is great. At this moment, the other side, Han Shui looked around, a little surprised. This place is located in the grove behind the school. The mountains are high and the forests are dense. It's easy to hide two people. It belongs to be a place where young couples specialize in rendezvous. Lin Bai asked her to come over. Could it be? Thinking about this, Han Shui realized that she actually had something to look forward to in a small way, but she was overthinking it after all. At this moment, Lin Bai pulled out a bottle of elixir and handed it to Han Shui, saying, Han Shui, this is for you. What is it? Han Shui was stunned when she looked at the potion bottle. Inside the pill bottle were 3 crimson-like fire pills, each of which was as red as a reddish haze, with amazing life force. At a glance, one could tell that it was definitely an incomparably precious treasure medicine. Good stuff. Have you heard of the blood spirit pill? Lin Bai grinned and explained. These 3 pills, if you take all of them, you should have a considerable improvement. Blood elixir? Han Shui's eyes widened, her heart incomparably shocked. How can this stuff not be known? Among all the elixirs, they were the top batch of elixirs that replenished the power of origin. Other elixirs boosted strength at best. The blood spirit pill, on the other hand, boosted the root and bone qualifications. Probably won't increase in strength much. However, the potential ceiling increases a lot. If this was taken out for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Lin Bai had 3 of them in one shot. It is unbelievable. Han Shui looked at Lin Bai with some incredulity. Chapter 44, Gifting the Blood Spirit Pill. Somewhat in disbelief, she couldn't help but ask, is this thing really a blood spirit pill? Where did you get it from? To put it simply, I went to the Fierce Beast Forest this time and picked up a few blood spirit flowers with my hands. Lindbergh spread his hands. He glanced at Han Shui, smiled, and said, it might be. Good luck. This is simply the luck of the draw, okay? Han Shui was even more speechless. She looked at the elixir in her hand, and her heart was incomparably moved. At the same time, there was some hesitation. Couldn't help but say, Midwest is too precious for me to have. Don't worry, I still have it in my hand, and it's resistant to the drug, and there's a limit to how many times a person can take it. Lindbergh blinked. Joyfully, he said, "Take it quickly. There's not much in this place. It's quiet." "Good." Han Shui sniffed and didn't hesitate. Taking out a blood spirit pill, he opened his mouth and directly swallowed it. Boom! At this moment in time, a massive amount of energy erupted. The explosive power of the blood spirit pill exploded within Han Shui's body in an instant. Han Shui's body crackled and popped. Soon, her bones and flesh and blood burst into pieces, and, in the process, slowly reorganize. Snap! At this moment, a snow-white ferret floated above the ground. This was Han Shui's origin imperial beast, and its bloodline level was rather average, only on the lower end of intermediate. The moment the ferret appeared, a large amount of the origin power contained within the blood spirit pill began to pour into the ferret's body in a steady stream. Crackle! The bones within the ferret's body began to burst into pieces continuously. A large amount of impurities were flushed out of the body by the powerful force of the blood spirit pill. This ferret's bloodline level, too, was rapidly soaring. In just a few minutes, it had gone from being on the lower side of the intermediate level to the peak of the intermediate level. The fur is crystal clear. It was like snow, and its vitality had increased by more than 2 or 3 times. The medicinal effect of this blood spirit pill is indeed astonishing. Lin Bai stroked his chin, somewhat surprised. One must know that Han Shui had only absorbed roughly 1/10 of the medicinal power, and the rest was hidden in the flesh and blood. It takes time to digest a little bit. By the time the medicinal effects were all refined, the ferret would be able to at least reach the level of a top-grade ferocious beast, or even a higher grade, and this was just the effect of one blood spirit pill. Phew! At this moment, Han Shui slowly exhaled a mouthful of white mist. She opened her eyes, incomparably cheerful, and said cheerfully, "I have reached the level of a first-order beast master. It's unbelievable. Is this the effect of the blood spirit pill? Actually broke through?" Lin Bai also had a stunned look on his face, mainly because it's just a bit unusual. He had already eaten 3 blood spirit pills with Dan Spirit during this period of time, and although his strength was increasing, however, his realm had remained at the level of the quasi-first order. Instead, it's Han Shui. He actually used only 1 blood spirit pill to break through. This can be really strange. Dang, dang, dang. Just then, within the campus, a huge bell rang out. Yikes, the test has begun. Let's get out of here. Han Shui was startled and ran towards the location of the bell. Oh, Lindbergh also reacted. The bell for the freshman practical test. All students, upon hearing the bell, need to be assembled within half an hour. Overall, the 4 splashes are plentiful. Soon, Lin Bai arrived above the square. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw Chen Hu. Then, Lindbergh was instantly dumbfounded. At this time, Chen Hu's height hadn't changed much, but the Black Fury Tiger next to him had become formidable. The body size came to be as tall as a 2-story building, and the body length was close to 10 meters, at the moment slouching on the ground. However, it carries an extremely terrifying pressure. No student file approached within a 10-meter radius. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what did this thing eat? Lin Bai raised his head and looked at the Black Fury Tiger, completely shocked. You know, just a few days ago, this origin imperial beast was also the size of a palm, and could be crushed with one weak hand. It's almost the size of a truck now. This is just the normal growth rate of the Black Fury Tiger. Chen Hu spread his hands, shook his head, and said, "It is said that the adult body Black Fury Tiger can reach a height of more than 100 meters, and its body length is close to 300 meters, and its terrifying strength is able to destroy a city, and this can only be considered as a cub, and the first-order imperial beasts have not even arrived." Pups! Lin Bai was completely speechless. He looked at the sleeping hybrid beast whirring inside his pocket. This thing had eaten a lot of good stuff, including 7 or 8 blood spirit pills, huffing and puffing at the moment. The body size, however, hasn't changed much, still the size of a finger belly. Compared to the Black Fury Tiger, it really didn't have much of a row, just the look. Of course, if it was true strength, the hybrid beast was extremely terrifying. Before even taking the blood spirit flower and blood spirit pill, he was already able to easily devour second-rank imperial beasts. As for now, the guarantees all have to be third order. It can even reach the fourth order. It looked harmless, but it was definitely the most terrifying origin imperial beast amongst this freshman. Right, Lindbergh, what did you and Han Shui do in the grove for so long? Chen Hu revealed a meaningful smile. Didn't do anything? Lin Bai spread his hands and said somewhat breathlessly, "It's just a simple chat." "Oh, I get it. Chen Hu patted Lin Bai's shoulder in understanding. "What do you know?" Lin Bai had a black face and knew that Chen Hu had misunderstood. "Lindbergh, what are you two talking about?" At this moment, Han Shui arrived and looked at Lin Bai with some curiosity. After she took the blood spirit pill, her tendons were relaxed and the surface of her body was full of dirt, so she took a special bath before rushing over. Of course, it's a lot slower. Clothes all changed? It seems that something extraordinary has happened. This is progressing too fast. Chen, who stroked his chin with a thoughtful look. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I said it all. I am innocent. Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air and rubbed his brow. He realized that it seemed to be getting darker and darker. Don't worry, I do trust you. Chen Hu patted Lin Bai's shoulder with a serious face and urged, but pay attention to safety. I'm paying attention to the safety of A. Gross. Lindbergh had a black face. Next to her, Han Shui blushed oddly. Her face flushed, muttered, two assholes. With that, he turned and walked away. Why is Han Shui angry? Chen Hu was surprised. It's a wonder I'm not angry. I've got a great image, and you've ruined it. Lin Bai sighed with a helpless expression. No way, Murphy. You, not too. Chen Hu thought of a possibility. How can it be? I'm fine. Chapter 45, the examination begins. Lin Bai was speechless. This thread can't go on. He rubbed his brow and changed the subject, asking with a breathless face, by the way, where is Mr. Song? MS. Song? She doesn't seem to be here yet. Chen Hu scratched his head, somewhat surprised. Theoretically speaking, it was unlikely that Songlan, as a teacher, would come so late, which was counterintuitive. Don't read me. Phew, finally made it. Songlan's voice rang out. Lindbergh turned his head and was stunned. At this time, Songlan's skin was obviously much fairer, and her entire body breadth was extremely large. The life force in his body was vibrant and very different from before. Teacher Song, you broke through? Lin Bai looked at Song Lan with a surprised expression. You know, Song Lan looked like a teacher. In reality, he was only 7 or 8 years older than Lin Bai, and to be able to reach the 4th rank Imperial Beast Master was already a genius speed. Contrast this with Hua Yunhao, who was known as a genius, was not much different in age from Song Lan, and was just a 2nd-ranked martial artist. By the standards of the True Martial Arts Academy, before the age of 30, when you reach the 3rd rank of martial artist, you can get a graduation certificate. If you reach the 4th degree, you can qualify as a teacher, and if it's 5th order, that's scary. Proof of the potential to advance to the rank of King Imperial Beastmaster. Thanks to your blood spirit pill. Song Lan stretched and said lazily, I've finally reached the 5th rank of Beast Royal Master now. Congratulations. Lindbergh grinned, quite happy. With Song Lan's relationship with him, the stronger Song Lan was, the greater the benefits for Lin Bai would naturally be. Looking at Song Lan, Lin Bai's heart moved slightly. He took out 2 bottles of blood spirit pills with Dan Clouds, distributed to Chen Hu and Song Lan. He instructed, these 2 are for you. I just refined them, although you 2 have taken them once. These are the ones with the Dan Clouds. They are still valid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And you know how to make pills? Chen Hu received the blood spirit pill with a shocked expression. Is it rare? Lindbergh hemmed and hawed. As a matter of fact, he also had blood spirit pills with Dan spirits that had even more powerful effects. It's just that this stuff is so involved, there's no way to get it out for a while. Otherwise, there will be killing. This talent of yours is truly perverse. Song Lan was also speechless. She looked at the blood spirit pill in her hand, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth and directly swallowed it. Boom! Within Song Lan's body, the amazing medicinal effects of the blood spirit pill exploded. For ordinary people, this is an unbearable force. Even Chen Hu had to digest it slowly. As for the 5th rank Song Lan, the energy of the blood spirit pill was nothing. Powerful medicinal effects erupted. That is, it made Song Lan's blood a little more active. The root and bone qualifications have improved a lot. These are things that take time to slowly reveal themselves. At this moment, the rest of the people also discovered that Song Lan was taking pills. However, they didn't think that it was a blood spirit pill, because this stuff is so rare. There are really not that many people who know each other. And it's something that almost no one can take out in public. Cough cough cough. At this moment, on top of the high platform, Principal Long Jian appeared. He stood with his arms folded. His eyes swept around the area before he said with a smirk, Everyone, the annual freshman trial has officially begun. I'm sure you all know that the ferocious beast forest is not something to treat yourself to, but to make enemies of the ferocious beasts. Therefore, in this battle, there are bound to be casualties. If you all are afraid, it's still too late to quit. Once you enter the ferocious beast forest, it's out of your hands. Anyone want to quit? The words fell, and the students in the audience were silent. Every student was staunch in their gaze, without the slightest flinch. Keep in mind that the trip was to a safe zone on the edge of the city. It has been cleaned many times by the teachers of the True Martial Arts Academy. There are hardly any deadly beasts left. The mortality rate is really quite low, which is at the level of 1 or 2 in 1,000. If this mortality rate is too much to go on, that's basically nothing to do with a career as a sentinel. If you want to become a truly strong person, then you must travel to even more dangerous death zones in the future. Growing up in a greenhouse, it will only produce one trophy after another. Good. No one quit. Departure. Then, Long Jian didn't rub it in. With a wave of his hand, he announced that this freshman examination officially began. Lindbergh, is the fierce beast forest dangerous? Han Shui came over and asked with some curiosity. The rest of the students saw it. One also strained his ears to listen. After all, the two of them, Lin Bai and Chen Hu, were the only ones among the group of students who had personally entered the fierce beast forest. Well, it is still relatively dangerous. Lin Bai touched his chin and said seriously, within the safety zone, there exists a first-order ferocious beast, and the second order may exist as well, so don't run around, just follow Mr. Song. It's highly likely that you'll die if you run around. So dangerous? Han Shui was surprised. That's. Chen Hu came over and said with a serious face, I'll tell you. Lin Bai encountered a third-order imperial beast, the red phosphorus giant crocodile, and almost died under the mouth of that ferocious beast, but luckily there was Hui Yunfeng to pat his back, which delayed the time and survived. Third order? Han Shui looked at Lin Bai with incomparable surprise and said with some shock, you can actually survive? It's okay. By the way, there's a place in the middle of the ferocious beast forest that you must not go to. Lin Bai's heart fluttered as he remembered the blood demon king snake in the middle of that swamp. With a serious face, he barked, whoever goes to that area will die. Is it that evil? Song Lan glanced at Lin Bai as she skimmed her lips and said, Lin Bai, don't scare the freshman. I'm serious. Lindbergh blinked. He didn't explain it directly, mainly because something was unclear. For example, marrow-washing fruits. Cut. Song Lan didn't believe it. She waved her hand and said with extreme confidence, don't worry, with me here, there won't be any accidents. I'll keep up, don't fall behind. All right. Lin Bai spread his hands and followed Song Lan's pace. Time rushes by. One day passed quickly, and there were almost 3,000 new students in the entire True Martial Academy. It has been dispersed throughout the security zone. Compared to the huge radius of 300 kilometers, the 3,000 or so people thrown in seemed insignificant. You can't even see the second class from a dozen kilometers away. Sasha. Lin Bai followed a group of people and walked in the middle of the ferocious beast forest. Suddenly, Lindbergh detected an abnormality. He perceives very keenly. It was possible to feel that 20 to 30 auras were running wildly towards his position. It's fast. However, the strength couldn't be talked about too much. Chapter 46, A Little Friend with a Slash. It was also at the level of the quasi-first order. Look out everyone. Something's coming. Lindbergh opened his mouth to remind. Ow. The sound of wolves howling rose and fell. In the blink of an eye, 20 to 30 giant wolves surfaced and surrounded Lin Bai's group of people. Each giant wolf was close to 3 meters tall and close to 5 meters long. The fangs gleamed coldly. One bite can easily kill a cow. Extremely vicious, this pack of giant wolves surrounded a group of freshmen without rushing to attack. Instead, they keep wandering, looking for opportunities. What's going on? It seems to be some kind of coyote. Everyone, don't panic. It's a common mutated giant wolf. Quasi-first order strength. Everyone be careful. In the middle of Ace's first class, 40 to 50 students were thrown into a panic. After all, most of the students, it was the first time they had seen a living ferocious beast. More than 30 at a time. It's really a bit scary. Don't panic. Form a line of 3 and look after each other. This group of mutated giant wolves is also a quasi-first rank. Not a match for you. Calm down. Panic is the way to death. Song Lan was extremely calm. She hadn't even summoned Wolverine, and clasped her hands to her chest, started commanding with aplomb. For her, even if he didn't use the imperial beasts, with his bare hands, he would be able to kill this group of mutated giant wolves, all of them, in a matter of seconds. Brush. Song Lan's order was effective. A group of students quickly formed a team and fought the mutant giant wolf. Although they were freshmen, they were all Ace first class, starting out as upper-grade origin imperial beasts. A few short days, even as a pup, all of them had also reached the quasi-first order level. Under the same level, a top-grade origin imperial beast could easily crush a mutant giant wolf. And at this moment, Chen Hu also began to command his Black Fiend Tiger, killing in all directions. Ow ho! The Black Fury Tiger was 5 meters tall and close to 10 meters long. One is equivalent to 4 or 5 mutant giant wolves in size. It was only a quasi-first order though. However, it already had the level to easily kill a mutated giant wolf in seconds. Click! The Black Fury Tiger bit the neck of a mutated giant wolf and twisted it gently. The mutant giant wolf's neck was stiffly broken. Instant death. Ow ho! Another 4 or 5 mutated giant wolves pounced, and the Black Fury Tiger wasn't the least bit afraid. A slapdown directly killed a mutated giant wolf. However, it's hard to beat 2 fists with 4 hands. 4 or 5 black fury tigers pounced together. It was the Black Fiend Tiger. Being a king-level origin Imperial Beast cub, that couldn't even carry it. Bang! Lindbergh made his move. He kicked at the body of a mutated giant wolf, directly sending the thousands of kilograms of giant wolf flying directly. And then a backhanded punch. It smashed into the head of a mutant giant wolf, directly blowing out the mutant giant wolf's head. Jab! In Lin Bai's hand, the blood-stained black rock blade emerged. He chopped down with a single slash. Another mutated giant wolf's head was chopped off hard by him. Bang! 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 Lin Bai carried the blood-stained black rock blade and killed in all directions. Only a group of students were left dumbfounded. He is in a physical fight with a mutant giant wolf. A little friend with a knife. Is a martial artist that strong? I'm kind of tempted to turn martial artist. It's outrageous, isn't it? There were cries of alarm all around. In just a few seconds, there were 15 mutated giant wolves that died under Lin Bai's sword, and the few that are left. It was also quickly taken care of by the rest of the freshmen. It's an ace class after all. A mere mutant giant wolf was not enough for them to look at. Once adapted to killing, what followed was a lopsided slaughter. Cool. Is this a battle between Imperial Beast Masters? It hurts too much. Ha ha ha, I killed a mutant giant wolf. That was a good fight. Ouch. Freshmen all around were excited. Seeing this, Song Lan spoke. Alright, put away the corpse of the mutated giant wolf. This thing can be worth quite a lot of money. Then leave. Why, Mr. Song? Yeah, it looks like a nice place to me, and it's getting late. Why don't we just set up camp in this place? The rest of the students were surprised and somewhat confused. It seems that you guys are getting a little carried away. Song Lan clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at the group of students with a serious face as she spoke. This place is a safe zone. There will be no powerful ferocious beasts, but if it's a dangerous zone, then powerful ferocious beasts will follow the smell of blood and hunt them down. And when that time comes, you'll all have to die. Is that clear? Yes, Mr. Song. The rest of the students calmed down at the moment. It was common knowledge that the smell of blood could attract powerful and ferocious beasts. They got too carried away. Luckily this is just a test. If it's a danger zone, it's bound to be costly. Alright, let's go. Song Lan didn't say anything. Leave with a group of students. At this moment, Lin Bai frowned, sensing that something was wrong. There seemed to be a number of hidden auras around. It's faint and distant, but yes, it does exist. And these scents, not from ferocious beasts, but from humans. Interesting. Is someone hitting on me? Who the hell is it? Lindbergh was surprised, however, had raised his guard. In the meantime, he was ready to take the initiative. It's easy to hide from open fire, but it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. It's not a good idea to be on guard all the time against the other side making a move. It's important to be proactive and take the initiative into your own hands in order to do so. Think about it. Lin Bai looked at Song Lan and said with a smile, Teacher Song, there's no point in continuing to stay in this place. I'm going to go around to other places. Well, go ahead. Song Lan still had a good idea of Lin Bai's strength. The norm was at least a second-order martial artist. There was still the power seal she had given to Lindbergh in her hand. Even if they encountered a fourth-order ferocious beast, it can also be delayed for a while. And it was obvious how a fourth-rank Imperial beast could exist in the middle of a safe zone. This area, I don't know how many times it's been cleared. At that moment, on the other side, in a hidden bush, Hua Yunhao looked at the departing Lin Bai. He was overjoyed in his heart and said coldly, Humph, Lin Bai, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to break away from Song Lan's protection. This is just right. I'll make sure to straighten you out. Young Master Hua, could there be a trick? It's counterintuitive that a student would leave the team of his own accord. It can't be Song Lan who found us, can it? Impossible. We're so far away. Song Lan would never be able to detect our scent even if he's a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. It should be because that Lin Bai kid is too crazy. Humph, that's even better. This kid will become our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, a new war hero. A few mercenaries briefly discussed it. It's all a feeling that this should be a coincidence. Chapter 47, Treasure. And now was definitely the time to strike. It could easily get Lindbergh killed. Well, let's not waste time. Let's approach quietly. Hua Yunhao clenched his teeth and chased after Lin Bai's trail. Interesting. The rest of Lin Bai's eyes swept over where Hua Yunhao was. With the proximity, Lin Bai had been able to determine the other party's aura. 6 second-ranked martial artists and 11 first-ranked martial artists. This is a strength that would never be found in a safe zone. Then the only possibility is that it is directed at him? For insurance reasons, Lindbergh didn't choose to fight hard, because the opponent's realm was one thing, but killing power was another. When low-ranked martial artists fought, it wasn't just martial arts that could kill each other. and all kinds of equipment and weapons. There even existed equipment like mechs that could increase combat power extremely dramatically. Reckless straight through, so to speak. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a big loss. Ha. In that case, here you go. If you dare to come and kill me, then you are bound to pay the price. Lindbergh didn't hesitate in the slightest. He turned around and walked towards a ruin. 10 minutes later, Lin Bai arrived at a ruin. The ruins are the ruins of a city from before the Age of Cataclysm. Over a long period of time, you can barely see any traces of the original, covered by dense forest. However, in a few areas, there are no plants of any kind. In its place was a dirt-colored sandy field. In the center of the sand was a giant crater. This is the center of a nuclear bomb explosion. And after all this time, there are still huge amounts of deadly radiation. Not an inch of grass. Any life that dares to approach such an area, all are exposed to radiation. Even a martial artist will be fatally injured. However, because of their superb vitality, most martial artists do not die, but mutate after being exposed to huge amounts of nuclear radiation. This mutant is powerful, but for the most part, it loses its mind and turns into a beast that only kills. Phew, this is the place. Lin Bai looked around and was quite satisfied with the surroundings. He pulled out a bottle of anti-radiation medicine and swallowed it in one gulp, and then took a step toward the nuclear crater. Sasha, the crater is dead silent, with no sign of any creature activity above the ground. However, thin skeletons could occasionally be seen, all of which were small beasts or insects, immediately killed by nuclear radiation after entering its range. A portion of the body was left behind. Well, this is the place. Lindbergh stopped at the bottom of the nuclear crater and started digging according to the location on top of the map. Soon a rusty metal sealed box was unearthed by him. It's really in this place? Lindbergh looked at the metal sealed box with some surprise. He had obtained quite a lot of spatial storage equipment from the Blood Demon King Serpent's lair, all of which were the spatial equipment of those mercenaries or adventurers from the past. One of the adventurers, well, some of the materials he got, put it in a sealed box and buried it at the bottom of this nuclear crater. Make good drawings. Be prepared to wait until the wind has passed before digging it out. I didn't expect to die at the hands of the Blood Demon King Snake. This metal sealed box, just left behind, has been buried in this place. Click. Lindbergh slowly opened the sealed box. What was inside made him suck in his breath. The treasure chest used space equipment, and while it didn't look like much, it was actually a rather vast space inside. Within this treasure chest, stored was a set of blue battle armor, streamlined and curved, extremely beautiful, sonic battle armor, a model from 130 years ago, still in service. Wearing this battle armor, you can reach the speed of sound in fight. It can reach the peak of a third-ranked martial artist, close to the level of a fourth-ranked martial artist. This kind of sonic battle armor, a set of it is worth 2,000 or 3,000 black crystals in the black market, almost a heavenly price. Now that's rich. Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at this set of battle armor. This type of battle armor is not really expensive to build. However, because of the restriction on military use, rather few circulated to the market. There are also civilian grades in the same class, but nowhere near as rugged as this military grade. In addition to the mech, a small pile of white crystals in the sealed treasure chest caught Lin Bai's attention. This is. Lin Bai took a look at the crystal and sucked in a breath of cold air. These white crystals were actually white crystals. Then the black crystal grade is higher. A piece of white crystal can exchange 100 black crystal? In the Alliance, belongs to as the military exclusive material. The general public simply cannot get this thing. Most of the mines that produced white crystals were monopolized by the Alliance. This small pile of white crystals was worth at least tens of thousands of black crystals. This was definitely a huge amount of monstrous wealth, and I don't know how that adventurer, back then, managed to get his hands on it. Phew, it's almost time to leave a surprise. Lindbergh smiled slightly. He put away the sealed box and once again took out a tattered tin box that he had picked up from among the ruins earlier. And then he took out a heavy bomb and stuffed it into the tin box, buried within the sandy soil. And then, casually, he dropped some broken pieces of gold on top of the ground, mixed into the sandy soil. And then he turned away and hid a short distance away, ready to watch the fun. At this moment, the other side, Hua Yunhao and his group followed Lin Bai's steps and chased after him for most of the day without even seeing a single silhouette. This kid, he's too fast. What's he doing? It can't be that he's spotted us, can it? Not so much. There should be something important to do. Wait a minute, it looks like he traveled to the city ruins? What the hell happened? Come on, let's go over there. The group of mercenaries came to be interested, curious about the series of abnormal actions of Lindbergh. It feels like there must be an ulterior motive behind this. Soon, a group of people followed the traces left by Lin Bai, enter the city ruins and come to the vicinity of the nuclear crater. Is that the crater left by the nuke? Everyone be careful and stay away. Lindbergh went inside the crater. And there seems to be something in there. Take the anti-radiation medication and let's go in. Good. There's definitely something in here. The group of mercenaries immediately became interested. To be honest, the crater is actually something that most people overlook, because it's too dangerous. Nothing good in theory. However, when things go wrong, they go wrong. Since Lin Bai had entered the middle of it, the odds were that there was something they didn't know about. Soon, a group of mercenaries came to the ground of the nuclear crater. At the bottom of the crater, there was only a series of scattered footprints. Chapter 48, Lin Bai, you're too insidious, as well as a few fist-sized pieces of broken gold. Gold? Sure enough, I knew there was something in this place. Hiss, this is getting rich. Ha ha ha, Lindbergh can be really stupid, actually burying things in this place, cheapening us for nothing. Do it, dig out what's inside. The group of mercenaries were excited. In the middle of the Union, except for the black crystal, which is a natural energy ore, gold is equally hard currency. 1 kilogram of gold could be exchanged for 1 piece of black crystal, an extremely terrifying value. A few broken pieces of gold above the ground. It's already enough for these mercenaries to splurge for a while. Ding! Soon the tattered, broken iron box was dug up. The steel box looks like it's been buried for who knows how many years. A repair rusted and about to be destroyed. This thing looks a little vintage. It's already been opened. The contents wouldn't have been taken by Lindbergh, would they? It's possible. Come on, open it up. That's right, just open it. The group of people from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were incomparably excited. And at this moment, Hui Yunhao always had a premonition that something was wrong. With a yell, he exclaimed, "Wait, don't open it." It was just a pity that it was too late to react at that point. Boom! Heavy bomb activation. A whole 1,000 kilograms of explosives erupted, and their terrifying power could even tear through steel plates tens of centimeters thick. Not to mention the group of mercenaries close by. Not good. It's a bomb. Lin Bai, this asshole, actually pitched us. Asterisk 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 ah. It's all going down the drain. The faces of the group of mercenaries suddenly changed. One by one, the true chi in his body boiled, trying to block the power of the bomb explosion. But it's simply useless. Under the power of the heavy bomb, the defensive true chi was like paper mache and was instantly torn apart. Rumble. Thunderous explosions rang out. A small mushroom cloud slowly rose. In the distance, Lin Bai watched this scene, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Now, this group of mercenaries will be crippled, if not killed. Rumble. The smoke fell slowly. In the middle of the nuclear crater, the Blood Wolves Mercenary Corps ended up in an extremely miserable state. The First Order martial artists were annihilated, and were directly torn apart by the terrifying shockwave of the bomb's explosion. The reaction speed of a Second Order martial artist was extremely astonishing. At the moment of activation, most of them shielded their bodies with true chi while storming back and pulling away, avoided the center of the blast, except for one unlucky guy who got half his head cut off by broken shrapnel. Most of the rest of the second-ranked martial artists were not seriously injured. Asshole. This is so insidious and poisonous. Hui Yunhao was a bit furious. At the moment, he was clothed in a basket. There were bruises all over his body, though most of them weren't very serious, but a loss of face is certain. At the same time, in Hui Yunhao's heart, that was incomparably fearful. Almost. It was so close. If he hadn't reacted quickly, pulling away, well, with the power of a heavy bomb, even if it is a second-order martial artist, that's also certain death. Chase. Gotta get this kid dead. So many brothers died. If we don't kill him, we can't explain back. The mercenaries of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. At this moment, each of their eyes were red. You know, among the major mercenary groups, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was notorious for holding grudges, but anyone who offended the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, as long as their own strength wasn't considered powerful and they didn't have any top-level background, there will definitely be retaliation from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Bang! It's just that the Blood Wolf mercenaries just popped up. Lindbergh's side pulled the trigger. A bullet flew towards a second-ranked martial artist of the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Bang! The bullet hit the second-order mercenary in the center of his eyebrow. But it's just a scratch. Couldn't hit the other guy. Humph. A small carving skill. A broken gun. It can't threaten me at all. That mercenary was beyond arrogant. Didn't take the sniper rifle seriously at all. To a second-order martial artist, just gather your true chi and defend carefully. Unless it's a large-caliber sniper rifle. A medium-power sniper rifle. Doesn't make much sense anymore. It's just a minor injury at best. Not good. Everyone be careful. That bastard Lindbergh is so insidious that he'll quench the bullets with poison. Never get hit by a bullet. Hui Yunhao that had suffered a loss. Incredibly leery of firearms. What? The smile on the face of the second-rank mercenary who was hit froze. He sensed something was wrong. A numb and sleepy feeling came over me, and the surroundings seemed to become a blur. That mercenary's skin turned black. The body continued to shake and parts of it began to rot and turn into yellow pus. Snap! It was just a matter of 10 seconds or so. The mercenary fell to the ground, his body turning into a puddle of yellow pus. The death can be described as silent. Not a single ripple. Hiss! What the hell is this toxin? Everyone be careful. Never show your head. Bastard! So despicable. Actually using poison. A group of Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps mercenaries were all furious at the moment. Originally, he thought that Lin Bai was nothing more than a fat sheep, and that he could easily finish Lin Bai off and obtain wine and meat. But never expected. 2 big losses in a row, and a large portion of his teammates dead. By now, it was killing Lindbergh. It won't make up for the damage. This business is an absolute loss. Not showing your head? These guys aren't stupid. Lindbergh saw a group of people squatting in the middle of a nuclear crater and not showing their heads. Put away the sniper rifle immediately. Turn around and walk away. He was too lazy to waste time with this group. In his hands, there were also quite a few treasures left behind by adventurers. Get those first to plant a tree. In addition, the hybrid beast was still sleeping and evolving, but it should be nearing its limit. Once the hybrid beast awakens, Lin Bai's strength would be taken to another level. Therefore, the longer it drags on, the more favorable it was for Lindbergh. At this time, within the nuclear crater, Hui Yunhao and a group of mercenaries squatted in the pit, staring at each other. It's not moving. Guys, what do we do? Get someone up there to check it out? Are you kidding me? Bullets don't have eyes. Yeah, wait a little longer. We can't wait any longer. The anti-radiation drugs will only hold out for a while. Beyond a certain point, we'll all die. Then, draw lots 1. Good, that's fair. The group of mercenaries and Hui Yunhao quickly made a decision. However, Hui Yunhao's luck was too bad. I was unlucky enough to win the lottery. Hui Yunhao, it's your turn. That's right, get on. It's a matter of luck. And let's just say, you've got it bad. The group of mercenaries looked at Hui Yunhao with a sneer. You guys. Hui Yunhao's face stiffened, knowing that the mercenaries were playing tricks on him. But it's come to this. There's nothing he can do about it. Immediately, he activated the power given to him by Hui Yenshan, and his realm soared to the 3rd stage. Chapter 49, Entering the Danger Zone. Boom! Hui Yunhao's aura soared, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the mid-stage of a 3rd-stage martial artist. Unlike Hui Yunfeng, Hui Yunhao was a proper martial artist, and his control of power was extremely powerful. The same power of a mid-3rd ranked martial artist. Hui Yunfeng could only exert 1 or 2%. Hui Yunhao, on the other hand, was able to exert at least 70 to 80% of his strength. Strength instantly skyrocketed. Hui Yunhao subconsciously glanced at a few mercenaries. With his strength, he could easily kill this group of martial artists. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he said coldly, you guys, leave the nuclear crater now. Charge in the direction where Lindbergh is. Life and death have their destiny. Wealth and honor. Lindbergh's shooting speed is limited. At most 1 or 2 of you will die. But if they stay here and don't move, they all die. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps mercenaries' faces suddenly changed. They never expected that Hui Yunhao had hidden his strength and reached the level of a 3rd-ranked martial artist. Right now, the difference in their strength is too great. If they didn't do what Hui Yunhao said, Hui Yunhao alone would be able to kill them all. Then it's better to fight. Spell a little luck. Go. The first mercenary took the lead and followed towards Lin Bai's position. The rest of the mercenaries didn't hesitate in the slightest when they saw this. Getting up, he rushed towards Lindbergh's position. Whoosh! A few mercenaries were quite fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and arrived at Lin Bai's position. Only, the scene had long since been emptied and empty. Asshole, we're Ed. That asshole, Lin Bai, left a long time ago. What should we do? Should we keep going after them? We've really lost a lot this time. We've suffered heavy losses, and there's no way to recoup much of our losses by killing Lin Bai. Damn, what bad luck. The group of mercenaries from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps all had ugly faces. Lin Bai the scumbag, to be so insidious. Hui Yunhao almost didn't pass out from anger when he saw the empty scene. He looked at the group of mercenaries from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. His eyes reddened as he said loudly, give me chase. I'm going to get him killed. Young Master Hua, we've suffered such heavy losses. It's already a loss if we keep chasing. That's right, unless it's a raise, the business can't be done. Our losses were too heavy. A dozen brothers died. The people from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were obviously not happy. They looked coldly at Hui Yunhao with an icy attitude. You money-minded assholes. Hui Yunhao's eyes were also red. He had already spent a huge amount of money hiring the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group, almost his entire fortune. This group of people are actually not satisfied and want to continue to raise money. It's just too damn much. For a moment, Hui Yunhao became murderous, wanting to kill this group of mercenaries. On balance, however, Hui Yunhao still gave up. Without this group of mercenaries, it was impossible for him to be in the middle of the forest and find Lin Bai. The big deal is that after utilizing this group of mercenaries, it's just a matter of killing them all to silence them. Thinking of this, Hui Yunhao wore a cold smile on his face as he spoke. Fine. If you guys can kill Lin Bai, I'll add another 300 black crystals, 400 black crystals in total. How about it? Worthy of being young Master Hua. To strike is to be atmospheric. Let's go. Be fast. That Lin Bai kid, he shouldn't have gone far. The mercenaries of the Blood Wolf mercenaries were originally money-minded, not much of a knucklehead. Funds are in place and one's morale is boosted. It began to chase towards where Lin Bai was. 1 kills. Pretty vicious. To actually dare to catch up. Hui Yunhao, you can't blame me for your own death. Thousands of meters away, Lin Bai frowned slightly as he looked at the image coming from the high-altitude probe. Honestly, he didn't want to kill Hui Yunhao, because killing the other guy would cause a lot of trouble. However, he wasn't at the mercy of anyone. Since Hui Yunhao wanted to kill him, it was a given that he would take out Hui Yunhao. Only, Hui Yunhao was definitely protected by the power left behind by Hui Yenshan, trying to finish each other off. There's still a price to pay for that. Just fine. On the fringes of the safe zone, there are some ruins. There seems to be some dangerous organs in there. Take the group there. Lindbergh muttered. He turned, heading toward the edge of the safe zone's ground. A few hours later, Lindbergh came to the edge of the safe zone. This place can be seen as a clear dividing line when compared to the safe zone. The vegetation in the danger zone is quite lush, with an air of solemnity. It's a step away, but it's a whole different world. Within the danger zone, it was possible to run into any grade of ferocious beasts, and if one was unlucky enough to run into a king level or even a higher grade, it was possible. Phew, danger zone? Go over there. Lin Bai didn't have the slightest hesitation as he took a big step forward, into the middle of the danger zone. Sasha, enter the danger zone for a moment. Lindbergh then sensed the abnormality. Not far away, there seemed to be a powerful aura hibernating. It was almost the instant that Lin Bai detected this aura. A blue figure emerged. It was a giant wolf, close to 5 meters tall and close to 10 meters long, growing 2 heads. Snow-white fangs shone coldly, with an extremely terrifying fury. Second-ranked mutated ferocious beast 2-headed wolf? Lindbergh was taken aback. I didn't expect to encounter this terrifying ferocious beast just after entering the danger zone. As expected, the level of danger in this danger zone and the safety zone were 2 completely different concepts. If the freshman test is in the danger zone, thousands of people who made it back alive. Estimates are in the single digits. Ow ho! The 2-headed giant wolf's eyes were bloodshot. With a monstrous aura, he opened his mouth and tore towards Lin Bai. It just so happens that I want to try out how strong I am now. In terms of my physical strength, Lin Bai was not afraid in the slightest. He didn't utilize his bloodline black rock blade, and with his bare hands, he made a dive to the side of the 2-headed giant wolf's body. Leaping forward, a whip-leg lashed at the 2-headed wolf king's shoulder. Bang! A terrifying force close to 150,000 kilograms erupted. The 2-headed wolf king instantly flew out horizontally. It crashed through a dozen large trees before it managed to come to a stop. Ow ho! The 2-headed giant wolf let out a roar. The 2 heads suddenly glowed and an icy blue light coalesced from their mouths. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive icy blue energy balls flew towards Lin Bai. It was extremely fast, like a bullet, 100 meters away. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived. Bang! Lin Bai was not afraid in the slightest and swung his fist. A fist smashed on top of the ice blue energy ball, directly bursting it. Chapter 50, Returning Fruit. ZZZ. Icy cold and piercing energy erupted. On top of Lin Bai's arm, a layer of frost condensed. Bang! Lin Bai ran his true chi and slightly shook. The frost that had condensed out burst into pieces, and his arm returned to its normal state. Phew! Lindbergh exhaled. Raising his hand, he threw another punch, bursting another ball of energy. Clenched his fists. Lin Bai was extremely shocked in his heart. He discovered that his physical body's defense had reached an extremely perverse level. You know, this second-order energy ball, no less powerful than a normal bomb. It can easily freeze and shatter steel into pieces. In the place of an ordinary second-ranked martial artist, once they were struck, they would be greatly crippled without dying, and his arm was intact. It's just a bit of a hand freeze. Woo! The 2-headed giant wolf was also startled, seemingly sensing that it was no match for Lin Bai. It turned around and ran. However, it was too late to escape at this moment. Boom! Lindbergh stomped his foot on top of the ground. The blood-stained black rock blade emerged in his hand and chopped down, directly chopped off one of the heads of the 2-headed giant wolf. Ow ho! The 2-headed giant wolf was incomparably angry. Its only remaining head opened its mouth and tore towards Lin Bai. Jab. Lindbergh slashed again. The bloodline black rock blade was extremely sharp and easily chopped off half of the head of the two-headed giant wolf, killing it in one blow. Rumble. The corpse of the two-headed giant wolf fell to the ground. It made a loud clanging noise. Phew. It seems that with my strength, a second-ranked ferocious beast is no longer my opponent at all. Lindbergh exhaled. There's movement. It's Lin Bai. He's fighting a ferocious beast. Go, get him. Ha ha, now he can't run away. The voices of a group of mercenaries from the Blood Wolf mercenaries came out. The tone of his voice was full of surprise. In their opinion, Lin Bai's strength was not enough to be feared. If he didn't play some sinister and poisonous tricks, any one of them could crush Lin Bai, who was not even a first-rank martial artist. Oh, exempt. Hui Yunhao's movements are fast. It seems that these grandchildren are really pissed off. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly and he couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and collected the corpse of the two-headed giant wolf on the ground. Turn around and walk away. Whoosh. Soon, a group of mercenaries arrived at the battlefield, a little surprised to see blood all over the floor. This seems to be the aura of a second-stage ferocious beast. Could it be that Lin Bai has encountered a second-stage ferocious beast? Impossible. He'll be dead if he encounters a second-ranked ferocious beast. It should be some second-order ferocious beast hunting. Go, I found Lindbergh's tracks. A group of mercenaries quickly found the traces left by Lindbergh. Continue the pursuit. And at that moment, Lin Bai had already arrived before a cave. All around the cave, white corpses were everywhere, the skeletons of some huge ferocious beasts, and within the cave, the fury rushed to the sky, and in terms of rank, it was at least a third-order class. Phew, this is it. According to the notes, 150 years ago, someone saw a fifth-order spirit medicine, the returning fruit, in this cave. By the looks of it, this cave seems to be occupied by some powerful ferocious beast. Lin Bai looked at the cave and frowned slightly. The more powerful the elixir, the more likely it was to attract powerful ferocious beasts to guard it. Obviously, the returning fruit in this cave should have been looked upon by some ferocious beast. However, Lindbergh was not prepared to give up. The returning fruit was the strongest root-building elixir. It was also one of the auxiliary medicines for the marrow cleansing pill and had to be gotten. One can only risk trying. Lindbergh took a deep breath. Hiding his breath, he walked silently towards the interior of the cave. Tick-tock. The cave was humid and extremely silent at the same time. The only sound was the constant dripping of water. Within the cave, the fishy odor was extremely pungent, and it was obvious that the ferocious beasts inside were definitely not to be messed with. Lindbergh moved slightly. After half an hour of sneaking, he finally arrived at the core area of the cave. Within the area, it was a huge cave, hundreds of meters in diameter. At the bottom of the cave, it's an unfathomable pool of water. At the edge of the water pool, a vine was rooted in the water pool, snaking around and occupying the entire wall of the cave. On top of the vines, 40 to 50 fist-sized fruits were condensed. Most of these fruits are earthy yellow in color. It gave off an earthy yellow glow. Returning fruit. Lin Bai was quite surprised in his heart as he looked at the pile of returning fruits. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, we patiently bide our time. Wow. Just then, the pool of water fluctuated gently. A huge black shadow, under the pool of water, flickered. However, Lindbergh's eyesight was quite good. He could tell at a glance. The black shadow's size was extremely terrifying. 100 meters long, with a slender body that seemed to be some sort of python. The breath was even more extraordinarily amazing. It reached the peak of the third order. Hiss. It's actually the peak of the third rank. That's not good. Lindbergh frowned slightly. Along with the level of the martial artist, there is also a big gap between each rank. Mid-third order can kill early third order in seconds. Same thing. The peak of the third rank. For the late or middle third rank, it was a crushing level of strength. Lindbergh was very strong. However, it was only up and down the early third stage. It really couldn't do anything about the huge-sized ferocious beast underneath the pool of water. This kid panicked and escaped into some ferocious beast's cave. The smell, it's awful. This ferocious beast doesn't know what level of strength it has. How strong can it be on the fringes of the safe zone? The second order would have been amazing. Don't be careless, everyone be careful and alert. A series of footsteps sounded. It was none other than Hui Yunhao's group. Each of them had a relaxed but guarded pace. After all, he had been pitted by Lindbergh more than once. Even the dumbest person knows to be careful and defensive. This Hui Yunhao fellow is too stupid, isn't he? Just come right in? Lin Bai's face was odd and rather surprised. He was still figuring out how to introduce Hui Yunhao and make the other party resistant to damage so that he could go pick the returning fruit. I didn't expect the other guy to come right in. Let's just say, has a lot of courage, but that's fine. As long as Hui Yunhao could resist the damage and attract that ferocious beast's attention, he'll be able to muddle through. Picking the homing fruit. Hiss. That's the returning fruit. Asterisk. In this cave, there is actually a returning fruit. That's a 5th rank spirit medicine. The strongest spirit medicine for casting foundations. Any one of them can be worth 4 or 5,000 black crystals. Get rich, haha, get rich. The group of mercenaries were excited. One by one, they got carried away and directly put the task of hunting Lindbergh behind them. Chapter 51, Man's plan is not as good as Heaven's plan. Killing Lin-Bai was just 400 black crystals. It couldn't even reach a fraction of a single return fruit. Phew. At this moment, Lin-Bai slowly exhaled a breath, holding his breath and paying full attention to the scene. A good show, he knew, was about to unfold. Boom. Almost the instant the group of mercenaries had just made a move. Beneath the pool of water, the terrifying ferocious beast appeared. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. The calm waters of the water pool exploded, and a black figure appeared from the bottom of the water pool. It was a black dragon. All over his body, he was covered in black scales. The head resembles a real dragon, but has only a single horn and claws with only 3 fingers. Augur? Bastard. Where did this place get an augur? It's the returning fruit. He devoured the returning fruit and gained the powerful strength of a peak 3rd rank imperial beast. Go, run, or you're dead. The few remaining mercenaries of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were each as pale as dirt. Peak 3rd Order Imperial Beasts and 2nd Order were 2 completely different concepts. 102nd ranked martial artists. In front of a Peak 3rd Order Imperial Beast, it wouldn't pose much of a threat. Bang! The Black Augur Dragon's tail flicked. It was like a black wall that swept across. One of the mercenaries was not hit. It just grazed the side. No, it was just swept by the strong wind carried by the tail. Just under the huge wave of air, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Rumble. Thunderous voices rang out in the middle of the cave. Lin-Bai, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but feel some of his blood churning. The eyes were filled with horror. This is the peak of the 3rd Order. If it were me, I guess I wouldn't be able to carry even one move and would be killed in seconds. Lindbergh sucked in a breath of cool air. To be honest, he knew that this black augur was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. A mercenary of the 2nd ranked martial artist class, in front of this one black augur dragon. It's like a molehill. Ow ho! The dragon let out a roar, and the terrifying sound formed a materialized shockwave, sweeping across. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 nearest mercenaries were directly shattered by the shockwave formed by the voice, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. My god, what kind of monster is this? Jialong, his bloodline is exceptionally gifted. At the peak of the 3rd rank, he already has power comparable to the 4th rank. Go, there's no escape. In front of a 4th rank imperial beast, we're dead. The group of mercenaries from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were all desperate at this moment. The gap between them and the black scaly dragon was like the gap between a mole cricket and a fierce beast. It's an unbridgeable chasm. Lindbergh, you asshole. I can't believe I was brought to this death. Whatever. Spell it out. Hui Yunhao didn't want to die at all. His eyes were red as he raised his hand and directly crushed a blood-red energy crystal. Boom! The blood-red energy crystals exploded. A cloud of blood-colored light wrapped Hui Yunhao's body within. Powerful strength instantly filled Hui Yunhao's entire body. His muscles swelled, and his body, in a brief moment, directly reached 3 meters in height, and his aura even reached the peak of the 3rd rank. Kill! Hui Yunhao's eyes were bloodshot as he made a vertical leap towards the black scaly dragon to kill it. Ow ho! The black augur was not in the least bit weak. It opened its mouth and spat. A black dragon flame erupted and blasted above Hui Yunhao's body. In an instant, Hui Yunhao was directly blasted out. The terrifying heat was so high that even Lin-Bai, who was far away, could feel his skin tingling. Good chance. Lindbergh was calm. He glanced at the distant return fruit and realized that right now was the best time to pick it. Hui Yunhao was very watery though. However, it was able to stall this black augur for a while. It was enough for him to step on the returning fruit. Bang! Lin-Bai silently jumped into the pool of water and directly dived, rushing towards the location where the returning fruit was located. And just as he was about to arrive, a sudden change in circumstances. In the depths of the water pool, there was another extremely large black figure that was rapidly approaching towards him. Asterisk. Article 2. Is there any mistake? This place actually has 2 peak 3rd order black scaly augurs? Lin-Bai's scalp went numb for a split second. Rumble. That black augur was extremely fast. It would take at most 2 or 3 seconds to reach Lindbergh's position. At that time, just Lin-Bai's current state. He's going to die. Phew. No way. Lindbergh spat out a few bubbles. Ding ding ding. A series of parts surfaced and were quickly assembled all over Lin-Bai's body. In the blink of an eye, a set of ghostly blue metallic battle armor appeared on Lin-Bai's body. Sonic Battle Armor. The League's super tech creation. The self possesses peak 3rd order strength and speed, as well as defense. Boom. The moment the sonic battle armor was worn on Lindbergh's back and feet, the engine exploded. For a brief moment, his speed reached almost subsonic in the water. It's dense and full of bubbles all around, and in the blink of an eye, Lin-Bai had rushed to the side of the returning fruit. Ow ho! An extremely angry roar came from the depths of the water pool. The speed of that black ogre dragon, once again, accelerated, attacking towards Lin-Bai. Click! Lin-Bai was very fast and extremely calm as he picked all of the returning fruits and loaded them into the metal preservation box. And at this moment, the black ogre dragon was less than 100 meters away from Lin-Bai. Bang! Lin-Bai stepped on top of the cliff face as he was extremely fast. Powered by sonic battle armor, the speed easily breaks the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, it had come to the edge of the cave. Lin-Bai, you die for me. At this moment, Hui Yunhao's eyes were red. A fist slammed towards Lindbergh. It couldn't even care about the black ogre dragon next to it. Bang! Lindbergh interlocked his arms to block the punch. But, under the massive force, his body flew straight across the room and set into the wall. If it weren't for the sonic battle armor guard, this punch could kill Lindbergh in seconds. Ow ho! Almost at the same time, the two black scaly dragons also killed towards Lin-Bai. This time, the situation was reversed. 3 dozen. More accurately, it was a peak third order plus 2 fourth orders. Together, they hunted down Lindbergh alone. It's really a man's plan. No amount of calculation can catch up with an unexpected turn of events. Lin-Bai frowned. 3 against 1, don't need to think about it. It must be a sure loss. After all, the sonic battle armor simply couldn't stiffen the attacks of the two Jiao dragons. Plus Hui Yunhao, and escaping, is equally hard to do. The only exit from the cave has been sealed. The probability of forcing a breakthrough was, well, slim to none. Ha ha ha, Lindbergh, you have no way to escape. Go to hell. Hui Yunhao hated Lin-Bai. He took the lead and charged towards Lin-Bai. Ow ho, ow ho. The two augur dragons were equally incomparably angry. Chapter 52, Terrifying Hybrid Beast. Opening their mouths, they spat. 2 black dragon breaths flew towards Lin-Bai, with amazingly high temperatures. That's if it's hit. It's not a good feeling. Whoosh. Just then, a figure scurried out. It was the hybrid beast. It was sleeping in a daze and seemed angry when it was awakened. Careful. Lindbergh was startled. No matter how strong the mixed beast was, it wouldn't be much better facing the two Jiao dragons, plus Hui Yunhao's siege. Boom. But the change in the hybrid beast was somewhat unexpected. Its body, which was originally only the size of a finger belly, reached more than a dozen meters in a brief moment, and the hair above its body surface completely turned into a pure gold color. Gold glitter. Facing Long Yin, it was just a simple and rough open mouth swallow. Boom. The two dragon flames were swallowed hard by the hybrid beast. Hiccup. The hybrid beast just burped, unharmed. What the hell is this? Hui Yunhao instantly froze as if he were a wooden chicken, and his original movements, too, came to a sharp halt. Bang! The mixed beast moved extremely fast, lifting its claws and directly pinching the neck of a black ogre, giving it a hard squeeze. The original body length of 100 meters of the dragon, it was compressed to the size of 10 meters. Ow ho! The black ogre dragon was struggling in pain and roaring madly, and the hybrid beast opened its mouth and bit down. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The originally unbeatable ogre dragon had its head bitten off directly. Click, click, click. The mixed beast swallowed an entire black ogre dragon as if it was eating a snack, without slowing down. The remaining black ogre, no more arrogance. He turned frantically and turned around. Bang! The mixed beast moved even faster, raising its hand and grabbing the second ogre in its hands once again. Ow ho! The black ogre dragon was incomparably terrified and struggled madly, but useless. The mixed beast came down with a bite, and the black ogre dragon's head was instantly bitten off, killed on the spot. What kind of monster is this? Golem. Hui Yunhao was stunned. The hybrid beast looked like a large golden mouse, but that nightmare-like oppression, definitely not comparable to a large rat. To be honest, not only Hui Yunhao, even Lin-Bai didn't expect it. This hybrid beast, it was actually so powerful. It's a dragon that's comparable to a 4th-ranked beast. It was just eaten alive as if it were a chili bar. It's really ridiculously strong. Rumble. At this moment, while eating half of the second black ogre dragon, above the surface of the hybrid beast's body, golden lightning erupted. It seemed to have eaten its fill, and with a lift of its hand, the black ogre's corpse was thrown to the ground. Ow! The hybrid beast yawned. The body quickly shrunk, and in the blink of an eye, it resumed its normal size, and then with a flash, it returned to Lin-Bai's pocket and continued to huff and puff. Rumble. Almost instantly, inside the mixed beast, an unprecedented power surged towards Lin-Bai. Lin-Bai's entire body was emitting a white glow. These rays of light condensed into white flames that pulsed above Lin-Bai's body surface. Hiss! So powerful. No, I have to get this power out. Otherwise, we'll really burst into flames. Lin Bai was shocked in his heart and realized that it was not good. This power, unlike the blood spirit pill, could not enhance the body's potential. Rather, it's pure energy. The amount was astonishingly large. However, Lin Bai's body was simply unable to absorb too much. Once the number is high enough, Lindbergh will burst into flames. And right now, Hua Yunhao was, without a doubt, the best sandbag. Boom! Almost instantly, Lin Bai's speed skyrocketed, instantly arriving in front of Hua Yunhao, raising his hand and slamming his fist into him. Wait a minute. Stop. Hua Yunhao's heart was startled, and he was instinctively a bit timid. Bang! Lin Bai wasn't going to talk nonsense with Hua Yunhao. He slammed his fist into Hua Yunhao, carrying a force of 200,000 to 300,000 kilograms. Such a terrible punch. Hua Yunhao didn't dare to be arrogant as he crossed his arms and blocked Lin Bai's punch, but the heavy force exploded. Click! The sound of bones popping rang out. The bones in Hua Yunhao's arm burst into pieces, and one arm was directly reduced to flesh and blood. In comparison, Lindbergh had the sonic battle armor to protect his body, plus a physical quality comparable to that of a third-ranked martial artist, even though Hua Yunhao had the power of a peak third-stage martial artist. However, the pure strength of the physical body was far lower than Lin Bai. His fleshly body could no longer keep up with the battle. Amidst the counterblast of third-order power, it's as fragile as tofu. No, Lindbergh, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the Hua family. If you kill me, the Hua family will never let you go. Hua Yunhao finally got scared when he was dying. He was a little remorseful. It felt like he was too stupid to come and find trouble with this pervert Lin Bai. And Lindbergh raised his hand and punched, wasting one of Hua Yunhao's arms again. At the same time, not forgetting to taunt the other side. Hua Yunhao, you're a cutie, are you? If I don't kill you, do you think the Hua family will leave me alone? Just kidding. Cut the crap and die for me. Boom. Lin Bai raised his hand, and above his fist, black light erupted. Black jade hand? How do you know this martial art? Hua Yunhao's heart was instantly cold. Before he could react, Lindbergh slammed his fist down. The power in the body was drained. Bang! Hua Yunhao's flesh exploded, and his entire body transformed into a bloody mist. Dead as dead can be. Click! Almost instantly, Lin Bai felt as if he had reached some sort of limit. His physical body broke through again. It reached the level of 80,000 kilograms, and the upper limit of true chi that could be contained was further raised to the level of 300,000 kilograms. In this case, the explosive power that the chipmunks had conducted back was nothing to the current Lin Bai. It could be refined with ease and converted into a purer true chi, and the life force that settles into the flesh and blood. Phew! Lindbergh slowly exhaled. He calmed down, collecting Hua Yunhao's spatial equipment. He then turned around and looked at the corpse of the augur next to him. The entire augur corpse, about 2/3 of it remained. The most elite dragon heads and crystal cores had already been devoured by the hybrid beasts, but the rest of the flesh and blood is still worth a lot. There are many uses. The blood of the dragon can be used to refine pills, and the flesh of the dragon can be used to make medicinal dishes, bones and scales that can be forged into rare alloys. Whoosh! Lin Bai collected all of the augur corpses, just about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed the presence of a communicator above the ground. Bad! Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly, knowing that this was trouble. This communicator can transmit distress signals among various top-notch clans. They would give talented disciples, equipped with such things. Chapter 53, Thrilling Escape. Hua Yunhao only needed to die. Then, Hua's family won't take long to arrive. It's not looking good. Lindbergh was extremely calm. He looked at the communicator and estimated the time slightly. From the beginning of the fight until now, almost 5 minutes or so passed. At this time, Hua Yanshan, who was supervising the battle in the Hua family, was a 6th-ranked martial artist. In other words, calculated according to the maximum speed of a 6th-ranked martial artist, 5 minutes is enough time for the other side to punch out a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers. He wants to escape now. I'm just afraid it's already too late. As long as he left the cave, it wouldn't take long for Hua Yanshan to block his way. Not very well. Lindbergh frowned. 6th-ranked martial artists, and 3rd-ranked, the difference could be considered huge. When he ran into Hua Yanshan, he was bound to die without any surprises. Unless, can do something about it, for the time being. Thinking of this, Lin Bai subconsciously glanced at the water pool not far away. Hiding in a puddle? Rumble. Right at this moment, outside the cave, a shocking commotion was heard. It was like thunder. The breath was terrifying. Definitely a super terrifying powerhouse. Sure enough, it came quickly. Lindbergh sucked in a breath of cool air. He glanced at the water pool and didn't hide in it. Instead, he leaped and jumped directly to the very top of the entire cavern. Finding a crevice to hide in, Buzz. At this moment, the hybrid beast also sensed the danger. Dots of energy runes were released, shielding the entirety of the scent. This kind of rune was able to defend against a king-level beast like the Blood Demon King Snake and block Huayanshan's perception. Easy peasy. Boom. Soon, Huayanshan appeared in the cave. All over his body, a murderous aura boiled. His face was even more ironic as he looked above the ground at Huayunhao's corpse, as well as the body fragments all over the place. He clenched his teeth, and in his eyes, anger rose, roaring, ah, actually killed my nephew. I will kill you. Who the hell did this? A voice like thunder exploded in the middle of the cave. Under the terrifying sound wave impact, even Lin Bai was a bit choked up and his chest was tight. For a moment, Lin Bai's heart was appalled. This Huayanshan was inevitably a bit too powerful, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Is this a 6th-ranked martial artist? If you really go up against it, it feels like there's no chance of winning at all. Phew. At this moment, Lin Bai was incomparably calm. He looked at Huayanshan and pondered his response. First of all, it was a completely unwise move to directly fight hard, and all he could do now was to wait patiently. Wait until Huayanshan leaves. In making a move, bang! At this moment, Huayanshan's face turned blue. He looked around, surveying his surroundings. The mouth said to itself, "This blood is still warm and the distress signal was lost 3 minutes ago." Suffice it to say that the man didn't get far. No, counting the time it took to gather the other supplies, he didn't even have time to leave. Could he have been in this cave? Thinking of this, Huayanshan's gaze swept through the entire cave. 6th-ranked martial artists had extremely sharp senses. He was very confident that the other party would definitely not be able to escape the range of his senses. After all, someone who took half a day to fight a 3rd-order ferocious beast. Anyone who could have 4th-order strength was already far overrated. The scent of the man lingers in the air, but it's dull. In the entrance part of the cave, there is no smell of dragon's blood, which means that person didn't leave the cave. The only possibility, then, is this water hole. Within the pool of water, there exists a large amount of water that can shield the breath. It's quite smart, but it's a pity that being smart is a mistake. Kid, you seek death. Then don't blame me. Huayanshan let out a cold snort. He raised one hand and a huge true chi exploded in his hand. This true chi condensed into an extremely terrifying ball of energy, and then it slammed directly into the pool of water below. Rumble. For a moment, the water of the pool evaporated instantly. Endless water vapor rose to the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire interior of the water pool, a large amount of pool water was vaporized. Only the bottom of the dry water hole remains. And at the bottom of the water hole, there was just the presence of some ordinary water plants, empty and without any signs of life. What's going on? Could it be that my estimation was wrong? And that kid has run away? Asshole. I can't believe I got swiped. Huayanshan looked at the bottom of the water pool, his face quite ugly. He frowned slightly. The heart was a little less confident for a moment. So close. This old fox, Huayanshan, really isn't a good person. If I hide at the bottom of the water hole, I'm definitely dead. Lin Bai looked at the pool of water that had been instantly vaporized and sucked in a breath of cool air. The entire water pool was close to 100 meters in diameter, and the depth was even 200 to 300 meters. It was actually vaporized in a flash. One could imagine how terrifying that attack was just now. That's if you get hit. 6th order down. Basically certain death. Hardly any miracles. Rumble. At this moment, Huayanshan saw that there really wasn't much presence in the cave. He didn't say a word. Turning around, he rushed straight out of the cave, left the scene. Did you really leave? It's not easy to say. Lindbergh was in no hurry to make any moves. He felt that the odds were that an existence as sinister as Huayanshan wouldn't really leave. Fruity. 3 minutes later, Huayanshan returned once more, and he looked at the still identical cave. The face was grim, murmured, "Nothing moves. Could it be that this kid really left? It shouldn't be. There aren't any traces in the outside world. If one escapes, one is bound to leave behind a large number of traces. Who the hell is this asshole? Lindbergh? No, he doesn't have the strength. Wait a minute, Hua Yunhao's injury is Black Jade Hand. Is it the Black family that's getting ready to make a move on me? For no reason. Why are you messing with my Hua family? No matter. This matter has to be reported to the family. Huayanshan frowned slightly. To be honest, if it was Lindbergh, he wasn't too worried. After all, although Lin Bai had a strong talent, however, it will take a long time to grow to pose a threat. However, the Black family was a powerful family not weaker than the Hua family. Against this kind of opponent, even if it was the Hua family, that would not dare to be underestimated in the slightest. Whoosh! Huayanshan's body disappeared into the cave once again. Phew! Lindbergh exhaled. He looked at the palm of his hand and blushed a little strangely. He didn't expect that because of the Black Jade hand, he had actually made the Black family take the blame. And there's almost no way to take this black pot off. After all, the Black family's Black Jade hand, that was an unspoken secret. Chapter 54, The Damage of the Big Ears. The law is not passed on to the 6 ears. Only people from the Black family know this martial art. Even if the Black family explained anymore, the Hua family probably wouldn't believe it. Forget it. This is good. The Hua family and the Black family are dog eat dog, so I'll be able to stop for a little while. Lindbergh slowly exhaled. His body flashed and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the cave, dashed towards Song Lan's position. He was fast and, throughout, hid his breath. In the blink of an eye, it was out of the danger zone, back within the safety zone. In this area, even if Hui Yenshan discovered Lin Bai, he wouldn't dare to make a move at all. There are a lot of teachers at the True Martial Arts Academy in this part of the world. A 6th-ranked martial artist in the district really didn't have the means to act recklessly. Get together and beat him to death. Damn it, daring to mess with the students of my ace class, really looking for death. When did the Void Bamboo Academy also dare to provoke my True Martial Academy? Charge! The sounds of fighting rang out. Lin Bai was slightly stunned as he quickly approached. It was discovered that Chen Hu had led a group of students and was fighting another group of students in a frantic battle. Punching. The fight was extremely intense. The costumes of the opposing students were not those of the True Martial Academy at first glance. Instead, it's another academy, the Void Bamboo Academy. The faculty is not much different from the True Martial Academy, and the two sides are rivals. The relationship between the two schools is not a good one. In private, there are often all sorts of open and shut battles. However, teachers generally do not intervene in fights between students. Song Lan, for example, at the moment, just clasped her hands in front of her chest and watched a group of students fight with interest. In the meantime, a middle-aged teacher with glasses and a white shirt, also confronting Song Lan. His strength was similarly of the 5th rank, and both sides were equal in strength. However, consider the impact. Both sides were just opening their mouths to taunt each other, not really making a move. Freshman from your school can't. You are going to lose. The Black Fiend Tiger is a king-level origin royal beast, but it can't actually defeat a top-grade royal beast. It's such a waste of genius to put it in the hands of the True Martial Academy. The man with the glasses kept taunting. Can you keep your mouth shut? A group of new students, beating a group of old students who have been practicing for a year. Isn't it normal to be unable to beat them? Song Lan glanced at the man with glasses. She said coldly, those students of yours, the strongest one is at the peak of the 1st rank. It's no fun to bully the small with the big. Ha ha ha. No means no. Don't make excuses. The man with the glasses laughed, extremely brazen. Bang. At this moment, most of the freshmen, among the Ace's first class, were knocked to the ground. Even Chen, who was no match for his opponent. After all, he had just awakened the Origin Imperial Beast, less than a week ago. It was true that he couldn't do anything to the other side's veteran students who had practiced for a year. On the contrary, it was Han Shui, who supported herself for the longest time. Her ferret level reached the 1st rank. The potential was poor, but the strength was there. Across the street among a group of older students, there were only a handful of people who could fight the ferret. Ha ha ha. Sister, come to our Void Bamboo Academy. Ha ha ha. I'll teach you how to fight. Yeah. The Ace's first class is too weak. It doesn't work at all. A few lewd boys from the Void Bamboo Academy kept opening their mouths to flirt. You assholes. Don't get too cocky. When Lin Bai comes back, you guys will definitely pay the price. Han Shui was furious. However, there were already 4 or 5 people on the opposite side at this point, showing an overwhelming trend. Can't carry it at all. Bang. Right at that moment, Lin Bai struck out. He was fast. A dive that took his body to 100 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of a lewd youth. What's the situation? The lewd youth was shocked as he realized that he had barely seen Lin Bai's movements. Snap. Without saying a word, Lin Bai carried the lewd youth with one hand. An earful went up. Thousands of pounds of force erupted. Half of that lewd youth's teeth flew straight out across the room. The whole thing was knocked off its feet. Completely confused. Snap. Lindbergh backhanded another slap. Once again, the lewd youth's teeth flew out across the room, and the other half of his teeth were also smacked away. Who are you? Why did you hit me? The lewd youth finally reacted to the fact that he had none of his teeth left, although extremely angry. However, the words leaked out. Not only is it unthreatening, instead, it's a little funny. A martial artist? He's a first-order martial artist. Everyone be careful. Don't let him get close. Pull back. The opposite Void Bamboo Academy's Royal Beast Master was shocked in his heart. One frantically backed away and pulled away. In the midst of a battle between a martial artist and an Imperial Beast Master, once the Imperial Beast Master is approached by a martial artist, that's not far from death. After all, martial artists were not ferocious beasts, and it was clear that the seemingly insignificant Imperial Beastmaster was the centerpiece of the battle. Snap! Lin Bai opened his bow left and right and smoked the lewd youth's face swollen like a pig's head. Fainted completely. Only then did he raise his hand and drop the other man to the ground, while not forgetting to kick his opponent in the crotch. Bang! Tens of thousands of pounds of force erupted. The youth, who had originally fainted, woke up violently and let out a miserable scream. Fainted again. Hiss! So hard. It's a straight-up waste. With today's medical technology, it can be repaired. But, the psychological shadow must be left for life. I feel cool. Same feeling. Whether it was the boys from the Void Bamboo Academy or the True Martial Academy, both were feeling a phantom pain. Couldn't help but shiver. Kid, you're hitting too hard. What's your name? The spectacled male teacher of the Void Bamboo Academy was instantly enraged. The lewd male student who was violently beaten was his favorite student, with quite a good talent, a top student of the Void Bamboo Academy. Unexpectedly, between a single glance, he was directly wasted by Lin Bai. And what are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone a question? Lindbergh glanced at the spectacled man, not in the least bit vain. He kicked the miniature boy off the ground. Turn around without panicking. Turning to Song Lan, he spoke. Teacher, I'm back. That's a long time for you to go to the bathroom. Song Lan raised an eyebrow. Again, he didn't take the matter of Lin by hanging the students of the Void Bamboo Academy to heart. In this world, medical technology is well developed, as long as it's not certain death. For the most part, it's been saved. At best, it's a matter of losing some money. And the last thing that True Martial Academy lacked was money. Asshole, I can't believe you're ignoring me. The spectacled male teacher was also furious at this moment. He pointed at Lin Bai and said angrily, I don't care who you are. Kid, do you dare to fight my student? Chapter 55, I want to fight 10. Oh, Lindbergh raised his eyebrows. He looked at the man with glasses and said indifferently, just your group of trash students. Forget it, I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll beat them to death. Kid, you're too crazy. The spectacled male teacher was incomparably furious as he pointed at Lin Bai and chided. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm a teacher and it's not good for me to personally take action against you so that other people won't say that I'm bullying the young with the big ones, I would have slapped you to death long ago. Hey, alright then, let's see what you can do with your bunch of loser students. Lin Bai clasped his hands in front of his chest, his expression flat. He said coldly, first things first, swords and guns have no eyes. If you are injured by mistake, you can't cry. Humph, Lindbergh, you're the one who's going to cry. Exactly. Really think you're invincible. That was a sneak attack just now. Who's afraid of you one-on-one? The students from the opposite side of the Void Bamboo Academy were instantly enraged. One by one, they were the ace class of the Void Bamboo Academy itself, and purely in terms of talent, they really weren't much worse than the True Martial Academy's ace class. All of them are the pride of heaven. Faced with Lin Bai's provocation and contempt, he naturally felt extremely angry. Lindbergh, be careful. The Void Bamboo Academy is different from the True Martial Academy in that both start the freshman trials 1 year after awakening the origin Imperial Beast. The weakest of them are all at quasi-first rank strength, much stronger than us. Chen, who was also whispering a reminder. Don't worry, bunch of losers, not much of a threat. I can fight 10. Lin Bai's tone was flat. He really didn't put the people from the Void Bamboo Academy in his eyes. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't a third-ranked martial artist, it could be casually crushed. And a bunch of first-order Imperial Beastmasters in front of him, that's even weaker. Not enough to pose much of a threat to him at all. Good. That's pretty cocky of you. Don't you cry later? The spectacled male teacher sounded extremely angry. He turned around, his eyes swept through the group of students, and said angrily, He Hao Hong, you come, just leave him a breath. Yes, sensei. A teenager with a skinny body and a height of just around 1.7 meters stood out. Behind him, though, it was a huge saber-toothed tiger. With a height of close to 10 meters and a body length of close to 15 meters, a slap could flatten a small car. The power is extremely frightening. And a pair of fangs, it was like a sword, close to 2 meters long, sharp as attack. A first order, high-ranking Imperial Beast? Lin Bai glanced up and down at the saber-toothed tiger with some surprise. To be honest, within a year, to be able to raise this Imperial Beast to this level, it was already called a genius. After all, the Imperial Beast wants to grow. It's not just about resources. It's also about talent. Otherwise, more resources are swallowed and not digested. There's still no way to raise the strength. Exactly. 30 seconds. 30 seconds time at the most. I'll be able to kill you in seconds. Don't worry, I'll leave you a breath. He Hao Hong's tone was sinister, with a hint of resentment. This made Lin Bai incredibly surprised. Don't quite understand why this one hates him so much, but he didn't matter. only to see Lindbergh raise one hand and gesture a middle finger. Mockingly, he said, come on, let's see how strong you can be, you little kitten. You seek death, saber-toothed tiger, give it to me, get him. He Hao Hong was enraged and he gave an order, commanding the saber-toothed tiger. He charged towards Lindbergh. Ow ho! The saber-toothed tiger let out a roar that sounded like muffled thunder. It took a long leap, arriving in front of Lin Bai. A claw carried tens of thousands of pounds of force and directly slapped down. Bang! Lindbergh raised his arm and slammed his fist on the saber-toothed tiger's paw. A dull voice rang out. The saber-toothed tiger's claws were smashed away by Lindbergh's punch, revealing the breach. Boom! Lin Bai stamped his foot on top of the ground and rushed up to the sky. A whip leg that lashed above the saber-toothed tiger's teeth. Bang! Saber-toothed tiger teeth are surprisingly strong. Lindbergh lashed up with a whip leg, and his teeth actually didn't break. However, the saber-toothed tiger fell back and flew out horizontally, above the ground, rolling hard for more than 100 meters. No, isn't it? The saber-toothed tiger took a big loss? What the hell is this guy? A humanoid beast? It's too much. This should only be a new student who has awakened for a few days, right? So powerful. This power. It's already close to the peak of a first-rank martial artist. In the middle of the Void Bamboo Academy, a group of students were dumbstruck, completely stunned. It wasn't just the Void Bamboo Academy. This group of freshmen from the True Martial Academy were also dumbfounded one by one. Although it was said that after awakening the Origin Imperial Beast, most will have a power spike phase. However, to reach the first rank in such a short period of time was truly a bit terrifying. How come? He Hao Hong was also confused at this time. He had thought that it was a crushing game, but he didn't expect to directly suffer a big loss in a single glance. Boom! Lindbergh didn't bother to talk nonsense. His body left a residual shadow in place as he charged towards He Hao Hong. Not good. He Hao Hong's face suddenly changed. In the midst of a battle between an Imperial Beast Master and a martial artist, that was something that could never be gotten close to. Otherwise, it amounts to a straightforward account. In an instant, He Hao Hong, driven by instinct, directly made the saber-toothed tiger burn its life force. Rescue as fast as you can. Combat quality is terrible. Sure enough, it's a novice who hasn't had a battle. The corners of Lindbergh's mouth rose slightly. At this point, the most correct thing for He Hao Hong to do was to retreat while fighting. Instead, they stood still and waited for the Imperial Beasts to rescue them. It was important to realize that Imperial Beast Masters were equally strong physically, just nowhere near as strong as martial artists of the same level. Even if you can't beat them, it's still fairly easy to pull away. Boom! Lindbergh's speed was extremely fast. Taking a step ahead of him, he came directly in front of He Hao Hong. With one hand, he cupped He Hao Hong's neck and picked up the other party with one hand. You're despicable. To actually do it to me? While not daring to fight the Imperial Beast, He Hao Hong's entire face was suffocated in red. Struggle and hiss in anger. Only, his power was insignificant in front of Lin Bai. Snap! Without saying a word, Lindbergh smacked his ear. For a moment, white teeth stained with blood flew out across the room. He's been firing off shots left and right. A couple of ears scraped down. Ho Ho Hong has turned into a pig's head. Aha! You die. He Hao Hong's eyes were bloodshot in a flash. Manipulating the saber-toothed tiger, he launched a direct and deadly attack. Ow ho! The saber-toothed tiger let out a growl. An ebony black light erupted from his mouth, and a black energy ball smashed over towards Lin Bai with devastating power. Rumble! The power of this energy ball was extremely terrifying. Really, if you get hit. Chapter 56, Stomping to Death. It was a second-ranked martial artist who would be injured, and at that moment, Lin Bai carried He Hao Hong with one hand and threw the other party out, smashing towards the black energy ball. No! He Hao Hong's face was horrified, finally knowing fear. If hit by this ball of black energy, he's going to die. Bang! Just then, the man with the glasses raised his hand and flicked it. A black light erupted, shattering the energy ball. Solved Ho Ho Hong's life and death crisis. Bang! He Hao Hong dropped to the ground, his entire face pale. Tick-tock! The sound of water dripping. Under the threat of death, He Hao Hong actually peed his pants. Ha ha ha, that's a little too timid, isn't it? TSK, Void Bamboo Academy. It doesn't work either. It's clearly a one-on-one fight, and the teacher actually interfered. How shameless. Is it unplayable? On the True Martial Academy's side, a group of students began to open their mouths to mock without mercy. You know, before Lindbergh came, they had been suppressed very badly, and many of them were suffering from very serious injuries. There are a lot of broken arms and legs, though with the technology of this era, it wasn't very difficult to regenerate an amputated limb, but lay in the hospital for a while. It's inevitable. Asshole. The spectacled man's face turned blue, feeling like he had lost face. He was truly surprised that Lin Bai was so strong. At the same time, He didn't expect He Hao Hong to be so unbeatable, and in just a few seconds, he was defeated by Lin Bai. This is the result of a lack of real-world experience. TSK, TSK, TSK. You can't do that either. Cut the crap and get it together. I'm in a hurry. With you losers, fighting alone, you can't. Lin Bai opened his mouth directly, and the whole room mocked. In an instant, the eyes of a group of students from the Void Bamboo Academy turned red. They chortled. Lin Bai, don't be cocky. What's so great about defeating that punk Ho Ho Hong? It's just a little man's ambition. Squad leader, if you make a move, you can definitely get him. That's right, class president. You're going to help us out and kick his ass. For a brief moment, the students of the Void Bamboo Academy had their eyes falling onto a youth at the head. Seeing this, the man with the glasses opened his mouth. Duan Chen, you do it, and remember to be gentle with your hands. I know. Duan Chen's face was expressionless as he took a step forward, and the aura on his body erupted abruptly. Rumble. A voice like thunder rang out. The blood chi of Duan Chen's body was extremely terrifying, and it was almost on par with a second-ranked martial artist, and there were no imperial beasts present around Duan Chen's body. You, ate your own native imperial beast? Lin Bai looked at Duan Chen with some surprise. There was also a special situation between the imperial beastmaster and the martial artist. That would be to just eat your own origin imperial beast. Devour the origin of the origin imperial beast. Such a person can shapeshift into the form of a royal beast or remain in human form. Almost a natural martial artist. After all, the physical qualities of imperial beasts were innately too much stronger than humans. However, this practice has an extremely high mortality rate. It was too vicious, and both imperial beast masters and martial artists rejected this practice. I didn't expect to see it in a place like this. You know quite a bit, Lindbergh, right? Watch how I'm going to blow you up and be done with it. Duan Chen was calm. His body power exploded like a ferocious beast as he rushed towards Lin Bai. Boom! Duan Chen slammed his fist. Its force was extremely astonishing, directly surpassing the speed of sound, and above its fist, it was filled with white air waves. Lin Bai was not afraid in the slightest. The backhand went hard against Duan Chen. Dislikes. Bang! A dull voice rang out. Duan Chen's arm let out a click in a split second, and his finger bones directly burst into pieces. A fist exploded into a bloody mist, and Lin Bai's fist was intact, not even a scratch. Ah, that's impossible. Duan Chen took a big loss in a single glance and looked at Lin Bai with a horrified face. He had swallowed the imperial beast, and his flesh had gone through an all-around strengthening. The average martial artist was not as strong as his physical body's physical qualities. However, it seems that Lindbergh's flesh is even more terrifying. Completely above him. Impossible. Pure physical body competition. Duan Chen was actually wasted a hand? What's this guy coming from? The man with the glasses looked appalled. Among martial artists, those who wanted to surpass Duan Chen's physical fitness, there's only one possibility. That's special physique. Although it was impossible to tell what kind of physique Lin Bai actually had. However, there was no escape from being at least king rank upwards. For a brief moment, the man with the glasses knew that Duan Chen was going to lose. Bang! At this moment, Lindbergh rode the wave of victory. He didn't show mercy this time, but went straight for the kill. This act of devouring one's own origin imperial beast, no different than eating your own child. Extremely vicious. This made Lindbergh quite despised. He was prepared to directly finish off Duan Chen. Bang! 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 Lindbergh slammed down punch after punch. In an instant, above Duan Chen's body, he received dozens of punches, and many places, simply transparent front and back, were penetrated by Lin Bai's punch. Such a heavy injury, if you don't get first aid, then, is dead. Not good. I admit defeat. Stop. The man with the glasses was in a hurry. You know, this Chen's identity is not simple. If he dies here, he's in big trouble. But it's too late for that. Spare me. Don't kill me. Duan Chen was also screaming in terror, and the entire person no longer had that invincible aura from earlier. After all, he was truly afraid of death, and he could feel that Lin Bai really dared to kill him. Die. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bai stomped down. In an instant, Duan Chen's head exploded like a watermelon. White brain matter, red blood, spilling all over the place. The whole scene, straight away, froze. Duan Chen is dead, being stomped on the head by a foot. This time, is completely finished. I remember that. Among the Void Bamboo Academy, there is also a person, who is Duan Chen's father. Finished, the spectacled male teacher grimaced. As for the group of students from the Void Bamboo Academy, each one of them was extremely frightened at this moment. Obviously, it was frightened by Lin Bai's bold action. I didn't realize that Lin Bai really dared to kill. Not good. Lindbergh, run. At this moment, Song Lan's face suddenly changed. She said loudly, Run towards the city. The principal is in that direction. As long as you last 10 minutes, you'll be safe. I'll block the Duan family. What? For a moment, Lindbergh hadn't reacted, and almost at the same time, a terrible voice exploded. Who killed my son? Chapter 57, A Thrilling Escape. Asshole. You seek death. The source of that voice was extremely terrifying, at least a 7th or 8th rank. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In an instant, Linbai also reacted and knew exactly what Song Lan meant. Duan Chen's real father is actually in the neighborhood. The son was taken out. The other party would definitely be anxious, and in a fit of rage, it was certain that they would kill him regardless of any consequences. Buzz. Above Linbai's body surface, blue and gold battle armor emerged. Boom! There were blue flames erupting from his back, and his body shot up into the sky, his speed skyrocketing. In just a few seconds, it had reached double the speed of sound. It was almost as if Lindbergh had just rushed out a kilometer or two. Duan Chen's father rushed to the scene. He looked at Duan Chen, whose brain was crumbling on the ground, and his eyes instantly turned red. Instantly, he roared, "Killed my son and you still want to leave? Kid, don't you dare run. I'm going to break you into pieces." Duan Tianda, Linbai is the genius of my true martial academy. If you dare to touch him, you'll have to die too. Song Lan looked at Duan Tianda coldly. Standing in front of his opponent, he blocked Duan Tianda's path. Song Lan, you dare to stop me? Get thee out of my way. Duan Tianda almost lost his mind at this point. Powerful true chi erupted in his hand, forming a huge palm with a diameter of more than 10 meters, directly slapping towards Song Lan. Boom! The power of this palm was extremely terrifying, and when Song Lan saw this, he didn't hesitate and directly crushed a crystal. Bang! A huge golden lion appeared in midair. This golden lion was a shadow. It's not really native. Even so, the golden lion's power was frighteningly intimidating. It raised its claws and easily slapped Duan Tianda's attack to pieces. The golden lion's doppelganger, that bastard Ryukin's imperial beast. Duan Tianda's pupils shrunk slightly, but he didn't dare to underestimate the golden lion. Although it was only a diversion, the golden lion that was a king-level imperial beast, this one diversion could already block him for a while. Thinking of this, Duan Tianda let out a roar. Song Lan, you can't stop me. Blood burns. Rumble. The blood in Duan Tianda's body boiled as a powerful force erupted. For a brief moment, his physical speed actually directly surpassed the speed of sound, forcing him to bypass the golden lion, chasing towards Linbai. Not good. Song Lan's face suddenly changed. After all, he was only a 5th-order Imperial Beast Master, and his nerve reaction speed was simply not up to the fighting speed of a 7th or 8th-order martial artist. The golden lion, on the other hand, was just a power diversion crafted by Long Jian, used to protect her life. Naturally, he guarded her side at all times. As long as Duan Tianda didn't take the initiative to attack, the golden lion split and doesn't create much of a commotion. Rumble. Duan Tianda's physical body broke through the air and set off a blood-red wave of air. He burns blood underneath. The realm was close to that of a 9th-ranked martial artist. Extremely terrifying. Hiss. Linbai sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw this. Duan Tianda's strength was close to the 9th rank at this point, and his physical body broke through the speed of sound, trying to get away from this old bastard. It's simply hard as hell. Spell it out. Overloaded. Let's just see who is more resistant to beatings. Duan Tianda's flesh and blood body or my kinetic battle armor. Lindbergh didn't hesitate in the slightest. Directly turned on the blue and gold sonic battle armor's overload switch. In this state, the sonic armor will double its speed, but at the cost of accelerated engine damage. It could explode at any time, but it's important to run for your life. Lindbergh couldn't care less about that. Rumble. Lindbergh's speed reached twice the speed of sound. He was in mid-air, cutting through a blue light. In 1 second, you can break through close to 700 meters, 300 kilometers. For Lindbergh at this moment, in 7 minutes at most, he could reach Long Jian's position. At that time, Duan Tianda was not enough to worry about. Kid, you can't run away. Duan Tianda's eyes became even more bloodshot when he saw Linbai's speed rise steeply. Above the surface of his body, blood-red true chi erupted once again. The speed was steeply tripled. With the addition of this terrifying speed, a minute at most, he would be able to catch up with Lindbergh. Kill Lindbergh. This is the strength of a 9th-ranked martial artist? It's really outrageous. The flesh breaks through 3 times the speed of sound. Nope. This old thing hasn't reached the 9th rank yet. It's considered a quasi-9th rank at best. Linbai looked at the rapidly approaching Duan Tianda and sucked in a breath of cool air. He knew very well that if he was caught up by Duan Tianda, that's absolutely certain death. Even if it was a mixed beast, I'm afraid that it would only be impossible to be Duan Tianda's opponent. What to do? For a brief moment, Lindbergh frowned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw Wei Yenshan not far away. A thought popped into his mind. He made a violent turn and rushed towards Hui Yanshan. While rushing, he yelled, "Teacher Hua, do something, this person is crazy and is after me." "Lindbergh? This kid is being chased? Ha ha ha, what a god, this asshole has his day." Hui Yanshan grinned. Of course he wouldn't have stepped in to save Lin Bai, even more so, if there weren't so many people around. There were quite a few students from the True Martial Arts Academy present. He would also fall on his sword and join forces with Duan Tianda to hang Lin Bai. Only, Duan Tianda didn't know that Lin Bai and Hui Yanshan belonged to the category of life and death enemies. Thought that Lin Bai and Hui Yanshan had a good relationship, so look for Hui Yanshan to help. Immediately, Duan Tianda's eyes became even redder, and he was overwhelmed by hatred. In a flash, up for the kill. However, after slightly thinking about the identity of Hui Yanshan's Hua family, Duan Tianda still suppressed his killing intent. Angrily, he roared, "Hui Yanshan, get out of the way if you don't want to die. Tell me to off?" Hui Yanshan's face turned cold. He was at least a dignified figure, and in full view of everyone, Duan Tianda directly rebuked him and told him to get lost. "If he does blink away, how can I go on living in the future?" Immediately, Hui Yanshan stood still, not moving a muscle. The practice is not known. Even more so, Duan Tianda thought that Hui Yanshan and Lin Bai were in cahoots. Boom! Lin Bai's body flashed past not far from Hui Yanshan, under 2 times the speed of sound. In a second's time, Lin Bai had rushed out close to 700 meters. Hui Yanshan hadn't reacted yet. Duan Tianda has arrived. A fist smashed towards Hui Yanshan. "Not good. I've been punked by this Lin Bai sinner." Hui Yanshan's face suddenly changed, instantly reacting. But it's come to this. He had run out of time to explain. Duan Tianda threw a punch in a fit of rage, and with his strength, he was bound to be shattered by the punch. Immediately, Hui Yanshan utilized the strong power given to him by the patriarch in his family. Rumble! Duan Tianda's powerful force swept across the surroundings under one punch. Chapter 58, Woe to the East. Clang! Above Hui Yanshan's body surface, golden light flashed. It took a punch from Duan Tianda. However, this golden light was bright and uncertain, under the impact of the enormous power. Even with the amulet given by the matriarch, Hui Yanshan still suffered a not-so-light injury and spat out blood. "Wait a minute, listen to me." Hui Yanshan was incomparably stifled in his heart and was eager to open his mouth to explain. However, Duan Tianda didn't give him this chance at all. "Explain you. You die for me." Duan Tianda's eyes were bloodshot and he completely lost his mind. A whiplash came down. Hui Yanshan hastily stretched out an arm to block. Click! In just an instant, one of Hui Yanshan's arms was fractured. The whole thing stumbled. A sharp pain hit him, and Hui Yanshan sucked in a cool breath. The heart was extremely chagrined. "It feels like I shouldn't have faked this 1x. Now it's okay. The beating was for nothing." Boom! Duan Tianda kicked Hui Yanshan after that. It did not stay in place. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had traversed a distance of several hundred meters. Once again, he chased towards Lin Bai, but the brief pause, it bought Lindbergh more than 30 seconds of time. It allowed Lindbergh to pull straight away by more than 20 kilometers. "Kid, you can't run away. How dare you kill my son? I will cut you into 1,000 pieces and break you into pieces." Duan Tianda was extremely angry. He roared using his true chi, his voice far exceeding the speed of sound. With a hiss, the sound of the other party's terrifying roar could be heard from more than 20 kilometers away. "This old dang, indeed, is furious." Lin Bai glanced at Duan Tianda behind him and sucked in a breath of cool air. What's the scariest person? Naturally, it's an eager-eyed lunatic like Duan Tianda. The average person weighs the pros and cons of doing something, but a madman won't. The most important thing now is to escape immediately. And at that moment, Lin Bai realized that his battle armor was starting to reach its limits. The engine nozzles are almost melting. At best, it'll last another 20 seconds. Shall we use the flying machine? Lin Bai subconsciously glanced at the flying machine in his carry-on space. But a little extrapolation, he knew that time was definitely running out. It takes at least 2 minutes for the craft to go from startup to maximum speed. But as soon as he stops, it only took a few seconds for Duan Tianda to catch up with him. It's been a while, enough time for him to die several times. Now, this is really bad. There has to be a way to do that. Lindbergh took a deep breath. His gaze swept around. Suddenly, a swampy area caught his attention. The serpent of the Blood Demon King. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about this terrifying ferocious beast. The Blood Demon King snake that was a king-level ferocious beast. Even though Duan Tianda was stronger, in front of the Blood Demon King snake, that was also unbearable. Immediately, Lin Bai made a turn, dashed towards the swamp. Poof! Want to hide in the middle of a swamp? Useless. Do you think that pathetic bit of miasma will keep you safe? Duan Tianda didn't even put the tiny swamp in his eyes. In his opinion, this place belongs to as a safe zone. Even if some strange miasma exists, it's also not enough to worry about. Boom! Lindbergh rushed into the middle of the swamp. Without saying anything, he directly used the hybrid beast, shielding his breath and hiding in a pile of mud. Fizzle! It was almost as if Lindbergh had just appeared. The Blood Demon King snake appeared right around the area, and it kept wandering around, capturing Lindbergh's position from within the air. I hope the hybrid beasts are powerful enough. Lindbergh looked at the Blood Demon King snake and didn't move a muscle. And indeed, as he had surmised, the hybrid beast's ability to shield its breath was extremely terrifying. The Blood Demon King snake wandered around for several seconds and still found nothing. It's very disheartening. It was still constantly cruising back and forth in the same spot, trying to capture Lindbergh's aura. Rumble. After 10 seconds or so, Duan Tianda appeared. He rushed straight into the miasma, suspended within the entire swamp with a roar. Lindbergh, get out of here. I'm going to kill you. Don't hide. You can't escape. You kid. Dead. Duan Tianda's eyes were bloodshot as he stood over the swamp. Around the body, it was shrouded in a blood-red murderous aura, just like a killing god. Fizzle. The Blood Demon King snake spat out its scarlet tongue and captured Duan Tianda's aura. It turned its head and looked at Duan Tianda. What's the commotion? Duan Tianda froze and also noticed the abnormality. He jerked his head around. The moment he saw the Blood Demon King snake, his heart stopped. Blood Demon King snake? How can this place have this? It can't be a hallucination caused by the miasma, can it? Duan Tianda's face paled. In the eyes, there was fear. The Blood Demon King snake was a king-level ferocious beast that came with an incomparably terrifying poison. Being targeted by this thing, it would be an absolute nightmare. Bang! In just an instant, the Blood Demon King snake was like blood-red lightning and rushed directly in front of Duan Tianda, opened his bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs, tearing towards Duan Tianda. No! Duan Tianda was completely stunned. He desperately urged his true chi, trying to block the Blood Demon King snake's attack, but the effort is futile. Bang! In an instant, the Blood Demon King snake easily crushed all of Duan Tianda's defenses. The open mouth bit above Duan Tianda's throat. No! I'm not willing. I am not willing to. When Duan Tianda was angry, his eyes were filled with blood. However, even though it was close to a ninth-order powerhouse, in front of a king-level toxin, it was still unbeatable. The instant the Blood Demon King snake toxin was injected, Duan Tianda's skin rapidly blackened. A few seconds passed. It fell from the sky above and hit the ground. Snap! Mud splattered everywhere while Duan Tianda didn't move a muscle, obviously dead through and through. A quasi-ninth-ranked martial artist, so powerful in terms of vitality and physical fitness, can't resist for more than a second. Just got killed in straight seconds. This Blood Demon King snake's snake venom is truly heaven-defying. Lindbergh couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he watched the scene. Fizzle. The Blood Demon King snake kept wandering around and did not leave. Not because of Duan Tianda. Rather, it was Lindbergh's scent that lingered around. For a king-level ferocious beast, the IQ was already close to the level of a human. For Lindbergh, who had stolen its marrow-cleansing fruit, naturally, he was beyond angry. Impressive. However, the Blood Demon King snake wandered around for 10 minutes or so, after determining that Lindbergh could not be found, only to leave slowly. Phew, this thing is finally gone. Lindbergh slowly sighed in relief. He glanced at Duan Tianda's corpse not far away. Go over quietly. Chapter 59, The Furious Long Jian. Duan Tianda. As a strong person at the peak of the 8th rank, close to the 9th rank, the treasures in his hands, that's definitely quite a lot. Whoosh! Lindbergh did not hesitate. He raised his hand to collect Duan Tianda's corpse, tiptoed around without making any noise, and left the swamp silently. And at that moment, the other side, the principal of the True Martial Academy stopped violently, his face grim. Duan Tianda died too quickly. Lindbergh hit his breath again. Let Long Jian think that Lindbergh died at the hands of Duan Tianda. And after Duan Tianda killed Lindbergh, he hit his breath and prepared to run away. After all, the teacher made a move to kill the students of the True Martial Academy. This thing broke the rules. Duan Tianda, since you're bullying the small with the big, it's not my fault. Poof. Void Bamboo Academy. If you can run away from the monk, you can't run away from the temple. Duan Tianda, I'm going to kill it. Long Jian was extremely angry at the moment, and was on the verge of going mad. Lindbergh, that was a genius he had his eye on. And, not just any genius. Rather, the league has ever, but the strongest genius. This kind of genius, if it was a peer who was killed off, Long Jian wouldn't even ask about it. After all, you can't even your peers. No amount of genius is necessary to cultivate it. However, if it was an older generation powerhouse like Duan Tianda who struck out to kill it, it would be stifling the genius. It's any power. All absolutely intolerable things. Otherwise, If you kill my younger generation and I kill your younger generation, all the forces will be finished. Not many days to grow up. Boom! Long Jian fiercely turned his direction. It directly charged towards the direction of the Void Bamboo Academy. He was extremely fast. It was like golden lightning, surprisingly reaching an astonishing 10 times the speed of sound. Rumble. Dozens of kilometers passed in an instant. Long Jian arrived at a location where the students of the Void Bamboo Academy were located and raised his hand. The king-level golden lion appeared. Ow ho! The golden lion let out a roar. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a terrifying pillar of energy light and blasted it towards the students below. Long Jian, don't you dare! At this moment, the principal of Void Bamboo Academy also reacted. He drew the long sword on his back and slashed it with a backhand, shattering the golden lion's attack. Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted. Within a 100-meter radius, hundreds of ancient trees burst into pieces. The entire area was leveled. Void Guang, your teacher Duan Tianda of the Void Bamboo Academy killed my student. Hand over Duan Tianda. Otherwise, I guarantee that none of your Void Bamboo Academy freshmen will make it back to the city alive. Long Jian was fuming and his entire body was murderous. Ryukin, calm down. Above the forehead of Void Bamboo Academy's principal, Void Guang, cold sweat came down at once. He knew that Ken Long wasn't joking. That blow just now, if he hadn't reacted fast enough, over 100 students from the Void Bamboo Academy were really going to be killed. And it's just a matter of getting to the league. That's also the Void Bamboo Academy not taking advantage of the situation. After all, the older generation making a move to strangle a junior genius. This kind of thing belonged to touching the bottom line. I'm cool with you. Long Jian was going crazy with anger at this point. He cracked his mouth and opened his mouth. Void Guang, hand over Duan Tianda before old me gets completely mad. Otherwise, I'll just go on a killing spree and see who kills more. Wait a minute. Duan Tianda that is not with me. Seeing that Long Jian was about to lose his mind, Void Guang cursed Duan Tianda while hurriedly explaining, if I see Duan Tianda that, I will definitely slap him to death. You say that you don't know the whereabouts of Duan Tianda? The expression on Long Jian's face was horribly gloomy. Within his eyes, killing machines were bright and uncertain. You also know that it is impossible for me to protect Duan Tianda that. He's not going to be able to bail anyone out on this one. Above the forehead of the Void Bamboo Academy's dean was filled with cold sweat. He continued, if I were Duan Tianda, after killing someone, I definitely wouldn't go back to school, but would immediately run away. Running away? Then I'll exterminate the Duan family. Ken Long was fuming, and he turned around. Prepare to gather a bunch of king-level experts from the True Martial Academy to exterminate the Duan family. Duan Tianda. Duan Tianda. You're really causing a big problem. The dean of the Void Bamboo Academy was in a cold sweat at the moment. Honestly, the death of a student, even a genius, is no big deal. The real taboo is to stifle the younger generation of geniuses, and it's in full view of the public, strangling the younger generation of geniuses. As soon as Ken Ryu returns to the city, raise your arms. It's not just the True Martial Academy. There'll be a bunch of forces out to wipe out the Duan family. What Duan Tianda had done had actually sparked public anger. Whether or not the Duan family can continue to survive, Duan Tianda is definitely dead. And at that moment, the other side, Lin Bai had already finished briefly searching Duan Tianda's corpse. On the other side, there are indeed a lot of treasures, all kinds of precious pills and herbs, some weapons and equipment, plus mountains of black crystals. Rough estimate. The amount of black crystals in Duan Tianda's hands was at least around 1 or 2 million. It's absolutely astronomical. If you counted the elixirs, herbs, equipment, and ores, it was already close to 10 million black crystals when added together. Worthy of being a peak 8th rank powerhouse. This family, it's really thick. Lin Bai looked at the piles of treasures and was quite emotional for a moment. To be honest, Duan Tianda's death was rather suffocating. But where there is no blood demon king snake, the one who died was Lindbergh. Okay. It's time to go back. Lindbergh slapped his butt and stretched towards Song Lan's location. At this point, the other side, Song Lan, Chen Hu, and Han Shui stood in front of a small mound of dirt with a look of grief on their faces. Even Long Jian, his face was bleak. It looks extremely sad. Although it was said that part of Long Jian's cultivation of Lindbergh was due to interest, but more than that, it's still being groomed as a true scion. The wood showers on the forest and the wind destroys it. Geniuses, they don't always live long. Lin Bai, don't worry, I will definitely destroy the Duan family and avenge you. Duan Tianda that is definitely not able to run. Long Jian finished gritting his teeth, poured a bottle of wine before the small mound of dirt. What are you doing? Is this a grave? Who died? At this moment, Lin Bai appeared. He watched as several of Song Lan's men gathered around the small mound of dirt, offering drinks. It was a big surprise. It shouldn't be. He's in the ace class. There was also a rank 5 Imperial Beast Master like Songlan staring at it. In a place like the safe zone, people can actually die? It's unbelievable. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Lindbergh? Seriously? It's not a ghost, is it? Is this a living person? A few of Chen who were startled, while the rest of the students, one by one, turned pale, a look of living hell. Not. What's your faces? Chapter 60, Getting Justice. Why are you all looking at me? Lindbergh was speechless. He strides forward to the small mound of dirt. Just see the whole mound of dirt before. There stood a monument carved out of green stone that read, "The Tomb of Lin Bai." Hiss. Lindbergh sucked in a breath of cool air. He could sort of understand why this group of people had such strange faces. What the hell? Think he's dead? Looking at the tombstone, Lin Bai cried and laughed, twisted his head to look at the crowd and asked, "Who told you that I'm dead?" This isn't very good. Songlan's few people looked at Principal Long Jian in unison. Ahem. I sensed that your breath suddenly disappeared and thought you were dead. Ken Long coughed lightly twice, immediately changed the topic and asked with a smile, "How did you kid survive?" "That Duan Tianda. He's a peak 8th rank expert. It's a long story. In short, I found a place to shield my breath and hide. And that Duan Tianda, for some reason, suddenly disappeared as well." Lin Bai spread his hands and pretended to have an equally puzzled expression. He did not tell the truth. This was because once the Blood Demon King Snake was spoken of, the ability of the hybrid beast would inevitably be exposed. This thing, that's his card. What? Duan Tianda suddenly disappeared? Jian Long was extremely surprised. He muttered, "Strange, what kind of existence can silently make Duan Tianda disappear? Could it be the hands of some passing expert? Or," when he said that, Long Jian suddenly shut up. Don't talk halfway, it'll kill you. What the hell? Lin Bai was curious, and was quite dissatisfied with Long Jian's behavior of talking halfway. Ahem. Long Jian didn't pay any attention to Lindbergh. He coughed lightly twice and spoke. "Alright, who exactly made the move? Let's talk about this matter later. Right now, it's time to head to the Duan family." To the Duan family? Lindbergh was surprised. He looked at Long Jian and asked with some curiosity, "What's the point of going to the Duan family? Duan Tianda bullying the small with the big, daring to touch my true martial academy students. Surely he must give a statement." Long Jian let out a cold snort. He said coldly, as the saying goes, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. It won't do for the Duan family not to pay some price. Let's go. I'll take you to the Duan family for a walk. Lindbergh was a bit surprised. To be honest, he really didn't expect that Long Jian would really stand up for him. The Duan family is not a simple family. The clan was full of experts, and there were several at the king level. In a real fight, the true martial academy, for sure, would have to pay some price. What? You're afraid to go? Ken Ryu skimmed his lips and used a provocative technique. Just kidding. I'm not even afraid of Duan Tianda, but I'm still afraid of the Duan family? Go, why not? This time, I definitely want the Duan family to drop a piece of meat. Go. Lin Bai heatedly smiled with a fearless face. Well then, let's go. Long Jian didn't rub it in. Taking Lin Bai with him, he rushed towards the Duan family. At this moment, the other side. The atmosphere of the Duan family was quite depressing, even a bit deadly. Duan Tianda, you, now the whole family is being dragged down. Kill someone who's afraid to show up and let the whole family take the fall for you. A sinful son. This asshole. How did my old man fix such a thing back in the day? At this moment, the Duan family head's eyes were bloodshot. The entire living room was a mess. He's all pissed off. Duan Tianda didn't cause a lot of trouble, because it wasn't one Lindbergh that died, but an entire rule that was broken. If you want to fix the rules, then Duan Tianda is bound to die. If Duan Tianda refuses to die, then it will be the entire Duan family that will die. The results of rules being broken are horrible. All the great clans, who doesn't have a king-level expert, squatting and hunting the juniors of other clans? No clan could carry this end. With an entire city, dozens of clans, over 100 kings could certainly be put together. Even the Void Bamboo Academy would step in and hang the Duan family. This rule can only be fixed by wiping out any family that dares to break it. Continuing, Duan Jingwei, get your ass out here. Hand over Duan Tianda, or else the Duan family will be razed to the ground. Duan Jingwei, come out and die. If Duan Tianda doesn't die, old me will squat and watch, specializing in killing the younger generation of your Duan family. Damn, what a disgrace. Bullying the little ones with the big ones. Ha! Ken Long kicks in the front door of the Duan household. Strutting in, behind him, hooting and hollering followed dozens of old white-bearded men. They were all killing each other. It was truly prepared to wipe out the Duan family and make an example of them. Lin Bai was in no hurry to go ahead, but followed behind a bunch of old men, ready to run at any time. A king-level battle could break out at any time next. He's no different than cannon fodder if he stays in this place. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. Cough cough. A few of you, don't get angry yet. I will find Duan Tianda and kill him with my own hands to give you all an explanation. Duan Jingwei, the head of the Duan family, walked out. Seeing the hulking swath of king-level experts, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He was instantly abashed. He knew very well that if he didn't cut with Duan Tianda, the entire Duan family will be razed to the ground. Account for it? You're not trying to stall, are you? Long Jian glanced at Duan Jingwei and sneered very nonchalantly. Your Duan family is really capable. An 8th-ranked martial artist, chasing and killing a freshman who's not even at the first rank. You're so bullish. Or else, I'll chase and kill the younger generation of your family as well? Let's see if I can take out all of them. Ken Long, you. Duan Jingwei's eyes were filled with anger. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart, not daring to make a move. Instead, he patiently opened his mouth. Duan Tianda's behavior alone cannot represent my Duan family. Let's put it this way, my Duan family will do their best to find Duan Tianda. As long as I can kill Duan Tianda alive, I'll reward 100,000 black crystals, and 300,000 for the corpse, and the one who was killed by Duan Tianda, little brother Lin Bai. The person is already dead, and my Duan family compensates the Jinwu Academy with a king-level secret treasure. As compensation, how about it? A king-level secret treasure? At this moment, Lin Bai, who was mixed up in the crowd, was extremely surprised. In the alliance, equipment levels were categorized into 1st to 10th ranks, and further up, the king rank. King-level treasures were scarce in number. Even if it was the Duan family, it was absolutely impossible to take out too much. It could be said that the Duan family had definitely hemorrhaged money this time. And at this moment, Long Jian stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Duan Jingwei, 1 king-level treasure. You're dismissing a beggar? 3 king-level secret treasures, 2 million black crystals. Chapter 61, Great Harvest. 3 king-level secret treasures, 2 million black crystals. Lin Bai and the crowd couldn't help but tsk in admiration. Oh my goodness, so many goodies are enough to buy my life, right? Lin Bai's words were not exaggerated at all. Don't look at the tens of millions he spent before. But that's not black crystal after all. The tens of millions of dollars he had spent on acquiring materials before was only the value of a few black crystals. 2 million black crystals. My goodness, that's the equivalent of 100 white crystals. But even the Hua family, 2 million black crystals was also almost 2 years worth of annual income. The Duan family is going to hemorrhage money this time. And there are secret treasures. The secret treasure itself had a certain amount of power. And with a secret treasure in hand, to a certain extent, one was able to fight across levels. The secret treasures were from low to high in order from the 1st rank to the 9th rank, and above the 9th rank was the so-called king-level secret treasure. The value of a king-level secret treasure was immeasurable. Some powerful clans, such as the Duan and Hua clans in front of us, had king-level secret treasures in their possession, and these secret treasures were on a certain level. Has been able to determine the underpinnings of these families. Duan Jingwei had a look of flesh on his face. Damn Duan Tianda, if he hadn't broken the rules to hunt such a junior. And how did they hemorrhage money like that in the Duan family? $2 million? Isn't that a little too much? Duan Jingwei is looking for a takedown. A little less is a little more. Jian Long's pupils shrank. Between the lifting of his hands, a huge force surfaced. Since you're unwilling, then the Duan family can be removed. The silhouette of a golden lion emerged behind itself. The dozen or so white-bearded old men behind them all radiated their own aura. For a moment, the courtyard was filled with a dense aura of solemnity. My Duan family is willing. Why is Jinwu Academy ranked at the top of many academies? In the end, it was still because this true martial academy's dean was too strong. Peak king-level powerhouse. How many of the other major academies can compete with it? Much ado about nothing. Guang Guang was able to easily suppress it when he raised his hand during the battle with the dean of the Void Bamboo Academy before. You can see how big the gap is between them. As for the Duan and Hua families, both families however only had 1 king-level battle power. Among the same level, the peak could crush everything. The strong aura in the courtyard dissipated. Duan Jingwei sighed in relief. However, the amount of 2 million black crystals is too large, and I need some time to mobilize it. Ryukin stared at him, the meaning evident in his eyes. 5 days. 3 days. I'll personally deliver it to Dean Long's residence first thing tomorrow morning. A few smiles appeared on Long Jian's face. That's great. There are also 3 king-level secret treasures, don't forget. The corners of Duan Jingwei's mouth twitched. Still, there was no choice but to respond. After Long Jian and his group left, the Duan family dialed several phone numbers overnight to raise black crystals. Ha ha ha, now the Duan family should hemorrhage. 2 million black crystals, and 3 king-level secret treasures. According to the Duan family's heritage, This is considered a serious loss. Ha ha ha, you simply can't recuperate back without 3 or 5 years. That's enough. Following the crowd, Lin Bai only felt a trance. It was just a matter of moving his lips to get so many black crystals. Strong people are really admired everywhere. Lin Bai had more awe in his heart for the strong. One day, I will become an expert at a level like Dean's. The many old men dispersed individually, leaving only Long Jian and Lin Bai behind. Lindbergh, Long Jian spoke solemnly. What happened today was our poor protection of you. Take all of those 2 million black crystals to enhance your strength. As for those 3 king-level secret treasures, I'll pick the ones you're able to use at this stage for you. The rest will be given to you after you break through the king level. Lindbergh understands that eggs can't be put in one basket, but at the same time, he understood. It is not the number of soldiers that counts, but the precision. Thanks, Dean. The other person is able to think of himself in every way. Lindbergh was naturally grateful. Long Jian's words changed. In that case, you'll get through to me as well. Long Jian's eyes rarely had more than a few bits of gossip in them. How many ranks have you reached now? The thought of the other person's help to himself combined with the treasure he was about to acquire. Lindbergh's mouth was tinged with a smile. Peak first order. This was the truth. Nowadays he was still just a quasi-martial artist. Already had 70,000 kilograms of physical strength alone. Even that martial god who became an innate martial saint body. It was nothing more than a little more than 60,000 physical strength at the quasi-martial artist stage. Today he is at a point where no one has ever been before. His heart was filled with anticipation for the theoretically existing quasi-martial artist stage body strength of 100,000 kilograms. With those 2 million black crystals, it was enough for the hybrid beast to consolidate. As for whether or not it can support the evolution of the hybrid beast, Lindbergh still can't make up his mind. Long Jian had a smile on his lips. Not bad. Well, the trial is still going on, so you can go back tomorrow after the black crystals arrive. Yes, thanks Dean. Early the next morning, Lindbergh then received a small ring by courier. Should I say no? It's really fast. It was a space ring with a lot of space inside. Looking at the 2 million black crystals piled up, Lin Bai immediately moved to the store to purchase materials. Another familiar store clerk lady. At the sight of Lindbergh, the front desk lady was all smiles. This was a big patron, netting her over $1.5 million last time. When this arrived, she didn't dare slack off. Hello guest, may I help you? How much more of the 100-year resumen do you have here? I'll take them all. Hold back your inner excitement. She spoke slowly. Currently the store does not have much stock. There are only 13 pounds left. 5 million a pound. But you are an old patron. You can count 4 million a pound for you. Well, just enough to take them all. You wait a moment. 4 million a caddy. 1. A total of 52 million. It's over $50 million. A tenth of the commission she was also able to earn. $2 million. This is a really rich kid. Do you? Here, take black crystals? Black crystal? It's a hard currency coin in the Federation. Is he, by any chance, a young master of any family? Collect. In any case, such a big patron can't be allowed to run away. Gotta move in a little more hardcore. Based on the current exchange rate for black crystals, one is enough to be worth 10 billion. How am I going to refund you the rest of the money? Sir? Lindbergh waved his hand. The black crystal just appeared. No need. The rest, if you guys have any good ferocious beasts here, especially heavenly treasures, just pack them up and send them directly. Not enough, I'll post them up again. Enough is enough. The receptionist dropped her jaw in shock. I don't know what family's youngest son. The world of the rich is so plain and simple. After collecting all of the end of the 100-year-old Lingji, Lindbergh arrived in the safe zone outside the city. It was only then that the hybrid beasts were awakened. The little one who had been napping and sleeping instantly woke up. Bright little eyes stared straight at Lin Bai's space pendant. There was excitement and thrill in his eyes. This little guy has a real nose for it. Chapter 62, Pushing the Limits. This 100-year Racier Mordant was meant for it. The hybrid beast's enhancement would naturally feed back to him as well. Take it, have a full day. It wasn't that Lin Bai didn't want to give it meat, since eating those 2 augurs. This little chipmunk is picky instead. Nothing below the 3rd order is eaten. Mutant creatures of the 3rd rank were even more expensive, and he couldn't afford them yet. And the trial isn't over yet. The offenses that can be hunted in the trials don't cost money here. With the end of the 100-year-old Lingji taken out, what had been a tiny chipmunk head instantly grew larger, like a basketball. In one gulp, he swallowed this 13 pounds of 100-year-old Ganoderma mater cleanly. The chipmunk still licked the corners of his mouth with intent, a humanized look on his face. This guy, why does he feel so satisfied? A mouthful of 5,000 black crystals gone. Gee, can't afford to keep it. Chipmunks curled up again and fell into a deep sleep. It was at this moment that the surging power descended once again. Only this time the feedback was stronger than ever. Sloppy. This time, Lin Bai was truly feeling this pain that tore through his body. Last time it was only half a kilogram of the end of a 100-year-old Lingji that had already allowed him to break through to 70,000 kilograms of physical strength. Now that's 13 pounds of 100-year-old Ganoderma at the end. I'm afraid the boost to power will be unimaginable. Lindbergh grimaced in pain, but a gradual increase in power was felt. A raging power surged out from within his body. Luckily it's not home. If it breaks out at home, I'm afraid the home will be destroyed in an instant. He didn't want the days to be so lousy. Lin Bai took one step, and power was declared in his body. The surging power rolled out in all directions. The power was almost to the point of substance. Just an instant, a 5-meter radius was swept clean. Tree beings explode and turn into pieces. The surging power was like rushing to the sky, and there was no half-life within a few meters of Lin Bai. Eventually the power was all internalized. Lindbergh looked at his palm in disbelief. It was incredibly soothing and power-packed, even though he had just endured the kind of pain that tore through his body. But today this feeling made him feel marvelous. That pain began to ease gradually. The whole thing looked like it was immersed in an ocean, wrapped in warmth all over his body. This feeling, so good. His body's bones throughout his body had taken on an extremely bright and dazzling purple color. There was also a hint of golden light surrounding this, just by gently clenching his fist. This power of terrifying control came. Lindbergh looked around. Suddenly, he realized that everything around him had actually dissipated. There's only dust all over the place. Only a short distance away were there signs of some creatures present. After carefully feeling the fluctuation of the breath among his body, Lindbergh was overjoyed. 100,000 kilograms. This is something that only exists in legend. A point that even today's martial gods could not reach with their best efforts. Not only that, but Lindbergh's 100,000 kilograms of physical strength today. Combine that with today's strength, a combination of both. Lindbergh had been able to reach 200,000 kilograms at full strength. That's a whole lot of doubling. Lin Bai had a profound knowledge of his own strength. Nowadays, I'm already equivalent to the peak of the 3rd rank and the power of the early 4th rank. That's enough. Next, find a chance to officially promote to martial artist. A martial artist's advancement is made through the power between the heavens and the earth as a result. I'm not technically a 1st rank martial artist. I am merely a quasi-martial artist with 100,000 kilograms of enormous strength. If Lin Bai's words were to be heard by an onlooker, he would only be so angry that he would spit out blood. What do you mean by 100,000 kilograms of quasi-martial artist? 100,000 kilograms was already the strength of quite a few peak 3rd order martial artists. Lindbergh could feel it. The majestic power in his body was not fully digested. That excess power is lurking in the middle of the body. He had pounds of power in his limbs and meridians. By his own reckoning, this time the hybrid beasts fed back the power. He had also only digested a mere 30%. Just digested 30% of the power. It alone has allowed him to step into the land of 100,000 kilograms of lore. If it's all digested, wouldn't that be a 4th or even 5th ranked martial artist? It's too strong. Lindbergh was very glad that his choice was not wrong. The hybrid beasts, too strong. This trial was geared towards the major academies. Even he can't afford to slack off. There is no time limit for the assessment of the freshman trial. It was just a matter of seeing who could survive the longest in the middle of the demonic beast forest. Lin Bai's strength today. There was only one person among the freshmen who could pose a threat to him. The strength of the peak of the 3rd order plus his own means. Even if a 4th-ranked expert arrived, he could still fight with one of them. That's enough. The soles of your feet. Lindbergh scurried outward at speed. It wasn't just his 100,000 kilograms that were boosted along with it. There's also the fact that his fitness level has increased just as dramatically. Whether it was defense or speed, it was much higher than before. Especially the speed level. One of the reasons why martial artists are respected. It's that they revere their own power. Powerful martial artists were even able to split large mountains with a single punch. It is also capable of rapidly moving up to 10 kilometers away with the tap of a foot. Like Duan Tianda before him was an 8th-ranked martial artist. His own speed was already capable of breaking the speed of sound. That's how powerful martial artists are. Through telephone contact, Lindbergh quickly got in touch with Chen Hu. The two eventually rendezvoused. Well, how's it going? How was the harvest when the dean himself came to the door? Chen Hu only saw Lindbergh being taken away by Long Jian at first. Nothing else is known. This matter is, in the end, a family scandal for the Duan family. If this gets out, the Duan family's 8th-ranked powerhouse struck out at a junior. Maybe the feds themselves will send someone down to investigate the matter thoroughly. At that time the Duan family will not only be implicated, it's even likely to go down in flames as a result. So 2 million black crystals plus 3 king-level secret treasures would be considered a hush money. Not a bad haul. Lindbergh's mouth was tinged with a smile. at least for a long time to come. The path of the hybrid beast will be smooth sailing. This was why he would use a black crystal. Black crystals are extremely valuable. Now there's some good material. Heavenly material. It's just a phone call away. Alright then, remember to treat us to dinner after this trial. Shenhu hammed and hawed. No problem. The two set out on the trial path. The trial site was cleared by them in advance. There is little danger. The two were already strong. Shenhu was now a first-ranked beast master. His king-grade royal beast, the Black Fury Tiger, was strong. It's already first in its age group to a degree. Of course the premise is that there is no Lindbergh, the one who opens the plug-in. God-level imperial beasts are no joke. Lin Bai, Shenhu, save me. Before entering the land of trials, every new student has a communication bracelet. You can ask for help from bystanders in case of danger. It can also signal for help. Both men have now received a distress signal from Han Shui. Han Shui, in danger. Chapter 63, Combined Rescue. At the same time, in the middle of the jungle. Ha, second in command. This chick is pretty hot. What should we do about this boss? Han Shui's hands are bound. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the few men in front of her with disgust. Beside her were several other fellow students from the Void Bamboo Academy. The speaker rubbed his palm. A few greasy, lewd looks on his face. Don't be a jerk. You kid. The middle-aged man leading the group kicked his opponent off. If we kill them now, we'll lose a lot of money when the time comes. The organs inside their bodies can still make some money. Not to mention digging out all of their imperial beasts will be enough for us to make a large amount of money. It's still the second leader who thinks long-term. Xiao Luzi. Don't be confused. You know those good goods. The upper house will be personally selected. When the money arrives, you can play as much as you want. The man known as Little Six skimmed his lips. It's not the first time he's done this. I also understand that the payoff from the owner is very generous. You damn mercenaries, hurry up and let go of me. I'm from the Void Bamboo Academy. When the dean blames me, none of you will be able to escape. The middle-aged man sneered. With that, he walked over to this scholar. Gunnar crouched down and surveyed his opponent. Next moment, a slap just whistled up. Pop, listen to me. I don't care what academy you're from. I don't care what kind of pride of heaven you are. Now that you've been captured by me, you all have to listen to me. If I didn't have me now, you guys would have been eaten by the ferocious beasts long ago. Speaking of which, you guys still have to thank me properly. Having said that, the middle-aged man looked at the scholar in front of him. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Since you're so beat up, I'll teach you a lesson. The moment he saw the look in his eyes, this scholar subconsciously had to choose to escape. But now he was bound hand and foot. The imperial beasts in their bodies had also been sealed down by the special means they had used. Couldn't move at all. Now there is no choice but to become a lamb to the slaughter. The middle-aged man picked him up with one hand. A red light flashed in his eyes. The next moment a huge bat emerged behind him. The bat was only 1 man high. The open ventral wings are even more foot to 3 meters. A growl sounded. It was like a sound wave that shook the ears of the crowd. Further on, the numerous scholars only felt their scalps tingle. It was as if my ears had been shaken off raw. Eat him. The imperial beasts and their masters share a common mind. Early on, the moment the other spoke, and this vampire bat pounced, half of the body was swallowed in one bite. A mournful scream came. The master lives and dies, and this scholar's royal beast is dying at the moment. It was also the first time that many of the students in the room had seen a killing take place in front of them. They just watched as the teenager was swallowed in 2 bites by this huge blood-sucking bat. After his imperial beast let out a mournful cry, it was no longer alive. The same fell into the belly of the vampire bat. Surprisingly, it was a peak third-order vampire bat. Han Shui had seen this kind of imperial beast in books. Vampire bats are brutal and violent by nature, and especially like to devour human flesh. And this bat, their growth rate is extremely impressive. It grows as long as it is replenished with human flesh and nourished by blood. The 1 man tall one in front of him was bound to be a peak of the 3rd rank, and the drug-addicted bat had grown silver-white fur all over its body. This is a sign that is only unique to the peak of the 3rd level. The many scholars present were not even first-ranked beast masters. It was Han Shui herself who had only just reached the level of initiation. There was no way to fight against this peak third-order blood-sucking bat. He really dares to kill. The crowd panicked and watched their friends die in front of them. How could they not be afraid? And if the other side is upset, maybe all of them will die here. It was forbidden within the alliance to decapitate juniors by virtue of one's own strong strength. Had we met such a person, the league would have stopped it. This is why people have to suffer even when they were so aggravated before. But the mercenary didn't care. These people are, to put it bluntly, a bunch of lunatics who work for money. As long as there is money, even a constant companion can be killed. Just a bunch of inhuman. Killing is nothing more than a toy in their hands. Han Shui also understands this deeply, also understands. The distress signal has been sent. The communication bracelet was also detected by the other party a moment before it was sent. Automatic destruction. In the meantime, 10 meters apart above the treetops, the two of them, Lin Bai and Chen Hu, had just arrived. The scene of the blood-sucking bat devouring the students of the Void Bamboo Academy was seen. A flash of surprise flashed across the eyes of the two men in unison. Realized that in today's era of league domination, there had never been any power family that dared to easily abuse a junior in front of so many people. Bastard! Are these mercenaries so lawless? Chen Hu was originally a person with a strong sense of justice. It is natural to see such injustice with anger on your face. Mercenaries, from start to finish, are just a bunch of people who get paid to do things. Lindbergh knew the limitations of those so-called rules. Ultimately, it can only have an effect on a portion of the population. Strong people like Dean and their level. So what if you personally came to the Duan family to ask for compensation? The Duan family definitely had strong people above the king level as well, but their Dean was at the peak of the king level. This meant that there were not many people in the city who could compete with Dean. The previous Dean of the Void Bamboo Academy was likewise no match for the Dean. The only way to get the so-called rules and justice is to be strong enough yourself. A vampire bat at the peak of the third order? Just right. Nowadays, his physical strength was similarly at the peak of the third rank. What's so powerful about the third order? Lindbergh could be too eager to learn. Chen Hu, I have a plan. In a few moments the two men discussed their plans. Chen Hu jumped out of the tree, slowly approaching towards where a few people were. And that's when Lindbergh took out his old sniper rifle, a product of over 100 years ago. It's still so resistant to build to this day, and there's really nothing to say about the quality. For third-ranked Imperial Beast Masters and martial artists, this old sniper rifle doesn't work half the time. It's just scratching an itch. But among that mercenary group, there was only just one third-order Imperial Beast Master. Through the previous ambush, Lindbergh knew that he should never tackle a thief. With that he crouched down in the treetops and began to set up his sniper. Energetic concentration. The only thing in his eyes was the heads of the mercenaries, watching Chen who had arrived at the predetermined area. Be ready to summon the Black Fury Tiger at any time. Lindbergh held his breath and gathered his breath. Start moving as previously planned. Boo! The crisp sound of a gunshot broke the silence of the trees. With the birds flying up, the second leader of the mercenary group was the first to notice that something was wrong. Just as he turned his head, he saw a king-grade black-fiend tiger appear. Chapter 64, Combined Strangulation. The sound of a sniper rifle rang out. One of the mercenaries immediately fell. It was also the moment the shots were fired. A black fury tiger scurried out. After the second leader of the group saw the scene, couldn't help but have my eyelids fluttering wildly. The eyes changed from the initial surprise to excitement. He naturally figured out where the kid in front of him had come from, obviously coming to the rescue. King-level Imperial Beasts. Surprisingly, it is a king-level Imperial Beast. I didn't expect that one of these cubs would be a king-level Imperial Beast. King-level Imperial Beasts were precious beyond measure. If we turn these in, I'm just afraid their handler will be even happier. A sinister smile appeared on his face at the thought. What a fool your master was, bringing you to your death. And he put a cold shoulder behind it. No matter what, this Black Fiend Tiger, he was determined to get it. Capture this Black Fury Tiger alive. Don't hurt his life. The vampire bat growled. Rolling up a whirlwind, he rushed out. Just as the two Imperial Beasts engaged in battle, gunshots rang out one after another. Every gunshot is capable of taking a life. It was as if Lindbergh had transformed into a god of death. You can harvest the lives of others with the lift of a hand. That being said, this isn't the first time he's killed someone. The more mercy is shown to the enemy at this point, the more it would put Chen Hu in a sorry state. As the gunshots continued, only two of the many mercenaries present were also left. They hid behind the hostages and shivered. These two people Lin Bai couldn't do anything with them for the time being. That's too far back. If we accidentally hurt a hostage by mistake, we'll be in trouble. As for the Black Fiend Tiger, it was still tangling with the blood-sucking bat. The battle was fierce on both sides. The middle-aged man just stood there, not moving from start to finish. It seemed like the fight in front of him was not something he wanted to get involved in. Dressed in a sharp, dry suit looking out of place in his surroundings, such a person should be among the cadres of the organization. But nowadays, a mercenary leader with blood on his hands, the Black Fiend Tiger was worthy of being an ancient fae, a king-grade royal beast, facing a vampire bat that was more than several times more powerful than him. Surprisingly, he was able to fight for such a long time without losing. If it grows to the same level, just the vampire bats would be nothing more than rations. What an ancient fae! The more the middle-aged man watched the two Imperial Beasts tangle, the light of excitement in his eyes grew stronger. The vampire bat burst into a rage. With a roar, he shook the Black Fiend Tiger back. Anger welled up in the scarlet pupils. With a flap of his wings he rushed forward. With one punch, he knocked this Black Fury Tiger to the ground. Wailing, even if the Black Fiend Tiger's talent was no matter how powerful it was, but the hard gap in strength between the two sides is there. The vampire bat was merely teasing the Black Fury Tiger before. Now this is the real deal. Kid, I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't get your ass out here, your origin Imperial Beast, I'll take it away from you. 10, 9, 8, 7. A gust of wind came up behind him. A whiplash lashed out at his head. The middle-aged man didn't half hesitate, cocking his head to avoid it at the same time. The body twisted in an almost unbelievable arc. A kick in the pants. Boo! First-ranked Imperial Beast Master. TSK TSK. The middle-aged man laughed out coldly as he looked at Chun-Hu in front of him. With you around, you're simply burying Black Fury Tiger's talent. Why don't you let me have him, and let me teach you a good lesson? Having said that, the middle-aged man's figure shifted. The entire person rushed towards Chun-Hu at an extremely fast speed. Get thee outta here! The sound of violent huss was mixed with the whistling of fist winds. In just an instant, the middle-aged man was shaken out several meters away. The middle-aged man stood up, looking at Lindbergh who appeared in front of him. The smile on his face remained intact. Ha ha ha, just the two of you? A third-ranked martial artist and a first-ranked beast master. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man burst out laughing. I didn't think anyone would actually deliver. The kid with the king-level Black Fury Tiger, Can Lev, the other martial artist, can go to hell. Act in the same way as before. You take care of the two leaks, and leave the two of them to me. Chun-Hu gave Lin Bai a somewhat worried look. After receiving an affirmative look from the latter, Chun-Hu went forward to deal with the two mercenaries. Both of them were first-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. The quality of the Imperial Beasts is low though. There was a natural fear in facing the Black Fury Tiger. This also caused Chun-Hu's fight to end very quickly. The Black Fiend Tiger even tore apart the Imperial Beasts of the two men with ease. Han Shui. Chun-Hu hurriedly untied the crowd. It was the only step he could take. Those things that are capable of imprisoning another person's Imperial Beast. He hasn't seen it either. Couldn't cope. Numerous scholars threw grateful glances at Chun-Hu. If it weren't for Tiger Chen, maybe they would really lose their lives like the schoolboy before them. That's when a gust of wind hit. The crowd looked back. Suddenly, they saw a teenager of their age fighting a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master in a back-and-forth battle. Vampire bats are still around to constantly harass Lindbergh. A few moments of worry welled up in Han Shui's heart. What to do? Could Lindbergh really beat both of them? That's a third-order Imperial Beast Master. Don't worry, Lindbergh won't fight unprepared battles. Is this a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master? Lindbergh dodged the attacks of the blood-sucking bats. At the same time, he turned to build up his strength and blasted his fist at the middle-aged man's fist. The two fists collided, and the middle-aged man flew out backwards as if he were a cannonball. The blow. Lin Bai used all of his physical body strength, a whole 100,000 kilograms. This strike would seriously injure even some third-ranked ferocious beasts, not to mention that the other party was only a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master. The strength of the Imperial Beast Master is inherently lower than that of the origin Imperial Beast. The punch had already killed or injured him. When the Master is harmed, the origin Imperial Beast will likewise have a backlash. The vampire bat spat out a mouthful of blood. The breath shriveled down. Lindbergh didn't hesitate much either. He had already taken out the blood-stained black rock blade from the spatial pendant. The black blade drew a bright arc in the air. The blood-stained black rock blade itself weighed 23,000 kilograms. Under this knife, Lindbergh exploded with all of his current strength. 23,000 kilograms stacked with 100,000 kilograms of physical strength, stacked with the 130,000 kilograms that erupted from the body. A full 253,000 kilograms of force. With one slash, the vampire bat's brains shattered all over the place. The body even exploded into countless blood scattered on the ground. How? The middle-aged man was still amazed. The death of the origin Imperial Beast had already caused a huge backlash for him. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The inexplicable number of extra slashes all over his body. Likewise, he was severely injured and dying. Why? How? Middle-aged people are now more out of breath than in. But as soon as he moved, a sharp pain came from all over his body. It made him grit his teeth. Tell me who you are, and why are you here on business? The middle-aged man wanted to struggle something more. Sue, will telling you spare me? The sound of a blade being sheathed rang out. Alarm bells went off all over the middle-aged man. Prostrate. Tell all that you know. Chapter 65, The Academy's Majesty is Inviolable. I'm the second leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Regiment. We came out this time as just as trying to capture some Academy children, cut up their organs and sell them, then dig out those good quality origin Imperial Beasts. And by the way, clear the investigation into why the two groups sent out earlier died for no apparent reason. After hearing words like, a hint of anger swept through Lin Bai's eyes. The origin Imperial Beast and its master are shaped as one. How shall you dig them out? At a time of life and death, The middle-aged man didn't dare to hide much. Sell all of the Imperial Beast Master's organs. Leave a breath in, and the origin Imperial Beast will be dying. Then take the soul-shifting grass, making the last bit of the relationship between the two sides disconnected, after which the origin Imperial Beast can be transplanted out. Seeing that Lindbergh didn't react, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. Finally, we've picked up the pieces. He was himself a vindictive character. After returning this time, he must transplant a powerful Imperial Beast back. When the time comes, cut the boy alive and kill him. But he completely failed to notice Lin Bai's increasingly cold eyes. Killing intent? Lin Bai had already detected a killing intent from the other party. I didn't realize it was all so life-threatening already. Still want to kill him? Lin Bai hadn't wanted to let the other party go, judging from the other side's previous words. Folded in their hands, no, not a few. Does such a strawman come with a way to survive? The middle-aged man just got up. There was a flash of black light behind him. Along with the fading black light there was a bit of fishy red. An extra line of blood appeared at the middle-aged man's neck. With that the heads rolled off. The body fell to the ground. Blood all over. Until this moment, the middle-aged man couldn't believe that he would die. Black knife through a knife twist. The blood was scattered in beads and threads. The blade returned to its sheath. Lindbergh looked back at the crowd. Everyone, I'm from the True Martial Academy, and someone from my academy will send you all back later. Facing so many people, Lin Bai also put away his joking mind. The wind suddenly picked up and a silhouette appeared. Son Lan looked at the corpse on the ground. The eyes paused heavily on Lin Bai for a moment. There were a few moments of incredulity in his eyes, but it disappears quickly. Back when the operation started, Lin Bai contacted Son Lan, but for this blood-sucking bat and the third-order Imperial Beast Master. Lindbergh did not say so explicitly. Soon, under Son Lan's arrangement, the people present were sent back one by one. Son Lan frowned after listening to Lin Bai's narration. Until the situation is all said and done, the aura around Son Lan exploded. The strong aura of a fifth-ranked Imperial Beast Master swept in all directions. The three of them, Lin Bai, were shaken backward, looking at Son Lan whose body exploded with an almost materialized aura. Lindbergh was astonished. This is a fifth-ranked Beast Master? Even if Lin Bai had the kind of strength he had today he wouldn't be able to fight back half as much. Lin Bai, Chen Hu, Han Shui. In a fit of rage, Son Lan's voice rang out. Teacher. The three men spoke in unison. Follow me. The Bloodwolf mercenaries. Grand Master. It's not good. It's not good. Someone's beating down the door. Zheng Feng frowned. What? I'll be damned. That's how many years it's been. Has never dared to come after them yet. Copy boy. Not much longer. Zheng Feng then came to the door. As soon as he came out, he saw corpses all over the place. These people are from their mercenary group. As for the woman in charge, surprisingly, a fifth-order Imperial Beast Master? Zheng Feng frowned. A fifth-ranked Imperial Beast Master was a powerful force no matter where he was. How could he, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, have messed with such a strong person? Who is your excellency? Why did you break into my Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps? Son Lan sneered. Wantonly beating and killing my school's disciples, buying and selling organs, selling forbidden drugs, beating and killing young disciples. You've done all the things forbidden by the Alliance, and you still want to play dumb? Zheng Feng was surprised on the spot. How? This is something that they, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, did very covertly. How did it get out? Who the hell is she? Your Excellency, don't mess around here. I, Zheng Feng, never admit to things I haven't done. Toast to the world. Son Lan sneered. Wolverine came galloping in. Nowadays, Wolverine was 3 stories tall, and his body fur was as good as hard-scale armor. The body length is even more impressive. Standing alone like this, the aura of solemnity and death is eerie. See unreconcilable. Zheng Feng also no longer stayed his hand. Chopped up. You can't stay for today. Little waif, with you dare to fight me? Zheng Feng roared. The origin Imperial Beast emerged behind him. It was a huge blood-colored giant wolf, whose size alone was comparable to even Wolverine. Kill. This blood-colored giant wolf is also the origin of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group's name. 2 wolf whistles rang out. In the next moment, the two sides came together in a fierce battle. The 2 giant wolves were huge, but they were just as nimble. The earth shook for a moment. Wolverine has the speed advantage, but the blood wolves are no less offensive. Both have injuries under the collision. Which one is stronger or weaker is not yet known. Lin Bai and the others were also fighting the remnants of this Blood Wolf mercenary group. Most of these people were very much first-order Imperial Beast Masters. The 3 of them were quite a bit lighter when they combined their efforts, and there were quite a few second-order Imperial Beast Masters among them. Under Lin Bai's black sword, he was either seriously injured or dead. Nowadays, Lin Bai was able to accumulate 230,000 kilograms of strength in his body. These second-order Imperial Beast Masters in front of us. But it's just chopping and chopping. Even some second-ranked martial artists could easily deal with it. Without realizing it, his shirt was drenched in blood. On the blade, there was also a slight reddish glow. That bit of red light really didn't affect the black blade though. Instead, the blade was made to have an additional sultry beauty. And that was one of the reasons why that bloodline powerhouse had crossed the Jianghu and made people afraid of him. With more and more kills, Lindbergh was also beginning to be surprised at the material the blade was made of. This heavenly meteorite iron was surprisingly so strong. The weight is not half bad for use. It's unrelenting and dry and awesome. It's still a rare weapon. Lin Bai became even more curious about the king-level weapon he was about to obtain. And I wonder how many of the three will work for you. Now that he was not yet at the king level, he could not utilize the full strength of a king-level weapon, but a knife like this one will suffice. Lin Bai's speed was extremely fast. Walking through the crowd, it was as if death had returned. With every step he moved, with every swing of the blade in his hand, a life passed from his hands. This feeling of controlling life and death, it put Lindbergh in a trance. It was also just as the blade in his hand fell again. He was fast, and heads kept flying past between his hands. There was no longer any person from the Blood Wolf mercenary corps on the field, and behind it, two earth-shattering wolf howls came. The final showdown between the two top combatants came to an end, killing my Academy disciples. Today I'll show you that the Academy's majesty cannot be violated. Song Lan growled. Wolverine's size suddenly grew larger, and a slight divine aura spread deep throughout his body. Die for me. Chapter 66, Hunting Down the Sixth Order. Song Lan had a special identity, being a fifth-ranked Imperial Beast Master at the same time. Another one of Dean's own granddaughters. Special means on the body. Facing this same leveler in front of him, enough to win easily. Wolverine is fast. Attacks skyrocketed. All of Scarlet Wolf's previous battles with Wolverine could only be described as holding. Now Wolverine's strength has skyrocketed. The blood-colored giant wolf in front of him was shaken back. Gradually it became a bit of a trick. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zheng Feng suffered a backlash. Didn't realize. This little ninny has this kind of increased tactic. Whatever. If we can't escape, it's the end of the line in the hands of the Union. His crimes are too. Once in the hands of the Union, then it will never see the light of day again. Zheng Feng looked up to the sky. A strong blood aura emanated from his body. The blood is thick, even almost materialized. Blood burns. Seeing this, Song Lan helplessly skimmed his lips. Damn, how does everyone know this secret technique? Blood combustion is a special means of improving the body's functions. There is also a downside to this. Just like Duan Tianda before him, after the blood boiling effect passes, the body goes into a period of unprecedented weakness. What a lunatic. This man will do anything to escape nowadays. Song Lan has a hot personality. This, in turn, stirred up her good nature. The two giant wolves were once again entangled together. Now with the help of the master's blood boiling down, the blood wolf's battle power was similarly elevated. The battle between the two giant wolves moved too much. Dusty is full of it. In the midst of this dust and clamor, a figure darted towards the outside world. Zheng Feng is not a cutie pie. He knew full well that once the blood boiling effect dissipated, he will be a lamb to the slaughter. So nowadays his strategy, also just have Blood Wolf block for him. Even if the Origin Imperial Beast fell, as long as he still had a breath in him, it would be able to transplant better Origin Imperial Beasts through the soul-shifting grass. There is no fear of being left without wood. As a matter of fact, the Blood Wolf that had been empowered by blood boiling was indeed strong. Surprisingly, he was able to steadily crush Wolverine by a head. Zheng Feng had a smile on his lips. Everything is under control. Suddenly, the sound of wind currents ripping came. Zheng Feng subconsciously chose to dodge sideways. Where the party was, black light flashed. Zheng Feng was surprised. If he hadn't dodged, I'm afraid that if this knife goes down, I'll either die or be injured. Damn, who is it? The fifth-ranked Imperial Beast Master had already been dragged down by the Blood Wolf. Who the hell is it? Before you have a chance to think it over, the wind of the blade came whistling again. Zheng Feng dodged and dodged one after another and soon saw the visitor. A half-grown brat, but it was just the third-rank martial artist level, looking for death, now turned on his blood-boiling state. Strength has been traced to the sixth order. Kid, you seek death. Zheng Feng frowned. It was filled with blood. Power bursts. The sound of this punch breaking through the air gusted and whistled. It was like a landslide. It was because the fifth order Imperial Beast Master himself was not strong, but now he possessed the blood boil. It would be incomparable. Lin Bai was fearless and threw out a punch. Both sides fought short-handed. For a moment, the sound of thunderous drums exploded in front of the two. How? Sixth-ranked Imperial Beast Master. Even without an Imperial Beast by his side, the power alone. With this punch, he had to be 200,000 kilograms even if he used his full strength. However, the other party actually blocked it. Immediately after, Lin Bai's loud laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha, 6th rank. Is this the 6th rank? An ordinary martial artist might have to reach the peak of the 3rd or even the 4th rank. It's only then that you can have a huge force of 200,000 kilograms. But Lindbergh was different. The hybrid beast itself was capable of providing unlimited energy. This led him to choose a path that no one had ever traveled before. Martial artist and Imperial Beast Master. Today he is moving in a direction that no one ever envisioned. Lin Bai's battle spirit was high at the moment. The opponent was likewise bound to die, so he didn't have to hold back any longer. The next moment all of the body's power erupted. It actually shook Zhang Feng alive, causing it to fly backwards at an extremely fast speed. Lindbergh carried the black sword. The footsteps paused. A red light flashed in his eyes. The right foot snapped. The figure was like an arrow off the string. A demonic red light was even flashing above the black blade. The black striped bloodstone blade was decimating more and more people. It's amazing how the blood gradually penetrates it. The blade was crawling with eerie red lines. It seems that some giant beast has awakened. Lindbergh didn't care about that. Who cares about black cats and white cats? A cat that catches mice is a good cat. The speed bonus superimposed on the original power of the blade. At the moment, Lin Bai was more like a sharp arrow. Zhang Feng was rocked hard by that punch. The body had been left with a number of injuries. Zhang Feng couldn't make it with one strike, so he tried to escape at great speed. The situation today is such that dragging it out won't do him half as much good. The sound of breaking wind drummed behind him. A black light turned to split the can. Zhang Feng hurriedly dodged. His speed was countered by the blood wolf. Therefore, it is extremely fast. Lindbergh saw this. The essence of light shook in his eyes. The heart feels something. Took out the hybrid beast. The mixed beast skimmed Lin by a few times with some dissatisfaction. Next moment, this little chipmunk opened his eyes. A few flashes of anger in his bright little eyes. It's most annoying when people disturb his sleep. Stop right there. A strong aura emanated from his body. A surging wave suddenly descended. Zhang Feng, who was still in the middle of running away, had his figure lurched. The invisible force descended instantly. Zhang Feng's legs went weak. Couldn't help but half kneel. What is this? This horrible pressure. It actually caused Zhang Feng to feel a wave of panic within his heart. Is this hardly the bloodline suppression among the rumors? In these matters of life and death, Zhang Feng's thoughts raced. This kid is clearly a martial artist. Where did this come from, such a powerful pressure? A bloodline suppression that could make even a 5th order blood wolf feel fear. King level. Definitely a king level imperial beast. Not a martial artist. It's the sentinel. No, the imperial beast master couldn't be that powerful. Even if it was a king level imperial beast, it was impossible. While the mind is shocked, Zhang Feng thought of a possibility. He could never be just a martial artist. The beast master? What kind of imperial beast could have such a terrifying power feedback? Can it be that it's a king level imperial beast? There were no black swords being used amongst the list of king level imperial beasts. Who is he? The sound of the breaking wind behind him stirred again. Extremely fast. What can be brought to him to this extent at this time today? It's also the threat of death. For a moment, Zhang Feng was terrified. The threat of death haunts the mind. The powerful pressure came and went quickly. Zhang Feng was just about to make a move. The wind swept behind him. Zhang Feng fell to the ground just after running 2 steps. There was a knife mark on the back of the neck. Lindbergh had stayed his hand. Someone like that can't be allowed to die so easily. And there's a lot at stake. He, as the main offender, must be placed at the disposal of the League itself. It's natural for the League to strike without incident. So Lin Bai's slash just knocked him to the ground. Some irreversible damage was done by the way. Chapter 67, The League comes to town. Seeing the person in front of him fall, Lindbergh let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, an Imperial Beast Master who had even been elevated to the 6th rank through a secret method, he was no match at all. Nowadays, he was a 3rd-ranked martial artist in the grand scheme of things. But, 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters were powerful in their own right. Not to mention the fact that blood boiling is now turned on. This state is similar to Berserk. There is a certain amount of weakness that occurs after the state is over. The situation is critical, but Lindbergh wasn't a vegetarian either. Come up and use your full strength to crush your opponent. Move the hybrid beasts again to suppress the opponent. A few days ago, a hybrid beast that had only been born not long ago was able to bring suppressive fear to a king-level cub like the same Black Fiend Tiger. The blood wolf in front of me was only of medium grade. Even if he was able to cultivate to the 5th rank, by a fluke he had temporarily reached the 6th rank degree. Under the divine level pressure of the hybrid beast, it is natural to be able to shock them into submission. Once an Imperial Beast Master reaches the 5th rank in cultivation, there is a strong relationship with the origin Imperial Beasts. This bloodline suppression is equally effective. Besides, the hybrid beasts have been upgraded after such a long time. The pressure itself has been increased considerably. far away. In sensing that the master was badly hurt, the blood wolf let out a mournful cry. The blood chi around his body began to weaken continuously. Breath shriveled. A boom followed. This blood wolf completely collapsed and was dying. Wolverine heads up. Song Lan sat cross-legged. A man and a wolf walked towards Lindbergh. Lindbergh, how's it going? Are you okay? Lindbai was covered in blood-stained clothes and carried a black sword in his hand. Cheeks firm. A pair of gleaming eyes. It looks quite a bit like a battlefield. Mr. Song, I'm fine. Lindbergh snapped back to his senses. Retracted the black blade. Song Lan slapped a hand on Lindbergh's shoulder. Appreciation was in the beautiful eyes. Good boy. That's awesome. Before I was still wondering how a peak third-ranked Imperial Beastmaster could have folded in your hands. Now you seem to be really good. This person's cultivation has tentatively stepped into the 6th rank after passing through a secret method like blood boiling. And the blood wolf's strength has also increased. Wolverine and I teamed up to barely stand a chance against it. Speaking of which, Song Lan looked at Zhang Feng on the ground in annoyance. It's just that I didn't expect him to be so ruthless that he would abandon his Imperial Beast and escape alone. Letting the Imperial Beasts die for you? This behavior is no different than abandoning a brother's family. The origin Imperial Beast on the day of its awakening. Just keep following the master around. It can be said that the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beastmaster are like family to each other. I guess it's a deep-rooted web. He wants to give up his origin Imperial Beast and contract another origin Imperial Beast through the soul-shifting grass. Lin Bai quickly guessed. Well, I've already reported this matter to the Alliance, and counting on it. It should be here soon. Chen Hu and Han Shui also came from the side. Under the protection of Chen Hu, Han Shui was hardly hurt. Chen Hu was more like his name, slaying like a tiger in the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Great. Lindbergh, you're not hurt. Han Shui looked at the intact Lindbergh and dropped her heart. You can do it. I didn't realize you were so good that you tried to block their leader. That's awesome. Chen Hu praised from the bottom of his heart. A few people snickered as they did so. Song Lan suddenly looked toward the distance as if sensing it. Lin Bai also sensed it at almost the same time, where the gazes of the two converged. There were several figures that were coming at breakneck speed. Upon seeing the visitor, the corners of Lindbergh's mouth rose. It's Dean. But who is that guy next to the Dean? Long Jian looked at the several people and nodded appreciatively. But then he said to the middle-aged man wearing a cloak beside him, "How is it, old ghost? The disciples of this generation of my true martial academy are not bad, right?" The middle-aged man called Old Ghost nodded slightly. Not bad. 3 men almost ended a nest of thieves and bandits. Well done, boys. You have done well. There is no need to hold back against such villains. At this time, Long Jian also talked about the identity of this old ghost. Kids, this is the Alliance's military inspection envoy stationed in our city. You guys can just call him Senior Du, Elder Du. The crowd spoke in unison. Excitement shone in the eyes of Chen Hu and Han Shui. What an inspector of the League's military department. Every Alliance inspection envoy was a person of extreme strength, and has even more military credits of his own. This is a character that you only see in the news and books. Now that's a sight for sore eyes. Lindbergh sized up the man in front of him. With high cheekbones, he looked quite lean and competent. He had the symbols of the League on the cloak behind him and on the breastplate on his chest. I've already understood the general situation. I didn't expect that under such a strict deterrent from our Alliance, there would still be people who dared to take the wind out of their sails. Don't worry, those scholars who died for no reason, our Alliance will seek justice for them. Inspector Du gave a big wave of his hand. Behind them, the military squad immediately stepped forward. The squad split in two. Clean up the battlefield along the way. One way is deeper. They are divided and organized. Lin Bai and the others were waiting outside. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing during my inspection of the 3 cities. This Blood Wolf mercenary group could never have been set up only here in your area. I think there should still be more in other places, only that it's been discovered nowadays. Ken Long shook his head helplessly. Originally, we had always thought that these things were part of the normal casualty situation in the midst of the freshman training, but now it seems to be far from that simple. This matter has already been issued by the headquarters, and I have full authority to deal with it. Du Peng's face was grave. I'll make another trip to a few other academies in a while to tally up the exact casualties. Well, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and we were talking about sharing a few drinks tonight, but now I'm afraid we won't get the chance. After this mess, I didn't expect it, nor did I know how wide within the scope of this incident. Not to mention I didn't expect that there would still be people using the forbidden medicine of soul-shifting grass. Now that it's been discovered, I'm afraid that it's going to be another bloody storm within the Alliance. I'll trouble you for more thoughts on this matter. I have urgent matters to attend to within the cadet and I, so I'll be heading back. Du Peng nodded. Long Jian walked towards Lin Bai's few people. Who could have thought that such a thing would happen in this annual freshman trial? No one can guarantee if there are still remnants of the party remaining. Next, the military side will send people to conduct a thorough cleanup within the safety zone. This freshman trial will be cancelled after 1 day, so the 3 of you can return home first, and I will set your freshman trial scores at perfect. Full marks? Lin Bai Chen Hu and the 3 of them were now overjoyed. It is important to realize that there are very few cases of perfect scores in the freshman trials. A passing grade is good enough for a freshman. I didn't realize they could get such high scores? Dean. My. Chapter 68, Strange Space. Lin Bai didn't finish his words. Ken Long then understood what he meant. The corners of Ken Long's mouth turned up. Right now, the more he looked at Lindbergh, the more he liked him. He couldn't wait to take Lin Bai as his disciple. However, Lin Bai's talent for beast royalty was extremely poor. His imperial beast was nothing more than a tiny chipmunk. It only got an awesome name, but his martial arts talent was really strong. The innate martial saint body. That was the physique of a martial god. The only person in this world who could teach him was the god of Wushu. The world is as big as it is strange, though he was already standing at the peak of the king level, but for the higher realms, especially in terms of breakthroughs but not halfway through the door, and don't want to cross paths with someone like the god of Wushu. There could be a hint of something between a character like that and him. To be even mentioned can already be considered a supreme honor. Maybe some years later, he can proudly tell the world, I was once the teacher of the god of Wushu. End of thoughts in mind. With a wave of his hand, Long Jian pulled out 3 king-level secret treasures. These 3 king-level secret treasures were gradually revealed under a burst of light. You're very lucky. These 3 king-level secret treasures have a great boost for you nowadays. If you were to face someone of Duan Tianda's level again, not to mention being able to fight, but at least you'd have the capital to run for your life. Lindbergh had little stars in his eyes. The 3 items that appeared before his eyes were a pair of boots, a pendant, and an ancient mirror. These boots come from a king-level beast, the Bone Spur Predator Wolf. The Bone Spur Predator Wolf travels 10 million miles in a day. Extremely fast, but also because of the king-level trait that makes it invincible in the same period. This boots are Bone Spur's Predator Wolf bones forged into wear this boots. In the case of their own power is sufficient. You can drive it to travel 10,000 miles a day, but that has been the limit. After all, the forging technology is limited. To be able to play out this kind of efficacy is not easy to do. According to your cultivation nowadays, fleeing from the time when this pair of boots is enough for you to break through the degree of the speed of sound. A pair of supersonic boots? Sure is powerful. A king-level secret treasure. It really lives up to its name. As for this pendant and the frontal ancient mirror are both produced from the same king-level creature. The mirror fantasy beast. The mirror mirage beast resides in no fixed place, and its living habits are not known to anyone. This mirror mirage beast first appeared in an auction many years ago. Their corpses appeared out of thin air out of nowhere, and were taken to the auction for sale by the person who discovered them at the time. And even the experts in the Union, several anatomical experiments could not ultimately come up with their specific living habits. Nowadays, all kinds of ferocious beasts, their origins, and ways of mutation, we are able to discover. Only this mirror mirage beast is counted as one of the exotics. However, the only thing that can be determined from the available information is that the mirror fantasy beasts, to some extent, possess the ability to travel through space. This pendant and this ancient mirror don't seem to have any connection at all, but they come from the same place and can achieve a complementary effect. But after my own experiments, what I can tell you is that the value of these 2 king-grade secret treasures forcefully added together, their value has already surpassed the king-grade secret treasures themselves. Listening to Ken Long, Lin Bai felt his heart stirring. I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain such a secret treasure. Speaking of which, I'm really thankful to Duan Tianda. His death may have gone unnoticed until now, or maybe the Duan family would just blame him and hope he never came back. This pendant comes with the ability to store a certain amount. The internal space is about 100 by 100, which is huge. As for this ancient mirror, its interior contains a huge amount of energy that can store power and then fire it out. Nowadays, among this ancient mirror, 80% of my power is stored. Even if you encounter a king-level powerhouse, you'll be able to fight against 1 or 2 of them. But with your current ability, the most energy you can inspire is only 10%. Speaking of which, Ken Long paused, looking at the Lin Bai in front of him with a few smiles on his face. You can feel for yourself what the 2 secret treasures do when they are combined. Look at the change of expression on Ken Long's face. Lindbergh pondered in his mind. However, he still received the 2 secret treasures, and then Long Jian's words came to his ears. Mobilize your power and infuse it into both. You can try to find a hint of a bridge between them. If you can't, then forget it. The power was monstrous, instantly surging into the ancient mirror and pendant. When Lin Bai poured his power into it, then he realized that his power seemed to be in the middle of a bottomless pit. Surprisingly, there is no trace of half of it left. Thinking about this, Lindbergh became interested. Is it hard to imbue power to a certain level before the bridge appears? If it were anyone else, perhaps they would have given up due to lack of power. But he won't. The attribute that the hybrid beast itself possessed was the storage of endless origin power. This is a power unique only to the Imperial Beast Master. The martial artist, on the other hand, disperses the power of the origin in himself. Even though it was also able to mobilize some origin power, it was harmful to the origin Imperial Beasts to a certain extent. With the hybrid beast, his power could be considered endless. How big could this tiny pendant and ancient mirror in front of me be? The next moment he began to emanate bursts of power around him. Surge. It was like a torrential sea pouring into the ancient mirror and pendant. Just after about 40 or 50 seconds of understanding installation, a change seemed to occur before his eyes. When Lin Bai opened his eyes again, everything around them changed in an instant. The starry sky shone brightly. Above the Milky Way even more streams of fire kept descending, and those streams of fire are radiant. Surprisingly, all of them were a shooting star crossing the night sky. Out of nowhere, a roar seemed to come from the stars. Just as the roar shook, Lin Bai, however, sensed that something seemed to have awakened within his body. It's a hybrid beast. The hybrid beast stood up. It had returned to its normal form. A hiss escaped his mouth. The starry sky in front of him instantly shattered. A space began to spring up. Look around. After the stars shattered, surprisingly, a star map of this space began to form, like a backdrop. Stepping over space, Lindbergh couldn't help but feel surprised. The space seemed real, and there's oxygen present. Where is this? Otherworldly? One question after another popped up. Lindbergh was about to explore. Next moment, the starry sky in front of him unexpectedly kept receding. It seemed to go through a narrow tunnel on its own. In the very next moment, he only felt his eyes clear. When he opened his eyes again, the one who appeared in front of him was clearly Long Jian. Long Jian looked at Lin Bai's dawning realization, as if waking up from a dream, inquired eagerly, "Well, did you feel that strange bridge begin to communicate?" Lin Bai frowned. Somewhat unknown. Bridges? Chapter 69, The Wind Rises. Seeing Lin Bai's clueless eyes, Long Jian could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that even with such martial arts talent, still unable to sense the bridge either. Prior to this, Ken Long had shown this to many people. But the fact is that the one who can really instill his power into it and see that there is a bridge between the ancient mirror and the pendant. All of them are king-level powerhouses. This meant that without reaching the king level it was impossible to see the communication bridge at all. It seems that even if the talent is outstanding, it won't work. It seems that this strength is the hard condition. Since even you can't perceive it, then it seems that only a king-level powerhouse can perceive it. Just take these two weapons and use them. What I told you before, you have to remember that the growth of geniuses, in addition to working hard enough on their own, there is also the need to beware of some of the disturbances brought about by the outside world. What you especially have to pay attention to in this is the gang of people who are jealous of you, especially those who can't see a genius like you, Brohi. They often choose to kill such extraordinary characters the first time after seeing them, so you must pay attention to safety. In that case, it was not the first time Lindbergh had heard it from Dean Long, but hearing it again made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Dean Long was all about him, really and truly. Lindbergh would never forget it for the rest of his life. Thank you, Dean Long. Ken Long nodded. The 3 king-level secret treasures flickered in a burst of light. It flew into the middle of Lin Bai's own space pendant. I still have to go and inform the other academy deans, as well as our academy students, that the academy will start teaching again in 3 days. So just come back to class then. Lindbergh nodded. He rode in a vehicle arranged by the military along with Han Xuechen and Hu and the two of them. While they were talking, the military had then arrived on the scene one after another. This area is also surrounded by numerous vehicles, and Dean Long came to the far side to exchange words with that inspecting ambassador. Standing beside them was their teacher, Song Lan. Lin Bai, that's an inspector ambassador. That's only 18 inspector ambassadors within the entire alliance. Chen Hu was thrilled. Who could have thought of that? He was surprised to see a living inspector general one day. Chen Hu's goal is to strive for the top spot. Now he had another one in mind instead. Aspire to become an inspector ambassador, or lean in the direction of the inspection make. Han Shui was equally excited. Their Han family has developed so far. There were also only 2 king-level powerhouses sitting around. The family's power could be considered inferior among equivalent families. If I can make a semblance of a connection with this inspector, it all keeps the families suspicious of each other. The identity of the inspecting ambassador. It can be said to represent the face of the entire league.